Are you suggesting that you too have been reborn? Indeed. So, have you seen through the persona I have maintained for so long at a single glance? Not entirely. There are still some aspects that remain concealed. What do you mean? You haven't realized that I have also been reborn. A tragic car accident transports a pair of childhood sweethearts back to their high school days. Upon awakening, Zhang Zhu is resolutely determined to distance himself from Gu Qinghan, while Gu Qinghan is equally resolved to draw nearer to Zhang Zhu. Little did they anticipate the whimsical nature of fate. Chapter 1. Rebirth in High School. A pair of eyes slowly opens, gazing at the surrounding scene with a look of bewilderment. I've been reborn, Zhang Zhu exclaimed in disbelief, for he had inexplicably returned to his high school days a decade ago. I recall being struck by a truck, and then my vision blurred. Could this be the key to my rebirth? Zhang Zhu murmured to himself, his astonishment palpable. It was all too surreal, akin to a scene from a Japanese anime. Yet he was no anime protagonist. What's wrong? Are you still groggy from sleep? A teasing voice echoed from in front of Zhang Zhu. He lifted his gaze to behold a slender figure, memories flooding back to him. Is that you, Lin Lu? Lin Lu was Zhang Zhu's deskmate in his previous life, and they had been quite good friends, though they gradually lost contact after entering university. Lin Lu had just returned from the restroom, and upon noticing Zhang Zhu's dazed expression, she couldn't help but laugh. However, Zhang Zhu's words left Lin Lu equally perplexed. If I'm not Lin Lu, then who is? You really are out of it. Zhang Zhu was still ensnared in the memories of his former life, while his recollections of high school began to resurface. Lao Lu, you're insane. Hurry and wash your face in the restroom. We have old band's class next. Lin Lu observed Zhang Zhu, who seemed still half asleep, and reminded him. Of course, it was not solely out of fear of the other person standing in class, but rather a concern of being implicated himself. After all, if Zhang Zhu were to answer a question incorrectly, it would reflect poorly on his deskmate. Rubbing his eyes, Zhang Zhu paid no mind to Lin Li's departure and stood up straight. Traversing through the memories of high school, he arrived at the modest restroom. He turned on a faucet, cupped his hands to catch the rushing cold water, and splashed it onto his face. I really have been reborn. Initially, Zhang Zhu thought he was dreaming, but it seemed all too real. In his previous life, theories of overlapping and parallel timelines were prevalent, and Zhang Zhu had assumed he merely traveled through time. However, upon deeper reflection, he realized he had indeed been reborn. After washing his face, Zhang Zhu gently patted his cheeks and made his way back to the classroom. Yet, on his return journey, he noticed that the students had already dispersed, and it struck him. I can't possibly be late, can I? With a sense of trepidation, he approached that place that occupied his thoughts, only to find a middle-aged woman standing in class 3 of the first year, none other than Old Ban, as Lin Lu had referred to her. Memories of the past surged forth. The two individuals he feared most were one, his ex-girlfriend from his previous life, and the other, his high school homeroom teacher. Mo Li glared at Zhang Zhu, whose eyes were red-rimmed with anger. Did anyone dare challenge her authority? Zhang Zhu, did you not hear the bell ring? Zhang Zhu looked at Mo Li, instinctively shrinking back. Teacher, I was feeling unwell and went to the restroom. I didn't realize class had started. He resorted to a familiar excuse from his high school days. Good. This is the third person to use that excuse today. Don't tell me you also have menstrual cramps or a stomachache. Zhang Zhu noticed two individuals standing behind him in class 3, one male and one female. Seeing this scene, Zhang Zhu fell silent, for he had caught sight of Mo Li's icy gaze. I need not elaborate further, do I? Reluctantly, Zhang Zhu moved to the back of class 3 to join the two individuals. While others experience a grand rebirth, why must mine be a mere punishment of standing? The two individuals beside him also took note of Zhang Zhu, their curiosity piqued. Though he could not be classified as a model student, it seemed they had never witnessed him being late before. The girl beside him poked Zhang Zhu's sleeve and softly inquired, Zhang Zhu, where have you been? You're later than us. Zhang Zhu looked at the two and suddenly recalled that they were the legendary duo from class 3. I had an upset stomach. Ha! Wu Li, if you laugh again, just leave. Mo Li glared coldly at Wu Li, who was conversing with Zhang Zhu. How was it that so soon after the semester began, her authority was being challenged repeatedly? Zhang Zhu found it difficult to believe the scene before him. After all, he was not a staunch materialist, but he did hold a belief in science. Observing Wu Li's somewhat timid demeanor, Zhang Zhu sighed. So naive yet so pretentious. Noticing that the three in the back had fallen silent, Mo Li commenced her lesson. Today, we will cover new material. All right, let's conclude today's lesson here. You three, hurry back to your seats and do not disturb others. If you dare be late again, you'll have to run a few laps. Class dismissed. Mo Li cast a fierce look at the trio, for in her eyes, tardiness was synonymous with impending academic failure. Of course, should there be a legitimate reason for their absence, she could show understanding. However, if it were due to negligence or mere frivolity, Mo Li would not be so forgiving. Zhang Zhu returned to his seat, weary, and disregarded Lin Li's greeting. As he gazed at the textbook and contemplated his surroundings, Zhang Zhu realized it must be the second semester of his first year. The spark that ignited everything in the future lay on the day of National Day. What date is it? Darn it. Zhang Zhu struggled to recall, for he was still adjusting to his recent rebirth, let alone the passage of time. Lin Lu was happily chatting with a girl in the front row when Zhang Zhu unexpectedly interjected, I believe it's the 23rd. On the 23rd of May, summer vacation is merely a month away. During his second year of high school, it was the first time Zhang Zhu confessed to someone, marking a significant turning point in his life. Let's just forget about it this time and consider ourselves as ordinary childhood friends, Zhang Zhu remarked, gazing at the whitewashed walls outside, a vivid image etched in his memory. What's the matter? Are you missing your dear Qinghan again? Zhang Zhu lifted his profile to meet Lin Li's playful expression, unperturbed by the latter's words. After all, it was well known among the students of Class 3 that Zhang Zhu often quarreled with his childhood friend. It was Zhang Zhu's companion who possessed an extraordinary beauty. Beautiful individuals invariably attract a form of attention that many cannot comprehend, and Gu Qinghan was no exception. She was Zhang Zhu's childhood friend, an exemplary young lady of both intellect and character, endowed with an allure that few could rival. Zhang Zhu shook his head, choosing not to dwell on such matters any further. He realized, rather abruptly, that he had seemingly forgotten a considerable amount of homework. It was not until Lin Li's earlier comment that he recalled the daunting assignments left by their teacher, Miss Mo. Gu, can I take a look at your homework? Zhang Zhu nudged Lin Lu, who was still engaged in conversation with the girl behind them. What now? I need to see your homework, Gu. Get back to your seat and hurry up with it. Chapter 2. Gu Qinghan, after expressing her gratitude, Zhang Zhu picked up the Chinese examination paper beside her and began to copy. As she was engrossed in her task, a voice emerged from beside her. Your handwriting seems to have become considerably more elegant, little bamboo. After years of toil in society, coupled with the influence of Gu Qinghan during their second year of high school, Zhang Zhu surprisingly achieved an unexpected success in the college entrance examination, securing a place in a commendable 211 university. This transformation in her handwriting can be attributed to her recent rebirth. Had it not been for that, perhaps her penmanship would have been even more exquisite. It has always been beautiful. Why don't you converse with your little sister? Zhang Zhu refrained from lifting her gaze, for she found Lin Li's handwriting to be incomprehensible, akin to scribbles, compelling her to grit her teeth in frustration, unable to avoid the copying. TCH, you've been practicing secretly during the winter break, and, as for your so-called sister, she is significantly older than you. Noticing that Zhang Zhu paid her no heed, Lin Lu wisely chose to remain silent. After a while, Zhang Zhu finally set down her pen, not because she had completed her work, but rather because she could no longer bear to look at the writing, which was more abstract than that of her 90-year-old grandfather. Returning that to you, so swift. I hadn't anticipated that your handwriting would not only be beautiful, but also written at such an accelerated pace. Were it not for the knowledge that there were no trending topics currently, Zhang Zhu might have suspected that Lin Lu was mocking her. It's tolerable. Zhang Zhu preferred the punishment of standing over continuing to copy something that resembled a jumble of words. By the way, ISNT our next class physical education, little Lu. Initially wishing to speak to a girl with a side ponytail sitting behind her, Lin Lu turned upon hearing Zhang Zhu's query. I wonder if our homeroom teacher will commandeer the class, but since we're only in our first year, it should indeed be gym class next. Zhang Zhu nodded in agreement, recalling that in his memories, first-year students often had the opportunity to attend many physical education classes. The bell rang, echoing throughout the high school. Ah, what a familiar sensation, my youth. Seeing Lin Lu, who was giggling beside her, prompted Zhang Zhu to sit up straight. What is wrong? Zhang Zhu nu jed lan lues shuldi. It's the homeroom teacher. Lin Lu replied in a hushed tone as Mo Li entered the classroom slowly. The moment Mo Li appeared, a chorus of lamentations erupted from the class. Mo Li surveyed the students before her, perplexed. She had merely come to retrieve a water cup. Did she seem like someone who enjoyed monopolizing classes? What are you all doing? I'm just grabbing something. You didn't hear your gym teacher call you down? Upon hearing Mo Li's words, the students of class 3 transitioned from wailing to cheering. Within the entire high school, only the first year was truly joyful. Once they entered the second year, they would have to confront various pressures daily. After the third year, it was akin to being a robot, endlessly solving problems. Thus, the third-class students cherished physical education, even if it merely meant sitting on a grassy knoll and chatting. Hurry and head down. Don't keep the gym teacher waiting. With that, Emily exited with her water cup, and many students from class 3 quickly followed suit. Let's go, little Lu. Zhang Zhu raised his hand and lightly tapped Lin Lu beside him. You go ahead. I'll wait a bit. All right. Zhang Zhu stood up alone and made his way outside. Upon reaching the playground, the students of class 3 had already assembled on a patch of grass, and Zhang Zhu joined them, taking his place. After a considerable time, Lin Lu finally arrived, albeit late, accompanied by a girl. The gym teacher's gaze sharpened upon seeing the two. "Where have you two been? Don't you know you need a line-up?" Lin Lu and the girl shrank their heads and replied softly, "Teacher, we have stomachaches." Upon hearing such an excuse, the gym teacher's irritation dissipated, and he waved his hand dismissively. "Get in line quickly. If you're late again, you'll be running 1,000 meters." The two nodded and returned to their positions in line. "I had planned to conduct a test today, but given the time constraints, we shall have free activity this period. Remember, no returning to the dormitory or classroom." The crowd nodded and then erupted into cheers. "Shall we play basketball, little bamboo?" Zhang Zhu shook his head, for he was not particularly skilled at basketball. "All right, then you can play alone. I'm off." Zhang Zhu nodded and watched as Lin Lu took an oversized basketball and walked toward the court, the girl trailing behind. How strange. Why is that girl sticking with someone as peculiar as Lin Lu? Could she be out of her mind? Zhang Zhu sighed, finding Lin Lu's antics irritating. Not that he was annoyed with him as a person, but rather with his overly ridiculous behavior. Memories he wished to forget suddenly surged to the forefront of his mind. With familiar faces departing around him, Zhang Zhu sought refuge against a large tree, needing to contemplate how to navigate his future. Beneath a sycamore tree, a few green leaves gently descended, landing amidst Zhang Zhu's hair. "Is autumn upon us?" Zhang Zhu gazed up at the tree's canopy. "It is I who have arrived." Suddenly, within his line of sight, a striking figure appeared, dressed in a school uniform. Her hair tied in a high ponytail, and her face remarkably beautiful. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters glistening in the sun. "What are you doing here?" Zhang Zhu recognized this figure well. She was Gu Qinghan, his childhood friend with whom he had been entangled for decades, and in his previous life, his fiancée. "I'm here for physical education too. Upon seeing your gym teacher, I decided to come over. Do you not welcome my presence?" For Gu Qinghan, it was impossible for any normal boy to refuse her. Had it not been for the unfortunate events of his previous life, Zhang Zhu might have genuinely appreciated her charm. However, having wandered down that path once, he resolved to let it be. Yet, considering their long-standing relationship, it would be disastrous to act too strangely. "No, I am merely surprised," Zhang Zhu replied to Gu Qinghan with a calm demeanor. Gu Qinghan nodded, brushed aside some weeds beneath the tree, and sat down. "Aren't you going to shoot some hoops? I recall you rather enjoyed it in middle school. It's been so long that I wouldn't know how." After a moment, noticing Zhang Zhu's aloofness, Gu Qinghan continued, "Shall we take a stroll after school? Tomorrow is the weekend." "The weekend?" Zhang Zhu suddenly realized today was indeed Saturday, explaining the presence of physical education class. Initially inclined to refuse, he softened upon meeting Gu Qinghan's gaze. "All right then, I'll wait for you by the gate after school." Gu Qinghan's exquisite face lit up with joy. "Great." Chapter 3. Gu Qinghan. Also reborn. Time flowed gently, and the class period passed swiftly. "Shall we head to the snack shop?" Gu Qinghan smiled at Zhang Zhu. After a moment's thought, he realized his bottled water was likely finished. "All right." Zhang Zhu slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "Let us go while there aren't too many people around." Gu Qinghan nodded lightly and stood beside him, her tall figure complementing Zhang Zhu's. "All right, let us go." The two walked closely together towards the convenience store, prompting their classmates passing by to turn their heads and gaze at the couple before them. Zhang Zhu could vaguely hear some of them whispering, "The dean is right ahead. How dare they?" Zhang Zhu's lips twitched slightly. It seemed they were merely standing together. What was the fuss about? "Qinghan, why don't you walk ahead?" Zhang Zhu thought it prudent to remain discreet. Although the third class was aware, many others were still oblivious. If they were caught by the dean, wouldn't it solidify accusations of early romance? "What's wrong, Xiaozhu?" Xiaozhu was the name Gu Qinghan had affectionately called Zhang Zhu since childhood, a name that had unexpectedly endured through the years. "The dean is in front. I don't want you to get into trouble." Gu Qinghan smiled sweetly upon hearing this. "Then I'll go ahead. What do you want to buy? I can get it for you. Wait for me at the entrance." Zhang Zhu sighed, realizing that Gu Qinghan intended for him to wait. "Just some bottled water and a pack of tissues," he replied. Gu Qinghan nodded gently and, with a light step, moved forward. Zhang Zhu slowed his pace, believing that with so few people around, Gu Qinghan would turn back to find him once she finished shopping. "Are you going to the convenience store too, Zhuge?" A voice called from behind, and Zhang Zhu turned to see a girl in a school uniform approaching. Wu Li, the same girl who had stood beside him earlier. Ignoring her, Zhang Zhu felt her presence was unnecessarily cold. "So aloof, playing the role of the cool guy?" Wu Li remarked, somewhat irritated by silence. "I just think you should hurry. It might get crowded later," Zhang Zhu replied, feeling helpless. What was this nonsense about being aloof? He merely didn't wish to engage her, aware of Gu Qinghan's proximity and concerned about her potential reaction if she noticed. Why aren't you walking faster? Wooly asked curiously. I asked someone to buy for me first, Zhang Zhu responded. Wooly nodded slightly and then walked away, no longer engaging him. Soon, Zhang Zhu arrived at the entrance of the convenience store. He approached Gu Qinghan, who was still selecting items. Are you not done yet? He asked. Gu Qinghan, who had been picking out snacks, looked up at the sound of his voice. No, I wanted to buy something to eat. I didn't have lunch. No lunch? Zhang Zhu was puzzled, for Gu Qinghan did not strike him as someone who would skimp on meals. Their families, while not wealthy, were certainly above average. What were you doing at noon? Gu Qinghan could hardly confess that she had just been reborn in the dormitory. Yes, like Zhang Zhu, she had been transported back 10 years in time by that truck. Initially, Gu Qinghan thought it was a dream until she saw the youthful, yet strikingly handsome face of Zhang Zhu, forever etched in her memory. It was a visage she could never forget. Only at the moment of her demise did she realize how much she had stifled Zhang Zhu in her previous life. This time around, she vowed to be a good girlfriend. When I got there was no food left. I forgot while doing my homework at noon, she explained. Zhang Zhu nodded gently, his eyes revealing no emotions, save for a hint of coldness. Then buy some snacks now. We can eat later tonight. Zhang Zhu didn't harbor any strong dislike for Gu Qinghan. Many of the troubles and pains of his past were due to her unreasonable antics. He was a quiet individual, and he had tolerated her previously because he liked her, but now he realized perhaps she didn't care for him as much as he thought. Perhaps it was best to sever this relationship, especially since he had confessed in his past life. If he was to alter the trajectory of their lives, he would act as though he was unaware and communicate less with her. Gu Qinghan nodded, her enchanting eyes sparkling as they gazed upon Zhang Zhu. Xiao Zhu seems even more handsome than before. Zhang Zhu chose to ignore her compliment and checked whether she had purchased the tissues and bottled water. Gu Qinghan, with her strikingly beautiful face, lifted her head to look at Zhang Zhu, arching an eyebrow. I got them. What else with that expression? She held up the items in her hand for him to see. Zhang Zhu felt an urge to bury his face in his hands. Gu Qinghan appeared to be an exceptionally aloof girl, leading many to believe she preferred to avoid interaction with others. However, when she was with Zhang Zhu, she often adopted a teasing tone. It was manageable when they were alone, but with others around, it became unbearable. Just then, besides the two of them in the convenience store, a few senior girls from the second year were also staring at them. Gu Qinghan, could you be more discreet? Zhang Zhu reminisced about the past. The Gu Qinghan of then was so different from the one before him now. Back then, she was quite serious and had yet to break the tension. Why was Gu Qinghan acting so oddly today? Could it be that not only boys experience rebellious phases, but girls too have their moments of coyness? Gu Qinghan lifted her chin and smirked without replying. After a while, she finally gathered her items. You took so long for just these few things. Zhang Zhu wasn't puzzled. Aside from the water and tissues, she had only picked up a single bag of chips. How could it take so long to buy those? I initially wanted to get more, but since you said we'd eat together, I lost my appetite, she sighed. Zhang Zhu remained silent, contemplating. You're just talkative, aren't you? He remarked, nodding before adding, I'll wait for you outside, and stepped away. As he noticed fewer students around, he realized that the next class was likely the last one of the day. This rebirth was truly dreadful. He didn't even know what to do with himself. While Zhang Zhu was lost in thought, Gu Qinghan emerged from the convenience store with a bag. All right, let us go, Xiao Zhu. Zhang Zhu nodded and turned to Gu Qinghan. Give it to me. Remember to go to the gate. Gu Qinghan nodded lightly and handed him a bottle of water and a small pack of tissues from the bag. Make sure to come out early. I'm afraid I want to see you. Zhang Zhu nodded again and headed toward class 3 of the first year. Chapter 4. Zhang Zhu's Exasperation. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhang Zhu pushed through the crowd to reach his yellowing desk. Where have you been? Lao Lu, having returned early from basketball practice, was curious to see Zhang Zhu's empty seat. Typically, Zhang Zhu preferred to daydream alone. I went to buy something, he replied curtly, not bothering to elaborate, and then lifted his head to ponder how he could find an opportunity to distance himself from Gu Qinghan. Perhaps he could find a new girl and feign development? This notion first crossed Zhang Zhu's mind, for Gu Qinghan was particularly intolerant of his interactions with other girls, especially in his past life. When he merely shared tea and conversation with a female colleague at work, Gu Qinghan had coincidentally come to find him at the office. Upon failing to locate him, she had detonated a metaphorical bomb. That memory was indelible for Zhang Zhu. Forget it. The other party would probably beat him to a pulp. Gu Qinghan, with her extraordinary beauty, has always been a source of concern for her family, prompting them to consider finding someone to teach her self-defense. They indeed found a self-proclaimed female disciple from the Wudong sect who trained Gu Qinghan for several years. After this rigorous training, Gu Qinghan's skills became remarkably proficient. Not to mention just one Zhang Zhu, even 3 or 4 would struggle against her. Feeling a headache coming on, he decided to take things one step at a time. Zhang Zhu then pulled out an extracurricular book from his desk and began to read. Back in 2011, smartphones were not yet ubiquitous. So many students often indulged in comics and novels. If one were to inquire about the origin of this book, it would have been borrowed from a girl in class 3 who was notoriously dubbed the Queen of Comics. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the classroom, accompanied by a rhythmic ticking sound. Many students, who had been laughing and joking, hurriedly returned to their seats, fearful of being caught by the teacher. At Tawa Middle School, while many students were not particularly afraid of teachers, they dreaded the prospect of having their parents summoned. Numerous teachers seemed to relish using this threat to intimidate students, resulting in a reluctance to openly defy authority. Zhang Zhu gazed at the person entering the room, astonished to see it was the class monitor. What a fright, he thought to himself. Monitor, please don't walk like a teacher. Continuing the conversation, he recalled the incident involving a widow. The students in class 3, upon seeing the monitor, chimed in, for the previous footsteps had indeed sounded remarkably like the soft-soled shoes of their teacher. Huang Mi, the class monitor, ascended the podium holding a test paper and announced, "The math teacher is unavailable due to personal matters. He asked me to write the test questions on the board for you to copy." The students in class 3 responded with a chorus of complaints. What a drag. Why we have to deal with this on a weekend? I won't copy. Whoever does is a dog. Exactly. Whoever copies is a dog. A dog. I'm keeping an eye on you. Zhang Zhu couldn't help but smile slightly at this scene, as it was a nostalgic reminder of his university days. Huang Mi tapped the podium and proclaimed, "The math teacher also mentioned that anyone who fails to copy will have their parents called." The students ignored her, knowing their math teacher was quite lenient, and thus felt no fear. Seeing the class fall silent, Huang Mi grabbed a piece of white chalk from the teacher's desk and began to transcribe the contents of the test paper. At a desk behind Zhang Zhu sat two girls. He shifted the corner of his desk slightly, having overheard their conversation. "Xiaojing, I just discovered a particularly handsome guy in the second year. Super unbelievably handsome." The petite girl beside her was visibly excited. "How handsome? Is he as handsome as Peng Yuyan?" "Yes, extremely handsome. After school, let us go take a look." Zhang Zhu recalled these two girls. One was the tall and plump Wang Niu, and the other was the short and slender Huang Jing. Both were avid fans in class 3, known for their loud exclamations. Zhang Zhu decided not to pay them any further attention, as in his previous life. He had hardly known them, even feeling somewhat unfamiliar. He glanced at Lin Lu, only to find her chatting with another girl, and chose to dismiss the thought. He realized that high school in 2011 was rather dull. How did he manage to navigate it before? As Zhang Zhu idly played with his pen, he felt a gentle push on his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Lin Lu and the girl looking at him. "What is up?" Lin Lu feigned mystery and smiled. "Do you know what just happened?" Zhang Zhu had no idea what was going on. Was she being silly? "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm not in the mood to chat." Lin Lu chuckled at Zhang Zhu's attitude and turned to the girl behind her, saying, "See, this is Zhang Zhu's typical demeanor." Zhang Zhu, growing impatient with her cryptic behavior, interjected, "If you're not going to talk, then move aside. You two will eventually be summoned by the teacher." The girl then spoke up, her melodious voice flowing gently. "It seems there was a fight in the adjacent class." "A fight? ISNT class 1 elite class?" Zhang Zhu was intrigued, as at Taohua High, only high achievers could enter class 1. Those with lower scores had no chance. With 20 classes in a grade, class 1 held significant prestige. So what? ISNT fighting a common occurrence? Noticing Zhang Zhu's attitude, the girl continued, "The key is that the person involved in the fight is someone you know." "Someone I know?" Zhang Zhu pondered, trying to recall if he recognized anyone from class 1. Seeing his puzzled expression, the girl was momentarily speechless. "Gu Qinghan. She got into a fight? She hit someone?" Zhang Zhu was taken aback, unable to believe it. After all, she was someone who rarely spoke to others, let alone engage in a fight. The girl by Tao laughed. "What a surprise. Gu Qinghan actually hit someone." "Really? Gu Qinghan hit someone? No way. You have to tell me more." Zhang Zhu leaned back in his chair, eager to hear the details. Bai Tao cleared her throat, glancing around cautiously. "Do you know Feng Chong?" Zhang Zhu thought for a moment and shook his head. He didn't recognize anyone by that name. However, Lin Lu exclaimed, "Could it be that wealthy young master from urban novels, Feng Chong?" Bai Tao rolled her eyes at Lin Lu. "You've been watching too much TV. It's that slightly creepy-looking guy from class 2. So what happened?" Zhang Zhu asked, curious. "Just now, Gu Qinghan was in class 1, and that Feng Chong tried to grab her hand, and she hit him. I heard he even lost a few teeth. Serves him right." Zhang Zhu anticipated such a scenario. After all, he had encountered similar situations before, and quite frequently at that. Bai Tao, noticing Zhang Zhu's lack of strong reaction, continued, "I heard the principal and the head of the department personally took Feng Chong to the hospital. Zhang Zhu gathered the gist of the subsequent events. It was likely that the guy wanted to demand compensation and would continue to harass Gu Qinghan. Yeah, l'un observing Zhang Zhu est indifférent demi-année, urgé. But she is the most beautiful girl in the first year, arguably the most beautiful girl in Taohua High. How can you be so unconcerned? Aren't you worried about Gu Qinghan? Zhang Zhu shot Lin Lu a sidelong glance. If she truly knew Gu Qinghan's capabilities, she wouldn't be making such remarks. Not really. I'm more worried about that guy. Bai Tao, with her big, round eyes, stared at Zhang Zhu. She despised such men who, if their affections were unreciprocated, should simply accept it. Forcing the issue would only lead to trouble. However, why did it sound like Zhang Zhu was speaking from experience? Was Gu Qinghan not his childhood friend? Had there been some misunderstanding? Do you know Feng Chong? Zhang Zhu shook his head, reiterating, I already told you. I don't know anyone by that name. Gu Qinghan possesses remarkable prowess in physical confrontations. Zhang Zhu could only narrate this matter somewhat lightly, as he was not in a position to elaborate on Gu Qinghan's circumstances, even though he had resolved to cease their romantic involvement. This decision adhered to the most fundamental principles of humanity. You may not have encountered Feng Chong. That man is a veritable powerhouse. Not to mention Gu Qinghan. Even I would find myself at his mercy with a single slap. Lin Lu had indeed crossed paths with Feng Chong once, by sheer happenstance. Catching a glimpse of him smoking in the restroom, his imposing physique was enough to deter her. Zhang Zhu refrained from further commentary. As Gu Qinghan had previously engaged in altercations with individuals far more formidable, scenarios that Zhang Zhu could scarcely fathom. How could a woman standing merely 172 centimeters tall unleash such formidable strength? It defies the laws of mechanics. Why don't you go comfort Gu Qinghan for a bit? Although I am not acquainted with her, she seems quite amiable, Bai Tao suggested, harboring a slight fondness for Gu Qinghan rather than animosity. All right, I shall convey your sentiments to her. Zhang Zhu acquiesced to Bai Tao's request, considering it a minor favor that he was not compelled to fulfill. Noticing the two seemed disinclined to continue their conversation, Zhang Zhu shifted his seat to the center, as he found the current arrangement rather uncomfortable. In the meantime, Bai Tao and Lin Lu, realizing Zhang Zhu had no intention of engaging further, seamlessly transitioned to another topic of discussion. What should I say to you, Gu Qinghan? Zhang Zhu mused, resting his chin on his hand as he reflected on the incident. Why did the fighting commence so early? Shouldn't it have begun in the second year of high school? In his previous life, Gu Qinghan had only begun to encounter such events during her sophomore year, though the identity of the boy was lost to his memory. Surely, nothing of the sort transpired in the first year. Could it be that his rebirth had triggered a butterfly effect? Regardless, he would soon ascertain the truth. Class monitor Huang Mi had also halted her writing at the podium, turning to address the students of Class 3. All right, this is sufficient for your notes. After delivering her message, Huang Mi exited the classroom to seek out the mathematics teacher. The students, however, paid little heed to Huang Mi's words. Weekends were meant for leisure. Even if they were to copy notes, it would be on Sunday evening. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the bell signaling the end of the last class rang. The students swiftly gathered their belongings and rushed toward the exit, eager to catch the scarce public transport at Taohua High School. Zhang Zhu collected his items and glanced at Lin Lu and Bai Tao, noticing that neither appeared ready to depart. Unperturbed by their presence, Zhang Zhu found himself blocked by Lin Lu, who seemed oblivious to his attempt to pass. Lao Lu, could you please step aside? I need to leave, he urged, nudging her shoulder gently. Only then did Lin Lu realize and promptly stood aside to allow Zhang Zhu to pass. Are you leaving so early? Zhuge, Bai Tao Guidi. Observing Zhang Zhu's inclination to depart. What would I remain here for? Zhang Zhu replied, puzzled by Bai Tao's apparent fondness for lingering at school. Aren't you usually wary of crowds and wait for others to disperse before you leave? In his previous life, Zhang Zhu had indeed dreaded crowds, especially at the end of the school week, opting to remain until the throngs had thinned before boarding the bus. Although Gu Qinghan had fervently insisted that he could accompany her, Zhang Zhu had stubbornly refused. I have something to attend to, he stated curtly to Bai Tao before taking his leave. The past belonged to another era. After years of navigating the educational landscape, he had long since shed his fear of crowded spaces. Take care, Zhuge, Bai Tao called after him. Meanwhile, at the school gate, Gu Qinghan, adorned with a blue backpack slung over her shoulder, savored a piece of candy, her striking beauty drawing the attention of numerous boys, further congesting the already bustling entrance. Why is Zhang Zhu taking so long? He was always slow, and it seems nothing has changed, she mused, her gaze scanning the crowd in hopeful anticipation of that familiar figure. Alas, her hopes were dashed. Her tall stature allowed her to see neither Zhang Zhu nor anyone resembling him. From a distance, Zhang Zhu spotted the scene at the entrance and quickened his pace to come into Gu Qinghan's line of sight. Why are you so slow? Gu Qinghan expressed her dissatisfaction, emphasizing that it was he who had kept her waiting. I was cleaning up. Zhang Zhu fibbed, a familiar act by now. The students gathered at the entrance observed this exchange with intrigue. Gu Qinghan was a well-known figure at Taohua High School, distinguished for both her beauty and academic prowess. This reputation had garnered her a multitude of admirers, and witnessing their goddess laughing and conversing with a boy stirred pangs of jealousy. Shall we go? Zhang Zhu proposed. All right. Gu Qinghan replied, and together they maneuvered through the crowd toward the outside world. At the entrance stood two figures, one of whom remarked, I can't believe Gu Qinghan actually has someone she likes. The other, a more delicate-looking boy, furrowed his brow and took a moment to respond. Having someone you like doesn't guarantee it will last. Chapter 6. A stroll through the commercial street. Upon exiting the school, the duo walked side by side. Zhang Zhu carried a backpack, hanging it casually from his right shoulder. I heard you got into a fight. Are you hurt? Zhang Zhu turned to Gu Qinghan, his concern evident. Gu Qinghan walked briskly, pausing at his words. No major injuries, she replied softly, for it was not her who had suffered a broken tooth. Zhang Zhu nodded in understanding and chose to say nothing further. A few turns from Taohua High School and a couple of kilometers later, they arrived at a bustling commercial street, renowned for its array of delectable treats and entertainment options. They ambled leisurely, taking about 40 minutes to reach their destination. What shall we eat? Zhang Zhu pondered, aware of Gu Qinghan's preferences, yet feigning ignorance, as he believed it might foster undue dependence. Gu Qinghan turned to him, winking playfully. You decide. Very well, he acquiesced. By the time they reached the commercial street, dusk was settling in, and the throngs of people had noticeably increased, prompting Gu Qinghan to draw closer to Zhang Zhu. Without a second thought, he instinctively adjusted his position, creating space between them. Gu Qinghan, noticing his evasive behavior, clenched her teeth in frustration. So, you prefer to keep your distance, do you? At that moment, a passerby hurried by and inadvertently collided with Zhang Zhu, sending him stumbling. I'm so sorry, the stranger exclaimed, quickly realizing his mistake. Gu Qinghan, taken aback, rushed forward to assist him. Are you all right, Xiao Zhu? She asked. Concern etched on her face as she looked down at Zhang Zhu on the ground, her heart aching for him. Zhang Zhu was utterly bewildered, having been knocked to the ground by a momentary lapse in focus. He felt a twinge of pain in his ankle and, with some difficulty, managed to rise with the support of Gu Qinghan. The passerby, clearly flustered, realized that his playful scuffle with a friend had led to this unfortunate incident. Please, take a seat. I'll call for an ambulance. He insisted upon witnessing Zhang Zhu's struggle, particularly alarmed to see him in the uniform of Taohua High School. Zhang Zhu, equally surprised by the passerby's concern, quickly interjected, It's nothing serious. My ankle is just a bit sore. I'll be fine after a short rest. Gu Qinghan, her eyes filled with worry, gazed intently at Zhang Zhu, for her greatest fear in life was for his well-being. Are you truly all right, Xiao Zhu? Zhang Zhu, on the verge of tears, desperately wished to reassure her, insisting that he was fine, merely experiencing a slight discomfort in his ankle. Did he truly appear as if he were overly sweetened by candy? Noticing the skepticism in the expressions of the two, he stood up and lightly hopped twice. See, I told you I'm fine. Gu Qinghan felt a wave of relief wash over her at this display. The passerby echoed her sentiments, saying, I'm glad to hear that. If anything arises later, please call me. I will take responsibility. He then retrieved a pen and a piece of paper from his satchel. Here is my number. I must be on my way now, he said, hurriedly jotting down his contact information before departing. Gu Qinghan gently assisted Zhang Zhu, playfully chiding him. You always care too much about appearances. Let us go, young master. With her martial arts training, she easily discerned his facade of bravado. Zhang Zhu, caught off guard by her perceptiveness, broke into a grin. The dim light under the nearby trees had contributed to the passerby's unfortunate collision with him. Once Gu Qinghan helped him to a nearby chair, she crouched down beside him. What are you doing, Gu Qinghan? Zhang Zhu initially thought she intended to rest with him, but was taken aback by her next move. Gu Qinghan lifted her exquisite face and playfully responded, What do you think? I'm here to alleviate your ankle pain. With that, she reached out to remove his shoe. Wait, there are people around, my Qinghan. Zhang Zhu exclaimed, startled. Although the lighting was dim and the area sparsely populated, they were still in a commercial district. If someone from Taohua High were to witness this, it would surely lead to chaos. Zhang Zhu had no inkling that many were already aware of the nature of his relationship with Gu Qinghan. Even if they were to declare themselves lovers, no one would bat an eye, especially after the events at the school gate earlier that day. I don't want that. I just want to take a look, Gu Qinghan declared, disregarding Zhang Zhu's protest. She firmly held his foot in place and slipped off his shoe. To her dismay, she noticed a hint of bruising around his ankle. "You said you were fine, but look at this. It's already bruised," she exclaimed, seeing Zhang Zhu fall silent. Gu Qinghan gently pressed on the affected area. "Oh," Zhang Zhu gasped, unprepared for her direct pressure on his injury, the sharp pain shooting through him. After a few minutes of administrations, he began to feel a measure of relief. "How does it feel?" "This is something my martial arts instructor taught me," Gu Qinghan said, a playful smirk gracing her lips. "It feels significantly better," Zhang Zhu admitted, unable to lie about the marked improvement. Encouraged by this, he tentatively tried to stand on his own and discovered that the pain had lessened considerably. Gu Qinghan, seeing this, rushed to support him. "You mustn't overexert yourself. Young master, you've always done this since childhood, acting tough when it's unseemly. Don't you know that as foolish?" Her tone betrayed her disbelief. For throughout their shared experiences, both in childhood and in his previous life, Zhang Zhu had a history of such stubbornness. "Let us stick to our usual routine," Zhang Zhu suggested, recalling how they would often visit a small hot pot restaurant after establishing their relationship. However, their student budgets were tight, and splitting costs made it more manageable. Where was that place again? Since graduating high school, they had seldom returned to this part of town, having pursued their studies far from home. Moreover, they had both moved away from the city. Zhang Zhu cast a sideways glance at Gu Qinghan. "What's wrong?" Gu Qinghan, puzzled by his sudden change in demeanor, responded. "You lead the way. I might not keep up if I walk ahead." In an effort to avoid awkwardness, Zhang Zhu decided to fabricate a small lie, reasoning that forgetting after so many years was entirely normal. Gu Qinghan, taken aback by his statement, momentarily faltered. Where was that restaurant again? The same question resurfaced in her mind, but fortunately, Gu Qinghan had led the way previously, so the memories were still vivid. As Zhang Zhu observed the bustling crowd, he realized that even a decade ago, this area had been thriving. After a winding journey of several minutes, they finally halted in front of a familiar sign. Gu Qinghan raised her cool, clear gaze to read the familiar name. "This is it." Zhang Zhu mirrored her gaze, a flood of memories cascading through his mind like a clear spring. Indeed, this was the essence of nostalgia. The hot pot restaurant's staff approached them, greeting them warmly. "Hello. Are you here to dine? We have discounts today since it's the weekend." In truth, it was Gu Qinghan who had a penchant for hot pot in their past life. Zhang Zhu merely accompanied her. "Two, please," Gu Qinghan replied. The server smiled and led them to a table for four. "Please wait a moment. I'll fetch the menu," she said before departing. Zhang Zhu nodded, surveying the familiar surroundings. It still felt like home. The small establishment was less crowded, particularly since it was summer and not the peak season for hot pot. "Are you planning to explore the city tomorrow?" Gu Qinghan asked, now determined to accelerate their relationship since she had been reborn. Zhang Zhu ignored her inquiry, grappling for an excuse. After all, they had frequently ventured into the city together on weekends, and their homes were conveniently close. Whatever excuse he concocted, she would likely see through it. Having spent so many years together, even the high school version of Gu Qinghan knew him well. Seeing that Zhang Zhu seemed unresponsive, Gu Qinghan reiterated her suggestion. "Zhang Zhu, let us go to the city tomorrow." Frustrated, she felt like biting someone. "Maybe we should go. I'd rather stay home and play some games." Zhang Zhu could only resort to this as an excuse. If it were too outrageous, it would not suffice, and if it were too trivial, the other party would incessantly pester him. "Can't you play at night? I'll come back in the evening to keep you company," he suggested. What could possibly be more significant than spending time with a childhood sweetheart? "You scoundrel. Recently, a delightful parkour game was released, and I heard from classmates that it's quite enjoyable. I thought I might give it a try." A decade ago, the emergence of a parkour game completely dominated the gaming charts, a feat that was truly astonishing. Gu Qinghan lifted her enchanting, almond-shaped eyes and gazed intently at him. But upon encountering the abyssal darkness of his eyes without a hint of reaction, she finally abandoned this plan. "If it's that fun, then I shall play tomorrow as well. I'll come to your house to find you." Emotions resemble a line imbued with warmth, requiring a gradual increase in temperature to truly flourish. Gu Qinghan believed that their emotional connection would likely only reach its fullness in their second year of high school, so she resolved to expedite the process. Zhang Zhu, upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, found himself somewhat bewildered. He had merely sought an excuse. He rarely played games and had initially planned to draft a plan for tomorrow. He had even thought of a title, Rebirth, a journey of resurgence starting from a modest goal. Now, hearing Gu Qinghan, his plans were thrown into disarray. "Perhaps it's best to forget it. Girls typically don't enjoy such games. We can postpone it. The swiftest way to heat up a relationship is through solitude." An unspoken understanding between them. Of course, Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan came from families that had known each other for generations, so they had been acquainted since birth. Let alone solitude. They had shared a bed for many years. Do you have some secret you're hiding from me? Since her rebirth, Gu Qinghan had begun to notice that Zhang Zhu possessed certain oddities. He was not quite the same Zhang Zhu she remembered, whose eyes had once sparkled with a clear light, a light that signified his affection for her, which was now conspicuously absent. An unsettling thought crossed Gu Qinghan's mind. Could it be that Zhang Zhu had also transmigrated back to their high school days along with her? However, considering their circumstances in the previous life, Gu Qinghan dare not reveal too much. After all, if that were the case, he would surely distance himself from her. Thus, she resolved to bide her time. It's fine. I've heard the girls in class say they want to play too, Gu Qinghan said, her stunning features widening in excitement, her eyes sparkling like stars. Witnessing this scene stirred a ripple of emotions within Zhang Zhu. It was utterly unfair. He feared Gu Qinghan employing this tactic. How could he refuse? Then you may come find me tomorrow, he conceded. Though he referred to finding her, their families lived next door, but Zhang Zhu's parents were abroad. If he were to play alone, he would stay up late. In her previous life, Gu Qinghan often wanted to visit Zhang Zhu, but no one ever answered the door, which was incredibly frustrating for her. Later, after they had confirmed their relationship, Gu Qinghan had given Zhang Zhu a spare key to his home. Otherwise, if she wanted to see him, she would have to wait until he woke up, and that wasted an entire day. Is anyone home now? Gu Qinghan inquired. Zhang Zhu pondered for a moment, realizing that his parents were likely still overseas, and as for siblings, he had none as he was an only child. He shook his head in response. No, but they might return for the National Day holiday. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan's eyes sparkled. Then I shall go to your house tonight. Frequently, not only Zhang Zhu's parents were absent, but Gu Qinghan's parents were often away as well. Cooking and chores were tasks they tackled together, which led to their lack of concern regarding the presence of the opposite sex. Tonight is likely not feasible. Zhang Zhu firmly denied Gu Qinghan's suggestion. Why not? Dewey spline. Gu Qinghan pressed. Why would it be possible? Zhang Zhu stammered, unsure of his own reasoning. Perhaps I'm that. Seeing Zhang Zhu falter and struggle to articulate his thoughts only deepened Gu Qinghan's conviction that he was akin to her. In their previous life, their relationship had grown increasingly cold. Zhang Zhu treated her similarly. They had not shared warmth, nor even meaningful exchanges. Their engagement felt as if it were not. I will go tonight. If you're not home, I'll call your uncle and aunt to say you went to an internet cafe for an all-nighter. Zhang Zhu quickly interjected, fearing that if his parents were to get involved, it would only lead to trouble. He had endured enough annoyance in his past life. Having returned to high school, he wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. Fine. You can come tonight, but just come after you've showered. Gu Qinghan's eyes gleamed as she regarded Zhang Zhu, giving a playful huff. Chapter 8. The hot pot for memory at that moment. A crisp sound of footsteps approached the two. Here you go. This is our restaurant's menu. Please take a look, said a waitress returning with a menu in hand, followed by a young woman carrying a teapot. The young woman proceeded to pour tea into 2 cups placed before Zhang Zhu. This is our house special black tea. You may give it a try, the waitress encouraged. Zhang Zhu nodded appreciatively, mumbling a thank you. Once you've made your selection, simply mark it with the pen on the table and take it to the front. With that, the waitress departed, leaving the young woman nearby who leaned in closer. You're Gu Qinghan? The sudden inquiry startled Zhang Zhu. Do you know each other? He asked, intrigued, as Gu Qinghan didn't he seem like someone with many acquaintances. Gu Qinghan was equally surprised. Did they know one another? The girl was clad in black attire, her hair tied back, and wearing a mask that revealed only her captivating eyes. I'm Su Qing, she said, removing her mask to reveal a lovely face. Suin? Gu Qinghan gradually recalled, realizing this was the girl who had sat beside her. It's you. Are you working part-time? Many students from Peach Blossom High frequented this commercial street for part-time jobs due to the lucrative pay and minimal hours required for enough spending money for several days. Su Qing smiled softly. Yes, I come here for part-time work. There's not much to do at home. Gu Qinghan didn't know much about Su Qing, but she didn't appear to come from a struggling background, so she refrained from further questioning. I see. Su Qing, noticing the boy sitting across from Gu Qinghan, was somewhat taken aback. Although she had heard that Gu Qinghan was close to a boy, she had never seen him before. However, upon seeing Zhang Zhu, she couldn't help but wonder what kind of boy could capture Gu Qinghan's heart. Zhang Zhu observed the conversation between the two, choosing to remain silent, as he was unfamiliar with the young woman, neither in this life nor in the last. However, when he lifted his gaze, he noticed the girl looking in his direction. Out of courtesy, Zhang Zhu greeted her. Hello, I am Zhang Zhu from Class 3, a friend of Gu Qinghan. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback by his greeting, not expecting him to acknowledge her. Hello, I am Su Qing from Class 1. Zhang Zhu smiled and nodded, then picked up a pen to doodle on the menu. Gu Qinghan, sitting nearby, refrained from saying much, as her nature was not to engage in extended conversation with those she did not know well, especially since they were not particularly familiar with each other. Observing the scene, Su Qing understood the dynamics and remarked, "You two take your time eating. Just hand me the menu when you're ready." After Su Qing departed, Gu Qinghan gently tapped her face and exhaled, "Why does it feel a bit warm?" After sighing, Gu Qinghan removed her school uniform to reveal a black long-sleeve shirt underneath. "It's nearly 30 degrees today, and there's no fan here," Zhang Zhu replied quietly. "Is this enough? Is there anything else?" He then handed the menu he had sketched on to Gu Qinghan. After a cursory glance, she responded, "That's all, I suppose." Zhang Zhu nodded and got up to approach the front desk. Before long, he returned with the order. "I requested a mildly spicy broth. It's too hot for me today, or I might break out." Gu Qinghan had always enjoyed exceedingly spicy foods, while Zhang Zhu could only tolerate medium spice. In his previous life, he had endured extreme spiciness numerous times for her, often suffering greatly. After that, Gu Qinghan refrained from ordering overly spicy dishes, primarily out of concern for him. "All right, mildly spicy sounds good." In a short while, a server brought the broth to their table. Unfortunately, the small establishment did not offer a dual-flavor pot, which Zhang Zhu lamented, as he feared he might soon break out, unable to resist the allure of spicy food. "Aren't you curious why I confronted that person today?" Noticing Zhang Zhu's silence, Gu Qinghan initiated the conversation herself. Upon hearing her, Zhang Zhu lifted his gaze. He sensed that she wished to hold his hand. For reasons unknown, he retained a keen memory of Gu Qinghan's affairs, recalling what others had said after just one mention. Gu Qinghan was slightly taken aback by his insight. "Yes, and that individual also mentioned that if they couldn't date him, they would come after you." "Come after me? Why would they do that? Shouldn't they be confronting you instead?" Zhang Zhu was perplexed, as he was not Gu Qinghan's boyfriend at present. "He claimed to have investigated us. That person must be Conan, right? Besides, you can't just hit someone because of an investigation. I am not rejecting you. Hitting is justified. A lunatic like that deserves it." Were it not for Zhang Zhu's lack of fighting prowess, he would have confronted that so-called wind and rain himself. Isn't that insane? While the two conversed, the hot pot ingredients were gradually brought over by Su Qing. "All right, this is everything you ordered. Enjoy your meal," she softly said to Gu Qinghan before departing. Gazing at the array of ingredients before her, Gu Qinghan delicately placed them into the pot using chopsticks. Zhang Zhu rose to fetch 2 plates of dipping sauce from the condiment station, selecting flavors he particularly enjoyed. "These are ready. You should eat," Gu Qinghan urged, serving the cooked items into Zhang Zhu's bowl. "Delicious, though some are still a bit undercooked." Zhang Zhu took a gentle bite, savoring the familiar taste that evoked memories unique to him. "Is that so? Then I shall cook them a bit longer." Upon tasting, Gu Qinghan confirmed that some indeed remained slightly raw. Thus, the two continued to chat and enjoy their meal. Time flew by, and an hour passed in the blink of an eye. "Are you full?" Zhang Zhu wiped his mouth lightly, having finished his meal, which he found quite enjoyable. Gu Qinghan had also eaten her fill, though she typically did not consume such large portions. However, the flavors were intertwined with vivid memories. "All right." Zhang Zhu nodded and stood up to settle the bill. A short while later, he returned with 2 bottles of drinks in hand. "Let's go home." Chapter 9. Homeward Bound. Walking along the cobblestone path, bustling with students, Zhang Zhu glanced up at the sky, observing that the dusk had already enveloped the horizon. "Do you want to eat anything else? Or shall we head home?" He watched as Gu Qinghan walked briskly beside him, noting the slight disarray in her hair. Gu Qinghan was not particularly eager to return home, but she recognized that continuing to pursue Zhang Zhu in this lifetime was of greater importance than mere amusement. "Let us head home. It seems there is nothing more to eat or do." Zhang Zhu nodded gently and proceeded forward. Their homes were located not far from Peach Blossom High School, merely 2 to 3 kilometers away. However, the distance increased with the commercial street in between. After a short 20-minute walk, Zhang Zhu wiped the sweat from his brow. The night had fully descended, and a gentle breeze swept through the air. Upon noticing Zhang Zhu pause, Gu Qinghan smiled slightly. "Are you too tired to walk? Do you want me to carry you?" Zhang Zhu shot her a sidelong glance, finding her playful grin mischievous. "What do you mean carry you? Am I the kind of person who cannot walk?" "No need. My shoelaces are just untied," he retorted, trying to maintain his composure. Seeing Zhang Zhu's stubbornness, Gu Qinghan beamed brightly. "Come on, Zhang Zhu, be reasonable." In her previous life, Gu Qinghan exhibited more boyfriend-like qualities than Zhang Zhu. She often took on the more physically demanding tasks. Sometimes, Zhang Zhu felt that she resembled a boy more than he did. "All right, then you should tie your shoelaces quickly," she said gently, a charming dimple appearing on her cheek. Zhang Zhu's heart fluttered at the sight, as Gu Qinghan's high school years were indeed her most enchanting phase, incomparable to her appearance in her 20s in the last life. Why do I say this? because she was sweet and affectionate in high school. Unlike the absurdity of the past, Gu Qinghan looked at Zhang Zhu, feeling an inexplicable fondness for him. Could it be that the union of adulthood and youth resulted in a synergy greater than the sum of its parts? Let us go, little Zhu. With that, Gu Qinghan set off with light steps, leading the way. Zhang Zhu shook his head, then followed her closely. In this manner, the two strolled for less than half an hour before returning home. Why say both? Because Gu Qinghan's home was conveniently adjacent to Zhang Zhu's. Indeed, as childhood friends, it was only natural for their residences to be in such close proximity. Zhang Zhu cast a sidelong glance at Gu Qinghan, who stood at his doorstep. Why are you here instead of going home? He recognized her innocence. It was the version of her from 10 years hence that he found unappealing. Their lack of a period for mutual adjustment contributed to this sentiment. Thus, to avert further melodrama, he seldom shunned her company, even if it sparked confusion and misunderstanding on her part. Yet, this was a step toward a more favorable outcome. My water heater is broken, Gu Qinghan pouted, her peach blossom eyes glimmering with light. I can fix it. Zhang Zhu's remark momentarily startled her, particularly as her lovely eyes widened in surprise. It was during their university days that he had learned to repair a water heater. She recalled that day vividly when she had gone to the restroom to prepare for a shower, only to discover the water heater malfunctioning, further aggravating her already tense argument with Zhang Zhu. In her frustration, she had called him for assistance, and to her astonishment, he managed to fix it. That was his first experience with such repairs. The Zhang Zhu of their high school days would have been utterly clueless, cementing her belief that he too hailed from the future. With her eyes slightly reddened, she had anticipated that his rebirth would mean distancing himself from her. She had always believed their issues were merely obstacles to overcome. So why did he feel the need to eliminate the very essence of their connection? She didn't want this. She simply cared for him. Zhang Zhu, noticing the redness in Gu Qinghan's eyes, was taken aback. Was it merely his rejection that had brought her to tears? Had she always been this emotional in high school? Come in, but I must insist no chaos, he said, retrieving a key from his bag and gently turning it in the lock. With a click, he opened the door. As Zhang Zhu stepped inside, Gu Qinghan discreetly wiped away the tears threatening to fall, then steeled herself and followed him in. Upon entering the house, she saw him seated on a chair, savoring a piece of candy. What is this? She asked, recalling the earlier redness in her own eyes. Zhang Zhu resolved to act more graciously. Even if their paths diverged, the bond they shared transcended the ordinary. Accepting the candy he offered, Gu Qinghan unwrapped the pale blue sweet and placed it in her mouth. What kind of candy is this? It's delicious. The moment it touched her tongue, she experienced a uniquely delightful sweetness, refreshingly light and not cloying. It's from someone else. I don't know what it is, he replied, explaining that it was a new confection given to him by Wu Li earlier that day. Who is it? Can you ask that person to bring me some? Gu Qinghan inquired, pleased with the flavor, but also secretly curious about the giver's identity, whether male or female. Zhang Zhu shook his head. You wouldn't know them. They claimed it was a new product still in development. He then retreated to his bedroom. Seeing him disregard her presence made Gu Qinghan feel a pang of sadness. Things had not always been this way between them. Here, Zhang Zhu emerged from his room, holding several more candies. Did you not say you had none? I never said that. I merely suggested that the person who gave it to me might not have many. He clarified, handing her the candies. Gu Qinghan took them and pulled out her phone, settling onto a wooden bench. Weren't we supposed to play a game? How about my phone now? Let us begin. Although she was not a gaming enthusiast, she had played with Zhang Zhu for a time back in the day. Let us postpone that. I need to prepare for a shower, he replied, glancing at her, puzzled. Aren't you going to shower? I'll wait until you're done, Gu Qinghan responded, narrowing her eyes at him. How can you shower without clothes? Realizing her oversight, Gu Qinghan blushed, almost reverting to her past habits. Oh, I'll run back and grab some. Just wait for me. She hurriedly dashed to her own home next door. Why is this version of Gu Qinghan so scatterbrained? Zhang Zhu mused, sipping on a can of cola as he watched her depart. Before long, she returned with a few articles of clothing. Zhang Zhu had little interest in what she wore or favored, considering their past, where they were on the brink of marriage after more than 2 decades of being childhood friends. Noticing Zhang Zhu's indifferent demeanor, Gu Qinghan chose to ignore it. She had realized that her high school attire felt somewhat outdated and was reluctant to wear it. Why don't you sit for a moment? There are drinks on the table, along with your favorite chips, he suggested after finishing his cola. All right, she replied, pulling out her phone to pass the time as Zhang Zhu left the room. She noticed it was an iPhone, opened a messaging app, and glanced at Zhang Zhu's phone charging nearby. A sly smile crept onto her face as she snatched his phone, curious to explore its secrets. After a moment, she successfully unlocked it, recalling that in their previous life, Zhang Zhu favored the simple password of 232,425, which was easy to remember. To her surprise, she saw only a handful of messages, one from a girl who had sent a text just hours earlier. Is it good? Bamboo. Should I bring more tomorrow? Zhang Zhu had not replied, which eased Gu Qinghan's mind. She feared her rebirth might have triggered unforeseen consequences. With a crisp tap, she typed a brief response. No. Thank you. Knowing Zhang Zhu rarely engaged with messaging apps, she felt assured that her intervention had not altered the past. Soon, a reply flashed on her screen. Is it not tasty? I have several flavors here. Would you like to try? Seeing the girl's profile picture, marked as Wu Li, Gu Qinghan felt a flicker of irritation. Did this girl not realize that Zhang Zhu had a stunning childhood companion? The audacity! A smirk played on her lips as she formulated a plan. No, I don't like things that sweet. If you have any, please bring some for Gu Qinghan. In another room, Wu Li paused, slightly taken aback. Why would I bring something for Gu Qinghan? But she decided it would be harmless and readily agreed. Very well. I shall bring a few more delicacies for Gu Qinghan to savor next week, she declared. Gu Qinghan observed the scene before her, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She was curious to discover the nature of the woman who dared to challenge her ethereal presence. I express my gratitude on Gu Qinghan's behalf, excusing myself to take a bath. Farewell. All right, goodbye. Gu Qinghan's countenance radiated joy as she gazed at the chat history. Subsequently, she deleted all the messages, including the previous inquiries about Zhang Zhu. She then connected to Zhang Zhu's Wi-Fi and began downloading that once popular game that had captivated the youth. As she watched the painfully slow progress bar, a twinge of irritation surged within her. Accustomed to the rapid pace of her past life, reverting to such primitive internet speeds was indeed vexing. Plugging her phone into the charger, Gu Qinghan rose and boldly entered Zhang Zhu's room. There, by the window, lay a cotton bed, adjacent to a pristine white desk adorned with numerous books. A lamp, shaped like a flower, illuminated the space, beneath which two figurines of female protagonists from Japanese comics resided. Gu Qinghan leaped lightly onto Zhang Zhu's bed, relishing the comfort offered. She closed her eyes, reminiscing about the day's events. In comparison to the joy of her rebirth, she found Zhang Zhu's attitude towards her to be far more disheartening. As she reflected on her past self, she realized, I had been too oppressive towards her. This time, I shall not repeat that mistake, little Zhu. Gu Qinghan murmured softly, cradling Zhang Zhu's duck plushie. For many, a romantic relationship embodies youth, affection, the thrill of infatuation, and the delicate balance of choices between right and wrong, as well as the enchantment of love at first sight and enduring companionship. However, for Gu Qinghan, Zhang Zhu was her lifelong partner. She had little to articulate. The mere sight of Zhang Zhu brought her joy, and her happiness mirrored Gu Qinghan's own. Conversely, she felt a pang of jealousy when she saw Zhang Zhu enjoying the company of other girls, and her displeasure grew if Zhang Zhu did not spend time with her. Yet, despite her emotions, her heart belonged solely to Zhang Zhu. Lost in thought, a few tears escaped the corners of her eyes. Zhang Zhu, in the bathroom, gazed into the mirror, confronting his youthful self. The boy reflected back was remarkably handsome, particularly his eyes, which glimmered like lights in the dark, drawing one in. Wash quickly. The situation is unavoidable, he muttered to himself before proceeding with the shower. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Zhu emerged from the bathroom, donning a pair of shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, a white towel in hand to dry his damp hair. Noticing a few lingering wet strands, he fetched a hairdryer from the living room and began to dry his hair. Where has Gu Qinghan gone? He wondered, lifting his dark eyes to scan the living room, puzzled by her absence. Has she gone home? After quickly drying his hair, Zhang Zhu tidied up and prepared to return to his room. What are you doing here? He asked, taken aback to find Gu Qinghan lounging on his bed, clutching her favorite duck plushie. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Why does she so enjoy my bed? In his previous life, he had a more comfortable bed than Zhang Zhu's, yet she had always preferred his. This baffled him. Did his bed possess some hidden luxury he was unaware of? He had even inquired with his mother, but to no avail. Am I not allowed in? Gu Qinghan replied, discreetly wiping away her tears. As long as you are happy, she added. Zhang Zhu had grown immune to her declarations. Despite Gu Qinghan's previous tendency to become overly possessive, she had also been quite formidable during high school. If Zhang Zhu were to refuse her now, she would likely retaliate. He simply could not withstand that. Chapter 11. Zhang Zhu. Why do I always match with such skilled players? How do I even compete? How did you wash up so quickly? Gu Qinghan looked up at Zhang Zhu, puzzled by his rapid exit from the bathroom. Isn't it normal for boys to shower quickly? Zhang Zhu questioned, bemused. Are there really boys who take longer than 10 minutes? Is that so? Gu Qinghan's exquisite features remained fixed on him. Go wash up already, Zhang Zhu insisted. unable to endure her gaze any longer. Upon hearing his words, Gu Qinghan rose from the bed. All right, I shall go wash now. Please check on the game as progress for me. Zhang Zhu nodded lightly, assuring her that monitoring the game was no trouble. Gu Qinghan slipped on her slippers, retrieved her clothes from the living room, and headed to the bathroom. Watching her depart, Zhang Zhu glanced around the bedroom he had inhabited a decade ago, taking a cursory look before leaving. Observing that Gu Qinghan had unplugged his phone from the charger, he felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He then activated his own phone, only to find it was charged to less than 50%. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan's phone displayed a robust 98%. She has so much battery left and still unplugs mine? Does she not realize how slow charging is now? Back then, nothing was more bothersome than slow charging speeds. Of course, if he hadn't experienced the wonders of 240 fast charging, he wouldn't have been so critical. Zhang Zhu's current sentiment reflected this frustration. After all, it took over an hour to fully charge, and he simply could not bear the weight. He unplugged Gu Qinghan's phone and connected his charger to his own device. This is much better, he mused, placing his phone down before picking up Gu Qinghan's device. He remembered the password effortlessly, unlocking it and accessing the App Store. The download is at 90%? How is that possible? He marveled, realizing Gu Qinghan must have just begun the download. Curiosity piqued, he opened her messaging app. Having never seen it before, primarily because Gu Qinghan had always been protective of her privacy. Staring at a profile picture featuring a girl with her own selfie as the avatar, Zhang Zhu was taken aback. She truly isn't afraid of revealing her photo? He scrolled through her friends list, finding only his name. Is it possible she has added no one else? He pondered, incredulous. Clicking on their conversation, he was met with a photo that sent his heart racing, a snapshot of them from elementary school at an amusement park. Zhang Zhu, carrying Gu Qinghan on his back, wore a comically exasperated expression, while Gu Qinghan beamed at the camera with a radiant smile, flashing a peace sign. A tremor of emotion coursed through him. He had never seen this photograph in his previous life. Just as Zhang Zhu was lost in thought, Gu Qinghan, in the bathroom, stared at a remarkable scene unfolding before her. Why is this water so scalding? I enjoy warmth, but not to this extreme, Gu Qinghan exclaimed, having disrobed in preparation for a refreshing shower. However, upon turning on the spray, the water was alarmingly hot, leaving her utterly startled. How can one bathe in such temperatures? Could it be that Zhang Zhu's skin is resistant to heat? Zhang Zhu, quickly adjust the water to a cooler setting for me, she shouted towards him outside. Since Zhang Zhu's water heater was controlled from outside the bathroom, Gu Qinghan was unable to make the adjustment herself. In the living room, Zhang Zhu was engrossed in flipping through Gu Qinghan's penguin collection when he suddenly realized her predicament. All right, he replied loudly, hastening towards the bathroom. At the bathroom door, he glanced at the water heater and noted that he had accidentally set the temperature too high during his earlier shower. Rising onto his toes, he adjusted the dial towards the cooler setting. Done. Is it still too hot? Inside the bathroom, Gu Qinghan tested the water with her hand, relieved to find it had transformed into a more tolerable warmth. Perfect, she called out, satisfied. With Zhang Zhu assured that all was well, he turned to leave. As for why he didn't glance at Gu Qinghan's graceful form, it was simply because the door offered no view, not even a shadow of her silhouette. Listening to the silence outside, Gu Qinghan felt her thoughts dissipate, allowing her to relax and commence her shower. Why are you lounging here? She asked, emerging from the bathroom, gently tousling her damp hair. Zhang Zhu was reclining on a mahogany chair in the living room, charging his device while watching television. It's too hot in here, he remarked. Living near the coast meant summer arrived swiftly, especially at night. Those who believed the sea breeze would cool them off were mistaken. The coast offered nothing but heat. Why not turn on the air conditioning? Are you reluctant to use it? Gu Qinghan inquired, even though she hadn't seen the air conditioner in his bedroom. She was well aware of its existence from their long-standing relationship. It gets too cold when it's on, and the living room remains quite comfortable, Zhang Zhu replied. He was unbothered by the heat, primarily due to the shift in their relationship dynamics. If he entered his bedroom, she would undoubtedly follow, and the idea of sending her away was laughable. Is that so? What about your hairdryer? Zhang Zhu pointed beneath the television. Gu Qinghan glanced over and discovered the black hairdryer prominently placed. Can you help me dry my hair? It's difficult to manage alone. After retrieving the hairdryer, she settled beside Zhang Zhu and gazed into his eyes. Zhang Zhu initially considered ignoring her request, as he was not her servant. However, upon noticing her slight irritation, he felt compelled to comply. Gu Qinghan playfully grasped his arm, which was surprisingly sturdy. Fine, I'll dry it, he conceded, startled by her sudden assertiveness. Despite her gentle grasp, memories of past experiences flashed through his mind, reminding him of the pain she could inflict if provoked. You're so reluctant over something as trivial as drying hair. You were much easier to deal with in the past, she scoffed, fully aware of his intentions. It was clear he wished to distance himself from her. But that was not an option. The past was behind them, and she was not adept at drying hair anyway. Zhang Zhu found himself at a loss for a retort. Their mutual affection had transformed, and the nature of their bond had shifted entirely. Chapter 12. Zhang Zhu. Why is childhood friendship so profound? Grasping the hairdryer and plugging it in, Zhang Zhu sighed as he observed the quietly composed Gu Qinghan. Hurry up, didn't we agree to play a game? She turned to him puzzled. Zhang Zhu gently began to comb through her hair, feeling the unique texture that belonged solely to her. Use more force. There are still many damp spots, Gu Qinghan noted, sensing his lack of effort. Zhang Zhu proceeded to tousle her hair, and after a brief session of drying, he finally achieved the desired result. All right, that's enough. Is the game ready to go? Yes, I just finished installing it, Zhang Zhu replied. Before she had a chance to even inquire, he had already set up the game on her phone. Initially, he had wanted to browse through her penguin collection from high school, but she had emerged too quickly. Her bathing speed was hardly what one would expect from a typical girl. Let us start playing. I heard this game has a two-player mode. Let us give it a try, Gu Qinghan suggested. Zhang Zhu turned to her, puzzled. How did she know that the game could be played in pairs? Have you played it before? Not at all. I heard some guys talking about it. They play it every day, she explained. Zhang Zhu's CPU nearly overheated from the revelation. The familiar sounds echoed in his mind. It was a game that defined their youth. The most enjoyable game of that summer. What's your name? How should I address you? Gu Qinghan asked. We're already penguin friends, aren't we? Ah, I see. Then add me quickly. Zhang Zhu invited her into the two-player mode, selecting his favorite character. As they each chose their boosts, the game commenced. 3, 2, 1. With the countdown complete, their characters surged forward from the starting line. Zhang Zhu regarded Gu Qinghan with a degree of disdain, albeit only within the game. While he was not a gaming addict, he certainly wasn't a novice either, unlike Gu Qinghan, who had never shown interest in gaming before. However, this time, Gu Qinghan was determined not to let him win easily. In her previous life, she had diligently practiced various games to compete with Zhang Zhu. She had even ranked as high as 2,300 in the popular game Glory of Kings. Not only was she academically gifted, but she had never lost in gaming either. Zhang Zhu, on the other hand, was merely average, relying on Gu Qinghan to carry him through every match, which had eventually drained his enthusiasm for gaming. With a swift acceleration, Gu Qinghan's character zoomed past Zhang Zhu's. Turning her head, Zhang Zhu was incredulous. She actually knows how to play? This revelation caught him off guard, as she had always appeared indifferent to games. Without holding back, Zhang Zhu also accelerated, temporarily surpassing her, but only for a fleeting moment. As the character Gu Qinghan entered the final sprint phase, he swiftly surpassed Zhang Zhu by a considerable margin. Zhang Zhu was engulfed in disbelief. Was this truly Gu Qinghan? How could he possess such extraordinary prowess in this game? Although Zhang Zhu could not claim to know everything about Gu Qinghan, he certainly felt he understood him well enough. The opponent's skill was far beyond what he could fathom. Was there perhaps something he remained unaware of? In response to Zhang Zhu's incredulity, Gu Qinghan merely snorted dismissively. Could it not be that I'm simply exceptionally gifted? Zhang Zhu gazed at him, wide-eyed and incredulous. He refused to accept that Gu Qinghan possessed any extraordinary talent. Zhang Zhu believed his own gaming prowess was commendable. How could he possibly falter in such a straightforward one-on-one match? I feel that, rather than your so-called exceptional talent, it would be more realistic to say I am akin to Qin Shi Huang. In truth, Zhang Zhu had been playing on his deskmate's phone during class. As she often indulged in this game out of boredom, Zhang Zhu nodded. If that were the case, it made sense. After all, in his previous life, he had stumbled upon the game while playing alongside his deskmate, and within a week, he had surpassed her year's worth of experience. Thus, he resonated deeply with Gu Qinghan's sentiments, as he had once been regarded as a gaming prodigy. It was only upon encountering a true genius that he realized the insignificance of his own abilities. If you have some spare time, could you assist me in leveling up my character, Qinghan? Zhang Zhu had long harbored a regret from his past. He had finished second in class, always outperformed by a certain individual on the leaderboard, who happened to be his deskmate in high school. This person had a knack for irking him, often doing so intentionally. Witnessing Gu Qinghan's prowess was a revelation for Zhang Zhu. Could this be the serendipitous moment to rectify his past grievances and retaliate against that overbearing deskmate? Gu Qinghan, puzzled by Zhang Zhu's request, recalled that such an event had never transpired in his previous life. My deskmate always put on a facade. I found it quite infuriating. Zhang Zhu had initially considered concealing this humiliation, but given Gu Qinghan's character, he realized that without a compelling reason to convince him, it would be futile to ask for assistance in gaming. You boys are truly immature. Why would you feel the need to show off over such trivial matters? Gu Qinghan had some understanding of the competitive spirit that often characterized boys. After all, having spent so many years together, she knew Zhang Zhu's personality intimately. If even a usually aloof Zhang Zhu had a competitive streak, one could only imagine the fervor of other boys. Seeing Zhang Zhu's exasperation, Gu Qinghan reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, but do you still wish to play? She glanced at the finish line she had already crossed, and then at Zhang Zhu, who was still far behind. I won't be playing anymore. I suddenly realized I have other matters to attend to. When faced with the weak, I can engage in amiable conversation. When confronting a rival, I can muster my full strength for a duel. Yet, when faced with someone far superior, I choose to remain indifferent. This was Gu Qinghan's current attitude. Zhang Zhu was reluctant to seek out humiliation, especially since it seemed Gu Qinghan had no intention of going easy on him. Chapter 13. Zhang Zhu. Tutoring? Supervision is what I need. What is it? Gu Qinghan inquired, her curiosity piqued, especially since it was Zhang Zhu who had suggested playing games and even mentioned staying up late. Why had he suddenly backed out? Was he feeling insecure? I have to complete my homework. I just realized I haven't finished the assignment our language teacher gave us. If anyone claimed to relish the challenge of confronting the strong, they were undoubtedly of questionable sanity, extremely so, in fact, perhaps even masochistic. No one genuinely enjoys suffering, especially not in a manner devoid of resistance. Zhang Zhu found himself in this very predicament, having recently been bested by Gu Qinghan in a manner akin to an athlete easily outclassing a humanities student. Gu Qinghan's character had crossed the finish line long before, while Zhang Zhu was still only halfway there. Had he not been looking directly at Gu Qinghan, he might have suspected she had gained an unfair advantage. It was utterly astonishing. With comparable characters and mounts and similar enhancements, how could there be such a vast disparity? Then let me teach you. I happen to wish to reinforce my understanding of the language. At Taohua High School, the first class was filled with prodigies hailing from various regions, each boasting exam scores exceeding 700. Gu Qinghan consistently ranked among the top 3 in such an elite class. Her academic achievements were nothing short of terrifying. Thus, for Gu Qinghan, teaching Zhang Zhu was a trivial endeavor. In her past life, her academic performance had been sufficient to secure a place in a prestigious 985 university. Yet she had still felt compelled to subtly encourage Zhang Zhu to aim for a better institution. Zhang Zhu understood that an exceptional partner should not impede the other's progress. However, he had nevertheless altered her application to a mediocre 211 university, which happened to be his own, leaving him with lingering guilt. So, with her formidable abilities, Gu Qinghan felt confident in tutoring Zhang Zhu. No need. I just have 2 papers to complete. There's no need to trouble you. Zhang Zhu chose to ignore Gu Qinghan's offer, although the assignment had originally been for mathematics. A subject in which Gu Qinghan excelled, he was unwilling to provide her with an opportunity to showcase her talents. Not a bother at all. Just hurry and get them out. Gu Qinghan smiled at Zhang Zhu, fully aware of his thoughts. Observing his demeanor today, she was convinced he must have been reborn. His continued resistance suggested that only by transforming herself could she earn his acceptance once more. No, I suppose I do need them. Initially intending to decline, Zhang Zhu, noticing Gu Qinghan's tense posture as she clenched her fists, reluctantly agreed. In their previous life, Gu Qinghan might have feared causing Zhang Zhu pain, but the high school version of her felt no such trepidation. In their past, she had instilled a fear in him, prompting Zhang Zhu to spend months at the gym. While he ultimately discovered he could not surpass her, he did manage to develop a six-pack in the process. Bring them out. Realizing the situation was unavoidable, Zhang Zhu retrieved 2 language papers from his backpack. These were the assignments assigned that morning, intended for independent practice. However, faced with the current scenario, Zhang Zhu felt compelled to tell a small lie. I love honesty, he stated. You go ahead and work on it. I'll watch you. Gu Qinghan regarded the relatively simple paper before her, opting not to teach directly, but rather to observe Zhang Zhu's problem-solving approach. Zhang Zhu, somewhat reluctant, felt a pang of discomfort under her scrutiny. What's wrong? Would you rather go play on your phone for a bit? It's a bit uncomfortable with you so close. Zhang Zhu found himself uneasy with Gu Qinghan, who was nearly leaning against him. In the past, he would have thought nothing of such proximity, even welcoming a hug. In the past, Gu Qinghan cherished the warmth of embracing Zhang Zhu, even insisting on holding hands while walking. Why are you staring at me? I'm not here to entertain you. I'm here to help you with your homework. Gu Qinghan said, casting a frosty gaze at the reluctant Zhang Zhu. Any further comments were silenced, as Zhang Zhu begrudgingly closed his mouth. I also want to seek out a master at Wudong Mountain. As time slipped by, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Not bad at all. Your level hardly resembles that of someone ranked 300. It seems more akin to the top 100, Gu Qinghan remarked, astonished as he gazed at Zhang Zhu. albeit the latter was merely feigning surprise. After all, for Zhang Zhu, who had once aced a mid-tier 211 university entrance exam in his past life, these foundational problems were child's play. Perhaps today's questions are relatively easier, Zhang Zhu mused, unaware that Gu Qinghan had been reborn. He instinctively refrained from raising any suspicions, adding, "Isn't this the practice midterm exam paper? Generally, the midterm papers are considerably more challenging. Is that so? I must have been studying a bit too diligently," Zhang Zhu replied, feeling flustered at the thought of Gu Qinghan outshining him. "Oh, then little Zhu, you are quite impressive." Gu Qinghan smiled, his eyes sparkling like blooming peach blossoms, and a small dimple gracing his cheek. Overwhelmed by Gu Qinghan's affectionate gaze, Zhang Zhu could only turn his head away, attempting to focus on the sky outside. Noticing that Zhang Zhu was ignoring him, Gu Qinghan slowly rose to his feet. "Would you like a late-night snack, little Zhu? I can whip something up for you." Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's offer, Zhang Zhu instinctively wanted to decline, but the thought of not eating enough to compete with Gu Qinghan loomed over him. "All right, I appreciate it." "Qinghan, not a bother at all," Gu Qinghan responded, slipping on his slippers and heading towards the kitchen. As Gu Qinghan walked away, a sense of yearning washed over Zhang Zhu. "If only you could remain this way forever, Qinghan." To Zhang Zhu, the grown Gu Qinghan felt less familiar, yet remained his closest kin. In contrast, the youthful Gu Qinghan held an irreplaceable place in Zhang Zhu's heart, a realm forever beyond reach in adulthood. Supporting himself with his hands, Zhang Zhu stood up, gazing out at the moonlit sky. After a brief moment, a voice called from ahead, "All right, little Zhu, come over." Coming back to his senses, Zhang Zhu paused for a moment before responding, "Okay." Entering the kitchen, he was greeted by 2 steaming bowls of noodles, leaving him momentarily speechless. "What do you think? They look delightful, right?" Gu Qinghan beamed at Zhang Zhu. "They do look lovely." Chapter 14. The eve of our adventure. As dawn broke, Zhang Zhu slowly opened his eyes, gazing out at the horizon where a ray of sunlight streamed in. What splendid weather, he thought, overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions. In that moment, it felt as though he had merged with his past self from 10 years ago. After sharing a meal with Gu Qinghan the previous night, they had engaged in pleasant conversation, which Zhang Zhu had eventually ended under the pretense of wanting to sleep. The good news was that their time together had concluded. The bad news was that Gu Qinghan had stayed the night at Zhang Zhu's home, citing fear due to the absence of family. Zhang Zhu, left with no choice, had reluctantly agreed, recognizing that Gu Qinghan was audacious enough to speak so brazenly. "Have you gotten up yet?" A melodious voice called from outside the door. Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's voice, Zhang Zhu quickly replied, "I'm up." Since he had promised Gu Qinghan they would visit the city, he dared not delay, especially after being threatened the day before. The timeline rewound to the previous evening. "Little Zhu, do you think it's better to go to the city early or later?" Gu Qinghan had asked. This was not their first outing together. In their past lives, they had traveled extensively, exploring the breathtaking landscapes of their homeland. However, this time felt different, tinged with youthful innocence and a hint of boldness. In previous years, Gu Qinghan would blush at the mere thought of holding Zhang Zhu's hand or leaning against him. Listening to Gu Qinghan, Zhang Zhu pretended to be captivated by the scenery, as though it held infinite charm. Observing Zhang Zhu's feigned ignorance, Gu Qinghan merely smiled, refraining from expressing the irritation he felt today. He stood up gracefully, brushing a few strands of hair from his shoulder. The jasmine-scented locks released a refreshing fragrance, a signature scent of Gu Qinghan, derived from his meticulously selected shampoo. "I noticed a few Japanese comics on your desk earlier. What would you say if your parents found out?" Gu Qinghan inquired. Zhang Zhu's expression tightened at the mention of his books. How did Gu Qinghan see my collection? Unbeknownst to Zhang Zhu, Gu Qinghan had been reborn, and he assumed his friend had stumbled upon them inadvertently. "I think morning would be the best time, don't you?" Zhang Zhu suggested, not out of fear, but merely viewing the outing with his childhood friend as a minor affair. "What about 8 o'clock in the morning?" Gu Qinghan asked. "You might need to inform my mom about that." Zhang Zhu thought to himself that he only ever had 8 o'clock classes during school days. Weekends hardly even saw him up by 10. "I noticed the cover seemed empty," Gu Qinghan teased. "Isn't 8 o'clock a bit too late? How about 7:30? Zhang Zhu was taken aback. Gu Qinghan had truly seen his teacher's cover. He had thought Gu Qinghan was merely joking, but now he realized he had been discovered. Zhang Zhu felt a bit apprehensive about his parents, who, while not overly strict, were quite chatty. If they found out, it would be unbearable. They were individuals who preferred tranquility. "I can manage," Gu Qinghan assured him. Returning to the present, the sequence of events unfolded as thus. "Hurry and wash up. I brought breakfast back just now. You can eat after you're done." Gu Qinghan's cool voice rang from outside. "Got it. I'll be out after I get dressed." Zhang Zhu replied, promptly springing from his bed and selecting a favorite outfit from his wardrobe. Glancing at his phone, he noticed it was just past 7. This realization startled Zhang Zhu. After all, he had only mentioned it casually. No wonder he felt a bit drowsy earlier. Pushing open his bedroom door, he made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Moments later, he emerged, gently patting his face dry with a towel, and walked towards the dining area, where Gu Qinghan was already enjoying breakfast. All done washing up? Gu Qinghan inquired, his mouth slightly greasy from food. Zhang Zhu nodded, momentarily taken aback by the sight. What's wrong? Noticing Gu Qinghan's puzzled expression, Zhang Zhu picked up a napkin from the table and dabbed at the corners of Gu Qinghan's mouth. At that moment, Gu Qinghan's heart raced unexpectedly. I haven't even made a move, yet he has already submitted. Could it be that I'm the protagonist of this story? With oil in hand, I shall assist you. Zhang Zhu was momentarily taken aback by Gu Qinghan's stunning visage, adorned with a hint of blush, complemented by her fervent peach blossom eyes. This sight rendered Zhang Zhu somewhat bashful. Casually, she seized a bun purchased by Gu Qinghan and took a delicate bite, the succulent meat bursting forth with flavor in her mouth. Is this from Old Zhou's shop? Not far from their home, there exists a renowned bun shop, famed locally. The proprietor, Old Zhou, is celebrated for crafting the best buns in the area, all at a modest price. Since graduating high school, neither Zhang Zhu nor Gu Qinghan had returned to this beloved place. As the familiar taste graced her palate, Zhang Zhu's memories began to intertwine. Indeed, it is the weekend, and the crowds are sparse. I ventured there to buy some, and you do adore these buns, do you not? Gu Qinghan, observing Zhang Zhu's surprise, chuckled softly, for she too had not visited in years. Yet, the bun shop remained a staple in Zhang Zhu's conversations, often evoking a remark whenever she sampled another establishment as offerings. None could compare to Old Zhou's. No wonder they are so delectable. Zhang Zhu nodded slightly, for in her recollections, Old Zhou's buns were unrivaled. In due time, the two finished their breakfast. I ventured out today. The weather is splendid, albeit a bit sunny. Do you think we should bring an umbrella? Gu Qinghan tilted her head, gazing at Zhang Zhu. Hearing her words, Zhang Zhu lifted his gaze to the sunshine streaming through the door, surmising it would be quite warm. Yes, let us bring it. You are so fair. We would want you to tan. Very well then, let us set off. The bus is due in just a few minutes. Agreed. Having made their plans, Gu Qinghan returned to fetch her favorite simple black backpack from high school, which contained a few essentials and an umbrella. Zhang Zhu merely took some cash, courtesy of his parents, ostensibly for their shared expenses as childhood friends. Let us depart. Off we go. Chapter 15, the city center. At a bus stop, two figures awaited. When will this bus arrive? Gu Qinghan murmured, her eyes fixed on the vacant road ahead. Beside her, Zhang Zhu, observing her restless glances, sighed. It's the weekend. It's normal for the buses to run a bit late. Take a seat here. It's quite sunny. The sun blazed high in the sky, the temperature climbing steadily. Zhang Zhu glanced at the relentless sun outside the bus stop, then at the excited Gu Qinghan, uncertain of what to say. I applied sunscreen, see? Doesn't it smell delightful? Gu Qinghan playfully hopped in front of Zhang Zhu, presenting her pristine hand for inspection. Indeed, as she extended her hand, a rich scent of jasmine wafted through the air. I could smell it from afar. But does applying sunscreen really make a difference against the sun? It's the first time I've encountered someone treating sunscreen as a magic shield. After all, the sun's heat cannot be entirely subdued by a mere bottle of lotion. Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's comment, Gu Qinghan rolled her eyes. What do you mean? Intentionally sunbathing? I merely stepped outside to check for the bus. Here it comes, Zhang Zhu exclaimed, spotting the approaching number 17 bus. Gu Qinghan also noticed the bus and retrieved her umbrella from her bag, waving it to signal the driver. I'll take care of the fare. Just follow me. Xiao Zhu. As Zhang Zhu trailed behind Gu Qinghan, he reached for his cash, only to discover she had already paid. All right. After paying, the pair settled into a seat towards the back. It was still barely past 7, the bus's first trip of the day. Inside, they were the only passengers, creating an atmosphere of spaciousness and tranquility. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow upon Gu Qinghan's face, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Zhang Zhu felt a few strands of her hair brush against him, triggering a tickle in his nose that led to an unexpected sneeze. Chu. Gu Qinghan turned to Zhang Zhu, taken aback by his sudden outburst. Are you catching a cold, Xiao Zhu? As she reached out to check on him, Zhang Zhu gently interrupted her gesture. No, it's just that your hair smells so lovely. It made my nose itch. Perhaps I should lean away then. With that, Gu Qinghan shifted her hair aside, but rested her head on Zhang Zhu's shoulder. Taken aback by her sudden proximity, Zhang Zhu was astonished. When did Gu Qinghan become so bold since high school? Cough. Qinghan, did you not sleep well last night? Generally, any boy who isn't completely oblivious would understand the implications of such a gesture. Yet, the most troublesome are those who feign ignorance. Someone failed to enter my dreams last night, so I've come to accompany him in reality. Gu Qinghan tilted her head, resting it against Zhang Zhu's chin, her enchanting eyes shimmering as they locked onto his. That person is not a superhero. How could he accompany you in dreams? Zhang Zhu replied, turning his face to meet Gu Qinghan's gaze. He may not be a superhero, but he is mine. Does he realize he holds such a title? He has always known. As they traversed through the bustling cityscape, time seemed to slip away until they suddenly found themselves in the heart of the city. We've arrived. Let us hurry. Gu Qinghan exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she beheld the scene before them. This was indeed their city, Huacheng, and they had reached its center. Where shall we go first? I recall someone mentioning a park nearby. Let us go take a look. Gu Qinghan suggested with a hint of joy in her voice. If you're happy, that's all that matters. Fenghua Park is the largest park in Huacheng, filled with lush greenery and an array of recreational facilities. It is abundant in picturesque scenery and various attractions. After a brief walk of about 10 minutes, they caught sight of the park's outline. As they approached the bustling Fenghua Park, Gu Qinghan gasped in surprise. She had anticipated fewer visitors at this hour, but the throngs of people exceeded her expectations. Xiao Zhu, stay close to me. I remember my classmates mentioning a wonderful children's area here. Zhang Zhu, who had been nodding in agreement, suddenly paused. What does a children's playground entail? What are we to do there? Watch the children play? Can I? I'm merely a 15-year-old girl. Zhang Zhu regarded the now 172-meter-tall Gu Qinghan, who radiated a chilling elegance. Were it not for their long-standing friendship, he might have mistaken her for a university student. Seeing the expression in Zhang Zhu's eyes, Gu Qinghan felt a surge of indignation. Though she was a decade into her future, she was still just a high school girl. Please, I said nothing at all. Noticing Gu Qinghan's clenched fists, Zhang Zhu quickly added, your eyes betray your thoughts. I'm now declaring our destination, the children's playground. You are familiar with my preferences. My utmost delight lies in visiting amusement parks designed for children. Let us rewind time to our elementary school days, when a swing set resided within the confines of our school. The petite Gu Qinghan, possessing an indomitable spirit since her early years, found herself at odds with many young girls who were reluctant to engage with her. Moreover, Gu Qinghan was not adept at expressing her thoughts and emotions, often choosing to arrive early at school to sit beneath the swings, alone. Her small silhouette perched upon the swing, yet it remained still, unable to sway. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhu would consistently position himself behind her, gently pushing the swing. The curious young Zhang Zhu often wondered why he was the one pushing, rather than Gu Qinghan herself, receiving only a bemused response in return. As time passed, and the two matured, Zhang Zhu began to comprehend the challenges Gu Qinghan faced. However, he refrained from urging her to interact with others, quietly continuing to push the wooden swing from behind. Zhang Zhu, too, was not favored by his peers, sharing a similar quiet demeanor, though he relished playing with Gu Qinghan. Many boys dismissed Zhang Zhu's actions with disdain, leading to their avoidance of him. Gu Qinghan, clearly aware of Zhang Zhu's predicament, once attempted to distance herself from him, hoping to garner the affections of others. This decision brought Zhang Zhu to tears, a sight that compelled Gu Qinghan to never repeat such behavior. That year, beneath the swing set, the two shared memories of an autumn adorned with golden leaves. Xiao Zhu, will you always stay by my side? As long as you are here, I will be. Let us make a pact. 100 years of unchanging loyalty. Unchanging. Chapter 16. Zhang Zhu. My native language is silence. Returning to the present, Zhang Zhu, with a hint of resignation, nodded and said to Gu Qinghan, all right, lead the way. Shortly thereafter, under her guidance, they arrived at a particularly expansive amusement park for children. The weekend had drawn a considerable crowd, primarily parents accompanying their little ones. Let's go over there, Gu Qinghan exclaimed, pointing to the shade of a nearby tree where two wooden swings awaited, unoccupied. Her eyes sparkled with delight at the sight. With a light-hearted demeanor, Gu Qinghan leaped onto one of the swings, vigorously kicking her legs to propel herself. I can't do it alone. Xiao Zhu, come push me. Noticing her swing was not moving sufficiently, she called out to Zhang Zhu, who had been captivated by a distant group of children playing with miniature excavators in a sandpit. Zhang Zhu, intrigued by this novel experience, had never encountered such a scenario before, not due to financial constraints, but rather a lack of suitable playmates. Gu Qinghan, being a girl, preferred activities of a more serene nature. Zhang Zhu's reverie was interrupted by Gu Qinghan's voice. Oh, all right. As he approached, Gu Qinghan nodded earnestly at him. However, when Zhang Zhu attempted to push her, he was met with her dissatisfaction. His efforts were deemed too slow and insufficient. Determined to prove himself, Zhang Zhu resolved to exert all his strength. You cannot mock the bonds we share. An exhilarating rush filled the air as Zhang Zhu pushed with all his might, sending Gu Qinghan soaring higher into the sky. This height is exhilarating. Zhang Zhu, initially delighted, began to sense something amiss as he observed the swing's relentless momentum. How do I stop this? From his perspective, the swing showed no sign of slowing down, raising a tinge of anxiety within him. Gu Qinghan won't get hurt. Will she shouldn't be in danger, right? Memories of a past incident when he had pushed too forcefully, causing her to cry, resurfaced, sending a shiver down his spine. Gu Qinghan, are you all right? Should I find something to stop you? He shouted from a safe distance. Gu Qinghan, feeling the wind whip around her, reveled in the exhilarating sensation coursing through her veins, a feeling she cherished deeply, one that resonated with her very soul. This is how it's meant to be enjoyed. Emerging from her reverie, Gu Qinghan heard Zhang Zhu's voice and reassured him. I'm fine, no need to worry. Just give me a moment. Zhang Zhu, bemused by her response, thought to himself, waiting is one thing, but how will she come down? How will you get down? Zhang Zhu inquired. You'll see soon enough, just be patient. As Gu Qinghan continued her playful display, Zhang Zhu couldn't shake the feeling that the swing's energy seemed to return to its starting point, defying the laws of physics. This doesn't make sense. All right, watch me, Gu Qinghan declared, her gaze sweeping the surroundings as she assessed the swing's trajectory. Now, with a graceful leap, she jumped from the swing, landing steadily on the ground. Beautiful, Zhang Zhu exclaimed, astonished by her remarkable feat. When did Gu Qinghan become so adept? Could it be that her high school prowess has yet to be fully revealed? What do you think? Gu Qinghan approached him with a light bounce in her step, her enchanting eyes sparkling. Impressive. Is that all you've got? You're truly remarkable. Haha, just a little something. Their playful commotion had drawn the attention of many parents nearby, who initially approached to admonish Gu Qinghan for her antics. Yet, witnessing her impressive display left them momentarily speechless. If it weren't daylight, they might have thought themselves dreaming, as such a feat was indeed beyond the abilities of most. Soon, applause erupted from the crowd, for they were not bound by outdated notions. Encountering something so delightful warranted appreciation. Shall we continue playing? Zhang Zhu asked, a smile gracing his lips as he observed Gu Qinghan's triumphant stance. No, it's lost its charm. Let's wander instead. Very well. With that, the two departed from the amusement park. Not far away, two high school students observed the scene before them, astonished. Is that Gu Qinghan? If she isn't a twin, then it must be her. If you were to leap from that thing, would you be able to? I have a feeling I might transform into Hawking. The two exchanged glances before ultimately departing from that place. By the lake of fate, beside the lotus pool, Zhang Zhu gently leaned against the railing made of green rock, raising his head slightly to gaze at the white clouds on the horizon. Are you tired? Not all. The clouds are particularly white today. Gu Qinghan nodded slightly, then retrieved a folding fan from his backpack. Would you like me to fan you? Zhang Zhu lifted his gaze towards Gu Qinghan, who was gently waving an ink wash-painted fan. No need. It's quite warm. A calm heart naturally brings coolness. Thus, the two fell into a serene silence for several moments. Why is this place so beautiful yet devoid of visitors? Because there is only one pavilion here. So, if you occupy the spot alone, what reason do others have to come here? Gu Qinghan, who was about to nod in agreement, suddenly came to his senses. Are you saying I'm heavy? Zhang Zhu's eyes widened in surprise. When did he ever say that? Were we not discussing why no one comes here? Discussing others' absence is one thing, but why did you mention my weight? You win. Chapter 17 Zhang Zhu. Sometimes I really want to call the police. The ticking sound resonated across the fields. A crisp and melodious tone emerged. Shall we go down and see if there are any fish to catch? Gu Qinghan glanced into the pond, where he seemed to detect signs of fish. It was the greatest joy of summer. Soda, the beach, and splashing in the water. And catching fish falls within the realm of water play. I think you shouldn't think so. Zhang Zhu eyed the pond's bottom, estimating it to be about 2 meters deep. Besides, he was the one who couldn't swim. What difference would it make if he went down? Akin to a pig climbing a tree? I made up my mind. I'm going down. Gu Qinghan looked at him sideways. You go ahead. I'll document it with my phone. Yes, I'm a war correspondent now. Zhang Zhu nodded thoughtfully, seemingly justifying his decision with an impeccable excuse. If you don't go down, you can help me find something to scoop up the fish instead. Do you see anything around that could be used for that? Zhang Zhu surveyed the surroundings, which were either dirt or wood. What could he possibly find? A chicken feather? Not going down then. I'm tired. Let us go. Observing the utterly exhausted Gu Qinghan, Zhang Zhu feigned ignorance. He knew that whenever Gu Qinghan came out to play, he always ended up acting crazy. And it was always the same. This time I concur. Gu Qinghan raised his head to look at Zhang Zhu, who had been nodding incessantly, feeling a surge of annoyance. In a previous life, he would pretend to play with him, but now, it was as if the prelude had vanished. What is this about? Carry me. I'm exhausted. Zhang Zhu looked at the seemingly energetic Gu Qinghan and then at his well-toned muscles. It was hard to discern where he appeared tired. Rather, he seemed ready to strike. You might not know my situation? Gu Qinghan's eyes widened in surprise. Was there something about him that he was unaware of? Please elaborate. My waist has not been good since childhood, and my feet aren't great either. What do you think? I think you seem quite resilient. Ahem. Gazing at Gu Qinghan before him, he noticed the flicker in his eyes, particularly the intensity with which he stared at him. A chill swept through him. The might of an Emperor Do is terrifying. Just a pair of eyes can shatter my resolve. You know me, Qinghan, you're exhausted. I want to carry you. Looking at the feigned sincerity of Zhang Zhu, Gu Qinghan chose to disregard him. After all that talk, why not just squat down? Oh, I thought you would jump up like before. In the distance, on a small staircase, stood a mother and child, the mother shielding her child's eyes. How inappropriate for such a young age. Shall we go down for a walk? The two meandered for about 20 minutes, gradually leaving the pond's edge and heading towards the central garden. All right, I see your body doesn't seem up to par. Gu Qinghan softly leaped down from Zhang Zhu's back. He clapped his hands and took the backpack from Zhang Zhu. Here, drink this. Zhang Zhu looked at the water Gu Qinghan offered with curiosity. Could it be that he wasn't thirsty? After all, it was nearly 30 degrees at noon. Even with their umbrella, the heat was palpable in the air. I had a few sips by the pond just now. Zhang Zhu nodded gently and accepted the water. However, upon noticing that it was already opened, he cast a questioning glance. What? You can't drink what I've already had? Gu Qinghan fixed his gaze on him. And though they had ended on a sour note in their past life, their bond had been genuinely strong. If he refused to drink even a drop, she would have to consider whether to slip something into his drink. Ahem, no, I just have my strain. If your eyes hurt, then don't stay up late. You silly goose. Zhang Zhu's lips twitched slightly. Gu Qinghan's wit was as sharp as ever. After gulping down 2 big mouthfuls, he noticed that the bottle, which had still been half full, was rapidly nearing its end. It's sweltering today. Let us find a cool place to relax. Gu Qinghan nodded, as she too felt the sting of the sun on her skin. Despite applying sunscreen and various creams, they were no match for the direct rays of ultraviolet light. I heard my desk mates say that many cold drink shops have opened near the Central Park, and there is supposed to be some beverage shop. Gu Qinghan recalled that in their past lives, they had never come here. This visit was merely to explore uncharted territory. Then let us go have a look. Zhang Zhu scanned the surrounding trees, which towered high, blocking the scorching sunlight. Shortly after, they walked a bit further and soon spotted several intriguing shops ahead. Ice King House. Gu Qinghan looked at the bustling shop filled with people and murmured. They entered the store, and as soon as they did, they were met with an invigorating rush of coolness. It was the essence of summer, air conditioning. Zhang Zhu curiously surveyed the surroundings, noticing many young people queued up in one area. Let us join the line. It looks like they sell ice cream and milk tea here. Gu Qinghan nodded, having noticed the same. Although such items would be commonplace a decade later, they were exceedingly rare back then, given the different times. Thus, the two quietly stood for a while, and within 10 minutes, they were at the counter. Hello, may I take your order? A beautiful young woman stood before Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan, greeting them warmly. We would like 2 cups of Snow Ridge and 2 cups of Flower Blue. The woman nodded gently. Gu Qinghan then handed over a bill to her. Soon, she calculated the total and returned the change to Gu Qinghan. Having procured a ticket for 2, they settled into a seat by the window, comfortably positioned near the air conditioning. It truly came as a surprise that such an establishment would exist in this locale, and the ambience was quite pleasant, Gu Qinghan remarked. This place, along with many others, was quite novel, Zhang Zhu noted while observing the youthful crowd around them. A decade ago, when the internet was not as prevalent, many young people preferred exploring intriguing venues over surfing the web. Every time a new and exciting place opened, these youths would be the first to flock there, primarily to showcase their trendiness. Otherwise, they would feel embarrassed to admit their social standing. Look over there, many students from Taohua High School, Gu Qinghan pointed out, recognizing familiar figures. Although she did not know many of them, her memory was quite sharp. Students from Taohua High School are still people, she added. You always have a way with words, Zhang Zhu retorted. I merely speak the truth. Nonsense. Chapter 18, Serendipity. Hello, here are your Snow Ridge and Flower Qing. A waitress announced as she presented the order. Gu Qinghan acknowledged the young woman with a gentle nod and a soft thank you. She delicately scooped a mouthful of Snow Ridge, essentially ice cream, savoring the taste. It's rather delightful. You should give it a try. After tasting it, Gu Qinghan offered her commendation, which was indeed well-deserved. Zhang Zhu gazed at the pale blue ice cream, noticing the wisps of white smoke swirling above it. It was indeed quite delicious. After sampling a spoonful, Zhang Zhu concurred with her approval. See? No wonder it's so popular. People aren't foolish. Gu Qinghan held stringent standards when it came to food. She would not offer praise lightly for anything ordinary, as it was a matter of respecting culinary artistry. However, if something was truly delectable, she would bestow heartfelt compliments upon it. Not necessarily, Zhang Zhu quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Gu Qinghan, the implication clear. What do you mean? Gu Qinghan inquired, her irritation at Zhang Zhu's teasing palpable. How had she not noticed before how infuriating her friend could be? I meant exactly what I said. What do you mean by that? Just what you think I mean. Are you looking for trouble? Faced with Zhang Zhu's cryptic banter, Gu Qinghan instinctively pulled her clothing higher. Ahem, she coughed, preparing to act, causing Zhang Zhu, who had intended to continue his playful antics, to abruptly cease his chatter. After all, Gu Qinghan's strikes could be quite painful, and with so many people around, Zhang Zhu's pride was not as thick-skinned as hers. If he were to embarrass himself, he would be at a loss for where to hide. Ahem, pure coincidence. I was watching Penguin highlights, Gu Qinghan remarked, fully aware that Zhang Zhu was merely referencing some trendy social media content. You should try the flower ching, Gu Qinghan suggested, having taken a small sip of it earlier. While its flavor did not quite rival that of the Snow Ridge, it was far from disappointing, surpassing many technologically advanced milk teas from her past life. Zhang Zhu, upon hearing her words, picked up the flower ching and took a sip. A rich floral fragrance, intertwined with a fresh grassy aroma, blossomed in his mouth, causing his eyes to sparkle with delight. Delicious. This is 100 times better than many milk teas from my previous life, Zhang Zhu affirmed enthusiastically. Indeed, I share your sentiments. The ingredients and preparation must be quite innovative, Gu Qinghan agreed, acknowledging that an eye-catching dish was indeed a rarity. As the two indulged in their immersive experience, a group of young people approached from a distance. Lin Lu and Wu Li had also arrived early at the Central Garden, well aware of the renowned Ice King house, prompting their timely arrival. Hello, we need 3 cups of flower fairy, Lin Lu requested at the counter. Wu Li, dressed in a flowing white gown and sporting twin ponytails, was taken aback by the throngs of people. She had thought they had arrived early enough. As Wu Li searched for a place to sit, one of her companions grabbed her hand. Is that Zhang Zhu? Hearing her companion's words, Wu Li turned her gaze and indeed spotted 2 familiar figures. It is. That girl must be Gu Qinghan, she deduced. Lin Lu, having just purchased their drinks, approached the duo. What is going on? Why are you two just standing here? She questioned, puzzled by Wu Li's hesitation amidst the bustling crowd. Look who's in front of us. Wu Li pointed toward Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu? Lin Lu exclaimed, recognizing him and brimming with excitement. Let us go find him. Wait. No. Wu Li attempted to intervene, but Lin Lu had already dashed off toward Zhang Zhu. Wu Li covered her face with her hands, while a nearby girl chuckled. What's the matter? Are you scared to see Zhang Zhu? I'm not scared. I'm just a bit embarrassed, Wu Li replied, unsure what to say. She couldn't fathom why she had agreed to join these two for an outing, and she was determined not to repeat the experience. You two are also at Ice King House. Lin Lu called out to Zhang Zhu from a distance. Zhang Zhu, who had been engrossed in conversation with Gu Qinghan, was jolted from his reverie by the familiar voice. Launa? He exclaimed, his expression betraying a flicker of surprise. What brings you here, and is this Gu Qinghan? Lin Lu had intended to say more, but the sight of Gu Qinghan rendered him momentarily speechless. Today, Gu Qinghan wore a pair of jeans paired with a light blue top, her hair tied back, and her face adorned with minimal makeup. This seemingly simple appearance, however, was nothing short of captivating, particularly her striking eyes, which made it difficult for Lin Lu to maintain eye contact. Hello, Gu Qinghan greeted with a warm smile. Having noticed Lin Li's presence, Zhang Zhu, observing Lin Li's awkwardness, couldn't help but chuckle. After all, in his memory, Lin Lu had never been this flustered. Wu Li and her companions soon joined the group. So you two are here as well? Wu Li and Qian Shui, Zhang Zhu remarked. His curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the two newcomers and then turned his attention to Lin Lu. Are the 3 of you together? Wu Li was momentarily awestruck by Gu Qinghan's beauty. Despite attending the same high school, she had rarely seen her true self. She had never imagined a girl her age could be so stunning. Yes, Lin Lu invited us out for some fun, Qian Shui replied, when Wu Li hesitated to elaborate. Right, Lin Lu mentioned a fun place and brought us to check it out, Wu Li added, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Zhu. I see. This place is indeed quite nice. Zhang Zhu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Ice King House was indeed impressive. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan's attention sharpened as she noted the arrival of 2 more young women. In their previous lives, these two had never crossed paths. Greetings. I am Gu Qinghan from Class 1. Observing the unpleasant exchange between them and Zhang Zhu, Gu Qinghan resolved to take the initiative. Otherwise, she would be relegated to the status of an outsider. Wu Li and Qian Shui, noticing Gu Qinghan's affable demeanor, promptly responded, "Hello. We are from class 3 and are classmates with Zhang Zhu." "Ah, I see. I had presumed you were from different classes. I appreciate your care for my Zhang Zhu." As they regarded Gu Qinghan, who seemed to assert her claim, Wu Li and Qian Shui exchanged glances. Meanwhile, Lin Lu, unable to interject, hastily spoke up. "What a splendid day it is today." Chapter 19, Playing Cards. "If you cannot find a place to sit, we have a few spots available here," Zhang Zhu suggested. Noticing the nearby seats were occupied, Wu Li appeared somewhat troubled, while Qian Shui, feeling no such constraints, nonchalantly took a seat in front of Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan. Lin Lu had already settled down, leaving Wu Li awkwardly standing alone. "What's the matter?" Zhang Zhu inquired curiously. Although he and Wu Li were not particularly close in their past life, they had interacted to some extent during university. He knew Wu Li was not the type to be shy. She was quite straightforward. "It's nothing," Wu Li replied, finally taking a seat beside Qian Shui. Gu Qinghan, observing the arrangement of their seats, offered a slight smile, concealing any displeasure. "By the way, Zhang Zhu, did you two arrive early today?" Qian Shui, sensing the atmosphere had grown quiet, initiated conversation. Before Zhang Zhu could respond, Gu Qinghan nodded gently and remarked, "Yes, today Xiao Zhu and I arrived early." He mentioned that the weather was exceptionally fine and suggested we take a stroll. Qian Shui was evidently taken aback by Gu Qinghan's engagement. She had assumed the latter to be a rather aloof girl. "I see." Noticing the silence returning, Qian Shui chose not to elaborate further. Observing this pattern, Lin Lu decided to contribute his humor. "Shall we play some cards? What do you think?" Zhang Zhu, glancing at the socially awkward Lin Lu, felt it necessary to save him from embarrassment. "Sure, I'll just watch you all play." Wu Li fidgeted with the coil in her hand, raising her eyes to Zhang Zhu. "All right, but why do you have a deck of cards with you, Lin Lu?" "Isn't it a bit odd to carry them around while out?" "I'm told that guys who carry playing cards are quite manly," Lin Lu replied, prompting Qian Shui to look at him quizzically. "What does carrying playing cards have to do with being manly? Are you out of touch with the world?" "I'd rather carry some medicine than cards," Wu Li remarked, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. Gu Qinghan, amused, remained silent, her hand resting softly in Zhang Zhu's palm. Initially, Zhang Zhu had attempted to move her hand away, but she stealthily squeezed it a few times, eliciting a bittersweet sensation that nearly brought tears to his eyes. In that moment, he felt as if he had encountered his great-grandmother. "Your flower fairy order is ready," announced a waitress, placing 3 bowls of ice cream before Wu Li and the others. "Enjoy." After the waitress departed, Wu Li took a small taste. "Not bad." Zhang Zhu, observing Wu Li close her eyes in delight, looked on with curiosity. Gu Qinghan, witnessing Zhang Zhu's bemused expression, felt a surge of irritation. She gently placed her hand over his, smiling at him. Zhang Zhu instinctively turned his head away, an action rooted in habits from their past life. "Shall we begin?" Lin Lu said with enthusiasm. "You all play. I'll just watch Gu Qinghan's cards," Zhang Zhu added. The trio of Wu Li, Qian Shui, and Lin Lu were taken aback, having expected Gu Qinghan to be the one observing. This unexpected turn was contrary to their anticipations. Gu Qinghan's exquisite visage radiated a warm smile as she softly interjected, "My hand isn't too bad, either." With this, everyone acquiesced, as her demeanor was as refreshing as a gentle spring breeze, leaving no room for criticism. If anything, their unfamiliarity rendered the atmosphere slightly awkward. "What rules shall we follow?" Zhang Zhu inquired, recognizing that these individuals had not specified any. He was aware that there were various rules in card games, and the way he and Gu Qinghan played differed from theirs. To avoid any unnecessary complications, he sought clarification in advance. "Let us just play among ourselves. No teaming up," Wu Li suggested, considering their lack of familiarity with Gu Qinghan. Furthermore, she feared that teaming might inhibit their enjoyment. This rule seemed most suitable for their current situation. Lin Lu and Qian Shui nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing her suggestion. Gu Qinghan also nodded gently, indicating her understanding. "Then I shall shuffle the cards," Zhang Zhu said. Taking the deck Lin Lu handed him and proceeding to deal. In less than a minute, 4 piles of cards were neatly arranged on the long table. The others picked up their cards, with Gu Qinghan doing the same, glancing at her hand. "Your cards are rather poor," Zhang Zhu whispered as he leaned closer to her. Gu Qinghan shot him a sidelong glance. Zhang Zhu understood her silent reprimand and wisely fell silent. 4 of diamonds, Lin Lu declared, placing his card down. 8 of clubs. Qian Shui followed, her brow furrowed as she scrutinized her hand. 10 of hearts, Wu Li announced, deciding to take a risk and create 2 sequences. Gu Qinghan, dismayed by her lackluster hand consisting of disconnected cards, furrowed her brow. Ace of hearts, 2 of clubs, 3 of hearts. No, she sighed, realizing no one was playing the 3 of spades, indicating its presence in someone else's hand. Go ahead. Qian Shui, merely wishing to engage in a light-hearted game, revealed both the 3 of hearts and the 3 of spades in her hand. As the others regarded her with bemusement, she instinctively chuckled. A sequence from 7 to 11. Wu Li's expression brightened as she noted Qian Shui's sequence, for she had just the card to counter it. I'll take it from 10 to ace. No, neither do I, came the responses from Lin Lu and Gu Qinghan. Wu Li, just as she was about to discard another sequence from her hand, heard a voice interject. I'll take 3 sixes with a pair of 5s. Wu Li felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, realizing her chances were dwindling. No one wants it. You should go ahead, she remarked, slightly exasperated. She had not anticipated that Qian Shui's hand would be so advantageous. 3 of spades, followed by a small 9. That's it, haha. Qian Shui discarded all the cards in her hand, her face radiating excitement. Spade circle. Wu Li tossed down her last 2 substantial cards. Gu Qinghan gazed at her hand, sighing as she looked over at Zhang Zhu. Diamond 3, club 3. Realizing her cards held no sway, Gu Qinghan silently offered a prayer to Jesus. Chapter 20. The Journey Home. Surely none of them will, right? Well, then I'm against 8. Wu Li stared at the small straight before her, feeling despondent. I can't take it. Gu Qinghan surveyed the cards laid out, estimating that no significant cards remained in play. Considering Lin Li's early pair, it was likely her opponent's pair was formidable. Beside her, Wu Li appeared half alive, likely holding either a straight or a scattered hand. In essence, if Gu Qinghan could withstand Lin Li's pair, she would be able to proceed. Against K. Having played her highest card, Gu Qinghan let out another sigh. After all, this truly was a matter of life and death. Against 2. Seeing that her strongest card was claimed by Lin Lu, Gu Qinghan sighed again. Zhang Zhu, nearby, chuckled, but didn't finish her thought. Gu Qinghan, feeling a bit restless, lightly tapped Zhang Zhu on the arm. What is up? Nothing, Lin Lu remarked with a smile, having finished playing her cards. Since you all don't want them, I'll be taking my leave. Wu Li shook her head, as she truly didn't have a single pair. Against 7. No, just play all your cards already. Noticing Gu Qinghan and Wu Li's comments, Lin Lu promptly discarded a substantial number of pairs. Against Circle, single 6. Wu Li curiously observed the opponent, wondering why there were no pairs left despite the earlier claims of many. Little 2. Wu Li gazed at her hand, which only contained a single straight, hoping no one would be able to claim it. No. Gu Qinghan, looking at her hand filled with low cards and scattered ones, seriously considered folding. Heart 2. How come you still have a 2? Wu Li gazed at her incredulously. Lin Lu chuckled, saying it's simply a matter of luck in this game. Do you want to hurry up? Gu Qinghan shook her head. Wu Li did the same. Then I'll pass against 4. Seeing Lin Lu had completed her turn, Qian Shui curiously inquired, why didn't you play your strong cards against me from the start? Lin Lu? Lin Lu looked at her with a hint of disdain. You had nothing but straights and the 2 highest 3s. How could I play against you? That is true, huh? Wu Li noted that with the last pair being against 4, if Gu Qinghan didn't go, she could simply play a straight. Do you want it? Gu Qinghan, looking at her pair of small 5s, silently discarded them. Yes, against 5. Wu Li, witnessing this scene, felt utterly defeated, realizing her luck had completely abandoned her. I concede. I still have a 6 to 10, but cannot compete with you. Wu Li tossed her hand down, revealing a straight. Zhang Zhu stared at Wu Li's face, then looked at Gu Qinghan's eyes, and after a moment, burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Wu Li Castunat, puzzled as to why conceding with her hand was abnormal. Gu Qinghan's hand cannot beat you, ha ha ha. After speaking, Zhang Zhu took a glance at Gu Qinghan's cards, revealing a diamond 10, single 7, single 5, and single 4. Wu Li was momentarily struck speechless. My heavens! Gu Qinghan was equally surprised, but merely smiled softly without saying a word. Thus, the group played cards beneath the Ice King Pavilion for several hours. During this time, they ordered various flavors of ice cream and milk tea, with the jasmine flavor standing out as particularly delightful, compelling Zhang Zhu to crave it daily. We should be heading out now. See you next week. As dusk approached, the trio bid farewell to Zhang Zhu. Although the bus system in Huaqing cannot be compared to that of smaller cities, the last bus departs around 7, prompting Wu Li to leave early with Lin Lu and Qian Shui to avoid being late. See you next week. Zhang Zhu nodded lightly at Wu Li. Gu Qinghan, holding a turquoise cup with a straw, took a sip of her drink as she observed the scene before her. In her previous life, Gu Qinghan had no knowledge of Wu Li and the others. Even during her high school years, they had never appeared in Zhang Zhu's world. Therefore, She found herself curious about why this individual had suddenly emerged here. Could it be that the timeline had been altered by the butterfly effect? As Wu Li and the others vanished at the park's edge, Zhang Zhu withdrew her gaze. What's wrong? Why are you staring? Gu Qinghan's voice suddenly reached Zhang Zhu's ears. Zhang Zhu paused slightly, then replied, Nothing, I just found a day rather unexpected. Gu Qinghan nodded lightly, then quickened her pace ahead. Watching her lively stride, Zhang Zhu was momentarily taken aback. Qinghan, come on out to look. Don't let the bus leave without you. At a nearby bus stop, Gu Qinghan called out to Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu, with a sigh of resignation, stood up and gazed into the distance, searching for an approaching bus. One has passed by, so we'll have to wait another 15 minutes. Observing the multitude of vehicles by the roadside, Zhang Zhu settled back at the bus stop and spoke to Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan looked at Zhang Zhu, then at the sky, where dusk was settling in. It's fine. If we can't make it back, we can always walk. Zhang Zhu gazed at her incredulously. The city center of Huaqing was 6 kilometers from their home. It would take at least a few hours to walk. Are you serious? Then you better hope a bus comes soon. Thus, the two exchanged glances repeatedly at the bus stop, until finally, a bus appeared in the distance. Zhang Zhu spotted that it was indeed their route home, the number 7 bus. Let us board, I'll take care of it. Zhang Zhu gently told Gu Qinghan. All right. Moments later, the bus halted before them. Zhang Zhu retrieved a few coins from her pocket, recalling that a decade ago, buses only accepted cash, making it essential to carry change. Otherwise, one's situation could become quite troublesome. In contrast, modern technology allows for easy payment through city-specific apps, which is undeniably convenient. Once on board, Zhang Zhu deposited 4 coins into the fare box, then gently tugged on Gu Qinghan's hand from behind her. Since it was the weekend, the bus was crowded, and Zhang Zhu wanted to ensure Gu Qinghan didn't get bumped. Gu Qinghan similarly grasped Zhang Zhu's arm as they made their way to the last window seat. You sit on the inside. Okay. Chapter 21. The Distressed Gu Qinghan. The scenery outside the window gradually recedes into the distance, taking not only the gazes of passers-by, but also the serendipity of encounters. What's the matter? You look utterly dispirited. Zhang Zhu, having settled into his seat, gazed curiously at the visibly fatigued Gu Qinghan, recalling how the latter had not exhibited such a listless demeanor moments before. Gu Qinghan leaned against the window, his exquisitely beautiful eyes languidly surveying the passing scenery. He paid no heed to Zhang Zhu's question, merely fixated on the view as it slipped away from his line of sight. Are you unwell? Zhang Zhu, observing Gu Qinghan's pallid complexion, expressed his concern. Zhang Zhu had experienced moments of aversion, dislike, and even fear towards Gu Qinghan, yet he had never contemplated leaving or considered the possibility of something adverse happening to him. Watching Gu Qinghan's wan face and lack of vitality, Zhang Zhu's worry deepened. It's nothing, just a slight discomfort. Suddenly recalling something, Zhang Zhu gazed at Gu Qinghan with incredulity. Did you come today? Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's inquiry, Gu Qinghan pondered for a moment and then gently nodded. I believe so. Zhang Zhu's lips twitched slightly. After consuming so many cold items today, who could possibly feel well? I have some red dates and brown sugar at home. I'll prepare some for you shortly. Gu Qinghan merely nodded in response, his breathtaking visage appearing to regain a modicum of vitality. Zhang Zhu instinctively longed to embrace him, remembering how, in a previous life, Gu Qinghan would seek solace in his presence during such discomfort. Yet, as thoughts of that past flickered through his mind, his hands trembled, and he refrained from acting. At that moment, Gu Qinghan gently rested his head on Zhang Zhu's shoulder. The delightful scent of his shampoo wafted through the air, tickling Zhang Zhu's senses. Witnessing this, Zhang Zhu was momentarily taken aback. After all, the Gu Qinghan of their high school days had never been so audacious. Could it be that the butterfly effect not only alters circumstances, but also transforms a person's very character? Cold. Hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Zhang Zhu could only nod in agreement. For it was evident that Gu Qinghan was indeed unwell. If he were to concoct various excuses, it would be rather excessive. Gu Qinghan leaned against Zhang Zhu, listening to his steady breaths and feeling the warmth of his shoulder, which alleviated some of his discomfort. Gu Qinghan raised his delicate hand and gently grasped Zhang Zhu's palm, remaining silent as he leaned against him. Zhang Zhu felt little resistance to Gu Qinghan's clasping of his hand. After all, they had held hands since childhood, an instinct woven into the very fabric of his being. Outside, the dusk deepened into a golden hue as the sun set, casting a gentle glow upon Gu Qinghan's face. The furrow in his brow relaxed, yielding to a serene smile. The light was warm, but the presence of the person beside him enveloped Gu Qinghan in a warmth that felt everlasting. After helping Gu Qinghan out of the car, Zhang Zhu gazed at the home just a few hundred meters away, lost in thought. Observing Gu Qinghan's pallid complexion, Zhang Zhu could only crouch down and offer his back. Hop on. Next time, we shall indulge in something warmer. All right, the ice cream from Wang S is delicious, but it can upset the stomach. As he looked at Gu Qinghan with faint exasperation, he sighed when he noticed that Gu Qinghan was unresponsive. Let us head home. Okay, with that, Zhang Zhu gently crouched down, allowing Gu Qinghan to wrap his arms around his neck. Is this all right? Yes, it's fine. Thus, the two figures melded together, gradually disappearing into the embrace of the dusky twilight. Upon returning home, Zhang Zhu laid Gu Qinghan gently in his bedroom. Why not return him home, you ask? Because Gu Qinghan's keys were at Zhang Zhu's house. He preferred to avoid the hassle of unlocking the door, carrying him back, and then preparing something for him to drink. After placing Gu Qinghan on his bed, Zhang Zhu softly spoke, "You should rest for a while. I'll brew some brown sugar water for you. It'll be ready in about 10 to 20 minutes. After covering Gu Qinghan with a blanket, he nodded lightly, turning his head to hug Zhang Zhu's stuffed toy as he slowly closed his eyes. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Zhu quietly exited the room. In the kitchen, Zhang Zhu opened the refrigerator and retrieved goji berries, red dates, and brown sugar. How could a solitary Zhang Zhu possess such ingredients at home? Naturally, he had a childhood companion, unlike those who did not understand. After briefly soaking the goji berries and red dates, he picked up a pot and turned on the gas to boil water. He poured in some hot water, added a few pieces of brown sugar, and then incorporated the red dates and goji berries, stirring gently. After about 20 minutes, a pot of brown sugar water was ready. Zhang Zhu ladled some into a white ceramic bowl. He also grabbed a celadon-colored spoon from the sterilizer before leaving the kitchen. Zhang Zhu lightly knocked on the door, hearing only the faint sound of breathing from within. When he opened the door, he found Gu Qinghan clutching the toy, already lost in slumber, his exquisite features marred by a tight frown. Zhang Zhu placed the brown sugar water on the side of the table and gently touched Gu Qinghan's forehead, caressing him softly. Gradually, the furrow in Gu Qinghan's brow began to ease. Time flowed by, like a gentle stream, until the brown sugar water had warmed up. Zhang Zhu softly called out to him, "Qinghan, Qinghan." He gently shook Gu Qinghan's arm, and after a brief moment, the latter opened his enchanting eyes. "HM, what is it? Come drink some brown sugar water." Gu Qinghan, struggling to lift his heavy eyelids, looked at Zhang Zhu and, upon hearing his words, propped himself up against the headboard. "Has it been long?" "No, not even 40 minutes. After saying this, Zhang Zhu retrieved the bowl of brown sugar water from the table and handed the spoon to Gu Qinghan. Observing the scene, Gu Qinghan shook his head and said, "I'm feeling unwell. You feed me." Zhang Zhu, slightly exasperated, regarded Gu Qinghan as if he were a child. Nodding in resignation, he complied. Zhang Zhu glanced at Gu Qinghan, whose lips parted only slightly. He sighed in resignation. "What's wrong? Why are you only opening your mouth a little? Is that not permissible? Do you prefer it this way?" Thus, under Zhang Zhu's attentive feeding, warmth gradually enveloped Gu Qinghan's body. The discomfort that had once clung to him began to dissipate, no longer as unbearable as it had been initially. "All done, it's finished. It's delicious. Of course, it took quite a while to prepare. You're the best, Xiao Zhu." Chapter 22, A Different Side. Feeling a sense of relief, Gu Qinghan, still clutching the toy, gazed at Zhang Zhu and inquired, "Are you still unwell?" Observing the now rosy-cheeked Gu Qinghan, Zhang Zhu asked, "Is it better?" "Much improved. I feel considerably more at ease than before." Grasping the toy's ear, Gu Qinghan quietly watched Zhang Zhu. After a considerable pause, Zhang Zhu realized that the other party had not spoken, leaving him uncertain about what to do next. "Could you please fetch my clothes?" As he was about to depart, Zhang Zhu was taken aback by Gu Qinghan's request. Indeed, it seemed that she had yet to take a shower, and given the sweltering weather, remaining unwashed would surely leave her feeling unpleasant. "That wouldn't be appropriate," Zhang Zhu remarked. Gu Qinghan cast a sidelong glance at him with her cool gaze, remaining silent for a while before replying, "There is nothing inappropriate about it. I want that blue top and white shorts." Initially inclined to refuse, Zhang Zhu fell silent upon noticing the pallor of her complexion and ultimately acquiesced. "Why not take a short rest? If you're feeling unwell, just lie down. How about we play some games?" Zhang Zhu was incredulous at her suggestion. After a moment's contemplation, he declined, reasoning that given her exhaustion, engaging with her phone would likely be overexerting. "Let us not. Playing games can be mentally taxing. You should rest instead." Gu Qinghan felt a twinge of annoyance at Zhang Zhu's persistent refusals. For reasons she could not quite comprehend, a flicker of anger welled up within her. Bored. Let us watch a variety show. I remember Running Man was recently updated. Watching alone isn't too much fun, Gu Qinghan subtly hinted. Unaware of her overt suggestion, Zhang Zhu remained oblivious, prompting Gu Qinghan to decide to entice him further, having initially intended a shower and then refuse her. Zhang Zhu's expression shifted as he lifted his gaze to meet Gu Qinghan's now darkened countenance. Although her strength was diminished, even a frail camel is larger than a horse. In her prime, Gu Qinghan had been an unattainable presence for him. All right, I'll keep you company while you watch. How does that sound? Thus, in a haze of confusion, Zhang Zhu found himself lying quietly beside Gu Qinghan, his phone in hand, streaming a wildly popular variety show. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the 2-hour program had concluded, leaving the room enveloped in darkness, the moon hanging high in the sky unbeknownst to them. Finished, Zhang Zhu said, stretching after the discomfort of being pressed against Gu Qinghan. Could you hand me my clothes? Are you going to shower here? What other option do I have? The water heater at my place is still broken. Fine. Under Gu Qinghan's guidance, Zhang Zhu retrieved her clothing from her home. Here, is this it? He handed her the garments and detached his phone, preparing to take a shower, for he could not wash without music. All right, I'll shower first, he said. Okay. As Zhang Zhu departed, Gu Qinghan tossed aside the covers and rose from the bed. She glanced around her dimly lit dormitory, settling into a yellowing chair. Her gaze fell upon a Chinese textbook, which contained a bookmark. Curiously, she opened it. Several lines of text leapt out at her. What is youth? The graceful handwriting captivated her. Continuing to peruse the pages, she discovered an array of notes penned by Zhang Zhu, encompassing feelings of joy, sorrow, and interpretations of various experiences. A smile crept across Gu Qinghan's face as she examined the notes from a decade ago, a treasure she had never encountered before. The thrill of exploration into the unknown facets of Zhang Zhu filled her with delight. What does love feel like? Flipping to a particular page revealed the shadow of a girl, a beautiful silhouette that stirred the imagination. Below the text was a photograph from their middle school days, featuring Gu Qinghan in her uniform, a scarf draped around her neck, her face illuminated by a radiant smile, flashing a peace sign. Gu Qinghan's pupils dilated in surprise. This candid shot had been taken by Zhang Zhu in a moment of jest, marking one of the most memorable days for both of them. As memories flooded back, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Beneath the photograph, a line of exquisite handwriting declared, "This is my youth." Gu Qinghan stared at the scene for what felt like an eternity, lost in thought. After a long while, she finally murmured, childish. Yet, unbeknownst to her, a subtle smile had painted her lips, and a dimple had emerged on her cheek without her noticing. Continuing to leaf through the book, she found many pages marked with Zhang Zhu's reflections, though most contained trivial matters. Setting aside the Chinese textbook, she glanced at the adjacent composition book. Just as she instinctively reached for it, the sound of footsteps interrupted her. Tidying her workspace, Gu Qinghan stood up and walked toward the door. Freshly showered, Zhang Zhu had intended to fetch a hairdryer from the living room, but paused in curiosity upon seeing Gu Qinghan emerge. If you're feeling unwell, just call me. No need to come down. Do you want some water? He noticed the improvement in her complexion. Observing Zhang Zhu's damp, tousled hair, Gu Qinghan said, Could you help me dry my hair first? You can do yours afterward. Initially inclined to refuse, Zhang Zhu reconsidered and agreed. In the living room, Gu Qinghan approached a chair and picked up the hairdryer. Come here, I'll dry it for you. All right. Leaning back in the chair, Zhang Zhu felt Gu Qinghan position herself behind him, plugging in the dryer and setting it to the highest setting. She gently combed through his hair, providing a soothing sensation that made Zhang Zhu close his eyes in comfort. After a while, Zhang Zhu heard Gu Qinghan's voice, all done. Oh. Opening his eyes to see her smiling face, he returned her gaze with a grin. Gu Qinghan, puzzled by Zhang Zhu's expression, inquired, What is up? Is there something on my face? No, I just find it odd. This doesn't seem like you. Well, it's not like me. I'm who I am. Returning the hairdryer to its place, Gu Qinghan stretched. I'm off to take a shower, having brought her clothes to the living room. She was now ready for her turn. Zhang Zhu nodded, then remembered, the water might not be hot enough. You should adjust it before showering. All right. Chapter 23, An Argument. Watching Gu Qinghan leave, Zhang Zhu picked up his phone and began a browse. Opening the class group chat, he found it abuzz with activity, piquing his curiosity. To his surprise, the chat was overflowing with messages, a rarity for Class 3 in the first year, usually characterized by silence. Scrolling to the top, he discovered a girl had ignited the conversation with a recent incident. Is it possible to argue over something like this? The drama unfolded when a girl from Class 3 accidentally bumped into a boy on her way home from school. Initially, the young man had offered an apology. However, the demeanor of the other party lacked sincerity. Due to an urgent matter, the young woman chose to ignore him after school that day. Yet, upon returning home, her anger intensified, prompting her to venture into the group chat to confront him. The protagonist of this narrative is Mu Xian, the leader of Zhang Zhu's group. At 5 o'clock, she sent her first message. Wang Lin, why didn't you apologize after bumping into me? And tag Wang Lin, having just returned from a basketball game. Wang Lin was startled by the vibrations of his phone and picked it up to check his messages. Surprisingly, the first responses were from several classmates indulging in gossip. What happened? Did something occur after school? I'm all ears. And whereas Wang Lin, confused by the flurry of messages, Wang Lin wondered, hadn't he already apologized? Hadn't she accepted it? Why was it being brought up again? He quickly typed a reply to Mu Xian, my apologies. But didn't I already say sorry this afternoon? As Mu Xian read the messages in her chat, her eyes narrowed at the screen. Your apology lacked any sincerity. Was that truly the apology of a man? Wang Lin, initially intending to set his phone aside to take a shower after the sweaty game, felt irritation rise at Mu Xian's words. Am I not a man? Was it you who walked so swiftly that you bumped into me? Nonsense. It's clearly your fault for not watching where you were going. Does anyone know whose fault it is? Chimed in the gossipers. I'm here for the drama. Who is buying the popcorn? Mu Xian, noticing the last comment, replied, we were on the stairs. There was no one around. I don't care. You must apologize to me sincerely again. Wang Lin would have obliged had she spoken respectfully, as he indeed felt remorseful for accidentally bumping into her. However, he hadn't anticipated her obstinate behavior. Since he had already sincerely apologized once, he saw no reason to do so again. Dream on. Didn't I apologize already? Is it your idea of a sincere apology? At least it's not the attitude you're showing now. Zhang Zhu observed the intensifying exchange with intrigue. Just then, the group administrator, the class monitor, intervened. If there's an issue, please discuss it privately. If you feel unable to resolve it, we can talk about it on Sunday evening. For now, let us have some quiet. Zhang Zhu had initially expected the administrator to impart some wisdom to diffuse the situation. But instead, the outcome was a day-long mute for both Wang Lin and Mu Xian. Watching the white text flash through the chat, Zhang Zhu chuckled to himself, realizing that physics was indeed more practical than language arts. The other classmates, eager for entertainment, expressed their amusement, as such scenarios were rare and often provided much-needed excitement during the vibrant chaos of high school. Exiting the group chat, Zhang Zhu opened his feed but found nothing captivating. So he selected a song to listen to. As the simple yet profound melodies flowed through his phone, he closed his eyes, reminiscing about the past decade. Have you fallen asleep? Gu Qinghan emerged from the bathroom, her hair damp and dressed in shorts. Seeing Zhang Zhu reclined in his chair with closed eyes, she initially assumed he was asleep. The classic song playing in the background was a nostalgic hit from years gone by. No, just a bit bored, Zhang Zhu replied, slowly opening his eyes upon hearing her voice. What is up? Are you feeling okay? Much better now, he nodded, glancing at his phone to discover it was already past 8 o'clock. The moon outside shone brightly, incomparable to any he had seen in the past. Dry your hair, he suggested, retrieving the hairdryer and gently drying her hair. They exchanged a comfortable silence, the only sound being the dryer's hum filling the room. All right, check if it's dry, he said, tousling her hair and noticing it was no longer damp. Gu Qinghan ran her fingers through her hair, confirming its dryness with a nod. Rising, Zhang Zhu moved to the refrigerator and poured himself a glass of cola. Gu Qinghan remarked, drinking cola at night, tea good for you. Don't worry, an occasional indulgence one tea hurt, he replied with a smile. Is there any left? What's up? There are 2 cans remaining. I'd like some too, she expressed. Zhang Zhu shook his head. Let us save it for later. Gu Qinghan chuckled and squinted at him. All right, but you better bring some to the classroom for me. At that moment, Zhang Zhu's phone buzzed with a series of notifications. Curious. He opened it to find a message from Lin Lu. You won't believe it. Wang Lin made Mu Xian cry. Zhang Zhu was taken aback. Wow. I never knew Wang Lin had it in him. Confused, he pondered why the two had begun bickering again after being muted. What happened? Didn't Wang Shui tell them to talk privately? Apparently, they ended up arguing in private, Lin Lu explained. Mu Xian couldn't hold her own against Wang Lin and ended up venting to her best friend. Zhang Zhu stared at the screen, momentarily lost in thought. The world truly was a curious place. Chapter 24. The class activity that was known in advance. How did you find out? Zhang Zhu mused. He was not well acquainted with Mu Xian, only aware that she was a strong-willed girl. Oh, Chang Su let it slip in the group. I doubt she'll dare to show her face now. Impressive, Zhang Zhu remarked, offering a thumbs up at the absurdity of the situation. What are you so engrossed in? Gu Qinghan inquired, noticing Zhang Zhu fixated on his phone. She knew he wasn't typically one to be absorbed in such things. Just some drama among classmates. I'm checking it out. Drama? Gu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with interest. She thrived on such stories. What's going on? Tell me. Zhang Zhu, feeling parched, took another sip of cola before handing his phone to her to share the unfolding saga. Taking Zhang Zhu's phone, Gu Qinghan skimmed the messages and quickly grasped the situation. Hard to judge. Agreed. Just as Gu Qinghan was about to return Zhang Zhu's phone, she suddenly stumbled upon something rather intriguing. She noticed that Zhang Zhu's phone had an abundance of new friends, which struck her as unusual. Zhang Zhu, seeing Gu Qinghan gazing at her phone for an extended period, leaned over in curiosity to see what was amiss. What's up? You have so many QQ friends. Despite their deep-rooted bond as childhood companions, everyone has their moments of shyness. Thus, Gu Qinghan feigned ignorance and inquired, are they all classmates? They mentioned something about fostering class culture and needed to add friends to form teams for participation. Only last night, Zhang Zhu had been preparing for bed when she discovered that the class group chat had tagged all the class leaders. The message conveyed a requirement to add more than half of the classmates as friends due to an upcoming class activity. Zhang Zhu, resigned to the situation, promptly added a few familiar classmates. Consequently, several others added Zhang Zhu as well, resulting in a substantial increase in her friend count. So that's how it is. But it seems I haven't received any requests, Gu Qinghan remarked, recalling her own experiences. In her past life, she had been rather reserved and seldom participated in group activities, which led to her being overlooked during class events. Perhaps you're just a bit less sociable, Zhang Zhu teased, to which Gu Qinghan rolled her eyes in response before continuing. What kind of activities are you all planning? Are they within the classroom or outside? Zhang Zhu shook her head in uncertainty. She had only learned about the activities today and was not well informed. Although something similar had occurred in her previous life, she had not participated then either. In her past, the activities were held in the classroom, and if this life had no butterfly effect, it would likely be the same. The theme revolved around topics from the world of anime. On that day, students could don various costumes of characters from different dimensions or create themed bulletin boards. Zhang Zhu found this particularly appealing, but in her past life had missed out on the event due to Gu Qinghan's insistence on leaving. Thus, she remained oblivious to what transpired during the activities. Perhaps it will be inside the classroom, she conjectured. Gu Qinghan lightly nodded in agreement. Suddenly, an idea struck her, prompting her to ask, can I come to your class to observe? Zhang Zhu mused that there seemed to be no stipulation preventing students from other classes from attending. Of course, she replied. Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's response, Gu Qinghan narrowed her eyes, gazing intently at her friend. Feeling a bit self-conscious under Gu Qinghan's scrutiny, Zhang Zhu feigned interest in the scenery outside. A gentle breeze wafted through the window, carrying with it the whispers of fallen leaves. The rich fragrance of blooming jasmine filled the air within the hall. Zhang Zhu, drawn by the enticing aroma, rose and stepped outside. In the corner, the jasmine flowers were beginning to unfurl their delicate petals, releasing their captivating scent. The flowers have blossomed, Gu Qinghan observed, equally enthralled by the perfume that enveloped them. Indeed, they have, Zhang Zhu replied, finding the scene before him refreshing. Turning back to Gu Qinghan, he felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the little girl she once was. What is on your mind? Gu Qinghan asked, noticing Zhang Zhu's momentary distraction as she waved her hand before his face. Nothing. You should get some rest. It's getting late, Zhang Zhu said, urging her gently. Gu Qinghan smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. They subsequently parted ways, with Gu Qinghan still residing at Zhang Zhu's home, just as she had the previous night. A ray of sunlight gradually pierced the horizon, illuminating the world with its glow. As Zhang Zhu gazed at the sunlight streaming through the window, he slowly opened his eyes, letting out a weary groan. The previous day, which had been a Sunday, Gu Qinghan had insisted on studying with him for the entire day. He had initially planned to refuse sternly, but her advance call to his mother had thwarted his intentions. Thus, Zhang Zhu had spent the entire day immersed in various exam papers, a stark reminder of the pressure of high school he had long since left behind. Once dressed, he exited his room and made his way to the bathroom. Squeezing out toothpaste, he stared at his disheveled reflection in the mirror, brushing his teeth absent-mindedly. Why you look so lackluster? Gu Qinghan, clad in a blue and white school uniform with her hair cascading down her shoulders, inquired curiously from the doorway. The exam papers are quite challenging, Zhang Zhu replied as he continued brushing. After rinsing his mouth, he returned to his room to organize his books before heading to the living room. There, he found Gu Qinghan quietly enjoying a steamed bun at the table, her complexion radiant, which struck Zhang Zhu as rather astonishing. If his memory served him right, they had both stayed up late the previous night. Why are you staring at me? Eat your breakfast, Gu Qinghan urged, noticing Zhang Zhu's bemusement. Coming back to his senses, Zhang Zhu approached the table, where soy milk and a few buns awaited him. He took one and bit into it, a surprising burst of flavor enveloping his palate. Is this a new recipe? He asked, intrigued by the taste that was unfamiliar to him from his past life. Gu Qinghan nodded. I believe it's some type of lamb bun, and it's surprisingly delicious. Indeed, Zhang Zhu found the bun deserving of high praise. They both enjoyed a few moments of quietude as they finished their breakfast. Let us go. We can't be late, Gu Qinghan urged. Right, Zhang Zhu replied. Chapter 25, Monday. The two arrived at the bus stop early, with only a sparse number of students milling about. Shortly thereafter, the bus to Taohua High School appeared before them. It's here, Zhang Zhu exclaimed. Yes, Gu Qinghan replied. Zhang Zhu paid for both of their fares, and they settled into a seat towards the back. The bus was sparsely occupied at first, but as they passed several stops, it gradually filled with students. Gazing at the myriad of school uniforms, Zhang Zhu found himself momentarily bewildered by the sheer number of high schools in Huaqing. After a journey of less than half an hour, the bus came to a halt as Taohua High School students called out to disembark. Let us go, Zhang Zhu said to Gu Qinghan. Okay. With that, Zhang Zhu navigated through the crowd, while Gu Qinghan followed closely behind as they alighted. After bidding each other farewell at the school gate, they both headed in different directions. As Zhang Zhu was part of the cleaning crew today, his immediate task was to sweep the grounds. Approaching a corner of the playground, he spotted several figures wielding brooms. Good morning, Zhang Zhu greeted his classmates. Morning. What brings you here so early? Although the sun had begun to rise, it was barely past 6:20. This was a significant difference from his usual late arrival. Zhang Zhu recognized one of the students, a chubby boy named Qingyu. Today, having risen early, Zhang Zhu made his way here promptly. Qingyu nodded in acknowledgement, then chose to disregard Zhang Zhu, for their acquaintance was merely superficial. Observing the unfamiliar faces around him, Zhang Zhu also decided to ignore them, quietly commencing his cleaning in a secluded corner. As he gazed at the drenched floor beside him, he felt perplexed. He realized that sweeping leaves in such a place was quite an arduous task. Qingyu, noticing Zhang Zhu's dilemma, remarked, the director just watered the flowers here, and the water has flowed over there. You might want to avoid that area. It's difficult to sweep. Zhang Zhu nodded in understanding, preparing to seek a drier spot for his task, feeling rather apologetic about the current location. As the saying goes, one's own interests come first. He ventured to an open area where the concrete floor was much easier to sweep. Zhang Zhu silently approved of his choice. Hey, why are you here so early? Suye, a playful voice called out from behind him. Turning around, Zhang Zhu saw Wu Li, clad in a blue and white school uniform, her hair tied up, exuding the essence of a youthful beauty. Rising early means arriving early, he replied. Isn't that usually the case? She asked. I can never seem to get up on time. Qingyu, who had been quietly sweeping, brightened at the sight of Wu Li. He had admired her for quite some time. Despite being in the same fourth group for ages, he had hardly exchanged words with her. He then said, Wu Li, you look lovely today. Wu Li had intended to engage Zhang Zhu in conversation, but turned to Qingyu upon hearing his voice. Who are you? She inquired, but her expression remained unchanged as she smiled faintly. Thank you. You look handsome today as well. After saying this, she returned her attention to Zhang Zhu. I can't believe I encountered you both while out the other day. I feel incredibly fortunate, Zhang Zhu remarked. You mentioned that yesterday, Wu Li replied, biting her lip at his words. So what if I like to repeat myself? As long as you enjoy it. How infuriating. What are you all chatting about so happily? Zhang Zhu recognized the voice immediately. It was Lin Lu, the notorious creepy guy. Sure enough, a boy of unimposing stature ambled toward them from a distance. We're discussing how the Big Bang came to be, Wu Li retorted with annoyance. Oh, are you all interested in that? Lin Li's eyes sparkled at her words. He had stumbled upon this topic over the past few months and found himself inexplicably engrossed. As Wu Li spoke, thoughts flowed into his mind like a relentless river. I know this. The Big Bang is. Seeing Lin Li's enthusiasm, Wu Li turned away, having never encountered such an eccentric boy before. What's wrong with her? Lin Lu asked Zhang Zhu, curiosity etched on his face. I guess yes, just having a moment, Zhang Zhu replied, recalling Wu Li's earlier irritation. By the way, is that girl you were with the other day your childhood friend? Zhang Zhu looked at Lin Lu with curiosity. Hadn't he met Gu Qinghan before? Why was he inquiring about this? Yes, that is her. Why do you ask? Oh, I saw in another class group that someone was interested in pursuing her. Really? Zhang Zhu said, his expression one of confusion. You don't know who Wang Ran is? Lin Lu was taken aback. He's quite well known, isn't he? He's handsome, academically gifted, athletic, and comes from a good family. Are you scared now? Zhang Zhu nodded lightly. I understand. Lin Lu stared at Zhang Zhu in disbelief. Shouldn't he be worried? How could he appear so calm? Are you a seasoned player in this game? Am I the fool here? Aren't you concerned? He is practically the quintessential male lead from a novel. Zhang Zhu looked puzzled. Shouldn't I expect to be humiliated by him, with Gu Qinghan following suit, leading to my downfall? Coughing, Lin Lu realized Zhang Zhu was an avid homebody. This is serious. I just meant you should pay more attention to your sister. She's older than me. She should be my elder sister, right? Is this really the time for wordplay? Zhang Zhu retorted. I think now is the time for sweeping, especially since the director is approaching. Lin Lu, hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. He glanced back but saw no sign of the director. Are you fooling with me? To your left. Student, what are you doing? The familiar voice sent a chill through Lin Lu. Hello, director. We were merely discussing academic matters. The academic director nodded, looking at Lin Lu with a serious expression. It's good to have such ambitions, but you must sweep quickly. We need to gather for operations soon. After speaking, the director departed for the cafeteria. Once the director had left, Lin Lu sighed in relief and said, I never thought you wouldn't deceive me. I wish you had. Zhang Zhu paused his sweeping, looking at him with a cold gaze. I'm not that boring, but if you don't pick up the pace, you'll likely have to repeat the task tomorrow. In class 3 of the first year, to eliminate laziness, the homeroom teacher decided to implement a reward and punishment system. Those who excelled academically and in labor could be exempted from homework for 1 to 3 days, while the indolent would face a week of repetitive tasks. The decision of who would be punished was determined by a vote among those working alongside the individual. Zhang Zhu was curious. If Lin Lu continued like this, he would certainly be sweeping for many days to come. Ah, you're right. I need to hurry, Lin Lu said, grabbing a broom and dashing to the area with the most debris. Zhang Zhu shook his head, choosing to ignore him. Soon after, members of the fourth group began arriving. With everyone's combined efforts, they managed to finish cleaning without exceeding the allotted time and return to the classroom. Zhang Zhu could hear the sounds of reading from a distance, and a familiar scene flooded his mind. If he was not mistaken, he would soon face the rigorous training of high school. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhang Zhu navigated through the desks to his designated seat. Wu Li and her companions, in fact, moved more swiftly than Zhang Zhu, which piqued his curiosity. Hadn't they just been discarding their trash moments ago? This was perplexing. What was happening? Wu Li, initially searching for water, felt uncomfortable under Zhang Zhu's gaze as he scrutinized her. No, I was just wondering how you returned faster than I did. That shouldn't be the case, she explained with a smile. I didn't throw away trash. Those two sisters were going to, so I handed it to them. Zhang Zhu nodded in understanding. With that clarification in mind, he chose to ignore Wu Li and settled into his seat, sipping water in small gulps. While he was immersed in his drink, Wu Li poked him gently on the back. Is there something you need? Zhang Zhu set down his water and turned to face her. I forgot to buy water. Could you share some with me? At this request, Zhang Zhu's eyelids twitched slightly. Didn't she know about the propriety of gender interactions? Furthermore, as far as he recalled, they had no significant connection. Was she simply parched? Why don't you wait until after the assembly to buy a bottle? He suggested, finding it a reasonable alternative. Wu Li leaned closer and said, look, it's all gone. Naturally, Zhang Zhu wouldn't lean in to inspect her claim. Reluctantly, he relinquished the bottle of water he had just purchased. Having just finished cleaning, he had taken the opportunity to secretly buy a bottle of water and a few snacks from the shop. Little did he expect that it would serve as someone else's gift. Thanks. I'll return the favor with a bottle of Dompung later, she promised. Zhang Zhu shook his head, replying, no need, just enjoy it. But how did you know I had just bought one? I saw it when I returned. Then why didn't you buy one along the way? Too lazy. Well, it's all on you, she chuckled. As time slipped away, the assembly bell rang. Zhang Zhu organized his belongings on the table and proceeded to the assembly area. Being a Monday, many announcements were scheduled for today. Upon arriving at the playground, he scanned the throng of students, momentarily unable to locate his class. After all, it had only been a little over 3 days since his rebirth. While he retained some vague memories from 10 years ago, they were not particularly clear. Following his recollections, he soon spotted Lin Lu squatting in a corner. He hurried forward and found his place, recalling that he was third from the last. Once in position, he was relieved to see Wu Li standing a little ahead of him, alleviating his anxiety about mistakenly joining the wrong class. Looking across the square, he noticed more than a dozen teachers already assembled, with the academic dean he had just encountered standing in front of them. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, a portly man, clutching a piece of draft paper, stepped onto the square. This was Principal Wu of Taohua High School. With a beaming smile directed at the multitude of students, Principal Wu took the microphone and began to speak. Hello, students. As his words echoed, applause erupted from the students. Not necessarily out of enthusiasm, but due to their homeroom teachers watching closely, applauding was obligatory. Today is Monday, and having just emerged from the weekend, I hope some of you can refocus your minds. As for the second and third year students, it's crucial to concentrate on your studies, as the college entrance examination is approaching. However, I won't be the bearer of gloom today. I am here to announce our school sports meet on Wednesday. As in previous years, those wishing to participate in sports should sign up from their respective classes. Those who opt not to participate can engage in their class activities instead. The event will span 3 days, from Wednesday to Friday. That is all I have to say. You may now head to lunch. As Principal Wu concluded his speech, the students erupted into genuine applause, filled with excitement and joy. After all, 3 days without classes was indeed delightful. Upon hearing the dismissal, many students orderly exited the playground under the guidance of their homeroom teachers. Zhang Zhu observed the departing crowd, then glanced towards the small shop, dismissing the idea of joining the throng. There were simply too many people. He had no desire to become a mere sandwich in such a crowd. Upon returning to the classroom, he noticed only a few scattered individuals remaining. No wonder the shop was so crowded. Over half the class had gone. Gradually, students from the back began to return, including the chatty Lin Lu, who burst in with excitement. Did you see that? I just spotted an incredibly beautiful girl. Zhang Zhu turned to him, intrigued. How beautiful? Is she as stunning as Fan Bingbing? If that's the case, I'd be smitten. Lin Lu licked his lips and declared, I made up my mind. I'm going to pursue this girl. Does she know she is in for a ride? Chapter 27. Lin Lu, the feeling of love. Whatever. You're just jealous. L'un répondait nonchalantly. Jealous? Who would be jealous over such matters? Zhang Zhu pondered, genuinely curious if anyone would chase after a girl out of jealousy. Wasn't he that akin to self-sabotage? Do you know who she is? Seeing that Zhang Zhu was ignoring him, Lin Lu pressed on. You want to know, don't you? It's Nangong Ling from Class 1. Nice name. She seems decent too. Haha. Zhang Zhu glanced at Lin Lu with disdain. Given Lin Li's demeanor, it was hard to imagine him successfully wooing anyone. With a name like that, she likely wouldn't be hard to find. Looking at Lin Lu, whose expression was quite lecherous, Zhang Zhu silently closed his eyes. How did his high school desk mate turn out to be such a character? He shook his head and pulled out his Chinese textbook, glancing at it since the next class was taught by their homeroom teacher, and he wished to avoid a repeat of the previous experience. Noticing Zhang Zhu's lack of interest, it was as though he were in the throes of infatuation, eager to share his excitement with a friend. The fleeting glimpse of Nangong Ling had ignited a romantic spark in him. Zhang Zhu was the best confidant he could find. Should I buy her something or orchestrate a chance encounter? Zhang Zhu, who had been immersed in his textbook, lifted his gaze at Lin Lu's query and replied, I think it would be better if you waited 3 years. Are you suggesting a 3-year crush like in the dramas to win her heart? No, in high school, harassing someone could lead to expulsion. I'm serious. In that case, I recommend you abandon the idea. That is not an option. Zhang Zhu regarded Lin Lu with exasperation. Given his current state, it was hard to imagine him successfully connecting with anyone. He could only hope that she didn't end up too frightened to attend school. You must have a plan. After all, Gu Qinghan is far more attractive than Nangong Ling Zhang. My happiness relies on you, bamboo brother, my dear bamboo brother. As Lin Lu finished, he grasped Zhang Zhu's arm. Zhang Zhu had intended to say something more, but upon seeing Lin Lu's runny nose, he quickly pushed him away. Why do you think I possess the capability to assist you in pursuing? As for Gu Qinghan, that was merely a serendipitous encounter. We have known each other for far too long. Lin Lu was about to say something when a voice interrupted. What are you all discussing so excitedly? Wu Li, holding a small bag brimming with contents, inquired. Lin Lu, upon noticing the other party's eagerness, quickly fell silent, not wishing to stir up a commotion. He aspired to make a remarkable impression. You should ask Lin Lu, Zhang Zhu suggested, genuinely reluctant to delve into such awkward topics. It's nothing, just a discussion about studies. Wu Li remarked, seeing that neither of them wished to elaborate. She retrieved a bottle of Dongpeng from the bag beside her. Here, this is for you. Zhang Zhu shook his head upon seeing it. A bottle of mineral water was of little value, while Dongpeng was considerably pricier. It's fine, consider my treat. You treated me to that water, didn't you? This is a mutual gesture. Zhang Zhu, observing Wu Li's earnest demeanor, had no choice but to acquiesce. Otherwise, she would launch into an elaborate justification. Lin Lu looked at the Dongpeng given by Wu Li and chimed in. Do I get one too, sisterly? Wu Li raplia. You don't deserve one at all. If you're not giving it, then that's that. What's the point of cursing? I might as well hit someone. With a dismissive scoff, Lin Lu secretly shook his head. He still preferred Nangong Ling, ignoring Lin Lu. Wu Li continued to Zhang Zhu. Are you planning to participate in the class events or the school-wide ones during the sports meet on Wednesday? Zhang Zhu pondered for a moment. In his previous life, he had always watched the sports meet with Gu Qinghan, and once, she had even dragged him to participate. However, he had never tried the class events. Only glanced at them. I think I'll go for the class events. My athletic prowess isn't remarkable. I see. Wu Li nodded thoughtfully. What about you? Zhang Zhu looked at her, as his memories of her participation in the events were rather vague. I initially considered joining the sports meet. The 800 meters didn't seem too challenging, but after some thought, I decided to stick with the class events. Zhang Zhu regarded her slender figure at a height of over 7 meters. In that light, the 800 meters indeed appeared manageable. Athletic talent cannot strictly be correlated with height and weight, but there is certainly a significant relationship. I see. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, the class bell rang. Class is starting. We can talk later. All right. With the final chime of the bell, the last class concluded, and they were dismissed. Since their homes weren't particularly close, Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan typically had their meals at school, and today was no exception. After packing his belongings, Zhang Zhu stood up and waited for his classmates to leave first. As time passed, one by one, his classmates departed, most rushing to the cafeteria, while a few returned home due to proximity. Aren't you leaving? Wu Li and Qian Shui, returning from the restroom, spotted Zhang Zhu still in the classroom and curiously inquired. Waiting for someone, Zhang Zhu replied nonchalantly. He had no intention of engaging with Gu Qinghan, as his primary goal was to maintain distance from her. However, during the last class, she had approached him, offering a friendly greeting, which he reluctantly accepted. Who? Gu Qinghan. Wu Li was about to nod in acknowledgement, but suddenly recalled that she had promised Zhang Zhu the previous week to bring Gu Qinghan a few unique candies. Never mind. I'll deliver them this afternoon. Wu Li decided to let it go. You can wait for her. I just passed by and saw her writing something, so you might have to wait a bit. It's fine. Watching the two depart, Zhang Zhu shook his head, clearly disapproving of Gu Qinghan's leisurely pace. By the time he reached the cafeteria, only leftovers would remain, and he found himself reminiscing about the high school meals. A pity today would be a wash. A distant sound of footsteps echoed, the rhythmic patter growing closer. Sure enough, upon looking up, Zhang Zhu spotted two figures approaching. One was Gu Qinghan, and the other was an exceptionally beautiful girl. Let us go. Zhang Zhu nodded and followed closely behind them. I forgot to introduce her. This is my friend, Nangong Ling. Nangong Ling? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Hello. Zhang Zhu greeted Nangong Ling with a slight nod. Greetings, I am Nangong Ling, Chapter 28 Zhang Zhu, if possible. I would rather not eat leftovers. I thought you might forget to wait for me. Gu Qinghan remarked, and Zhang Zhu fell silent. Forgetting was one thing, but the reality of enduring her wrath was quite another. Are you hungry? Seeing Zhang Zhu's lack of response, Gu Qinghan pressed on. Not really. I had a substantial breakfast. Nangong Ling, observing their closeness, was taken aback. Although she had heard rumors, witnessing the dynamic firsthand was a different experience. To her, Gu Qinghan truly resembled a proud swan, thus piquing her curiosity further. Are you implying that I eat a lot too? I merely meant to convey that I'm not hungry. If I say I am, then I am. If you are, what does that have to do with me? Care for a fight? After enduring a few verbal jabs, Zhang Zhu finally refrained from retorting. How could it hurt so much despite lacking any strength? Qinghan, you two appear to share a remarkable bond, Nangong Ling teased. Viewing the typically aloof Gu Qinghan through a different lens, she had assumed that a high and mighty goddess would be disinterested in mundane matters, unaware that even celestial beings require sustenance. He annoys me daily. Our relationship is quite ordinary. I merely enjoy rebutting outlandish statements. Zhang Zhu vehemently disagreed with Gu Qinghan's assessment. It was not he who provoked her, but rather her constant threats that kept him on edge. The greatest agony in life is the inability to speak the truth. I too merely wish to engage in some physical exercise to build arm strength. You have bested me. Nangong Ling found their banter amusing. She had expected that a conversation between two individuals of opposite gender would be awkward, yet here they were, exchanging playful jests like old friends. Do you both enjoy leftovers? Zhang Zhu suddenly recalled something and looked up at the two. Nangong Ling appeared puzzled. Who would relish leftovers? Not at all. The cafeteria probably only has leftovers left. Zhang Zhu surveyed their surroundings, noting the three of them as the sole occupants, and considering the student population at Taohua High School. He optimistically concluded that the cafeteria might be devoid of even rice by now. No need. I brought several meals from home. Otherwise, Qinghan wouldn't have come so late. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ling realized that Gu Qinghan hadn't informed Zhang Zhu. Otherwise, they would have gone to the cafeteria much earlier. So that's the case. Gu Qinghan, you really ought to communicate better. If there's food, you should be grateful. Why be grateful? Didn't you say you would wait for me? You don't have to wait. Then don't clench your fists while speaking. My apologies. It's just in my nature. Zhang Zhu gazed silently at the temperamental Gu Qinghan, feeling a profound weariness when faced with someone who could neither be outmatched in strength nor in argument. All right. Perhaps Qinghan has simply forgotten, she thought. To this, Nangong Ling quickly interjected. Shall we go to the flower pavilion for a meal? Initially, they had intended to dine at the cafeteria, only to discover it was utterly packed. Zhang Zhu nodded in agreement, yet her gaze lingered outside at the scorching sun. Swallowing hard at the thought, Gu Qinghan, too, felt a twinge of trepidation, for the flower pavilion seemed devoid of any shady trees. Observing their unease, Nangong pondered before suggesting, "What about we head to the convenience store? The one at Tawahai is unlike any other. It offers numerous seating options and is adorned with plenty of fans. It's a haven for many boarding students. However, due to lunchtime and the imminent dormitory curfew, the convenience store was often rather empty at this hour." "That sounds splendid." Zhang Zhu agreed wholeheartedly, acknowledging its charm and coolness. Before long, under Zhang Zhu's guidance, the group arrived at the convenience store. Noticing the sparse crowd, they found a spot directly beneath a fan. Nangong Ling then produced 3 lunchboxes from her backpack, while Zhang Zhu returned from the store with 3 bottles of cola. Despite her initial preference for Sprite in the summer, she had succumbed to Gu Qinghan's fervent request for cola just days prior. "Here, this is your meal." Gu Qinghan handed a lunchbox to Zhang Zhu. "Thank you." Zhang Zhu replied graciously as she opened it to reveal a generous serving of marbled pork accompanied by green beans and cauliflower. As she delicately picked up a piece with her chopsticks, an intense aroma enveloped her senses. "Delicious," she proclaimed, though it fell short of extraordinary. It was indeed a delightful dish. "Indeed, my mother prepared this. She used to be a renowned chef," Nangong Ling chimed in with a smile. Gu Qinghan took a bite, as well, and found it considerably more palatable than the cafeteria fare. Zhang Zhu's attention drifted to the classmates finishing their meals as they passed by, and she lowered her head. Not for any particular reason, but because she had just spotted Lin Lu. It dawned on her why Nangong Ling sounded so familiar. Today was the day Lin Lu had expressed his intent to pursue the very girl before him. If he were to notice her, he might mistakenly believe he was some sort of romantic hero, adamantly pursuing her. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. Observing Zhang Zhu with her head down, Gu Qinghan assumed she was feeling the heat and remarked, "Xiao Zhu, you should sit closer to the fan." "I'm not hot." It's just before she could finish her thought, a voice interrupted. "Zhang Zhu, what the hell?" Sure enough, as she lifted her gaze, it was Lin Lu striding toward them, accompanied by a medium-built boy named Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi had intended to greet her, but upon seeing Gu Qinghan and Nangong Ling, he blushed furiously, having never encountered such beautiful girls before. "Zhang Zhu, you're eating?" he stammered. "Just started, what about you?" Zhang Zhu recognized Jiang Yi as the class clown, someone quite entertaining. "Yes, I should be going then," he said abruptly before hurrying away. "What was that about?" Zhang Zhu inquired curiously, turning to Lin Lu. "Probably needed the restroom. He seemed to have eaten quite a bit," Lin Lu replied. Originally wanting to share a humorous incident with Zhang Zhu, he suddenly found himself holding his breath at the sight of the enchanting Nangong Ling, leaving him speechless. "What's wrong?" Noticing Lin Lu's stunned expression, Zhang Zhu surmised his predicament and decided to tease him. "And nothing else wrong." Seeing Lin Li's awkward demeanor made Zhang Zhu want to laugh but suppress it instead. "This is Gu Qinghan, whom you should know, and this is her friend, Nangong Ling." Acknowledging the introduction, Nangong Ling smiled and greeted, "Hello, I'm Nangong Ling from Class 1. "Hello, I'm Lin Lu, Zhang Zhu's deskmate," he replied, his face still flushed with embarrassment. Zhang Zhu resumed eating, stealing glances at Lin Lu, who wore an expression of discomfort. This prompted Zhang Zhu to smirk with amusement. Gu Qinghan, noticing Zhang Zhu's mischievous demeanor, poked her arm and signaled with her eyes. "What are you up to?" Zhang Zhu, lost in her own thoughts, was startled by the sudden touch. "Look at Lin Lu. What is wrong with him? Don't you think he seems a bit odd?" "What's odd?" "He likes Nangong Ling." "How do you know that?" "ISNT this their first meeting? It's a crush, and it's the first day." "How cliché, I love it." Just like that, the two, initially feeling lethargic from the heat, suddenly felt invigorated, realizing that even gossip could be energizing. Sensing the atmosphere shift to a quiet lull, Lin Lu decided to take action. Remembering how his classmates labeled him the class clown, he thought to liven up the mood and perhaps impress Nangong Ling. "Have you heard about the awkward thing that happened to me the last time I ate out? Would you like to know?" With Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan seemingly uninterested, Nangong Ling took the initiative to engage, asking what happened. "One time when I was out, my phone died, and I asked to shop for a charging point. The staff member replied, 'I am the staff.' I clarified, 'No, I'm in a charging point, not an employee.' The staff looked horrified and said, 'This is a respectable cafe. We don't have plug-in staff.'" Unable to contain himself, Lin Lu burst into laughter, while Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan exchanged bewildered glances, wondering how he could withstand the awkwardness. Nangong Ling, too, fell silent, only managing a hesitant ha-ha. Seeing the lack of response he anticipated, Lin Lu decided to share a funnier story. "Do you know which animal makes very little noise when angry?" he continued, convinced they simply hadn't understood his previous joke. "What animal?" Zhang Zhu asked, noticing Nangong Ling had also lost interest in Lin Lu's antics. "A gorilla." Gu Qinghan nudged Zhang Zhu again, signaling her confusion. I don't know. Then why did you respond? Worried he might embarrass himself. Zhang Zhu, feeling somewhat defeated, replied, Why? Because gorillas pound their chests when they're angry. Having finished speaking, Lin Lu began to convulse with laughter, collapsing into his chair in sheer amusement. This time, Zhang Zhu silently closed his eyes at a loss for words. It wasn't he that he was unwilling to help. Rather, he pondered why such an awkward story had to be shared. Observing Zhang Zhu's silence, Gu Qinghan chimed in. Nan Gongling, noticing the collective awkwardness, could only feign a smile. Isn't it funny? Lin Lu, wiping away tears of laughter, looked at everyone, convinced the joke was utterly hilarious. Is this even a joke? Zhang Zhu lifted his head, only able to shoo him away. Despite the 30-degree heat, a chill unexpectedly ran through him. Clearly, your sense of humor is too low. You don't even get this. I'll share more next time, Lin Lu declared. No need. I think normal conversation is just fine, Zhang Zhu replied, struggling to fathom how one could feel a chill on such a hot day. He had no desire to experience that again. I believe it's better to keep things normal. I can't grasp this cross-dimensional humor, Nan Gongling remarked slowly, equally uninterested in a repeat encounter with such outdated jokes. I see. Then I shall share some amusing stories next time. I have plenty of those, Lin Lu said, patting his chest with a laugh. Beside them, Gu Qinghan blinked in surprise and poked Zhang Zhu with her finger, signaling, does he genuinely not understand, or is he pretending? I think he is genuinely foolish, Zhang Zhu replied, exasperated as he looked at Lin Lu. What boy discusses such things with girls? This guy's social skills are utterly lacking. No wonder Gu Qinghan also recognized Lin Lu's low emotional intelligence. Even someone like her could see something was amiss. Yet he remained jovial. Didn't you say you were heading back to the dormitory? Zhang Zhu asked Lin Lu, who showed no intention of leaving. It wasn't he that he wanted to drive him away, but rather that Lin Lu's words were excessively awkward. The beginning of any relationship shouldn't involve playing the clown. As his desk mate, he could only assist him to this extent. It's fine. I'm not tired this afternoon, Lin Lu said, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Zhu's hints, still chuckling. Gu Qinghan took a sip of her cola, observing the scene before her, and felt a sense of serene joy. How delightful it was to be a bystander to such antics. Why had she been so pretentious before? By the way, Nangong, are there any underperformers in your class? Lin Lu asked, gazing at her exquisite face, wishing to admire her forever. Originally, Nan Gongling had intended to eat a few more bites of her meal, but the heat of the afternoon made it unappetizing. As she prepared to dig in, Lin Lu's comment compelled her to set down her chopsticks. Not really. They're all about the same as me, she replied thoughtfully. Most in her class worked hard. While some were indeed lazy, their talents were exceptionally high. This resulted in those who seemed to exert effort pulling ahead, although the distance wasn't insurmountable. As the ordinary exam papers weren't overly challenging, they're far superior to those in my class 3, were rather notorious for slacking off. Lin Lu said with growing enthusiasm. Ahem, let us not exaggerate. Class 3 is quite diligent as well, Zhang Zhu interjected, wanting to maintain some dignity for their class. Gu Qinghan stared at Zhang Zhu, unable to suppress a laugh. You, with such a low ranking, are claiming to work hard? Zhang Zhu shot her a sidelong glance, unimpressed. What are you trying to imply? I'm merely stating the truth. Are you feeling anxious? Not at all. You seem to be the one in a hurry. After school this afternoon, slow down, I want to talk to you. Nan Gongling, initially perplexed by Lin Lu's cold jokes, found the banter between Gu Qinghan and Zhang Zhu amusing. Indeed, having a playful childhood friend made life considerably more enjoyable. I want a childhood friend too, oh heavens. Chapter 30. Lin Lu's incident. Seeing Zhang Zhu still challenging her, Gu Qinghan discreetly pinched his hand. Only when she noticed his brows furrow in discomfort did she release her grip. Zhang Zhu hadn't anticipated her resorting to such underhanded tactics, leaving him flustered. Moreover, the impact was quite significant. Why the silence? Gu Qinghan smiled at Zhang Zhu. Nan Gongling watched the two, her eyes blinking in astonishment. I was just bitten by a mosquito and feel sullied, so I don't wish to speak. Perhaps your breath was too foul, attracting the mosquito, she joked. Thanks. But my hands are not smelly. Your mouth can transmit odors to your skin. Do you understand that? Our biology teacher would be amazed. Listening to their playful exchange and instinctively chiming in. Which biology teacher? Nan Gongling, who had been covering her mouth and giggling, paused at Lin Li's interjection. What does that have to do with our biology teacher? Zhang Zhu asked, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Lu. Are you certain you're not tired? Lin Lu, initially eager to continue talking, responded to Zhang Zhu's query. I'm truly not tired. Just look at how bright my eyes are. In an instant, Lin Lu appeared right before Zhang Zhu, his face coming alarmingly close. Zhang Zhu, initially intent on continuing his meal and uninterested in Lin Lu's antics, was startled by his sudden proximity. In a moment of distraction, Zhang Zhu fell off his chair, sending his food soaring into the air, landing squarely on his lap. The unexpected scene left Zhang Zhu momentarily dazed. Who am I? What am I doing? Gu Qinghan and Nan Gongling were equally astonished, as if witnessing a miraculous event, akin to winning the lottery, leaving them bewildered. Are you all right, Xiao Zhu? Gu Qinghan set her lunchbox aside and hurriedly helped him up. Iem mifine, iem mifine. Zhang Zhu got to his feet, brushing off the food from his clothes and accepting a tissue from Nan Gongling to clean himself. Lin Lu, equally shocked by the scene, stood frozen. He had merely aimed to demonstrate his alertness. How had things escalated so dramatically? I'm sorry, Zhang Zhu. I just wanted to show you my eyes. Lin Lu said apologetically. Zhang Zhu, hearing this, fell silent, regretting ever initiating conversation with him. Who could he blame now? Himself. It's all right, I just slipped. I'll clean it up. Zhang Zhu waved his hands dismissively, indicating he was unhurt. After this incident, none of them felt like continuing their meal, hastily concluding their lunch. Lin Lu, as if realizing something, quickly dashed away. Does it hurt? After sorting themselves out, the three of them bought some snacks at the convenience store and walked back to class. Zhang Zhu shook his head, stating that it was merely a minor tumble and he hadn't injured himself at all. Beside him, Nan Gongling held a bag, walking alongside Gu Qinghan, her expression marked by a hint of contemplation. After a moment, she spoke in a leisurely manner. That boy seems vaguely familiar to me. Zhang Zhu, upon hearing this, turned to her with a face full of disbelief. How could Lin Lu leave an impression on anyone? He mused. Perhaps it is true that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Curious, Gu Qinghan gazed at Nan Gongling, reasoning that these two individuals should have no prior connection. Was there some hidden matter or secret they were unaware of? I spotted him at the intersection by Qizhong last time, playfully teasing a girl, Nan Gongling recounted, her expression one of incredulity. Zhang Zhu could only respond with exasperation. Indeed, such behavior was typical of Lin Lu. Moreover, the fact that he had been caught in the act by his goddess was a sure path to ruin his romantic aspirations. I intended to intervene, but before I knew it, the girl struck him, and he crumpled to the ground in a ball. She continued, shaking her head in disbelief. She never expected such a petite girl could overpower a boy so much taller than herself. Regardless of the outcome, teasing an unsuspecting girl was truly unbecoming, and this left Nan Gongling with a negative impression of him from the outset. Zhang Zhu fell into a profound silence. He had not anticipated such a convoluted and absurd turn of events. Gu Qinghan, however, exhibited a flicker of anger on her face. Well done. Such individuals deserve to be taught a lesson. If that girl had been small and frail, would she have simply been bullied? Indeed, Lin Lu had crossed the line. Zhang Zhu could not deny that the boy's actions had been excessive. While it was understandable for a gentleman to appreciate beauty, it must be done with sincerity. This behavior was no better than that of a street corner delinquent. I never imagined he would be acquainted with you, Nan Gongling remarked, her face betraying a hint of surprise. Zhang Zhu nodded, replying, he is my deskmate. Oh, I see, Nan Gongling acknowledged. Before long, the three arrived at the entrance of Class 1 in their first year. You two go ahead. I shall return to the classroom for a nap, as I feel rather drowsy, she stated. At Taohua High School, those who did not return home for lunch could rest in the classroom, which was equipped with fans to ensure students' comfort. Thus, many opted to eat in the school cafeteria and then return to the classroom for a nap, as the familiar chairs and desks quickly lulled them into slumber. Wait for me this afternoon, Gu Qinghan said, handing Zhang Zhu a bottle of water. Do you have something to attend to? He inquired. I don't know if I have anything. Do you? Aren't I asking you if you have something? If you have nothing, can you not wait for me? If you have nothing, why seek me out? Is it forbidden to reach out if I have no matters at hand? Fine, Zhang Zhu stammered, initially intending to decline, for he had not forgotten his promise. Otherwise, what would distinguish this life from the last? He wished to manipulate his time wisely to create wealth, to experience the privileges of affluence. However, with Gu Qinghan's gentle hand resting on his shoulder, he could only smile and acquiesce to her request. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. I shall remember this debt of gratitude to Gu Qinghan. Then off you go. And remember, Gu Qinghan said, turning without a backward glance as she entered Class 1. Goodbye. Nan Gongling also bid farewell to Zhang Zhu before departing. Watching them leave, Zhang Zhu shook his head, glanced at the water in his hand, and then took his leave as well. Chapter 31. Wu Li What? Upon returning to the classroom, Zhang Zhu was not particularly surprised by the sparse attendance. After all, most students opted for dormitory accommodation, and those living nearby did not mind the short journey home. Thus, Only a handful remained in the classroom. He twisted the cap off his water bottle and took a sip. Why does this taste so much better than in the future? He pondered, savoring the subtly sweet flavor, a sensation he had seldom experienced in his past life. Placing the water bottle beside his chair, he stacked the books on his desk and laid a few newspapers on top as a makeshift cushion. Not bad, he thought, nodding in satisfaction at his handiwork. Just as he was preparing to nap, he noticed a figure entering the doorway. It was Wu Li. With a light step, Wu Li hummed a cheerful tune. A pristine ice cream cone perched in her mouth, and in her hand, she brandished a bottle of soda, shaking it vigorously. Oh, my dear soda. It should not be shaken. Zhang Zhu mused to himself as Wu Li approached him from behind. It feels unusually warm today, doesn't it? Wu Li remarked as she settled into her seat, her neck glistening with a sheen of sweat. This discomfort was quite unbearable for her. You could set the fan to the 5th gear, Zhang Zhu suggested, his gaze fixed on the blackboard. You're right, Wu Li exclaimed, tapping her forehead before striding over to the switch. She promptly cranked the fan from the 3rd to the 5th setting. Instantly, a refreshing breeze began to fill the room, lifting Zhang Zhu's hair and revitalizing him from the weariness of the day. Much cooler now, Wu Li relished the change, reveling in the romance of summer. Nearby, a girl seated by the switchboard fixed her gaze on Wu Li and warned, if the homeroom teacher finds out, you might get scolded for setting it so high. Wu Li pouted. She said, fine, turn it up. Is there really a difference between 3 and 5? She doesn't concern herself with that. Why do you say so much? Is 5 not cooler? It's very cool. Then be quiet. Wu Li ufa, feeling a sense of triumph as the chatter from the girl finally ceased. Many classmates were astonished by their exchange, given the quiet atmosphere where even a pin drop could be heard. Why does it feel so much cooler? Someone remarked. Indeed, the breeze has intensified significantly. Someone must have switched it to 5, others chimed in, yet no one condemned Wu Li. After all, her actions benefited all those hoping to catch a nap. What advantage would there be in reporting her? Noticing Wu Li basking in the attention, Zhang Zhu lowered his head, bemused by how she seemed to undertake a monumental task by adjusting the fan. Wu Li, feeling the collective gaze upon her, nodded slightly before returning to her seat. Not bad, not bad. I shall continue this tomorrow, she declared, as long as you enjoy it. But I wonder if the teacher will mind, Zhang Zhu interjected. She won't. I've already inquired, Wu Li replied. Zhang Zhu paused, taken aback by her unexpected knowledge. When did her information network become so robust? He wondered. Could it be that the other party possesses some secret knowledge that I am unaware of? Oh, I happened to pass by the principal's office last time and heard that air conditioning is to be installed soon, so the fans will no longer be needed. What's the harm in turning it up a notch? After Wu Li finished speaking, she seemed to have an epiphany and gently nodded her head. Is that all? Zhang Zhu gazed at her in disbelief. That's all there is. Don't you think I discovered this quite promptly? Are you aware that our school has a bulletin board? Yes, I know. What about it? This matter was posted just last week. So Zhang Zhu couldn't help but chuckle, especially at the sight of Wu Li's earnest expression. An inexplicable sense of absurdity washed over her. Wu Li's eyes were vacant. Shouldn't she be receiving compliments now? And how could she not know when it was posted? Quite unusual indeed. Are you serious? Wu Li still found it hard to believe. Although she wasn't particularly fond of digging for information, there was no reason for her to be unaware of something that even Zhang Zhu knew. You can go check. It's still there. Zhang Zhu looked at her with a hint of exasperation. After all, was there any reason to deceive her? Oh, I already knew. I was just worried you might not. You think that's fine? You don't have to pay me any mind. Zhang Zhu, who was dismantling the facade with a feigned annoyance. Why pretend not to know? The one who's unhappy is both of us, not just me, right? Aren't you human? Zhang Zhu, why should I be sad? Work? As a beautiful maiden, shouldn't you feel distressed alongside me? You in this round, sister. Upon seeing Zhang Zhu close her eyes, Wu Li couldn't help but chuckle softly. She hadn't anticipated that teasing her would be such a delight. I'm off to sleep now, big sis feeling a bit drowsy. Zhang Zhu picked up a newspaper beside her, tucked in a couple of soft candies, and turned to Wu Li behind her. The truth was, Zhang Zhu was indeed a little tired. Why are you going to bed so early? Wu Li glanced at the clock, which had barely struck midnight. Wasn't Zhang Zhu usually up much later? I'm fatigued from studying. Zhang Zhu didn't want to dwell on yesterday's events, merely wishing to catch up on some sleep. Gaming is gaming, but studying is tiring. Wu Li dismissed Zhang Zhu's words. Her class ranking was still higher than hers. How contemptuous. Zhang Zhu shook her head and chose not to continue the conversation. Turning over to sleep, seeing that Zhang Zhu had ignored her and fallen asleep, Wu Li clicked her tongue and also laid her head down on the desk. Succumbing to a deep slumber, a series of footsteps gradually infiltrated Zhang Zhu's ears, stirring her from her slumber. Still asleep, Zhang Zhu? At that moment, A voice resonated beside her ear. Slowly coming to her senses, Zhang Zhu opened her eyes to find Lin Lu, who was holding an alpino candy in her mouth and clutching 2 packets of spicy snacks in her hands. Is class underway? Zhang Zhu surveyed her classmates around her and noticed that nearly everyone had already arrived. Not yet. There are still about 20 minutes to go. Lin Lu glanced at Zhang Zhu's reddened eyes and said. Zhang Zhu nodded lightly, then recalled something and asked, "Why did you leave so suddenly today? Didn't you want to chat a bit?" I dared not say anything. It was rather embarrassing. Remembering what had transpired, Lin Lu felt her face flush. Chapter 32, Offering Candies. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhu chuckled softly without uttering a word. It wasn't merely embarrassing. It was profoundly humiliating. As for the matter of Nangong Ling teasing the girls of Class 7, Zhang Zhu chose to remain silent. It was already passed over, so why burden herself with further discussion? Hey, why do you seem so familiar with her? Lin Lu stared wide-eyed at Zhang Zhu. It felt surreal that a girl as enchanting as a poem could be Zhang Zhu's childhood friend. And the girl she had just mentioned appeared beside Zhang Zhu in a miraculous twist of fate? Could it be that she's a goddess ruling over the seas of ancient Greece? I don't know her. Regarding Nangong Ling, Zhang Zhu truly had little recollection. Perhaps the butterfly effect had altered the course of her past and present, leading her to learn about this person for the first time. Of course, she only knew the name. Beyond that, all she knew was that she was female. Really? Fake. Then why did you deceive me? Zhang Zhu gazed at her in exasperation, as if she were determined to believe that they were acquainted. All right. Did Nangong Ling say anything about me after I left? Yes. Is that true or false? True. Upon hearing this, Lin Li's eyes sparkled as if illuminated by something. She said, "Who knows you? Is that all?" Lin Lu lowered her head in disappointment, gazing out the window, where a few leaves danced in the wind, much like her own feelings. Zhang Zhu paid little heed to Lin Li's situation. Setting aside how unfortunate this encounter was, even if they were to meet alone later, Lin Lu would still act like a love-struck puppy. The girl was stunning tall, academically exceptional, and dressed in attire far from cheap. A girl of such caliber was truly of no use unless one could surpass her. Glancing at the person beside her, Zhang Zhu observed Lin Lu biting the cap of a mineral water bottle, lost in contemplation of what lay within. Not even on the same level, Zhang Zhu shook her head, for with such an infatuated admirer, all she could do was mock. The bell rang, signaling the commencement of class. As time passed, the first lesson quietly came to an end without anyone realizing. All right, class, we shall conclude here for today. A teacher of average build addressed the students of Class 3 before turning to leave. Zhang Zhu placed her physics book back on the desk and took out a small packet of snacks to nibble on. Meanwhile, Wu Li gently prodded Zhang Zhu and said, "Here are 2 new candies for you." Zhang Zhu was momentarily taken aback, then accepted the candies she offered. "Thank you." Wu Li smiled softly and then stood up to exit the classroom. Watching Wu Li depart, Zhang Zhu paid little attention. Girls often frequented the restroom or the snack bar during breaks. Meanwhile, in Class 1, Gu Qinghan twirled a pen in her hand, her eyes shimmering as she stared blankly out the window. "Someone else looking for you, Gu Qinghan." At that moment, a girl near the door called out to Gu Qinghan, who was by the window. Hearing her name, Gu Qinghan lifted her head and saw a familiar figure standing beside the girl, Wu Li. A smile played at the corners of Gu Qinghan's lips as she stood and walked towards them. "Do you need something?" Upon reaching Wu Li, Gu Qinghan gazed into her eyes, which glimmered with a distinct allure. Wu Li felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Gu Qinghan's beauty was so striking that it seemed to radiate waves of light at every moment. "No, Zhang Zhu asked me to give you some candies here." Saying this, Wu Li handed over a small bag of candies to Gu Qinghan. Originally, Wu Li had intended to offer just a few candies, but upon reflection, she deemed that too meager and thus decided to add a touch of the basic variety. Although fully aware of the circumstances, Gu Qinghan chose to feign ignorance. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes gazed at Wu Li with an air of curiosity. "Zhang Zhu asked you to give these?" "Yes. He mentioned they were delicious and urged me to share some with you." "Are you two quite close?" "Fairly so." "I see, thank you." Gu Qinghan nodded gently, accepting the bag from Wu Li. As she drew near, Wu Li caught a whiff of a subtle fragrance emanating from Gu Qinghan, a refreshing aroma that was quite pleasant. This unexpected scent left Wu Li momentarily stunned. She never anticipated encountering someone with such a natural fragrance, especially since she found her own perspiration rather unpleasant. "Would you like to sit for a moment?" Gu Qinghan suggested, noticing Wu Li lost in thought. No, class is about to start. Goodbye." With that, Wu Li turned on her heel and departed from sight. Back at her desk, Gu Qinghan delicately tore open a wrapper to reveal a pale blue candy, adorned with a floral engraving at its center. Bringing the confection to her lips, she was immediately enveloped by a sweet, floral aroma that transported her to a sea of blossoms. Upon savoring a taste, her expression brightened as if illuminated by a sudden spark in the dark of night. Delicious. Unlike yesterday's treat, this flavor resonated with her more profoundly, an ineffable delight. Meanwhile, Nan Gongling had noticed this exchange early on, presuming Wu Li to be a close friend of Gu Qinghan, thus harboring no suspicion. Approaching Gu Qinghan's desk, she observed the assortment of candies laid out, which struck her as rather unusual, considering Gu Qinghan's apparent aversion to sweets due to her susceptibility to cavities. Here, Gu Qinghan offered her a raspberry-colored candy. Delicious, Nan Gongling exclaimed after tasting it, utterly captivated by its exquisite flavor. Where did you get this? I must buy a plethora to take home after school. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Gu Qinghan. A friend gifted it to me. The girl from earlier? Nan Gongling recalled seeing Wu Li handing a bag to Gu Qinghan. Could it be her? Yes, she did. You two must be quite close for her to offer you such delightful candies. Gu Qinghan shook her head, clarifying, we've only met a few times. We're not well acquainted. Nan Gongling regarded her with surprise. If they were not familiar, why would Wu Li present her with a gift? Is she perhaps trying to win you over? Am I in a novel where you are the heroine? At Nan Gongling's remark, Gu Qinghan chuckled softly and shook her head. She is not an unattainable figure. There's no reason for anyone to go out of their way to gift me. She is Zhang Zhu's friend, Gu Qinghan added. Nan Gongling's eyes widened in realization. What? Chapter 33. Nan Gongling. The drama unfolds around me. If her assumptions were correct, Gu Qinghan and Zhang Zhu shared a childhood bond. Their unique connection had already become the talk of the class, and Gu Qinghan had implicitly acknowledged it. Yet, why would Wu Li offer candy to Gu Qinghan? What is the nature of your relationship? Nan Gongling pondered long and hard, unable to arrive at a logical explanation. I don't know, I just found out myself. Gu Qinghan could only feign ignorance regarding the situation that had unfolded. She had merely wished to ascertain Wu Li's identity, and having already encountered her over the weekend, Gu Qinghan felt no further interest, as they did not exist in the same social sphere. She had no inclination to engage with those beneath her level. Could it be that Zhang Zhu instructed her to assert her claim? Suddenly, a thought struck Nan Gongling, her eyes lighting up with excitement. You have a vivid imagination. Gu Qinghan retorted, this isn't a drama. There aren't that many cunning second leads. Really? I recently watched a drama where the male lead was enamored with naive, sweet girls. It seems that beautiful and sensible ones like you are often overlooked. What if Zhang Zhu is that kind of person? Gu Qinghan rolled her eyes at her friend. Nan Gongling, you've watched too many idol dramas. Reality isn't scripted. And Zhang Zhu is not a domineering CEO. Also, I'm not the second female lead. She isn't a simple-minded heroine. You shouldn't dismiss it so readily. Nan Gongling insisted. I've drawn many conclusions from the dramas I've watched. Just be careful not to unwittingly slip into the role of the second female lead. You might find yourself with no place to weep, Qinghan. Gu Qinghan replied with exasperation, realizing her friend was beyond redemption. I may not cry, but if the truth were to unfold, someone would certainly be in tears. Having trained in martial arts for many years, Gu Qinghan was confident she could make someone question their very existence. Humph. I've seen enough dramas to know that those who appear aloof often harbor the softest hearts. With a sigh, Nan Gongling proclaimed, as a friend, I can only say this much. Keep your wits about you. With that, she shook her head and returned to her own seat. Observing the seemingly mature Nan Gongling, Gu Qinghan narrowed her eyes. Is she unwell? Upon Wu Li's return, her hurried demeanor caught Zhang Zhu's curiosity. Where did you go? What else with that expression? Oh, I just slipped while going to the restroom, Wu Li replied, unable to comprehend why a mere girl could exude such an overwhelming presence. Could it be that I'm losing my mind, seeing things? Shaking her head, she took a sip of mineral water to calm her nerves. It's all you're doing, Zhang Zhu chuckled, noting that Wu Li had exited through the right door, which was not the path to the restroom. Thus, her fall was a mere fabrication. Ignoring Zhang Zhu's comments, Wu Li continued sipping her water. Soon, the bell rang, signaling the start of class once more. Zhang Zhu regarded the unfamiliar teacher at the front of the class, feeling a sense of strangeness. In his recollection, the history teacher had not been this individual. Why are you bringing a history book to biology class? Lin Lu inquired, puzzled by Zhang Zhu's choice of materials. There's no history test to prepare for, is there? Oh, right, biology class. Zhang Zhu realized, understanding why the teacher seemed different from his memory of the history instructor. Time flew by, and before long, the class drew to a close. I have an announcement to make. Everyone, please listen, the class monitor declared as she took the stage with a piece of paper, addressing her classmates below. Lin Lu leaned closer to Zhang Zhu, saying, I bet it's about the upcoming sports meet, don't you think, Zhang Zhu? Zhang Zhu, not particularly interested in such trivial matters, nodded in acknowledgement, considering it was his first time participating in a class event. It should be. The class monitor continued. Anyone wishing to participate in the sports meet can come to me later to sign up. The deadline is tomorrow at noon. If one wishes to partake in the class activities, preparations can commence this evening, thereby rendering the study session unnecessary. Of course, to deter idleness. Any slacker will be tasked with cleaning duties for an entire month. That is all for now. Oh, and those wishing to join the class must report to their group leaders. If any issues arise, please seek me out, and I will communicate with the homeroom teacher. With that, the class monitor departed from the classroom. Shortly thereafter, the bell signaling the end of the day rang. Initially, Zhang Zhu contemplated returning home to shower and dine before coming back. However, the monitor's words stirred a sense of urgency within him, as many items related to class activities were likely to be brought into the classroom shortly. Engaging in such activities later would be tiresome, making a shower seem pointless. Thus, he resolved to approach Gu Qinghan in Class 1, intending to prevent her from returning home alone. Zhang Zhu swiftly rose and dashed out of the classroom, startling Lin Le, who nearly dropped his belongings. He had been quietly focused when Zhang Zhu's sudden movement startled him. Meanwhile, Wu Li wondered where Zhang Zhu was rushing off to in such haste. Do you know what he is up to? I was just about to ask you the same. Zhang Zhu hurried to the entrance of Class 1, only to find a throng of bespectacled students staring at him in bewilderment. This unexpected attention perplexed him. Was there something on his face? Soon, Gu Qinghan emerged from the classroom, a small bag in hand, and noticed Zhang Zhu at the entrance. Let us go, she gently urged. I'm not returning home. You might as well go back alone, Zhang Zhu replied, feeling a twinge of excitement from overhearing Lin Li's earlier discussion. Gu Qinghan's enchanting eyes were filled with curiosity as she regarded him. Why not? Is someone waiting for you? Don't concern yourself with that. Just head back. Zhang Zhu refrained from explaining, believing she could easily infer the truth, perceiving it as mere frivolity. Then I shan't return either, Gu Qinghan stated, having heard the announcement in Class 1, thus understanding his intentions. After all, in his previous life, Zhang Zhu had never participated in such collective activities. Where are you headed? Aren't you going to take me with you? Why would I? Are you a child? You may have another opportunity to express yourself. I refuse. Gu Qinghan shot him a fierce look, astonished by his resolute response. Could it be true, as Nan Gongling suggested, that Zhang Zhu had developed feelings for that naive girl? Whether I care or not, lead the way, Zhang Zhu replied helplessly, merely wishing to partake in the class activities for the first time. He never anticipated her to be so domineering. Chapter 34. Old chicken soup? Chicken feather soup. I'm heading to Class 3. What are you doing? Aren't you going to eat? Not particularly hungry. Regardless of your appetite, lead the way. Gu Qinghan firmly grasped Zhang Zhu's hand with one hand while the other held the bag against his chest. What is this? You don't even know where the cafeteria is? Due to the impending sports meet and many classes preparing for activities today, the cafeteria, which would typically be bustling, was surprisingly sparse. Zhang Zhu guided Gu Qinghan to a window devoid of a queue and began to serve himself. What would you like, young man? The cafeteria lady inquired with a smile. Zhang Zhu surveyed the dishes before him, finding them quite appealing, and replied, I'll have the stir-fried green beans with meat, the stir-fried eggplant with meat, and a serving of pickled cucumbers. After placing his order, he took Gu Qinghan's plate to continue filling it. Auntie, I'd like 2 of the same, please. The lady, noticing the attractive pair before her, smiled broadly. All right, I'll give you both extra meat. Zhang Zhu received the 2 plates, each brimming with meat and vegetables, leaving him somewhat astonished. This was beyond the usual standard of the cafeteria staff. Gu Qinghan, observing the scene, chuckled softly, finding Zhang Zhu's satisfaction quite amusing. The two then settled at a relatively secluded table. Here, Zhang Zhu said, handing an empty bowl to Gu Qinghan, perplexed by her request. What do you need an empty bowl for? Please give me a bowl of soup. Don't you have hands? No, thank you. Neither do I truly apologize, madam. Are you certain? I'm certain. Gu Qinghan, exasperated yet amused, placed the bowl down and firmly grasped his hand. The sudden grip brought tears to Zhang Zhu's eyes, leaving him incredulous at her strength. What are you doing? That hurts, he retorted, not expecting her to be so serious. Tell me, what is your relationship with Wu Li? Gu Qinghan pondered, sensing something amiss with Zhang Zhu today. Considering Wu Li, she suspected he might be attempting to feign a relationship to evade her. This thought angered Gu Qinghan, especially as he appeared increasingly audacious. We're classmates. What other relationship could there be? Zhang Zhu replied, baffled by her inquiry. Are you sure it's only a classmate relationship? Nothing akin to siblings? Are you suggesting I'm in a romantic relationship with her? I'm not. It's merely a thought. You're being irrational. How long have I known her? Have you not heard the saying about childhood friends being unable to compete with sudden appearances? You've been watching too much anime, sis. I think you have something to hide. Am I not allowed to serve you? As Zhang Zhu turned to leave with the bowl, Gu Qinghan smirked slightly, thinking, here, this soup is not even enjoyable. Why drink it? Remembering how Gu Qinghan previously disdained soup at home and scoffed at it at school, Zhang Zhu found it strange that she now wished to try it. Why do you care? It feels like I could just hit you when you say that. You can always try. Have I ever said you couldn't hit me? You win. Zhang Zhu, observing her elegantly raised neck and the disdain in her gaze, felt a significant impact on his inner self. Had he known back then, he wouldn't have encouraged her to practice martial arts. Now, the repercussions of his past actions seemed to strike back a decade later. Looking at the food before him, he suddenly lost his appetite. Why aren't you eating? Gu Qinghan inquired, curious as she noticed him frozen with chopsticks in midair. I'm pondering why I'm not the world's richest person. I should be dining at a fine restaurant. Fool, dreaming before evening. Hurry and eat. We need to check out your class activities afterward. Zhang Zhu, initially poised to eat, halted with his hand suspended in the air upon hearing her words. He stiffly turned to face her enchanting eyes. What did you just say? You want to come to my class? Of course. Our class 3 does not welcome outsiders. Thank you. There is no rule against that in our school. Thank you. Isn't class 3 unique enough? I'll report you right now. Upon finishing her words, Gu Qinghan rose abruptly, seemingly intent on heading to the principal's office. This startled Zhang Zhu, who immediately seized her hand, feeling frustrated that she was so eager to undermine him over mere bravado. How infuriating. You said it yourself. Is it acceptable now that I invited you, my Lady Qinghan? Please take a seat. Despite Zhang Zhu exerting all his strength to pull her back down, he found himself utterly unsuccessful. This realization made him relent. She truly seemed willing to go, indifferent to whether he was a street beggar or a childhood friend. Gu Qinghan nodded gently, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded him. After sipping from the cafeteria's soup, she was struck by a wave of technological flavor. What awful chicken soup this is. I suspect it's merely chicken feather broth. There isn't even a feather in it. Here, have some, she said, pushing the bowl toward Zhang Zhu. What can I hit if you want tea drink? Zhang Zhu gazed at her, filled with bewilderment. No. I heard others say this cafeteria's soup tastes particularly dreadful, and I wanted to verify that. Now that I have, it indeed is terrible. You're quite the poisoner. Gu Qinghan, Zhang Zhu remarked, his eyes wide in disbelief. When did she become so trivial? Gu Qinghan looked at him, stifling a laugh, her hand covering her mouth. Is it amusing? Not all. Merely a bit ridiculous. You're the real clown. Did I ever say you resemble a clown? Your eyes clearly betray you. You guessed right, haha. Zhang Zhu decided he would flee after finishing his meal, distancing himself from this woman who mocked him. He devoured his rice ravenously. Gu Qinghan watched him with her luminous gaze, seemingly able to see through the world. As Zhang Zhu neared the end of his meal, Gu Qinghan finally spoke. If you run away, you will surely get beaten, even in your classroom. Zhang Zhu paused, disbelief etched on his face. How could she know his thoughts? And what of that malicious remark? He considered reporting this venomous woman. You know my eating speed. Running? What's that about? Gu Qinghan glanced at his bowl, nearly emptied in under 5 minutes, and nodded lightly. I trust you, Xiaozhu. However, I am in need of a sparring partner for martial arts practice. Would you be interested? Cough. I've been frail since childhood, as you know, so I must decline. Being frail is no issue. Practice makes perfect. Fine. Zhang Zhu had previously foolishly engaged in a few sparring matches with her, once suffering a nosebleed while she merely watched coldly. That had been the loudest he had ever cried. Since then, he had used his lack of combat prowess as an excuse to refuse her challenges. After a moment, Gu Qinghan gently set down her chopsticks and wiped her red lips with a napkin. Shall we go? By the way, has your class's props arrived? As they walked towards the gathering point for class 3, Gu Qinghan turned her face toward Zhang Zhu and asked, I'm not sure. You don't know? Can't you come back later? I like it this way. Is that a problem? You're absurd. Lead the way. Soon, they navigated through the throngs of people and arrived at a room filled with many familiar faces for Zhang Zhu. The most prominent among them was Lin Le, who stood at the highest point, vigorously waving a long poster. This sight momentarily stunned Zhang Zhu. What a conspicuous display nearby, a plethora of paints, costumes, and various papers surrounded them. Zhang Zhu guided Gu Qinghan through the crowd to a tree. To be precise, it was a costume tree akin to a Christmas tree. Zhang Zhu gazed curiously at it. Didn't they say they were organizing a dimensional class? Who bought this? A bespectacled boy nearby noticed Zhang Zhu's fascination and chimed in. That was bought by Fang Qin. She said it's a tree from some anime. Zhang Zhu nodded and then shifted his attention to something that piqued his interest. It was a long sword from Crimson Blade, making him wish to examine it closely. That was bought by me, Jean. Isn't it cool? I heard it cost several hundred. Zhang Zhu gasped at the thought. That was several weeks' worth of living expenses. These people are ruthless. Beside the prop sword lay an array of dimensional weapons, various instruments, crossbows, and knives of all kinds. Oh, those were brought by Gu Qinghan. He said he'd bring more if it wasn't enough. Zhang Zhu contemplated this person, and soon a handsome face emerged in his mind. He never expected that Gu Qinghan was a devoted otaku. Gu Qinghan, too, was astonished by the scene before her. She noticed several girls already donned in cosplay outfits, among whom the most recognizable were Xuexia and Shengren. Gu Qinghan recalled Zhang Zhu's incessant chatter about a particular anime, so she recognized many of the characters. Previously, she and Zhang Zhu had only attended sports events, thus never partaking in class activities. She had assumed all class events were as dull as those in Class 1. But this was a delightful surprise. After a while, Gu Qinghan noticed that Zhang Zhu had somehow appeared beside a few girls in cosplay. Bo, Wu Li. Zhang Zhu gazed incredulously at Wu Li, who was dressed as Xuexia. She was his favorite character from the anime, so upon spotting someone in cosplay as Xuexia, he had instantaneously teleported nearby. He had envisioned many possibilities, but he never anticipated it would be Wu Li. Observing Wu Li's remarkable resemblance to the character, along with the exquisite attire, Zhang Zhu speculated that this outfit must have cost a fortune. What's wrong? Haven't you ever seen a beauty? Wu Li, in her Xuexia costume, brandished a sword resembling Zoro's from One Piece, striking poses. However, when she inadvertently caught Zhang Zhu's gaze, she felt a wave of shyness and halted her display. No, when did you get this? I came right after class. What do you think? Am I stunning? Zhang Zhu appraised her from head to toe. She was indeed captivating, and her makeup enhanced her beauty significantly. You have some talent. Oof. Don't let it dazzle you too much. Amid their conversation, Gu Qinghan, having approached Zhang Zhu, revealed a dagger in hand. What are you discussing? Gu Qinghan gently tapped the red dagger in her hand, then rotated it slowly in her palm, leaving Zhang Zhu in a state of disbelief. And no, it's nothing. Is that so? Gu Qinghan nodded lightly, her gaze shifting to Wu Li. Upon seeing her in cosplay as Xuexia, her eyes widened in mild surprise. After all, Wu Li looked significantly more stunning than the plain girl she had met earlier. Wu Li nodded slightly at Gu Qinghan before hurriedly walking away. Beside them, Zhang Zhu chuckled and remarked, "You frightened everyone away. I don't eat people. You may not consume humans, but you certainly instill fear. Ha ha ha. You're quite eccentric." While the two were engaged in conversation, students from Class 3 in the distance were observing them, whispering amongst themselves. Is that Gu Qinghan? She's somewhat stunning. Had I not seen her before, I would hardly believe that such beauty exists at Taohua High School. Wu Li's snow-like complexion had impressed me, yet it paled in comparison to her bare face. The most fervent discussions emerged from two girls. One was Qian Shui, and the other was a petite but adorable girl, who was none other than the class representative, Gu Qinghan. With curiosity, Gu Qinghan turned to Qian Shui and asked, "Is that person really Gu Qinghan?" "Indeed, it is her. Last time, I ran into her with Lin Lu and Wu Li. I assumed someone like her would be perpetually confined to her room studying. Why is that? Is beauty exclusively reserved for the fortunate? Ah, are you not aware of her ranking the year? What is it? Second. Impressive. I am utterly in awe." Although Qian Shui typically did not pay much attention to academic rankings, it did not imply that her performance was lacking. Regardless of the challenges faced by Class 3, they consistently ranked among the top in the 24 classes of the first year. Thus, Qian Shui's rank often hovered within the top 100, occasionally reaching 200 or 300. Consequently, she regarded the top 10 as a realm unattainable by mere mortals. After all, many ordinary students could secure decent scores, while even average students could manage with some effort. However, beyond a certain threshold, the difficulty escalated dramatically, rendering it almost impossible, as the school presented uniquely formidable challenges. This resulted in a stark distinction between average and exceptional students, as the tests were designed for the elite. Thus, the disparity in scores became increasingly pronounced. I truly did not expect this. The goddess of fortune seems rather unjust. Gu Qinghan nodded in agreement. I estimate she might barely make it into a bottom-tier 985 university. She probably chose at random. If her performance falters, she may end up at a 211. Gu Qinghan's performance consistently hovered around the 70th position in her year, making her quite accepting of Gu Qinghan's academic prowess. After all, the adept always admire those who surpass them. In Chapter 36, Gu Qinghan pondered, why does this differ so greatly from my expectations? Last year, a few seniors from our school who ranked among the top 10 in their year managed to gain admission to Tsinghua and Beida, Gu Qinghan remarked. Qian Shui nodded, recalling that this had even made it into the local news. If Gu Qinghan maintained her current performance, she would likely become a candidate for Tsinghua or Beida. This left Qian Shui somewhat perplexed regarding how she and Zhang Zhu had become acquainted, considering Zhang Zhu's academic standing was merely average. Their childhood friendship seemed to bridge a significant gap. During the previous final exams, it was rumored that the most challenging math problem was particularly advanced. Yet she was the only one to solve it. Uxin recalled the day she encountered that math problem, which had left her visibly perplexed for the first time. Subsequent inquiries to the teacher revealed that it was not an error, but simply exceedingly difficult. Uxin had frequently achieved perfect scores in mathematics from elementary through middle school. However, this time, she had only managed to write a solution without a grasp of the fundamental approach. She had been quite taken aback. Qian Shui excelled in science, which was her forte, distinguishing her from many of her peers in the humanities. Yet, when confronted with those few problems, she felt utterly disinclined to even glance at them. They were extraordinarily challenging. I must take my leave. It seems the class monitor called for me to retrieve some paint. Uxin suddenly informed Qian Shui. Very well. The class needed to prepare a bulletin board, and many paints had been purchased in advance and stored in one student's dormitory. Conveniently, the class monitor also resided on campus. So it was kept there. Is this real or fake? Zhang Zhu inquired curiously, gazing at the weapon before him, which was unmistakably the long sword of Hawkeye from One Piece. The blade glimmered like ice, as delicate as snow. I suspect it might be a copper alloy with a touch of iron, Gu Qinghan responded, observing the sword before her. Zhang Zhu gazed at it in awe, tempted. However, someone had previously mentioned that this was a prop from a cosplay, so it was off limits. You're delusional. This is school, so it must be fake. A voice chimed in from behind Zhang Zhu. A handsome boy approached, clad in a Hawkeye cosplay outfit. Huaxian, is that you in cosplay? Zhang Zhu asked, intrigued by the boy's appearance. Huaxian was a striking yet introverted young man, and he shared a decent rapport with Zhang Zhu. You guessed it. What do you think? Handsome, right? Huaxian exclaimed, striking various poses. Zhang Zhu found the display somewhat cringeworthy and replied, You may be handsome, but you come off as a bit foolish. Huaxian retorted indignantly, You, Zhang Zhu, are just disparaging me because you can't match my good looks. Zhang Zhu merely chuckled in response. Gu Qinghan, observing their banter, chose to ignore them and instead approached the sword, gently tapping its blade. What are you doing? Huaxian exclaimed, rushing forward to inspect the sword. As he turned to speak, he caught sight of Gu Qinghan's beauty, momentarily freezing in place, his hands suspended mid-air. A celestial being. Regaining his composure, Huaxian shook his head and grinned widely, saying, If you'd like to take a look, feel free. There's no issue. What material is this made of? Gu Qinghan inquired, unable to discern its composition. It's made of rubber. Beyond that, I'm not too sure, Huaxian replied. Gu Qinghan nodded and then moved closer to Zhang Zhu's side. You were mistaken. Aren't you mistaken as well? You've wasted your time watching so many shows. What does watching shows have to do with anything? Huaxian, overhearing their conversation, widened his eyes in surprise. Do you know each other? Zhang Zhu asked, puzzled. Surely, Huaxian should be aware of his relationship with Gu Qinghan. Of course we do. What's it to you? Huaxian looked incredulous, unable to fathom that such a stunning girl could be associated with Zhang Zhu. This is Gu Qinghan, Zhang Zhu prompted. Noticing Huo Xin et Lingung Ditsbelai. Oh, I see now, Huaxian replied, finally grasping the situation. In class 3 of the first year, who was unaware of Zhang Zhu's enchanting childhood friend. As for how beautiful she was, Huaxian had never seen for himself. He had merely assumed she was somewhat better looking than Wu Li. The harsh reality was quite different. What's wrong? Why the dazed expression? Zhang Zhu queried. Noticing Huo Xin Suden Stupal. Oh, nothing. I just think your childhood friend is stunning. Huaxian replied, his face slightly flushed, realizing he had just complimented Zhang Zhu's friend in front of him. Haha, I was speaking about you, Zhang Zhu teased. Thank you. You are handsome as well. Gu Qinghan responded promptly. Zhang Zhu, curious, asked Huaxian, where did you get that costume? It seems rather pricey. Huaxian's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing the question. Finally, someone has brought up this topic. It's not too expensive, just a little over 2,000. Oh, is that all? Huaxian squinted at Zhang Zhu, surprised by his reaction. It was not what he had expected. He thought Zhang Zhu would be wide-eyed in astonishment. Huaxin, you weren't merely waiting for my words. Were you? Goodness, how cruel of you to regard me as just a passerby. Zhang Zhu feigned astonishment as she addressed Huaxin. He had long since discerned her tactics. Such outdated ploys had already been thoroughly dissected in the annals of later generations. I didn't tea. Oh, right. It seems someone is seeking my attention. I must take my leave. Goodbye. Huaxin simply desired to satiate his competitive spirit, but he was taken aback when Zhang Zhu made it public, especially in front of such a stunningly beautiful girl. This revelation caused his face to flush crimson, and he wished to vacate the scene immediately, particularly as that ethereal beauty regarded him with a contemplative gaze. Upon witnessing Huoxin's hasty retreat, Zhang Zhu erupted into laughter. In today's high school experience, untainted by the trials of the online world, many individuals might harbor a hint of malice, yet numerous others were simply innocent and playful. "You've really put him in an awkward position," she remarked. "Not at all. I merely preempted his true nature," Gu Qinghan replied with a roll of her eyes. "And what about you? Where's your attire?" Noticing that everyone present had donned their unique outfits, Gu Qinghan observed Zhang Zhu wandering about, taking in the sights. I'm just looking around," he replied. "So, is this the entirety of your participation in Class 3's activities?" "There's a little more." "What?" "I'm in charge of buying water." "How toxic." Zhang Zhu recalled that during the annual sports festival at Taohua High School, vendors often set up shop at the entrance. Though he was uncertain if such stalls would be present this year. If they were, perhaps he could find suitable costumes to peruse. "Zhang Zhu, could you assist in carrying these items upstairs?" The class monitor called out from a distance. "Certainly, class monitor," he responded before turning to Gu Qinghan. "I'll head up with the items. You can manage on your own." With that, Zhang Zhu sprinted to the class monitor and grabbed a large box of supplies, making his way toward Class 3. Chapter 37. Zhang Zhu. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. "Wait, let me finish my slogan." Gu Qinghan gently shook her head and followed in Zhang Zhu's footsteps. She was merely accompanying him, unfamiliar with the other members of Class 3. As for seeking attention, she was a normal person with a somewhat thin skin. Upon placing the items down, Zhang Zhu was astonished to find the classroom brimming with people. It was barely past 5 o'clock, yet individuals were already beginning to sketch on the bulletin board behind him. He approached to investigate. "What is this?" he inquired, staring at a heap of blue paint and a hint of other colors. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what was to be created. "What are you painting?" A girl nearby, mixing paint, responded. "Have you seen 5 centimeters per second?" Zhang Zhu nodded. To claim he hadn't would have been a disservice to his reputation as a self-proclaimed otaku. "That girl in the back, she's your childhood sweetheart, right?" Zhang Zhu regarded her with a hint of exasperation. She was well aware of the truth, but relished in his embarrassment. "What do you think, Yujia?" The girl before him was Qingyu, the class discipline committee member and a good friend of Zhang Zhu. "TCH, and you want to even share any details? But your childhood sweetheart is indeed breathtaking. I could almost drool." Qingyu gazed at the exquisite face outside, her heart trembling for a moment. "She is seated in my spot. You should go speak with her." "Are you out of your mind? I don't even know her. Just keep her distance and let me focus on my painting." Zhang Zhu shook his head dismissively, muttering something about her being rude, and walked away. Gu Qinghan's first impression of Class 3 was one of transparency. In Class 1, the windows were seldom opened, creating a somewhat stifling atmosphere. In contrast, nearly all the windows in Class 3 were wide open, allowing the gentle spring breeze to waft in. As Zhang Zhu sat by the window, Gu Qinghan leaned against the sill, gazing outside and contemplating her thoughts. "What are you so entranced by?" Zhang Zhu inquired as he approached her. "Oh, nothing much. It just feels pleasant here. Indeed, sometimes I find myself staring outside during class when I feel bored. But there is nothing to see outside during class, is there? Some girls toss their trash, and I enjoy watching the wind rustle the trees." "So, you're only interested in those girls? Why do you focus solely on that first part?" "Because the essence lies in that very first statement. You win." Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's silence, Gu Qinghan gently flipped through his notebook. She discovered a blank, save for some doodles. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. He truly hadn't changed. Yet, a few pages in, she stumbled upon a short passage he had written, reminiscent of his earlier style. "The wind is light, and the snow is like cotton. Qinghan is but a pig." As she turned to face Zhang Zhu, who was still engaged in conversation with other girls, she felt a surge of irritation. "What are you doing?" Zhang Zhu, engrossed in his chat, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. It was evident Gu Qinghan had pinched him again. "What did you write?" she demanded, extending the book toward him. This? I swear it's not mine. Would you believe me?" "Oh, I believe you. But after evening study, you'll need to train with me in martial arts." "Whoa, is that really necessary? Then why did you write something derogatory about me? Why not pen a few complimentary lines? Do you possess any merits?" "Well, you made a valid point." Gu Qinghan's gaze sharpened as she regarded Zhang Zhu. She never anticipated the reborn Zhang Zhu would exhibit such cheekiness. It seemed he believed he could bully her due to her status as an inexperienced high school student. "Qinghan, my beloved Qinghan, I was wrong, is that not enough?" Upon witnessing Gu Qinghan's silence, Zhang Zhu dared not continue his playful banter. Her demeanor was one that promised consequences if provoked. He truly could not contend with her, unable to withstand even a simple arm wrestling match for 10 seconds against her. As Gu Qinghan continued to ignore him, Zhang Zhu retrieved a small paper windmill from his desk and presented it to her. What is this about? Look, if you place this outside the window, the wind will make it spin, Zhang Zhu demonstrated. That's rather mundane. And playing with it in class would surely attract the teacher's attention, wouldn't it? Not at all. During class, I would simply attach something sticky beside the windmill. And when the teacher approaches, I would stick it to the wall. I think you're a bit dim-witted. The teacher would see you from afar. Would that even work? What? Are you serious? Is there any chance I could be mistaken? Zhang Zhu stared at Gu Qinghan in disbelief. Realizing that his supposedly foolproof plan to sneakily play with the windmill in class had been exposed as flawed. Had he inadvertently placed himself on the teacher's radar? The mere thought of Ms. Mo's expression sent a shiver down his spine. Whose seat is next to you? Gu Qinghan inquired, looking curiously at the desk beside Zhang Zhu. That would be Lin Lu. He asked the most annoying one. And behind you? Wu Li and Zhang Yan. Wu Li. Upon mentioning this name, Gu Qinghan's eyes flickered momentarily, as he felt that since his reincarnation, this name had been a constant presence between them. Could it be that the butterfly effect had introduced a twist in their fate? Are you all attending evening self-study tonight? Yes, our class is participating in a literary competition. Zhang Zhu's lips twitched slightly. This indeed seemed like something typical people would concoct. Then why aren't you heading back? Zhang Zhu gazed outside at the dusk that was gradually descending, indicating that it was nearly time for self-study. Do you want to join? We don't, came the reply. What is the matter? Feeling a bit envious. Haha, feeling envious is exactly right. Gu Qinghan cast a cold glance at Zhang Zhu and suddenly remarked, I simply told my homeroom teacher that I was coming to hang out. Huh, is that right? You said you were going to play? What are you saying? Your words are so obscure that I can't follow your train of thought. Do you think I jest about being second in our grade? Oh really? What is this? Zhang Zhu pointed a finger at Gu Qinghan, but the subsequent words escaped him. Is this an abuse of privilege? Gu Qinghan replied indifferently. Yes, that's right. This is an unfair advantage. You could also achieve second in the grade. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm tied with the top student. It's just that their Chinese score is slightly higher than mine. Don't be too much of a bully. I must remind you, do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Enough already, you've overused that line. It's become a bit neurotic. Zhang Zhu gazed at him with tearful eyes, never anticipating that the one to hurt him the most would be his childhood companion. Chapter 38, The Entry and Exit Form. All right, I'll go speak to the homeroom teacher first. I'm off. Gu Qinghan stated before departing from class 3. Zhang Zhu, witnessing this, was left uncertain of what to do next. Having never participated before, he was at a loss. Mainly, the last time the class monitor mentioned someone would notify him, yet he had never received any information. Zhang Zhu, which character are you planning to cosplay? A girl, noticing Zhang Zhu sitting quietly, inquired. I don't have a cosplay outfit. Oh, that's all right. There are plenty of places outside the school that sell them. You might find a whole bunch. And if you're short on cash, you could rent one. Zhang Zhu nodded thoughtfully, feeling quite intrigued. During his university days, he had seen other clubs cosplay during the sports meet, and he had always wanted to give it a try. Regrettably, Gu Qinghan was unwilling to join him in this endeavor. The outfits aren't dirty, are they? The girl paused for a moment, then laughed heartily. No. They're mostly like new. Many of us rent from there. Otherwise, buying would be too expensive. Is it at that place by the entrance? Exactly there. But if you're going out now, you'll need to request an entry and exit form from a teacher. I see, thank you. No problem. After finishing, Zhang Zhu made his way to the teacher's office, with 2 Red Bulls still in his pocket. He was eager to give it a try, especially since he had seen many girls wearing exquisite outfits. Some boys' outfits were also quite decent, and many were popular cosplay characters. Zhang Zhu thought that since he didn't have classes in the next few days, he might as well go down and try. Navigating through the crowd, Zhang Zhu felt a lump in his throat as he stood before the teacher's office. The imposing presence of Mo Li lingered in his mind, causing him to hesitate. It's fine. Upon entering the office, Zhang Zhu saw Mo Li chatting amiably with a fashionably dressed teacher. He approached and greeted, "Hello, teacher." Mo Li was in the midst of a lively conversation with the homeroom teacher of Class 1 when she heard someone call out. Raising her eyes, she was surprised to see Zhang Zhu. "What brings you here? Are there any questions you need help with?" Zhang Zhu awkwardly remained silent. It was not in his nature to be so diligent. "No, teacher, I just wanted to go out and look for a costume to participate in the class activity." "Why didn't you go earlier when you had time? Now the doors are closed." Mo Li's gaze was sharp as she scrutinized him, concerned he might sneak out to engage in some mischief online. However, she understood what kind of student Zhang Zhu was. He was generally a good student, but human nature is difficult to predict. I wasn't aware of that. Zhang Zhu awkwardly fidgeted with his fingers, bewildered by how his classmates had received the information so quickly. "Hello, teacher." A melodious voice rang out from the entrance. Hearing that familiar voice, Zhang Zhu turned his neck. And sure enough, it was Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan looked equally surprised to see Zhang Zhu in the office. The homeroom teacher of class 1 beamed upon seeing Gu Qinghan. He was her favorite student, resembling a celestial being, excelling academically and maintaining a serene demeanor. Yet, she had heard rumors of him being close to a male student, which she did not particularly favor. What is the matter, Qinghan? Is there something you need? Before Gu Qinghan could respond, Emily interjected, All right. Remember to come back early. Don't make me come to the classroom and find you missing, or you'll be in trouble. Emily shot Zhang Zhu a glare, then retrieved an entry and exit form from her drawer, signed her name, and handed it to Zhang Zhu. Thank you, teacher. Zhang Zhu expressed his gratitude, feeling pleased as he accepted the form. Where are you going? Gu Qinghan curiously asked Zhang Zhu. What is it to you? Why shouldn't it concern me? Hurry up and tell me. I'm going outside to look at some things. I'm going too. With that, Gu Qinghan turned to the teacher and said, Teacher, I need an entry and exit form too. The homeroom teacher of class 1 was perplexed by the scene before her. It seemed as though her student Qinghan was quite familiar with Zhang Zhu from Emily's class. What are you going outside for, Qinghan? It's already evening. It's unsafe. The homeroom teacher of class 1 cautioned Gu Qinghan, considering how strikingly beautiful he was and how well behaved. It's fine, teacher. I'll be with him. If anything happens, he'll handle it. Gu Qinghan pointed at Zhang Zhu standing beside him. Zhang Zhu looked utterly bewildered, pointing at himself and asking, I'm handling it? And then you run away, right? What do you think? I reckon I'll outrun you easily. A sports underachiever like you could never keep up with me. So when you can't argue, you resort to personal attacks. Huh? Just stating the truth. My apologies if I've offended you. Emily observed the unfolding scene with curiosity. She certainly recognized Gu Qinghan, who was second in the grade, even tied with the top student. He was exceptionally beautiful and remarkably polite. She had long envied him, wishing he would join her class. She would gladly drive a luxury car and live in a villa just for that. Unfortunately, she had never found an opportunity to converse with him, especially since he was a student of her friend, making it difficult to approach. After all, her friend had some skills in martial arts. How could a prodigy like him be associated with Zhang Zhu? Moreover, they appeared to be quite close. She sensed there was something more to their relationship than met the eye. Do you two know each other? Emily inquired with curiosity directed at Zhang Zhu. We do. Zhang Zhu clicked back a bit. It seems that you'll also make friends, Zhang Zhu. Molly looked at Zhang Zhu with a smile on her face. The class teacher next to us is not so good. How could she get so close to a boy so early in her cold class? It must be the other party who bewitched her family's coldness. Why don't we forget about it, Qinghan? Boys nowadays are not reliable. Zhang Zhu was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then looked at the beautiful young woman in front of him angrily. Isn't this blatantly targeting oneself? It's okay, teacher. Please give it to me quickly. Gu Qinghan urged. The homeroom teacher of class 1 could only hand over the access form to the other party upon seeing this. She has been with her partner for almost a year now, and they are usually very stubborn, so she dare not say much. If the other party runs away, she doesn't know where to cry. Let's go. Gu Qinghan held the paper in his hand and said to Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu nodded helplessly and walked towards the door. Keep an eye on him, Zhang Zhu. Mo Li's voice came from behind, and Zhang Zhu was speechless. He seems to be the other party's student. The teacher I know. The two people walking outside, Gu Qinghan, walked briskly with his hands behind him. I didn't expect your teacher to care about you. Is that caring about me? It's only right to care about you. Haha, are you jealous? I don't have it. Selecting Koskluting. Which class are you in? I wonder if it's already closed now. Arriving at the door, Zhang Zhu looked at several security guards and said to them, I am from class 13 of high school. Our teacher asked us to go out and buy something. Here is the entry and exit form. Zhang Zhu handed the signed entry and exit form to the security guard for a look. The security guard nodded after confirming that everything was correct. Remember to come back early. It's not safe at night. Zhang Zhu grabbed Gu Qinghan's hand and walked outside. It's not what Zhang Zhu wants to pull. It's mainly because Gu Qinghan has been holding his hand. Since entering junior high school, the two of them have not held hands in school, mainly during adolescence. And they have already understood everything that should be understood. On the security booth, 2 security guards stood watching the backs of the 2 people leaving. How bold, holding hands. Really, but that girl doll is really beautiful. The 2 of them arrived at the store selling COS clothing and saw only a few girls present. Hello, are you here to see the clothes? A girl obviously also noticed Zhang Zhu and asked Ho Dao. Yes, we want to see if there are any suitable ones. We have considered wearing them at school for 2 days. Do you need me to introduce you? Because these are all Japanese anime costumes, if you can't understand them. There are also ancient styles here. Zhang Zhu's eyes lit up as he heard the scene. However, there aren't many antique styles left, and a few students like you came this afternoon. Almost all of them have rented out, and I don't know if you like the rest. The girl explained. Let's take a look first. Thank you, sister. The girl looked at the handsome Zhang Zhu and heard him say sister again, which really made her sweet to the heart. How about I recommend it to my younger brother? My sister studied this major before college and understand it very well. Gu Qinghan looked at the other person with cold eyes upon seeing this scene, and then said, "No need, we know, thank you." The woman saw Gu Qinghan's tone and knew that she had gone too far, so she awkwardly smiled and said, "Let's take a look first, there's a fitting room there. Just let us know." After speaking, he fled away from here as if fleeing. "You're so fierce, cold sister." Gu Qinghan looked at Zhang Zhu laughing and snorted coldly. Let's go take a look there." Zhang Zhu pointed to a place where many costumes were hanging. Looking at the costumes in front of her, Zhang Zhu couldn't tell which anime they were from for the first time. "This is Hinata from Naruto, right?" Zhang Zhu caressed the clothing in front of him, and the exquisite feeling on it made him feel comfortable. "This is..." Zhang Zhu quietly looked at the clothing in front of him. The clothing is white with a hint of red. Sword and sword god domain. Gu Qinghan looked at the clothes in front of him and subconsciously said it. "It's this. I didn't expect there to be even this here." However, this is for women's clothing, and Zhang Zhu did not find anyone good looking for men's clothing. And he doesn't really like the male lead costume in Swords and Knives. Gu Qinghan doesn't really like this either. She prefers roles that are cooler. The two of them separated and went to look for it. Zhang Zhu arrived at a place full of CO costumes for male characters, and after seeing many popular characters, Naruto, it seems like there's no current character that I really like. Pirate, it seems like there are no red-haired ones. Well, let's forget about the story of youth. I ran into Wu Li, and I don't know how to write it even if I die. Forget about ice cream. It's easy to get scolded. Zhang Zhu looked at it as if he didn't have any particularly favorite characters, and many of his feelings were a bit lacking in meaning. Arriving at the final position, Zhang Zhu picked up the clothes in front of him and looked at them. His quiet eyes began to ripple. "Is this Xia Mugueji?" Zhang Zhu looked at the clothes in front of him, and his memories of death began to flood his mind. He really liked the protagonist. But later he forgot about this episode. That's it. I don't know which one Qinghan chose. Picking up his clothes, Zhang Zhu immediately looked at the location where he was guarding Qinghan. Seeing that the other person had already been waiting for him at the door, Zhang Zhu walked over. "Zulfast, this role is good, I quite like it. Who is it?" "You will know." Zhang Zhu looked at the other person suspiciously upon hearing this. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and give me the money." "Okay, Gu Qinghan, just wait for me now, right?" Zhang Zhu could only go to the front and ask the girl just now. "If we rent for 5 days, how much does it cost for 2 items in total?" The girl looked at the clothes in Qinghan's hands and Zhang Zhu's clothes, roughly estimated, and gave a number. 200 pieces for a total of 5 days. Zhang Zhu nodded, as expected. "However, you'll need to mortgage your student ID number. If you take your clothes and leave, we will directly go to the teaching office to find you." Zhang Zhu nodded and immediately announced his name. "Can you show us your student ID?" "Yes. Someone cheated us like this last time, and we ended up finding the wrong person." Zhang Zhu was stunned for a moment, then handed the student ID card in his pocket to the other person to take a look. "All right, classmate. But one thing to note is that compensation is also required for clothing damage." "Okay, we'll pay you back in 5 days." The woman took the Red Bull handed over by Zhang Zhu and put it on the cash register. The two women on the side clearly saw Zhang Zhu and said to the woman, "These two students are really nice. I guess there's no other way to enjoy COS." Alas, high school is indeed the youth of good-looking people. The woman who entertained Zhang Zhu chuckled lightly. "You should not be defined in this way. And being good-looking is innate, and we cannot change it, can we?" "Teacher, we are back." Zhang Zhu initially intended to return to the office, but after a moment's contemplation, he decided it would be polite to say a few words. After all, if he were to find himself in need on another occasion, he might regret not having spoken up. Molly, recalling the potential consequences of her silence, felt relieved that it wasn't too late. Alone in the office, she was engrossed in the materials for the upcoming school sports event, and when she looked up to see Zhang Zhu, a smile graced her lips. "Right, teacher. If that's the case, I'll take my leave." "Wait a moment. It's been a while since we last conversed," Molly added. Zhang Zhu regarded her with a hint of suspicion. Had they truly engaged in conversation before? "Teacher, do enlighten me," she prompted, her curiosity piqued by her thoughts of Gu Qinghan that day. "You and Gu Qinghan from class 1 seem quite familiar with each other. Today, it felt as though you were very close." Intrigued, Zhang Zhu wondered why Molly was suddenly so interested in this matter. "We attended the same kindergarten," he replied. "And that is all?" She pressed. "We also went to the same elementary school and middle school," he continued. Molly gazed at him in disbelief, astonished to discover such a deep connection between Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan. Chapter 40. Linlo, have you ever heard of the three-sword style? She mused. "Considering this, you've known each other since the beginning of your schooling." "Well, we actually met at birth. She lived next door to me," Zhang Zhu explained. Molly's eyes lit up with excitement at this revelation. The odds of two people meeting by chance are extraordinarily slim. and the likelihood of them continuing to share experiences diminishes even further over time. Zhang Zhu's situation was indeed rare. You should learn from Gu Qinghan more. Make sure to bring her to our class for some exchanges and discussions, Molly suggested. And Zhang Zhu, you ought to know that I have always had the highest hopes for you. Zhang Zhu listened quietly, feeling as though the world had gone mad. Even Molly seemed to have lost her senses. When had she ever shown him such favor? He was oblivious to it. In my sophomore year, while teaching humanities, I heard that your grades in humanities were exceptional, she remarked. Yes, teacher, my performance in the sciences does not compare to my humanities. Upon hearing this, Molly's aged eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Has Gu Qinghan considered taking humanities in her sophomore year? Zhang Zhu realized then why Molly had detained him for this conversation. She was attempting to poach from Class 1's homeroom teacher, a rather cunning maneuver. Moreover, he hoped Gu Qinghan would not choose humanities, for that would significantly increase the likelihood of them being placed in the same class. Zhang Zhu's humanities grades were around the 70th percentile in his grade, but his overall performance was lackluster. Conversely, Taohua High School excelled in the sciences. Thus, if Gu Qinghan opted for humanities, it was likely they would end up in the same class. I'm not entirely certain, teacher, but Gu Qinghan has always performed well in the sciences. I suspect she will choose that path, Zhang Zhu replied, cautious not to imply otherwise. Observing the determined glint in Molly's eyes, he understood her desire to draw Gu Qinghan into her class. Indeed, humanities isn't without its merits, and for what I've seen, Gu Qinghan's abilities in humanities are not inferior to her scientific prowess. She simply hasn't encountered a good teacher, Molly remarked. Zhang Zhu silently acknowledged that she was referring to herself. Teacher, you could speak to Gu Qinghan about this. You can see for yourself that she berates me daily. My words hold little weight, he said. Molly rose, adjusting her yellow-tinted glasses, and spoke with a knowing tone. Alas, at my age, my greatest wish is to teach a student from Tsinghua or Peking University. Zhang Zhu, surely you wouldn't want me to carry this regret throughout my life. I rather hope so. Zhang Zhu thought, indifferent to Molly's musings, firmly entrenched in his own confusion. Teacher, you are putting me in a difficult position. Honestly, my words would be of no use. If you are too shy to speak, I can relay your message at most, but beyond that, I cannot assist. With a sigh, Molly took a seat once more. Very well, then, you may convey my thoughts. Understood, teacher. Zhang Zhu observed Molly as she resumed grading assignments, feeling a twinge of anxiety about how he might excuse himself from this conversation. Zhang Zhu, she called. Yes, teacher, he responded, startled by her sudden address. If you wish to leave, do so. Why have you become so bashful lately? Molly inquired, her curiosity piqued by his newfound reticence, which she found rather gratifying. Well, I shall take my leave then. Goodbye, teacher. With that, Zhang Zhu swiftly exited, leaving Molly chuckling and shaking her head as she returned to her grading. Where have you been? I haven't seen you all evening, Lin Lu inquired, twirling a long sword in his hand, his curiosity evident as he regarded Zhang Zhu. Just like you, Zhang Zhu replied. You went to Class 1 to check out the girls? Lin Lu asked, a knowing look in his eyes. He had not expected Zhang Zhu to share such a penchant. However, wasn't Gu Qinghan already with Zhang Zhu? Was there a need for clandestine glances? Could it be someone else? I was referring to renting a cosplay costume. Where on earth did you get that idea? Zhang Zhu retorted, slightly irritated. Did he really come across as someone who would sneak peeks at girls? He would never dare let Gu Qinghan catch him in such a scandalous act. Well, everyone else went yesterday. If you go today, the fabric is likely to be of poor quality, Lin Lu said awkwardly, regretting his premature comments. Watching Lin Lu hastily change the subject, Zhang Zhu couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Lu, you remain as incorrigibly lewd as ever. Where did you hear about this? Someone posted it in the group chat. Didn't you see? Did they? Zhang Zhu asked, puzzled. Let me check what Fangqin posted. She was the first to rent one last night. I was too busy to check my phone yesterday, Zhang Zhu recalled, realizing he had missed out on the group messages. Where did you get that sword? It looks rather exquisite, Zhang Zhu said, admiring the striking red blade, which bore a distinctive mark on its hilt. Who else but Hua Xin? He brought over a whole sack of them. Just look at that bag in the corner. It's filled with anime weapons, Lin Lu replied. Zhang Zhu stood up and indeed saw a light yellow sack tucked away in the corner. What a privileged kid. My goodness. Who are you planning to cosplay? It looks rather unappealing. Are you out of your mind? This is Zoro from One Piece. Look at my three-sword style. Isn't it impressive? Lin Lu exclaimed, pulling out two swords from beneath his chair and mimicking Zoro's stance. Hiya. Watching Lin Lu flail about like a monkey, Zhang Zhu could only facepalm in embarrassment. How could he muster the courage to show himself in public like this? Since there were no classes today, Many students were preoccupied with preparations for the upcoming school sports event. Lin Lu's antics had evidently caught the attention of others, who began to cheer him on. Not bad. Lin Lu, you've certainly captured some of Zoro's essence. Looks quite convincing. Lin Lu, give us another demonstration. Very impressive. Zhang Zhu observed the crowd, encouraging Lin Lu, utterly perplexed. What baffled him most was the notion that anyone could compare Lin Lu's rather unsavory demeanor to Zoro. For heaven's sake, he would be mortified upon discovering such a comparison. Haha, I too believe I bear a striking resemblance. Lin Lu declared, reveling in the attention. Since everyone finds it enjoyable, I must showcase my mastery of the three-sword style. Lin Lu stood amidst the crowd, basking in the applause, a rare smile gracing his face. He then began to imitate the classic moves of Zoro from the anime. Boom! Just as Lin Lu prepared to leap into the air, he unexpectedly collapsed to the ground, nearly impaling himself with the swords. Zhang Zhu could hardly fathom how embarrassing it must be for Lin Lu in the midst of the crowd. He dared not look at him, especially given his comical predicament. Chapter 41. Language, Gu Qinghan. Following Lin Li's tumble, the classroom fell into a profound silence. However, within mere seconds, waves of laughter erupted. What on earth was that? Unbelievable, Landu. I can hardly believe how awkward this is right now. Do you have any tissues? I can't stop the tears, ha. As Lin Lu lay on the ground, he was too embarrassed to face reality. He had never anticipated such an outcome. It strayed far from his expectations. This Lin Lu has a hidden talent for the circus. Ha. Wu Li, now back in her school uniform, looked at Lin Lu, tears streaming down her cheeks as she spoke to Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu too fought back tears, for the scene was undeniably hilarious. I think he might need assistance, he mused, contemplating that if someone intervened, perhaps Lin Lu could salvage a bit of dignity. Haha, it's fine. ISNT, he's supposed to be a master of the three-sword style, just like in the anime whoosh, and it's gone. Zhang Zhu chuckled as he observed Wu Li mimic Lin Lu's earlier antics. I say enough of this. Is it truly amusing? Lin Lu resolved that he could no longer remain on the ground. If he stayed down any longer, his lifelong reputation would be ruined. The crowd paused, glancing around, before an avalanche of laughter ensued. Ha, it's not funny. Not all. You classmates deserve a reprimand. I can't hold it in anymore. Landu, do you know what you just looked like? Like my dog jumping off a chair and then falling, haha. We are educated individuals. We wouldn't mock our classmates unless we simply cannot restrain ourselves. Lin Lu, witnessing his former friends and classmates ridicule him, could only suppress his embarrassment and choose to act as though nothing had happened. With a huff, he returned to his seat. Not bad. The three-sword style is quite impressive, Zhang Zhu remarked, noticing Lin Lu's flushed face, though it wasn't from tears, but from the fall. You're laughing at me too, aren't you? Lin Lu confronted Zhang Zhu, surprised by the reaction of his once desk mate. Am I laughing? I just learned to face each day with a smile, Zhang Zhu retorted. Enough already. I can see your tears. I was wrong, but it truly was hilarious. Just thinking about how you jumped down in the air like a dog eating poop makes me tear up. All right, Zhang Zhu, take this punch. Lin Lu decided to retaliate against Zhang Zhu as a tribute to his lost dignity, along with his 3-year right to choose a partner. All right. I won't laugh anymore. Zhang Zhu wiped his tears and continued to observe Lin Lu, who was now ignoring him, while the others below worked on their bulletin board. Before long, a simple outline began to take shape under the hands of the artistic students. Zhang Zhu had always considered himself devoid of artistic talent, feeling that those who could draw seemed to possess a certain essence and soul. He was utterly captivated by this sensation. Suddenly, a melodious voice broke through his reverie. What are you so engrossed in? Why are you here again? Zhang Zhu immediately recognized the voice of Gu Qinghan. Is it not allowed? Gu Qinghan approached him, a candy with an apple flavor in hand, quietly observing him. Did I say it wasn't? If it's allowed, then give me your seat. Zhang Zhu hesitated, then stood up. Nu Jing Landu Azit. Come on, you prioritize romance over friendship. Brother Lu, I'm sorry, why don't you sit with Fengge? With that, Zhang Zhu pushed Lin Lu away. How considerate of you, Gu Qinghan said, handing Zhang Zhu the candy she received from Wu Li. Zhang Zhu looked at the candy, feeling it seemed familiar, yet he could not place it. Qinghan, could I ask you for a favor? Speak. Help me with my Chinese homework as well as math, English, physics, chemistry, and politics. Speak plainly. Help me write it. Gu Qinghan shot him a sidelong glance, and after a moment, she replied, You fool. Zhang Zhu was taken aback, then burst into laughter. You're so focused when you're insulting someone. I suggest you check your sanity. You're becoming increasingly absurd. Why are you always insulting people? You're not Gu Qinghan. You must be some kind of demon. I don't care who you are. Get off Gu Qinghan, or I'll resort to the 18 dragon subduing palms. Unable to contain herself, Gu Qinghan lightly slapped Zhang Zhu's hand. Be serious. Hiss. Zhang Zhu inhaled sharply, surprised by how such a gentle hit could hurt so much. Noticing Zhang Zhu's silence, Gu Qinghan continued to flip through his book, revealing a plethora of blank assignments. You don't want to write? It's not that I don't want to write. After my rebirth, I haven't held a pen in ages. I genuinely can't find a rhythm. Writing requires a certain feeling. My hand feels weak, limp, and sore, and I'm just not in the mood to write. I expect to see your work completed by next week. Gu Qinghan regarded him coolly. Are you the Jade Emperor? What do you mean? Why are you so concerned? Don't you know I'm not merely loafing about? I can be strong when needed. Gu Qinghan shot him a disdainful look. What else with that expression? Your QQ farm crops have withered. What? I said your crops have died. Zhang Zhu paused, then laughed. Your jokes are so cold. They seem older than you. Is it funny? Gu Qinghan glared at him. Not at all. And you know me. I never mock others. Lin Lu, who had walked too far away, shot him an angry glance. You were laughing the loudest just now, and now you dare to say that? I can testify that Zhang Zhu loves to ridicule others. Lin Lu declared, a proud smirk on his face. Not you, Lin Lu. Zhang Zhu stared incredulously at Lin Lu, astonished that his desk mate would betray him. Any last words? Huh? Don't bother me. Just help me fan some air. Gu Qinghan noticed the summer heat intensifying, especially since Class 3 needed to use a lot of paper for their artwork, leaving the fan off. The heat was stifling. Do you have a fan? Fold your book to use, just like in elementary school. My book is useful. Then why is it blank? I do not consider this an act of thievery against the knowledge of my predecessors. What you engage in is not merely theft. It seems you are wholly unaware of who these predecessors are. Am I not permitted to fold it? Zhang Zhu could only manage to create a paper fan from a completed English newspaper, reminiscent of the ones from elementary school. Chapter 42. The Great Artist. Are you hungry? Gu Qinghan propped her face up with one hand and addressed Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu looked at her in bewilderment. Had she not just finished her meal? How could she possibly be hungry so soon? I'm not hungry. Why do you ask? If you're not, then fan a little faster. Don't let me feel the heat. What a literal interpretation. And please, refrain from mentioning your clumsy English. Even an elementary student would surpass you. Fine, fine, fine. Zhang Zhu glared at Gu Qinghan, taken aback that his repeated forbearance had only earned him disparagement. He resolved to reclaim his true self. Observing Zhang Zhu seize his actions, Gu Qinghan looked at him with puzzled eyes. What are you staring at? Who is looking at you? I simply wish to know why you stopped fanning. Who is fanning? Are you? What exactly is your purpose? To study. Hearing Zhang Zhu's words, Gu Qinghan cast a scornful glance at his books and test papers. They were as pristine as if they had just emerged from the factory, so fresh that they could not be any fresher. You do seem to hold knowledge in high regard, unwilling to sully it with even a drop of ink. Indeed. Meanwhile, during their exchange, several classmates behind them had completed the basic outlines on the blackboard and were preparing to add color. The onlookers soon gathered to admire the scene. The painting is truly exquisite, Sister Yu. The detail is remarkable. No wonder it's the masterpiece of Xin Jia and Yu Jia. I have a feeling the colors will dominate the entire freshman wall newspaper. Xin Yu, the artist in question, waved her hand and chuckled. It's not as impressive as you claim. Saying so would only invite ridicule. Wu Li, positioned closest, remarked as it was her first time witnessing such a beautiful mural. It's not an exaggeration. It truly is stunning. Xin Yu was pleasantly surprised by the generous praise from her classmates, her face lighting up with joy. After all, painting was her forte. She could quietly indulge in it alone, but if someone cheered for her, she could bask in the limelight. Don't you also possess some artistic talent? Is your work as beautiful as Qin Yu's? Zhang Zhu gazed at Gu Qinghan, recalling that she too had some skill in drawing. Gu Qinghan quietly regarded him, and after a considerable pause, replied, I only drew a few ordinary flowers in elementary school. It was nothing complex. Your classmates possess either innate talent or have dedicated years to honing their skills, which is why they exhibit such artistry. Zhang Zhu nodded, suddenly struck by a thought. Do you think Zhang Hua had such skill during our middle school days? Gu Qinghan pondered for a moment and said, she was likely a bit more accomplished. I heard she got into the provincial art class in high school. How do you know she was accepted? Gu Qinghan sighed, feeling at times that Zhang Zhu lacked awareness. The names were prominently displayed on the middle school class group and the school gate, with Zhang Hua's name among the first. Zhang Zhu recalled it was a matter from so long ago that he had nearly forgotten. Ever since entering high school, he had scarcely communicated with his middle school friends. After entering university, he had similarly lost touch with his high school acquaintances. Perhaps this is the nature of transient companionship. She truly is quite remarkable. Back then, during her free time, she delighted in painting, likely starting at a very young age. He recalled the graceful girl who sat beside him, always sketching with a small notebook and a few colored pens during breaks. In less than a month, Her work transformed from rough sketches to fine details. Gu Qinghan had sat next to her, waiting for Zhang Zhu to seek her out during moments of boredom. If Zhang Zhu didn't approach her, she would quietly watch her draw. No wonder, no wonder. As Zhang Zhu absorbed Gu Qinghan's words, he recalled that steadfast individual. No wonder her painting was so proficient. Yet your work is not lacking, young Master Zhang. Gu Qinghan smiled as memories of Zhang Zhu's drawing surfaced. There is no need for that. Is it amusing? I remember in the 3rd grade, we could still choose our seats freely. Gu Qinghan had insisted on sitting beside Zhang Zhu. One day during art class, the teacher asked everyone to draw their likeness. Although Gu Qinghan lacked skill, she managed to create a charming cartoon girl, while Zhang Zhu's attempt resembled a duck. The memory always invoked a light chuckle from Gu Qinghan. You've had enough. Why remember such trivial matters for so long? Is it amusing? I wonder if your drawing skills have improved over the years. I don't draw anymore, so undoubtedly not. Isn't that obvious? In other words, are you still as inept as before? Zhang Zhu preferred silence, wishing to retreat into his thoughts. Do not inquire about who this silence is. He merely desired tranquility. What's wrong? Are you upset? Feeling weary? Longing for home? Gu Qinghan nodded gently, her gaze drifting to the crowd surrounding Qin Yu, lost in contemplation. All right, everyone, let us not crowd around. Once we finish coloring, it will look even more splendid. Qin Yu addressed the enthusiastic crowd, who were making it difficult for her and her peers to access their paints. The onlookers readily acknowledged her request and returned to their positions to observe Qin Yu and the others as they continued their work. By the way, what are you drawing? Gu Qinghan inquired, glancing at the dazed Zhang Zhu. 5 centimeters per second. Do you know it? The childhood friends? Lin Lu, overhearing the mention of childhood friends, turned to Zhang Zhu and asked, what is going on with your childhood friends? Zhang Zhu looked at Lin Lu in confusion. When had he shown up? And what was the issue? Weren't they just sitting peacefully? Didn't your childhood friends say you two were childhood sweethearts? She claims that Qin Yu is drawing the male and female protagonists from 5 centimeters per second. Truly talented. Lin Lu awkwardly turned away. Indeed, every time one departs, feigning ease. The ancients do not deceive me. Your deskmate resembles you quite a bit. Gu Qinghan remarked with a light chuckle directed at Zhang Zhu. What a harsh assessment. Observing Zhang Zhu's expression as if he had just tasted something foul, Gu Qinghan laughed and chose to disregard it. Gu Qinghan then resumed her exploration of Zhang Zhu's desk, and to her surprise, she soon discovered a comic book. Ah, how unfortunate. Did you buy this? No. It belongs to someone else. I borrowed it out of boredom during class. No wonder your grades are poor. After Gu Qinghan lightly flipped through the pages, the familiar illustrations and textures evoked a pang of nostalgia within her. The myriad misunderstandings from her past life and the chance to relive this one filled her heart with previously incomprehensible thoughts. Glancing at Zhang Zhu, who wore a smile, and then out at the night sky, Gu Qinghan finished her contemplation with a gentle smile. There is still time, is there not? Chapter 43, A Promise of Shared Desks. Some serve as leaders, while others as the foundation. All are for the service of the people, regardless of size. Do you understand? Zhang Zhu glared at Gu Qinghan, particularly vexed by the fact that his academic performance was barely half as commendable as Gu's. This left Zhang feeling somewhat devoid of confidence. The days of elementary and middle school seemed far more favorable. Even when he performed poorly, his scores seldom dipped below 50. Now, however, the chasm between them was vast, to the extent that even when Zhang attempted to copy the answers, he fell short of Gu's prowess. You may wonder why his previous inadequacies were so minimal compared to the present. It was simply that back then, Gu Qinghan would effortlessly score 730 while Zhang managed 695. A mere coincidence of proximity. Now, Gu scored 705 while Zhang languished at 580. He had little to say, preferring silence instead. It appeared you were quite intrigued by the local flooring. I meant to suggest that I take on the role of the proprietor while you handle the flooring. Of course, I have no desire to engage with such a simpleton. With that, Gu Qinghan dismissed Zhang Zhu and turned his attention back to his comic book, A Schwa. Aren't you returning to your self-study? Are there any volumes of Charlie 9? Zhang Zhu could only accept this with resignation, especially with a multitude of classmates observing. Sister Qi, do you have any copies of Charlie 9? Zhang Zhu moved to a position toward the back, where he noticed a space meant for two, yet occupied by a single individual, a short-haired girl with glasses. Let me see. I found it. Which one do you want? Zhang Qi displayed several volumes of Charlie 9 to Zhang Zhu, inquiring which one he desired. Let me see, I'll take this one, Zhang Zhu responded, spotting a book he had not yet read. Thanks, Sister Qi. No problem, but remember to return it in a couple of days. I haven't finished reading it yet. Okay. Upon returning to his seat, Zhang Zhu handed the blue-covered volume of Charlie 9 to Gu Qinghan. Here for you. Gu Qinghan looked at Zhang Zhu with a smile in his eyes. Who would have thought? You seem to have quite the extensive network. Indeed. I am often referred to as the social butterfly of our circle. Huh, how amusing. It sounds akin to a brothel's name. You are incorrigible, Gu Qinghan. Just as Gu Qinghan became engrossed in his comic, a crisp sound of footsteps approached from outside. The newcomer was M.O. Li, who had just finished correcting assignments. The noise from the classroom irritated her somewhat. After all, if the principal caught wind of the ruckus, she would surely face reprimands. Why is it so noisy? Although we're not supposed to self-study, we should at least keep it down and focus on our tasks. The students hastily returned to their seats upon noticing M.O. Li. Save for Qingyu and her group, who were diligent students engaged in creating a bulletin board. As M.O. Li prepared to speak again, her gaze fell upon Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan by the window. Her eyes lit up, for she had been seeking an opportunity to converse with them. However, as M.O. Li was not the teacher of Class 1, it would be quite inappropriate to approach Gu Qinghan so openly. The class teacher would likely take issue with it. Zhang Zhu, the teacher was just looking to have a word with you. Zhang Zhu, bewildered, looked at M.O. Li as she approached. About what? Didn't we just talk? The teacher heard you might be considering pursuing humanities in your second year. Is that true? Zhang Zhu stared at M.O. Li in shock. What nonsense? He merely remarked on his proficiency in humanities. He never stated an intention to pursue it. I still need to think it over. Gu Qinghan observed the scene thoughtfully. Given the circumstances, it would be wise for Zhang Zhu to ponder his options, as selecting subjects was no trivial matter. After M.O. Li finished speaking, she turned to Gu Qinghan with a bright smile. Qinghan, I heard you and Zhang Zhu have been friends since childhood. In that case, why not both choose humanities and join my class? Zhang Zhu, realizing M.O. Li's intentions, thought to himself, so she sees me merely as a pawn. Yes, teacher. Gu Qinghan and I indeed grew up together. As for the subject selection, I still need to consider it. Gu Qinghan replied, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Zhu. M.O. Li, perceptive as ever, beamed at Zhang Zhu and said, Zhang Zhu, I have always believed in your potential. If you remain in our class during your second year, I will ensure you receive the best support. Zhang Zhu internally scoffed. What potential? Her intentions are as transparent as daylight. He refrained from responding to M.O. Li, instead stating, Teacher, I actually prefer to embrace challenges. M.O. Li, fully aware of Zhang Zhu's implications, maintained a pleasant demeanor. The college entrance examination is a significant hurdle in life. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. You can challenge yourself later, Zhang Zhu. Gu Qinghan, amused by the unfolding exchange, chuckled softly. Nearby students had long been watching the scene in astonishment, especially at M.O. Li's unusually amiable demeanor toward someone. The sight of Gu Qinghan laughing while conversing with M.O. Li left them utterly astounded. Qinghan, don't you think you should also persuade Zhang Zhu? M.O. Li glanced at Gu Qinghan, who was holding a comic book, momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure. If any of her own students had behaved in such a manner, she would have scolded them on the spot. However, since it was Gu Qinghan, she refrained from doing so. I believe Ms. M.O. is correct. Zhang Zhu, given your poor performance in the sciences, perhaps you should reconsider. Gu Qinghan remarked, eyeing the unwilling Zhang Zhu with a smile. Is it wrong to like the sciences? If you prefer the sciences, why aren't you performing as well as in the humanities? Everyone has different talents. So you admit your science skills are lacking? Zhang Zhu was taken aback by Gu Qinghan's sharp tongue, momentarily at a loss for words. M.O. Li, noticing the prolonged deliberation with no resolution, interjected. I've heard some classmates mention that you two share a close bond. The teacher can facilitate your seating arrangement if you both join my class in the second year. Zhang Zhu looked up at M.O. Li, incredulous at her serious demeanor. He could hardly believe she was serious. After all, while the rules at Taohua High School did not explicitly prohibit boys and girls from sitting together, an unspoken rule had persisted for nearly 2 decades. Teacher, isn't that a bit inappropriate? You're not the one to speak, Zhang Zhu. Mori retorted, he, tone sharp. You promised to help. Yet all I see is Gu Qinghan extending assistance. Chapter 44, Nangong Ling. Even when Gu Qinghan scolds, she remains quite captivating. Am I being too much of a bother? Ms. M.O.? Gu Qinghan asked with a smile. Seeing an opportunity, M.O. Li quickly replied, rules are rigid, but people are adaptable. If you both come, this will be on the teacher. With that, she symbolically patted her own shoulder. Zhang Zhu remained silent, feeling that M.O. Li might have lost her senses. As for M.O. Li's attitude, Zhang Zhu paid it no mind. He had experienced worse situations in the past. What do you think, little Zhu? Gu Qinghan regarded the silent Zhang Zhu and softly inquired. I believe it is still too early. After all, it's only been a short while, and we must contemplate our options. M.O. Li, observing the resolute Zhang Zhu, continued, "It won't be long now. In just a month, summer vacation will arrive, and soon after, you'll need to select your subjects. It is not that I am being meddlesome," she added, "but the caliber of my teaching and the quality of my instruction are evident to all. If you choose to study the humanities alongside Qinghan, your future will undoubtedly be filled with boundless possibilities." Faced with Mo Li's self-aggrandizement, Zhang Zhu felt exasperated. It seemed that her interlocutor was determined not to leave until she achieved her objective. "I will consider it, teacher, but what?" Zhang Zhu interjected. "Can Qinghan and I possibly leave class early today? Our cosplay costumes have yet to be washed." Mo Li, upon hearing Zhang Zhu's request, felt a flicker of discomfort. When had a student dared to negotiate terms with her? Nevertheless, in pursuit of future bragging rights with her old classmates, she acquiesced. "No problem. Simply inform the security guard of my name." At this, a smile graced Zhang Zhu's face. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan found the scene amusing. It was rare to witness someone making Zhang Zhu so uncomfortable. "Ms. Mo, could you step outside for a moment?" A voice called from the hallway, and a young female teacher waved at Mo Li. "Please consider your options. I must attend to matters now." With that, Mo Li exited the classroom. "Your teacher seems quite fond of you," Gu Qinghan remarked with a smile directed at Zhang Zhu. "Her intentions are not as innocent as they seem. Had he not been present, I suspect she would have reprimanded me," Zhang Zhu replied, finally grasping the underlying meaning of Gu Qinghan's words. "Is it amusing? Not particularly. It's just that she left too quickly, and I didn't get to enjoy the moment. If we don't leave now, I will." The thought of Mo Li's relentless pressure made Zhang Zhu feel a sudden urge to use the restroom. Luckily, fate had intervened, sending the right person away. Otherwise, Zhang Zhu would have been thoroughly intimidated. "How does everyone find it? Doesn't it look significantly better than before it was colored?" After 2 hours of painting, and with the help of several classmates, Qin Yu finally completed the coloration of the poster. What had once been a monochrome display now transformed into a vibrant blue-themed artwork. The most striking feature was a sky rendered in shades of white and gray above, while the two protagonists stood in a field gazing at the horizon below. Impressive. This surpasses many artwork from the art classes, doesn't it? I remember when I first saw that poster. It was identical to this artwork. It truly feels as though it has stepped out of another dimension. The others were equally captivated by the vividly colored poster, and upon hearing the exclamations of approval, they flocked to admire it. Qin Yu and her friends, pleased by their classmates' enthusiasm, stood by with smiles. Among them, Lin Lu approached the mural and reached out to touch it. "Be careful. The paint isn't dry yet. It may smudge," Qin Yu called out, alarmed by Lin Li's action. Fortunately, Lin Lu hesitated, heeding Qin Yu's warning. "Phew, that was close. Otherwise, I'd have to redo that section." Qin Yu sighed in relief as she surveyed the untouched mural. Then, recalling something, Qin Yu announced, "Everyone, the paint is still wet and cannot be touched. We must wait until tomorrow. Please be mindful of this." The group nodded in understanding. Nearby, Wu Li glanced at the artwork and, recalling the humorous rating of the poster, remarked, "With such a beautifully crafted poster by Qin Yu, I am confident our class will win first place." Qin Yu quickly waved her hands in modesty. "This is the result of everyone's hard work. It is not solely my achievement. However, we do have confidence that we will excel. Sister Yu, you're amazing." I must touch the flowing flag of the poster. Zhang Zhu, reflecting on her own youth, mused that in her younger years, she had never fully comprehended the essence of youth until she reached an age of understanding. The scene before her was a beautiful memory of Class 3's vibrant youth. Noticing the time, Zhang Zhu observed the clock on the wall. It was already 8:40 p.m. "Shall we leave?" Gu Qinghan, absorbed in her comic, momentarily failed to respond. "Where to? Home, where else? Anywhere is fine." With that, Zhang Zhu stood, noting that her classmates were still gathered around Qin Yu. "Let us go. No one is paying attention to us." Gu Qinghan nodded slightly and tucked her comic back into Zhang Zhu's desk. "I still need to grab my clothes from a classroom. Please wait for me at the door." Gu Qinghan suddenly remembered that she had rented a cosplay outfit that was still in the room. "All right, but won't the teacher say anything to you? Didn't you mention needing to study?" "No worries. Ms. Bai is very kind." Thus, the two swiftly made their way to Class 1's door. Unlike many of the boisterous classes, Class 1 was still under the tutelage of a young teacher, with students attentively standing by. "What brings you back, Qinghan?" Bai Su inquired, her curiosity piqued. Having thought Gu Qinghan was supposed to be in Class 3 for the duration of the day, "I just needed to grab something, teacher." "Very well," Bai Su replied with a smile. As Gu Qinghan returned to her seat to collect a black bag, a voice interrupted her. "Where have you been, Qinghan?" Nan Gongling, observing Gu Qinghan's return, looked on curiously. "I went to Class 3 to see them painting." Gu Qinghan pondered before responding. "Did you truly go to observe the painting? Or were you there for certain someone in Class 3? Nan Gongling teased with a knowing smile. You should stop watching those domineering CEO dramas. It seems to have changed you. While others dismissed her transformation, Nan Gongling paid close attention. Her curiosity piqued. This must be what they call a sycophant. It seems you've lost your mind over it, she remarked as Gu Qinghan departed. Realizing too late that Gu Qinghan had just insulted her, Nan Gongling contemplated being angry, but found herself laughing at Gu Qinghan's serious demeanor. Even when scolding, Qinghan is quite captivating. Chapter 45. The CUS Family. Come if you're unwell. Bai Su watched as Gu Qinghan left, her initial smile fading as she caught sight of a familiar figure at the door. Not this troublesome brat again. I must have Mo have a word with him. Arriving at the entrance, Zhang Zhu greeted the two security guards she recognized. Hello. Our homeroom teacher is Mo from class 3. She asked us to step out to grab something. One of the guards, engrossed in a game on his Nokia, looked curiously at Zhang Zhu and remarked, were those two just now also with you? Zhang Zhu awkwardly nodded. Your teacher certainly has a lot of requests. She keeps asking you to fetch things. You may go. With that, the guard opened the door for Zhang Zhu and her companion. Let us go. Gu Qinghan nodded and followed suit, leaving the campus behind. As they walked along the path home, the dim yellow glow of the streetlights cast reflections upon the ground. Two silhouettes emerged beneath the light, strolling leisurely. Shall we grab a bite? Zhang Zhu inquired, glancing at Gu Qinghan, who held a black bag containing their cosplay outfits. What should we eat? Zhang Zhu pondered, realizing that the nearby options consisted mainly of barbecued fare, which Gu Qinghan was not particularly fond of. It seems there isn't much to choose from. Then how about you make me some noodles when we get back? I'll go wash the clothes, Gu Qinghan suggested. Zhang Zhu admired the enchanting sight of Gu Qinghan illuminated by the streetlight. All right. Upon arriving home, the two parted ways. Gu Qinghan headed to do the laundry, while Zhang Zhu made his way to the kitchen to prepare the noodles. Staring at the ingredients before him, Zhang Zhu was unsure of what to concoct and opted for a simple dish. He ignited the stove, poured in some oil, cracked an egg, adjusted the heat to medium, and sprinkled a pinch of salt. In no time, a perfectly fried egg appeared before him. He repeated the process, igniting the stove again without washing the pan, pouring in water, adding a handful of noodles, stirring, seasoning with salt, drizzling a bit of peanut oil, and adding a dash of soy sauce. Zhang Zhu nodded in satisfaction at the sight of the noodles, then took 2 round bowls and filled them equally. He continued by adding water and blanching some greens for a short while, retrieving them once the water boiled. Next, he took out a bit of Cantonese sausage from the refrigerator, sliced it, and lightly pan-fried it. Finally, he arranged the dish, a bowl of clear noodles topped with a fried egg, a handful of greens, and slices of sausage. After placing the 2 bowls in the living room, Zhang Zhu noticed Gu Qinghan was still absent. He ventured outside to find her hanging up the laundry. That outfit looks familiar, he mused as he approached her. No guessing, or I'll hit you. Gu Qinghan, having just finished washing and was about to hang up the clothes, was caught off guard by Zhang Zhu's sudden arrival. Haha, no guesses. I've finished the noodles. Let us head back and eat. The night is deepening, and it's getting chilly. As they looked at the night sky, the moon, which had seemingly engaged in a game of hide and seek with the world, had vanished from sight. All right, Gu Qinghan replied, gathering the clothes hangers while sharing a light-hearted smile with Zhang Zhu. This noodle dish is quite impressive. It showcases half of my culinary skills. After Gu Qinghan set everything down, she took a gentle taste of the noodles. The simple and unpretentious dish was comforting. With each bite, the flavors gradually revealed themselves. The fried egg and the Cantonese sausage were not overly rich, especially when paired with a small mouthful of noodles. Moreover, the greens were Gu Qinghan's favorite, sown vegetables. Oh, you sure know how to flatter yourself, Sister Qinghan, Zhang Zhu teased. Good to know, little brother Zhu. Within mere minutes, both had finished their meal. I'll take care of the dishes. Are you staying here to sleep tonight? Zhang Zhu asked, looking at Gu Qinghan. No, after I shower. I'll head back home to sleep. It's been a while since I've rested in my old room filled with memories, and I kind of miss it. All right. I checked the hot water. It should be at the temperature you prefer. Thoughtful of you. At dawn, while the sky was still dimly lit, Zhang Zhu was already awake. For some reason, he felt significantly more energized since his return. After a quick wash, he noticed Gu Qinghan had already brought breakfast to his home. How about we eat while walking? Zhang Zhu suggested, gazing at the brightening horizon. Sounds good. As they strolled, they finished their breakfast and soon spotted the bus from the previous day. Just like yesterday, the bus was sparsely populated, and they took their familiar seats. Let us go. Upon arriving at the school gate, Gu Qinghan waved goodbye to Zhang Zhu. Okay. Stepping into the classroom, Zhang Zhu was taken aback by the scene before him. Oh my goodness. It's all cosplay. A plethora of anime protagonists and heroines filled the room, all from popular series, even recognizable to those who weren't anime fans. Wu Li, as usual, donned her cosplay outfit from Snow Under. Why aren't you dressed up? She approached Zhang Zhu, puzzled by his school uniform. Aren't we wearing them tomorrow? You could try today too. Otherwise, you might look out of place at the sports meet. That is a valid point. But how did you all manage to get your outfits dried in time? We just didn't wash them. In the center of class 3 stood a figure wielding 3 swords, performing impressive moves. Rorinoa Zoro. Indeed, this person exuded a familiar aura, clad in white and green attire, complemented by green hair. Beside him, a striking cosplay of Doraemon caught everyone's attention. A male student named Wang Lin, the one who had quarreled with Mu Xian. He sported a round blue outfit, with a makeshift treasure chest on his belly. My hair. Alongside him was another cosplayer dressed as Ram, which Zhang Zhu found somewhat amusing, though the execution was less than appealing. Nearby, someone was dressed as a slime, showcasing an unexpected talent. The most outrageous was a cosplayer as the Hulk. My goodness. A loud voice rang out from a corner, where a boy in a black robe stood, wielding a long black staff. This is absurd. ISN Teehee the male lead for my ex-fiancé. What on earth? Who let this Soul Hall elder in? Zhang Zhu felt overwhelmed, realizing no one had informed him about the cosplay day. Now, he stood out in his school uniform, feeling like an oddity. Wow, Zhang Zhu. Why aren't you dressed up? A tall boy in black approached him. Oh my gosh. Even Yi Xiao is here? Where are all the girls? Am I handsome or what? Huixin grinned at Zhang Zhu. Very unfortunate, indeed. Haha, I think so too. With that, Huixin mimicked Yi Xiao from the online game, swinging his spear dramatically. What do you think? Do I resemble Yi Xiao from the anime? More like a dog crawling, if you ask me. Not you. You, this is jealousy. You're definitely jealous of my good looks. Huixin nodded in agreement. My hair? Jealous? Has the world gone mad? Why would I be jealous of someone with a screw loose? You're right. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Now, get out of my sight, okay? Don't walk away. Watching Huixin leave, Zhang Zhu finally sighed in relief. The sports meet unleashes physical prowess. The class meeting exposes oddities. Indeed, in the vastness of Class 3, Zhang Zhu was the sole person of normalcy. With the sports meet scheduled for tomorrow, the playground was already bustling with setup personnel preparing the venue, resulting in a day free of classes and gatherings. Zhang Zhu gazed at the clock, which was nearly 8 o'clock, feeling a slight urge to visit the convenience store, particularly as his throat felt parched. However, the thought of today being a day without classes, anticipating a throng of students, led him to abandon the idea. My heavens, dear mother, Zhang Zhu, do you have any inkling of what I just witnessed? Lin Lu darted back into the classroom at an astonishing speed, heading straight for Zhang Zhu's desk. I just saw a stunning blonde bombshell. A blonde bombshell? You must be jesting, Zhang Zhu retorted. Is she endowed with ample bosom and a curvaceous figure? Indeed, that's precisely her. Lan Lu exclaimed. So what are you implying? You want me to accompany you to see her? I'm too timid for that. Who is this gentleman you speak of? Is this how you play your games? Are we still brothers? Have we ever truly been brothers? Lin Lu chuckled in frustration at Zhang Zhu's words. 2 bottles of Dongpeng then? Oh, 3 bottles. Oh, for bottles. Seeing that Zhang Zhu was still unresponsive, Lin Lu gritted his teeth and declared, 7 bottles, plus a day of cleaning for you. Lin Li's proposal illuminated Zhang Zhu's eyes. We are brothers. Why must we quibble over such matters? What class is she from? Let us go. Upon hearing Zhang Zhu finally acquiesce, a flicker of joy crossed Lin Li's face. Let us grab a glimpse from Class 2. Class 2 was just 2 rooms away from Class 3, and they soon arrived there. As Zhang Zhu followed Lin Lu to the entrance of Class 2, he noticed that most students inside were clad in cosplay attire. Have I stumbled into a cosplay haven? Lin Lu leaned closely against a window, peering inside. Look over there. Following Lin Li's gaze, Zhang Zhu indeed spotted a tall girl with golden hair, her figure strikingly impressive. Incredible. What do you think? ISNT, she breathtaking? She truly is, Zhang Zhu replied. And Lin Lu broke into laughter. Earlier, as I was heading to the convenience store, I passed by Class 2, and she was standing right at the entrance. I almost what? I almost had a nosebleed. My goodness, it was too explosive. Impressive, Zhang Zhu thought to himself, finding it rather embarrassing that Lin Lu would share such sentiments aloud. What do you think about us going in? Not much, but if you're footing the bill, I'm game. During the sports meet, many students could freely wander between classes, which made Zhang Zhu nonchalant about the idea. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't even entertain the idea of inviting someone like Lu Yifei. What if she really is here? Then I'll go. All right, I'll sprinkle a few little lies. Let us head in. I happen to know a few people from Class 2 and can feign familiarity. As Lin Lu stepped into Class 2, the two soon feigned camaraderie, casually engaging with a nearby boy. Long time no see, 7. Ah, is that you, Lugu? What brings you to my humble abode? I simply missed you and wanted to see you. I don't swing that way, Lugu. You can look, but don't think of me. Where's your mind wandering? A petite boy sat near the golden-haired beauty while Lin Lu stood close by, chatting. Zhang Zhu, however, was indifferent and wandered over to examine the bulletin board in class 2. My goodness, what is this? Fireworks, anime-style fireworks, a voice called from behind Zhang Zhu. Turning around, he saw an elegant girl addressing him. This is stunning. Your Class S artist is quite talented. Is that so? What makes you say that? It captures the essence of the original work so well. It feels almost lifelike. Ha, I believe so too. This artist is truly remarkable. Indeed. The girl glanced at Zhang Zhu, realizing he wasn't T from Class 2, and continued. Which class are you from? What brings you to Class 2? Zhang Zhu pointed ahead. Class 3? Uh-huh. What are you doing here? Zhang Zhu gestured towards Lin Lu and subtly indicated the golden-haired girl. I'm just accompanying my friend to see Su Ling. You're accompanying? Is your friend the one who is interested? Wait, who are you referring to? Su Ling. Do you know her? Su Ling was Zhang Zhu's class monitor for 3 years in middle school. So how could he not know her? In fact, she sat right in front of him. Upon hearing her name, Zhang Zhu felt an urge to escape. As for Lin Lu, survival was paramount. Oh, Su Ling, your friend is looking for you. The girl suddenly shouted, and Su Ling, who had been chatting with her friend, turned her head at the call. What is up? Your friend is looking for you. Zhang Zhu quickly shook his head, signaling the girl to refrain from mentioning him. This boy, do you recognize him? To Zhang Zhu's dismay. The girl either failed to grasp his hint or simply wanted to stir up some fun, boldly revealing his identity. Su Ling approached with a scrutinizing gaze, fixing her eyes on Zhang Zhu, who was still engrossed in the bulletin board. Who are you? Wrong person, wrong person. Zhang Zhu stammered awkwardly. Impressive, you're Zhang Zhu. Aren't you? Zhang Zhu turned around, disbelief etched on his face. How did she know him? Upon recognizing Zhang Zhu, Su Ling smiled warmly at him. How do you know me? Well, you and Gu Qinghan were at Taohua High, and since Gu Qinghan doesn't hang out with me, it must be you. You're quite something. Su Ling playfully flicked her golden hair, her gaze softly fixed on Zhang Zhu. What is up? Do you need something? Nothing. It's just that my friend has something to discuss. Zhang Zhu resolved to prioritize self-preservation over anything else. Chapter 47. Face-to-face with the blonde bombshell. Lin Lu had long since noticed this scene and was equally astonished. However, upon hearing Zhang Zhu call out to him, Lin Lu froze, too fearful to speak. No, my dear Zhugu, pretend I'm invisible. Alas, reality is not a movie. If social embarrassment is destined, then so be it. Observing Lin Lu's silence, Zhang Zhu squinted his eyes. You can't blame me now. With that, Zhang Zhu brought Su Ling before Lin Lu. Lao Lu, look who I brought for you. Zhang Zhu suppressed his laughter as he looked at Lin Lu. Meanwhile, Su Ling curiously regarded Lin Lu, greeting him with a smile. Hello there. You, hello. Seeing Lin Lu's bashfulness, Zhang Zhu decided to lend a helping hand. Didn't you say you were particularly fond of this golden-haired beauty? Lin Lu, terrified and speechless, could hardly fathom Zhang Zhu's audacity. Haha, thank you for the compliment. Su Ling, hearing this, didn't react with the anger Lin Lu had anticipated. Instead, she smiled brightly. Yes, you also resemble a sporty guy. Zhang Zhu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over Lin Lu. What sort of backhanded compliment was that? Noting l'un le exercice du silence. Zhang Zhu realized that he was utterly petrified. However, his dongpong and hard work seemed to be in jeopardy. Weren't you just saying you needed to use the restroom? Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's words, Lin Lu's eyes brightened instantly as he nodded vigorously. Yes. I'll just head to the restroom now. Bye. As Lin Lu hurried away, Zhang Zhu could no longer contain her laughter. Is it amusing? Su Ling cast a frigid glance at Zhang Zhu, her demeanor starkly contrasting with moments prior. Ahem, not funny. I shall take my leave, class monitor. Farewell. Where do you think you're going? Su Ling firmly grasped Zhang Zhu's wrist as she attempted to depart. Not only was Su Ling strikingly beautiful and academically gifted, but her strength was astonishing as well. Goodness, how is it that Su Ling possesses the strength of an ox? Zhang Zhu exclaimed. It was merely a jest. We haven't finished our conversation yet. Why the rush? Su Ling regarded Zhang Zhu with a bemused expression as they conversed. Meanwhile, a figure lingered at the entrance of Class 2 for quite some time before finally departing. This is bad, Qinghan. Your Zhang Zhu has been abducted. The figure was Nangong Ling, who had merely intended to pass by Class 2, but paused upon hearing the commotion inside. To her dismay, she witnessed Zhang Zhu chatting animatedly with a blonde girl, which felt like a catastrophe to her. She hurried back to Class 1 to inform Gu Qinghan. What do you mean? Zhang Zhu has been engaging in intimate conversation with a voluptuous girl in Class 2. What voluptuous girl? Golden hair, with a bust as large as a watermelon and a backside as round as a basketball. I see, and so? Zhang Zhu has been laughing and chatting with her. It's nothing. How can it be nothing? That girl is so curvaceous that even a man would struggle to resist her allure. You must go and see for yourself. Nangong Ling was nearly in tears, perplexed by Gu Qinghan's apparent indifference. Could it be that my Qinghan has conceded defeat? No, that absolutely cannot be. The Qingzhou faction does not accept defeat. That girl, if I am not mistaken, should be an old friend from middle school, so there's no need for concern. Gu Qinghan immediately surmised who it was. Their class monitor for 3 years, Su Ling. Having a good grasp of her character and thoughts, Gu Qinghan felt little trepidation. You are unaware of how treacherous people's hearts can be nowadays. Some exhibit one demeanor outwardly while concealing another within. I still advise you to take a look, Qinghan. Why do you seem more anxious than I am? I am merely concerned for you. Gu Qinghan smiled at her without uttering a word. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Gu Qinghan's gaze, Nangong Ling promptly seized her hand and began pulling her toward the exit. If you won't go, then I shall drag you along. All right, I will go. Gu Qinghan looked at Nangong Ling helplessly, feeling exasperated by her gossiping nature. Meanwhile, in class 2, Zhang Zhu and Su Ling were engaged in their own banter. You seem to have become quite handsome, Su Ling remarked, appraising Zhang Zhu with admiration. I have always been this handsome. My apologies. Ugh, how shameless. You become more beautiful as well. I've always been this beautiful. My apologies. Are you imitating me? Sorry. Zhang Zhu found himself a loss for words as he observed Su Ling laughing heartily before him. Indeed, when one is in high spirits, it can be incomprehensible to the average observer. Oh, by the way, did you delete me from your Penguin account, you rascal Zhang Zhu? Clearing his throat, Zhang Zhu recalled that during graduation, he had intended to mute Su Ling's updates, but accidentally clicked delete instead. Fearing her reprisal, he dared not re-add her, believing she was none the wiser. Unbeknownst to Zhang Zhu, during the days leading up to graduation, the class was organizing gatherings, and Su Ling had intended to reach out to both Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan. However, after searching her friend list and failing to find Zhang Zhu's name after a day, she realized she had been deleted. Ahem, it was Gu Qinghan who deleted you. Not I. You know my character. Gu Qinghan would never engage in such petty antics. You are mistaken, Sister Ling, Zhang Zhu quickly retorted. His trepidation towards Su Ling stemmed solely from her remarkable strength and her complete disregard for personal boundaries, often playfully hitting him. This had led Zhang Zhu to develop a mild case of Su Ling-induced anxiety, distinct from the physiological fear he felt around Gu Qinghan. Humph, if apologies were effective, who would need the police? I never expected my apology to be effective, Zhang Zhu countered. You still need to take a punch from me. After receiving a playful hit, Zhang Zhu finally fell silent, and Su Ling nodded in satisfaction. What do you think of this outfit? Su Ling twirled a strand of hair and shot him a flirtatious glance. At this sight, Zhang Zhu shivered. If I were to give a perfect score, I would award you 88 points. Although the perfect score was 100, he mused internally. Such a high evaluation. However, your portrayal of Yu Kana from 8 women is lacking. Upon hearing this, Su Ling looked at Zhang Zhu with curiosity, believing she had done a fine job, as many had said it was quite accurate. Not dark enough. Suddenly, Zhang Zhu burst into laughter, as if struck by a realization. Oh please, sister, you possess fair skin, beauty, and long legs. You understand nothing. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghan, led by Nangong Ling, soon arrived at the entrance of Class 2. Upon seeing Su Ling in her Yu Kana cosplay, Gu Qinghan was momentarily taken aback. This is quite sensational. Unlike the Su Ling I remember. However, she quickly regained her composure and approached Class 2. Nangong Ling followed closely behind, her head held high, chuckling softly. What are you two discussing that seems so delightful? Nangong Ling's melodious voice floated into Zhang Zhu's ears. When he turned to look, he saw Gu Qinghan and Nangong Ling. We were discussing high school physics. You're the one with the poorest grades here, yet you're talking about high school physics? Zhang Zhu nearly lost his composure at Nangong Ling's jest. However, recalling her ranking in the 12th grade, he decided it was best to maintain harmony. After all, harmony brings prosperity. Noticing Zhang Zhu's silence, Nangong Ling continued, Why the silence? Are you pondering high school chemistry? Seemingly finding it amusing, she chuckled. Oh dear, I never expected to be mocked in my noble role as the protagonist of a novel. I confess, I'm a top student from Guangdong province. Of course, this was merely a figment of the protagonist's imagination. Coming back to reality, Zhang Zhu noticed Nangong Ling staring at him intently and curiously examined himself. I look fine. I bet you're thinking of how to hit him, Su Ling chimed in with a laugh. Ha, no worries, I've trained in Wing Chun for 2 years. Nangong Ling replied humorously, extending her arms to reveal her toned muscles. Zhang Zhu gulped. Goodness, so you've trained? You could take on 7 of me. Why 7? Because there are 7 gourd brothers. Zhang Zhu could no longer contain himself. 2 of you are enough. Don't push me, or I'll make sure you two regret it. Nan Gongling and Su Ling exchanged bewildered glances at Zhang Zhu's words, then burst into laughter moments later. All right, enough of that. On the side, Gu Qinghan appeared unable to bear the situation any longer, furrowing her brows as she cast a glance at Nan Gongling and Su Ling ahem. Qinghan, you know me. I have a penchant for exaggeration. I merely meant to jest. It's just a bit lackluster. Nan Gongling hastily clarified, sensing Gu Qinghan's rising ire. Su Ling equate has sentiments. Quickly adding, just a joke, just a joke. Zhang Zhu looked at Gu Qinghan with gratitude, realizing that she indeed cared for him the most. What brings you to class too? Gu Qinghan inquired, and Zhang Zhu stammered in reply. I came to accompany a friend. Where's your friend? Gu Qinghan surveyed the surroundings, seemingly unable to spot anyone from class 3. His dog is about to give birth, so he left. Speak plainly. He was sent away. Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's words, Gu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she asked, then why weren't you sent away? Before Zhang Zhu could respond, a girl nearby chimed in. Because he knows this big-breasted girl. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry. Su Ling turned to look at the girl, feeling quite displeased with the term big-breasted girl. Why did she keep using such a phrase? Where was the basic respect? Did you come over just to see Su Ling? Gu Qinghan expressed her discontent with the girl's words, finding it appalling to publicly label someone with such a trivial name. If I had known Lin Lu was coming to see Su Ling, I wouldn't have come, Su Ling remarked. Since you aren't here to see her, then let's leave and accompany me to the convenience store to buy something. Gu Qinghan cast a casual glance at Zhang Zhu before stepping outside. Nan Gongling, upon hearing Lin Li's name, quickly understood who it was and paid no further mind. Su Ling watched as the group departed, shaking her head before continuing her conversation with her friend. The two strolled along the tree-lined concrete path, the gentle breeze accompanying their steps. Is it beautiful? Huh? What is beautiful? Gu Qinghan turned her face, her exceptionally striking eyes shimmering with light as she inquired. Su Ling's outfit. Zhang Zhu pondered before saying, it's far more stunning than before. So it is beautiful? It's all right, but what? But you're more beautiful. Zhang Zhu laughed heartily at Gu Qinghan's coyness. From the very beginning, Zhang Zhu had always considered Gu Qinghan to be the most beautiful girl he had ever encountered. Her grace, appearance, talent, and eloquence were all unparalleled. Perhaps Zhang Zhu was viewing her through rose-colored glasses, yet in his heart, whether it was Wu Li in her cosplay of Snow or the first encounter with Nan Gongling, or even Su Ling as she cosplayed Yuka Canoe, none could compare to Gu Qinghan's gentle smile in her light blue-white school uniform. Watching Zhang Zhu laugh ahead, Gu Qinghan paused for a moment before quickly catching up to him. After purchasing their items, the two parted ways at the entrance of Class 3. I'm off. Zhang Zhu waved lightly at Gu Qinghan. All right. Upon returning to his seat, Zhang Zhu found that only half of the students remained, as most had rushed to the playground to observe the setting up of competition equipment. He also failed to spot Lin Lu, and even Wu Li was nowhere to be seen. With a sigh of resignation, Zhang Zhu returned to his seat. He too wished to see, but unfortunately, he had more pressing matters at hand. Homework. Flipping open his desk, he retrieved his math assignment and glanced through it, nodding slightly. Just as he was about to start writing, a sudden realization struck him. What formula should I use for this problem? Cosplay. Lost in thought, Zhang Zhu jolted back to reality, slapping himself lightly. What on earth? Why am I associating cosplay with this? He soon cast aside his worries and focused on solving the problems. After completing less than 3 major questions, Zhang Zhu made a decision. He would copy. He had forgotten so many formulas, and he had no desire to cram them in. Glancing around at his classmates, he noticed many unfamiliar faces. Just as he was contemplating giving up, Hua Xian walked back through the door. His math should be decent, right? I've heard boys usually perform well. With this doubt in mind, Zhang Zhu approached Hua Xian. What's up? Hua Xian, having just returned with water, noticed Zhang Zhu seemingly looking for him. Can I borrow your math assignment to copy? Hua Xian looked at him with a strange expression, then suspiciously asked, Are you sure? Zhang Zhu curiously replied, Sure about what? Is it so strange to borrow someone's homework? Sure. Hua Xian, as if he had discovered a new continent, promptly handed over his math assignment from a nearby stack of books. Here you go. Thanks. I'll treat you to a drink another day. No problem. Upon receiving the assignment, Zhang Zhu returned to his seat and briefly flipped through Hua Xian's work. The handwriting was neat, indicating that his grades were likely good as well. Satisfied with Hua Xian's penmanship, Zhang Zhu nodded approvingly. As for Hua Xian's math score, Zhang Zhu had genuinely forgotten. Chapitre 49, l'un l'USBit. I've finally finished. Zhang Zhu set his pen down and stretched. Looking at the densely filled pages of math work, he felt quite pleased. He initially intended to return the assignment to Hua Xian, but the but upon turning around, he found that Hua Xin had already left the classroom. I'll return it next time then. After opening a bottle of water and taking a couple of sips, Zhang Zhu noted the few remaining students around him and decided to venture outside as well. Upon reaching the playground, he was met with a transformed scene. The track had been marked with kilometer lines, and a section for hurdles had been cleared. A little further, the sandpit had been outlined, and even a high jump apparatus and mats were set up in an open area. The most significant change was the multitude of banners and balloons adorning the playground. Even the nearby trees were festooned with wind chimes. Zhang Zhu had initially sought a quiet corner to observe, feeling a sense of long-awaited tranquility. However, the raucous gathering of students nearby piqued his curiosity. It seemed he was not alone in his inclination to find a spot to watch others play, yet the noise level was indeed uncommon. Nevertheless, Zhang Zhu did not possess a particular fondness for crowds, so he resolved to remain seated and observe. What do you think you are? A loud voice from a distance caught Zhang Zhu's attention, and to his surprise, it was Lin Li's voice. This sparked his curiosity, as Lin Lu appeared to be quite agitated. As he approached the crowd, Zhang Zhu pushed his way through. He found Lin Lu and several boys from class 3 confronting a group of boys ahead of them, exchanging heated words. The opposing boys were equally defiant. You're asking for trouble, aren't you, Lin Lu? A boy of average build with glasses squinted at Lin Lu. I just want to point out that I was here first on the track. What level are you at? You think you can join in? Just hurry up and get lost. It is not that I look down upon you, but rather your entire class 5. Your academic performance is lacking. Your athletic prowess is equally deficient, and you, in particular, are even less competent. Lin Lu cast a scornful glance at the bespectacled boy before him. Try saying that again. I dare you, the bespectacled boy retorted, taken aback by Lin Li's audacity to insult not only him but class 5 as a whole. Say it once 10 times, or even 1,000 times. The truth remains unchanged. You're simply incapable. Upon hearing Lin Li's continued mockery, members of class 5 gathered around, their demeanor suggesting a brewing confrontation. Are you trying to intimidate me? Lin Lu scoffed, his lips curling in disdain as he surveyed the approaching group. Nearby, boys from classes 3 and 4 stood by Lin Li's side. So, your class 4 is also looking for trouble, I see? The bespectacled boy, seething with anger at the spectacle, shot back. Who do you think you are? Get lost, understand? Lin Lu continued his taunts. Oh, so confident. I hope you don't collapse during the 1,000-meter race tomorrow. What makes you think you can defeat me? Care to wager? The bespectacled boy, momentarily taken aback, quickly accepted the challenge. Ha, what do you think you are? A wager? I'm an athlete. Lin Lu merely shook his head in disbelief, his eyes filled with disdain. Even a liberal arts student could outpace you. The stakes are simple. The loser must lie on campus and declare I am a fool for 10 minutes. All right, I'll hold you to that. The bespectacled boy was astonished by Lin Li's audacity, but fear had abandoned him. He promptly led his classmates away from the playground. Lao Lu, watching them depart, exhaled a sigh of relief. He had been so intent on appearing composed that his hands had turned pale. Thanks, everyone. I'll treat you all to a bottle of water shortly. The boys from classes 3 and 4 erupted in laughter. It's nothing. I've long been dissatisfied with them. Class 5 is all talk, no substance. That despicable fellow from class 5 is the worst of them all. Zhang Zhu observed the scene with fascination, surprised to find Lin Lu so well-liked. As Lin Lu and his companions dispersed to commence their training, Zhang Zhu lost interest and decided to leave. After all, he had already prepared to buy snacks to watch the spectacle tomorrow. He intended to return to his previous spot, only to find it occupied by a couple engrossed in one another, prompting him to silently curse for the appearance of the disciplinary head. Finding nowhere else to sit, Zhang Zhu's gaze fell upon a secluded area beneath a tree, where there was a pull-up bar, and it seemed pleasantly shaded. Upon arrival, he discovered a phoenix tree with only a few scattered leaves. Nearby stood 2 pull-up bars, one taller and one shorter. Noticing that no one was watching, Zhang Zhu rolled up his sleeves. Darn, why is this so difficult? The first pull-up was easy, the second was manageable, but by the 5th he began to struggle. And by the 7th, he felt as though he might perish. He couldn't complete the 7th pull-up, his grip faltered, and he fell to the ground. Who on earth put this hard concrete here? Zhang Zhu grumbled as he sat on the ground. So pathetic, yet you still make excuses. The voice was unmistakable. It was Gu Qinghan. How did you find me? He inquired, surprised. You shouted loud enough for everyone in the academic building to hear. No way. At Gu Qinghan's words, Zhang Zhu quickly scrambled to his feet, glancing around. No one seemed to be looking their way. I wonder if anyone noticed us, he mused aloud. Ha! I was just teasing you. Gu Qinghan giggled, her pristine hands covering her mouth in mirth. You're such a joker. Zhang Zhu replied, slightly annoyed at Gu Qinghan's laughter. Why are you so grumpy? If you're bad at something, just don't do it, and you want to get upset. Gu Qinghan remarked, glancing at Zhang Zhu. who was now dusted with gray. You think you're impressive? I suppose I'm slightly better than you, he replied nonchalantly. Care for a challenge? Zhang Zhu was skeptical. It had been a while since he had seen her train, and he doubted she had any real strength. All right, let us see. Gu Qinghan handed her water bottle to Zhang Zhu, rolled up her sleeves, and approached the pull-up bar where Zhang Zhu had just struggled. 1, 2, 4, 7, 15. Wait, something's off. Zhang Zhu watched in disbelief as Gu Qinghan, seemingly unfazed, continued to increase her count, ultimately reaching 23 pull-ups. Well, are you convinced? Gu Qinghan, now pulling her sleeves down, smiled at Zhang Zhu. I can only express my thoughts with 2 words. Impressive. Chapter 50 truly is a jinx. Fortunately, I used to think I could reach 30. Zhang Zhu fell silent upon hearing her words. Pull-ups heavily test arm strength and muscle endurance, leaving him incredulous. Nearby, there were 2 stone benches. Zhang Zhu made his way over and sat down. What is up? He asked, noticing Gu Qinghan staring intently at him. Give me a pat. I want to sit too. Zhang Zhu found it amusing and obliged with a few playful pats. Go ahead. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves above them, casting shadows as they sat beneath the phoenix tree. Do you plan to participate in the sports meet? Zhang Zhu turned to Gu Qinghan, who was basked in the sunlight, her hair swaying in the wind. What do you think? Gu Qinghan replied, tilting her head slightly, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. I believe you will. If you do, you'll surely come in first. Would you like to watch? Zhang Zhu took a moment to process her words before responding. I'll wait for you at the finish line. A light laugh escaped him, but as they sat too close together, a few strands of Gu Qinghan's hair brushed against Zhang Zhu's lips. All right, then I'll sign up for the 100 meters and the 1,000 meters. Are those your favorites? Gu Qinghan asked, shaking her head gently, her enchanting eyes twinkling as her dimples appeared with her smile. Only these 2 have a finish line. Zhang Zhu, taken aback by her serious demeanor, took a moment to recover. The stirring sensation within his heart danced around him, ignited by her words. Why the sudden silence? Gu Qinghan inquired, noticing Zhang Zhu lost in thought. I was about to deliver a perfect response, but it eludes me, Zhang Zhu admitted. Gu Qinghan chuckled softly at his words. With you around, every moment is perfect. The following morning dawned bright and sunny, with a gentle breeze gracing the air. The day of the sports meet had finally arrived. Zhang Zhu entered the classroom clad in an exquisite outfit inspired by Summer Friend's diary, drawing the attention of several classmates who curiously gathered around him. That outfit looks oddly familiar. One classmate remarked, breaking the silence. Another girl scrutinized her closely and suddenly came to a realization. Oh, isn't that the character from Summer Friends? Today, Zhang Zhu appeared exceptionally gentle, as if he had stepped out of a comic, exuding a warm, protagonist-like aura. You look truly stunning today, Zhang Zhu, several girls exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Upon hearing the compliments, Zhang Zhu smiled faintly and replied softly, Thank you all. As he approached his seat, he was taken aback to find Lin Lu looking remarkably refreshed. Where's your Roronoa Zorro outfit? Zhang Zhu inquired, observing Lin Lu, who was clad in sports attire, with a red ribbon tied atop his head, boldly emblazoned with the words victory. With a confident expression, Lin Lu declared, Today, I intend to unleash my full potential in the 1,000-meter race and utterly defeat that fool from Class 5. Recalling the events of that day ignited a fierce fire within him. When will it finally begin? His excitement and anticipation bubbled over, prompting him to ask eagerly. Zhang Zhu, equally curious about the impending showdown, understood that such thrilling moments were fleeting and must not be missed. Let's set it for 10 o'clock. L'un répondait cheerfully. Zhang Zhu nodded in satisfaction, signaling his agreement. As more classmates gathered around, Lin Lu, aware of the time constraints, bid farewell to Zhang Zhu. I won't keep you any longer. I need to head downstairs to warm up and familiarize myself with the track. All right, go ahead. Zhang Zhu replied. After watching Lin Lu depart, Zhang Zhu was suddenly struck by a sense of aimlessness and even boredom. Why is this sleeve so difficult to manage? He muttered to himself while attempting to adjust his garment. However, no matter how he fidgeted with it, he could not arrange it properly, and the awkward sleeve only added to his discomfort. After some effort, Zhang Zhu reluctantly chose to abandon the task, concluding that the fault lay with the garment itself. Further attempts would be futile. Wow, looking handsome today. Wu Li strolled in leisurely, holding several small dumplings. Upon raising her gaze, it fell upon Zhang Zhu, and her eyes brightened. You look beautiful too, Zhang Zhu smiled in response, taking a moment to admire Wu Li, who today wore a meticulously crafted makeup, appearing more enchanting than usual, captivating all who beheld her. Outside the window, snowflakes danced gracefully to the ground, blanketing the earth in pristine white. resembling a fairy tale world draped in silver. This snowfall seemed more exquisite and dreamlike than ever. Indeed, my sister is naturally beautiful. But you look quite splendid today as well. That outfit of yours, let me think. You're the male lead from Summer Friends, right? Wu Li tilted her head, blinking her eyes. Precisely, Zhang Zhu affirmed. When I watched that anime, I was particularly fond of that character, finding him to embody a warm and friendly demeanor. I didn't expect to see you dressed like this today and feel the same way, Wu Li exclaimed with excitement, as if she had uncovered a delightful treasure. Perhaps it's simply that I possess such a quality naturally, haha. After all, someone as handsome as I am is bound to be the center of attention wherever I go. It's an inherent trait, you see, Zhang Zhu replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Oh, spare me the self-adoration. You're already stunning enough. Care for a dumpling? Wu Li rolled her eyes, playfully retorting as she casually offered a dumpling to him. With a look of disdain, Wu Li observed him before shaking the dumpling in her hand, teasingly asking if he wished to have some. No, I had some on the way here. Zhang Zhu waved his hand dismissively, politely declining. That cosplay outfit shouldn't hinder you from participating in the sports meet, right? Woody inuited, had curiosity pijuit. Internally, she mused. This Natsume Takashi outfit appeared quite simple, hardly differing from his everyday attire, save for the addition of a yellow wig. Not at all. Zhang Zhu gently shook his head, affirming that his ensemble was no different from his usual garb. After all, Natsume Takashi style leans towards the minimalist and natural, resembling that of an ordinary person. Just be cautious. The sports committee has been actively searching for boys to participate in the 400-meter race, Wu Li warned. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhu's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to inquire further. Aren't there enough participants? I've seen many boys signing up. They've all opted for long jump or high jump. No one from our class has signed up for the 400 meters. The main reason being, do you know? What reason? Do you know Fengchang from class 2? At the mention of this name, Zhang Zhu nodded slightly, recalling the incident from his first day back when that individual had knocked out 2 of Gu Qinghan's teeth. I know, so what's the point? He has always been the best in our school for the 400 meters. Although there were several seniors who were even more formidable in the past. Zhang Zhu then understood. There was indeed a formidable competitor, and no one wished to seek humiliation. Let it be impressive. I'm not participating. It won't matter if you join. You just end up embarrassed. Speak up more if you can. Zhang Zhu shook his head, convinced that if the sports committee called him, it would be futile. He had seen Feng Chang, a tall figure at 185 meters, quite robust, likely possessing great explosive power. The 400-meter race tests one's explosiveness to the utmost. Noticing Zhang Zhu's silence, Wu Li chose to remain quiet as well, sitting down to enjoy her breakfast. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. There you are, Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu looked curiously at the newcomer, feeling slightly uneasy. The person was none other than Lu Qing, the sports committee member who had been animatedly discussing something with Wu Li moments earlier. At that moment, his face bore an expression of urgency, as though something significant required immediate attention. He hurriedly approached Zhang Zhu, halting before him, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Zhu, and then spoke. Zhang Zhu, would you consider participating in the 400 meters? Even if just to fill a spot, it would help. As soon as these words left his mouth, Wu Li, seated behind them, couldn't he help but laugh. Truly a case of a crow's beak. Just when the topic was broached, the very person involved appeared to inquire about it. I can't do it. I run too slowly, and just coasting would be quite embarrassing. Zhang Zhu quickly waved his hands in refusal, expressing his disinterest in the 400-meter race. Such a taxing endeavor that yielded no merit was not something he would foolishly volunteer for. Lu Qing frowned. An expression of despair etched on his face as he gazed at Zhang Zhu with pleading eyes. But the teacher said, we only need one more person for the 400 meters. I'm at my wit's end. Please help us, Zhang Zhu. However, in the face of such earnest entreaty, Zhang Zhu resolutely shook his head and replied, you should seek someone else. I truly cannot assist. After all, wasn't he the kind of fool who could be easily swayed by a few flattering words? Chapter 51. The astonishing Gu Qinghan Violet. Think about it. What about the class's sense of honor? Not heard of it. There will be girls screaming when you perform. Don't you want to try? Thanks. But I can't imagine that. Make a request. We need to report by 10 o'clock, or our class will face penalties. Lu Qing's eyes were filled with an eager intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Zhang Zhu. This won't do. You should seek someone else for the committee. If you can't find anyone, you might as well step up yourself. Lu Qing listened to Zhang Zhu's words, feeling on the verge of tears. He wished to participate. But the crux of the matter was that he had already signed up for 3 events, one of which coincidentally matched his 400-meter time. Unless he could clone himself, how could he possibly compete? Are you really not considering it? I can guarantee you a week's worth of homework across all subjects. He continued. No matter how much I say, It wouldn't change anything. Wait, what did you just say? Zhang Zhu, initially inclined to decline, suddenly found his interest piqued. Are you really not considering it? That last part, a week's worth of homework, is the deal. But I need to clarify, just mingling there is enough, right? I don't have to come in first? No, just show up to count as a participant. With Zhang Zhu's agreement, Lu Qing was finally able to leave, his face finally devoid of sorrow. Meanwhile, Wu Li stood by dumbfounded. A week's worth of homework? Lu Qing is truly impressive. If I had known, I would have signed up too. A week of carefree enjoyment without a single assignment to worry about. How enviable. Wu Li felt a pang of jealousy. You were just shrinking back, afraid he might notice, and yet you said. Zhang Zhu retorted, not in the best of moods. You know my back has always been weak. Wu Li stuck out her tongue. Enough of that. I need to go find a spot. After saying this, Zhang Zhu prepared to rise and leave. Find a spot for what? Don't you start tomorrow? What do you mean you don't know? Know what? You'd better spill it. Zhang Zhu looked at her in confusion. Given her penchant for gossip, she should have been aware. Didn't Lin Lu gamble with someone yesterday? You really don't know? I don't. Hurry up and tell me what was the bet. It was a bet with a boy from class 5. The one who loses today's 1,000-meter race has to crawl around the campus for 10 minutes, shouting, I'm an idiot. Wu Li exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Lin Lu is truly remarkable. If he loses, he might as well find another planet to live on. I saw them arguing yesterday, and I honestly didn't expect that. Truly impressive. Enough talk. I'm going down to secure a spot. Hey, wait for me. I'm coming too, Wu Li declared, unwilling to miss out on such delightful gossip. An anecdote devoid of Wu Li wasn't worth sharing. Beneath a shady tree, 2 figures sat watching the playground ahead. Zhang Zhu gently twisted the cap off a bottle of soda. Didn't they say 10 o'clock? Why is there hardly anyone here at 9:30? Zhang Zhu observed the distant field, where only a few scattered figures could be seen. With the sun blazing like this, it's going to be a headache. I hope we don't have to run later, Wu Li grumbled, convinced her companion was being foolish. You have a point, Zhang Zhu conceded, shaking his head as Wu Li opened her own bottle of Sprite and took a sip. Why is it that drinks like ice Sprite or soda taste best under the sun? Perhaps it's the ice, Wu Li replied. What is wrong with ice? Why do you keep staring at me? Your Mandarin ISNT, quite standard. Impossible. I would claim the title of best Mandarin speaker. What about Gu Qinghan? She can't compete either. Just as Wu Li was about to tease Zhang Zhu, her gaze fell on something behind him, freezing her expression. Why don't you continue? It's the same every time. Wait, what do you mean by that? You can't mean. As expected. Zhang Zhu turned around to find Gu Qinghan quietly standing behind him. Continue speaking. My throat is dry. Let me have some water first. Zhang Zhu feigned ignorance of her words. Wait a moment, something feels off. Upon turning back, Zhang Zhu was taken aback to see Gu Qinghan dressed in the cosplay outfit from that day. Violet Evergarden. Gu Qinghan appeared before him in a flowing gown. Her hair transformed into a light golden hue, her eyes sparkling with blue irises adorned with red ribbons tied at the sides. She mused, gently flicking her hair before sitting down beside Zhang Zhu. My goodness, you look absolutely stunning. Oh my. Wu Li, witnessing Zhang Zhu's moment of speechlessness, was the first to voice her astonishment. For a few seconds, Wu Li genuinely believed that Violet Evergarden had stepped out from another realm. Both she and Gu Qinghan shared a similarly slender and tall figure, and their expressions bore an uncanny resemblance. Wu Li was so astounded that she could hardly speak. So the perfect answer was you today, Zhang Zhu remarked, gazing in admiration at the breathtaking Gu Qinghan. It's all right. Beautiful people always look like this. Gu Qinghan turned her face, casting a nonchalant glance at Zhang Zhu. Wu Li internally clicked her tongue. How very humble. Is it good? What do you mean by good? Zhang Zhu was momentarily taken aback by Gu Qinghan's question. The soda. It's all right, quite cold. Let me try. Gu Qinghan took Zhang Zhu's soda and took a gentle sip. Wu Li gasped, unable to open her eyes, as if turned to stone, observing the two. It's all gone. Zhang Zhu, noticing the empty soda, shook the bottle. Here you go. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Qinghan had 2 bottles of soda, also iced, in her hands. What did you buy those? Just now. Realizing that her presence was somewhat extraneous, Wu Li decided to speak up. I'll head out first, Zhang Zhu. I think Xue just called for me. Oh, all right then. As Wu Li departed, Zhang Zhu turned back. Why does it feel like you're always with that girl? Luck? Trust in science. If someone doesn't wish to be with you, not even super glue will help. Gu Qinghan regarded Zhang Zhu with a calm demeanor, her blue eyes shimmering with light. You're overthinking it. Zhang Zhu shook his head, understanding Gu Qinghan's words, yet feeling as if their relationship had become as ordinary as could be. Just like in the past life, this one felt quite similar. A relationship, if it does not endure the test of time, how can it be genuine? It is merely a matter of lust. So you think I'm handsome? Did I ever say the word handsome? Just a matter of lust, then. I said you were the one with lustful intentions. You must have been a master of silence in your previous life. As Gu Qinghan listened to Zhang Zhu, her eyes dimmed as she gazed at him. In my past life, I was merely a woman of failed romances. Chapter 52, The Bet's Outcome. What are you doing here? Gu Qinghan chose to disregard Zhang Zhu's question. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Zhu proceeded to explain the situation to her. Your deskmate is quite an extraordinary boy. No need to be so gentle. No one is listening, just a lunatic being a lunatic. Gu Qinghan lightly shook her head, then, facing the gentle breeze, gazed at the crowd on the playground. Is that Pepsi? What's wrong? Gu Qinghan tilted her head, looking at him curiously. Nothing. I just noticed you always preferred Coca-Cola. That has sold out. As the clock struck 9:45, the playground was bustling with numerous boys clad in sports attire. Nearby, several teachers held starting pistols and notebooks. From a distance, Zhang Zhu spotted Lin Lu on the third track, with a bespectacled boy from yesterday positioned on the fifth. Whether by sheer luck or some foreknowledge, the situation seemed rather coincidental. Lin Lu cast a cool glance at the bespectacled boy, whose demeanor was rife with provocation, and the latter was equally unyielding. As the time for the competition drew near, a throng of students gathered around. Class 1's Huang Qian, Class 2's Wu Lin, Class 3's Lin Lu, Class 4's Chun Xing, Class 5's Gu Qi, Class 6 Wang Qi, and Class 7's Pam Li, all were present. The teacher, holding the notebook, addressed the 20 participants on the track, coincidentally representing 20 classes. Everyone is here, then? Good. Let us warm up. We don't want anyone injuring their feet when the race begins. With that, the crowd commenced their stretching exercises. Zhang Zhu, curious about the unfolding scene, turned to Gu Qinghan and asked, "Who do you think will finish first?" Gu Qinghan replied, "I reckon it will be that boy from class 13. Why is that?" Zhang Zhu inquired. "Just a feeling." Gu Qinghan shrugged. "I think I agree with you." Zhang Zhu responded, "You're quite the sly one. Just following your lead." Gu Qinghan teased. Soon, the students completed their warm-ups and assumed their running stances. A teacher observed the scattered participants and frowned. "Get ready. We're about to start." The students promptly lined up at their designated tracks, taking on a crouch position. On your marks, 3, 2, 1, go. As the starting pistol fired, a few students at the front dashed ahead. Within moments, the leading runners from classes 10 and 11 surged forward, with Lin Lu and the bespectacled boy in the middle tier, while the remaining participants merely jogged along. Zhang Zhu remarked, "They're sprinting so fast at the start. How will they manage 2 laps?" Gu Qinghan noted, "If they sprint like that from the beginning, they'll exhaust themselves quickly. Unless they can maintain that speed throughout, it's a risky strategy." As predicted by Gu Qinghan, the 3 frontrunners began to falter after just over a lap, allowing Lin Lu and his peers to overtake them. A teacher, witnessing this, shouted, "Don't stop, keep running." Meanwhile, some boys who were merely there for fun lagged significantly behind the leading pack. Lin Lu noticed Gu Qi not far ahead, and with a slight grimace, quickened his pace. The surrounding students rallied behind their classmates, cheering them on. "Go Wu Yi, you're in first." "ISNT, that was something?" "ISNT, he in last place right now." Another retorted, "Last place ISNT first, is it? Come on, Gu Qi, take down that class 3 brat. Lao Lu, beat that 4-eye guy." Lin Lu observed as Gu Qi continued to accelerate, but despite closing the gap, Gu Qi couldn't surpass him, his face reddening with exertion. Zhang Zhu, watching from a distance, quipped, "With all this running, won't they faint?" "It depends on their stamina. It's usually a 50-50 chance," Gu Qinghan replied. "ISNT, that just stating the obvious?" Zhang Zhu shot back. "Just trying to save you from embarrassment," Gu Qinghan retorted. Lin Lu felt the weight of his legs, as if they were burdened with lead, yet he gritted his teeth and pushed on, though his speed had significantly diminished. "Damn it. ISNT, that guy a liberal arts student? How can he run so fast?" Gu Qi, seeing Lin Lu pull ahead, felt his frustration boil. Clenching his teeth, Gu Qi surged past Lin Lu, and as he neared within 100 meters, a look of triumph crossed his face. However, just as he attempted to accelerate further, his legs buckled, causing him to tumble to the ground. A cry of despair escaped Gu Qi as nearby students and teachers noticed the commotion. A teacher rushed to his side, assessing the bloodied knees and realizing he could no longer continue. They quickly called for assistance to carry him away. Lao Lu, witnessing Gu Qi's misfortune, slackened his pace. "First place goes to Lin Lu from class 3. A teacher announced as Lin Lu crossed the finish line, leaning against a wall to catch his breath. In his fervor to outpace Gu Qi, he had pushed himself to the brink. Had Gu Qi not fallen, he too might have succumbed to exhaustion. As Lin Lu succeeded in crossing the finish line, another runner followed closely behind. The students of Tao Hua Hai erupted in cheers for their classmates. "I can't believe Lin Lu took first place," Zhang Zhu exclaimed, astonished. If that boy hadn't fallen, Lin Lu wouldn't have had a chance. But sprinting like that, a fall was inevitable, Gu Qinghan concluded. Indeed, I suspect their hearts were racing the entire time. At least they didn't faint before the end, Gu Qinghan remarked. Standing beside the teacher who recorded the results, Lin Lu felt a surge of joy. First place or not, as long as I outperform Gu Qi, that's what matters. I won the bet. You must be Lin Lu from class 3. Well done. A tall teacher commended him. Thank you for your kind words, sir, Lin Lu replied, pleasantly surprised. This teacher was the athletics instructor of the school. Chapter 53. Zhang Zhu. This doesn't seem like Lin Lu. Has he considered pursuing athletics in the second year? The teacher, impressed by the performance of the liberal arts student, felt a sense of regret for not nurturing such talent. I haven't thought about it yet. Let me consider it. L'on responded. His participation in the race stemmed from his disdain for Gu Qi, and he had never contemplated pursuing sports seriously, despite having decent academic results that could secure him admission to an ordinary second-tier university. The path of athletics remained uncertain. Take your time to think it over, the teacher advised before departing. Lin Lu, having received a medal, left the scene, now awaiting Gu Qi's return from the medical room. Alternatively, he pondered seeking out Gu Qi. He had secretly recorded the event on his phone, determined to reveal the truth of the competition. 1,000 meters was indeed quite a distance. Zhang Zhu took a sip of cola, gazing at the conclusion of the race, and remarked with a hint of admiration, typically, the slowest would clock in at about 4 minutes, all things considered. Gu Qinghan turned to Zhang Zhu and replied, taking a gentle sip of her drink. Which event did you sign up for? Zhang Zhu tilted his head curiously. What is it? Tomorrow, at 10 in the morning, Gu Qinghan responded. What event? The women's 1,000 meters. Can you secure first place? Zhang Zhu inquired with genuine curiosity, as he had never witnessed her participating in any athletic competition. I wonder if inflicting pain counts as a sport? If so, Gu Qinghan would undoubtedly be a multi-time champion. Not bad, she said. Not bad in what sense? Zhang Zhu questioned, somewhat perplexed by her ambiguous response. Not bad, as in no one can surpass me, Gu Qinghan retorted coldly, fixing her gaze on Zhang Zhu. Your attitude seems to have soured lately, Xiao Zhu. Does it? I think you're mistaken, he replied, sensing her irritation. Emboldened by his own confidence, Zhang Zhu nearly forgot that Gu Qinghan had also excelled during her high school years, a peak period for both physical and mental prowess. I wonder what will transpire next time, Gu Qinghan mused, her tone indifferent as she did not glance back at Zhang Zhu. This only intensified the pressure Zhang Zhu felt. Was this spiritual pressure? Could it be that she was a formidable opponent? Ahem, I signed up for an event too. Do you know which one? Pull-ups. Competing for who's the weakest? Enough already. Is that amusing? Gu Qinghan chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling with unspoken meaning. I have the 400 meters tomorrow afternoon. Do you think I'll snag a medal? I don't know, but just don't end up like that boy from today, falling flat on your face. The wheel of fortune turns. One shouldn't underestimate the young, right? Enough with your incessant chatter. Perhaps you should read a couple more novels until you wear them out. Gu Qinghan remarked, visibly exasperated. You find me bothersome, don't you? Fine. Zhang Zhu grinned, relishing her exasperation. I want to say more. I'm heading back to class. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Gu Qinghan. Are you busy? Not all. Why do you ask? Then why are you going back? Lin Lu must be gloating after winning. I need to see for myself. Sit down. Gu Qinghan was left speechless by Zhang Zhu's immaturity. He is definitely seeking that bespectacled boy from class 5. If I don't go, I'll feel miserable. Zhang Zhu was anxious, given Lin Li's nature. He likely had already sought out Gu Qi to taunt him, and considering their tempers, a verbal clash was probably imminent. He couldn't afford to miss this. After all, the stakes were high. So, Gu Qinghan looked at Zhang Zhu with a bland expression, questioning his need for such trivial pursuits. Why not accompany me? Let us go together. I don't want to. Just sit quietly. Come on, Qinghan, Sister Qinghan. As he spoke, Zhang Zhu stood up and took Gu Qinghan's hand, leading her towards the infirmary. Gu Qinghan, exasperated by his antics, could only sigh and relent, allowing him to pull her along. Inside the infirmary, 2 figures could be seen. So, your foot isn't broken, right? Lin Lu taunted Gu Qi, who was in a pitiful state, his foot wrapped in white bandages. Gu Qi glared at Lin Lu, seething with anger. If it weren't for Lin Lu, he wouldn't have fallen so severely from running too fast, and now he had the audacity to mock him. Yet, he was aware that Lin Lu had claimed first place, and thus he had lost the bet. Gu Qi felt a pang of regret. It was profoundly humiliating. A small-minded person revels in the misfortune of others. Just be wary that such a person may never achieve anything in life. You know why I'm here, right? Gu Qi was fully aware, yet he feigned bravado. A gentleman's word is his bond. You needn't worry. Once my foot is healed, I will fulfill my end. Zhang Zhu, seeing through his facade, understood the underlying intention. He was attempting to delay, knowing it would eventually become a tangled mess. Regarding his foot, it would take at least a month to heal. Lin Lu was no fool and had no intention of letting this slide. I couldn't care less whether your foot is healed or not. If you're alive, just make sure to honor the bet. If you refuse to do so, or if you deny it, I'll gather at least 80 people to spread the news. Would you prefer to be someone who stands by their word, or someone who breaks their promises? Gu Qi's face paled as he comprehended the gravity of Lin Li's threat. He understood the consequences well. Fulfilling the bet would ruin his reputation, and failing to do so would lead to a similar fate. As a minor leader of Class 5, if word got out, he would lose all credibility. Fine, at noon today at the entrance of the teaching building, I will fulfill it. A gentleman's word is his bond. Lin Lu clapped his hands in approval, smiling. Excellent. I shall await you. Farewell. As Lin Lu departed, Gu Qi collapsed on the bed, astonished that a liberal arts student could run so swiftly. After all, he was supposed to be among the elite in athletics. At the entrance, Zhang Zhu wore an odd expression as he observed Gu Qinghan. What's wrong with you? Gu Qinghan asked, her curiosity piqued. Your tone doesn't sound like Lin Lu's. It's almost as if you're reciting lines. Zhang Zhu was right. Lin Lu had indeed rehearsed his words before confronting Gu Qi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known what to say. Aren't you supposed to know him best? Why not? Why do you think so? Is it because I'm handsome and he is not? I've seen people say that on forums. Classmates in high school are supposed to know each other well. You should watch less of that nonsense. Zhang Zhu was bemused, feeling as if Gu Qinghan was portraying him as some close ally of Lin Lu. He is just an ordinary classmate. I don't know him that well. Chapter 54. The bet enforced. Gu Qi's social death. Time rewinds to the classroom, where Lin Lu stood with a few male classmates. Hurry up and recite. I've adapted this from a television show. It's bound to leave Gu Qi dumbfounded. Lin Lu eyed the boy before him, skeptical. Are you sure? I don't want to end up embarrassed. Quickly recite, or you'll have to speak yourself. You know Gu Qi. He is unattractive and loves to weasel out of commitments. If you can't intimidate him, he certainly won to honor his promise. Lao Nu did. He had dealt with Gu Qi for half a year and knew him to be quite despicable. What does a promise mean? In his eyes, it's merely something to renege on. I'll take my leave now, but if he doesn't fulfill it, you'll spread the word. No problem. I'll keep watch at the door. Time shifts back to the present. So what is the update? The anxious boy asked Lin Lu. Gu Qi said he'll be at the teaching building at noon. All right, I'll grab my phone and call some people. Indeed, this group had no intention of letting Gu Qi escape the consequences of his actions for the remainder of his high school life. After all, Gu Qi had always relied on his connections to bully others, and now that the opportunity had arisen, they would show no mercy. No problem. Upon finishing his words, Lin Li's face radiated with delight, for the once domineering Gu Qi had long been a source of pressure for him. He was now eager to witness how this prideful individual would navigate the ensuing situation. At the entrance of the medical room, two figures stood at a distance. Did you hear that? Gu Qinghan inquired of Zhang Zhu. What? Your gossip session is about to commence in the teaching building. I must go and see, Zhang Zhu replied, shaking his head in disbelief at Gu Qinghan's failure to notice his penchant for gossip. Perhaps in a past life, she had been too oppressive towards him. Soon, the clock struck noon, and a multitude of students gathered around. In the most crowded area stood Lin Lu alongside several classmates from Class 4. Where's Gu Qi? Not sure, but he should be arriving shortly. Before long, a figure appeared before Lin Lu and his companions, none other than the limping Gu Qi, accompanied by several boys whose expressions were peculiarly astonished, as if something monumental had transpired. Shall we begin? Gu Qi addressed Lin Lu with an unceremonious demeanor. Let us commence. L'un rapide, smiling at Gu Qi's grim visage. As Gu Qi's companions retreated, he found himself in an open space, inhaling deeply before collapsing to the ground and commencing his declaration. Iamafol, Iamafol. With each utterance, the students stationed at the teaching building could no longer contain their laughter. Isn't that Gu Qi from Class 5? Why is he lying down and shouting like that? He does possess a certain talent. He resembles my dog when it lies down. Please don't insult dogs. Thank you. He deserves it. He's been acting all high and mighty, and now he is facing the consequences. I must record this to share it online. Count me in. Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan had arrived early at a location in the teaching building and were witnessing this spectacle from a distance. He probably hasn't found a girlfriend in 3 years. No, it might even be many more than that. Observing the throng of students recording the scene, Zhang Zhu felt a pang of sympathy for Gu Qi's social demise. In this age of the internet, leaving behind video evidence is the most perilous of fates. You seem rather gleeful about this, Gu Qinghan remarked, noticing the smirk on Zhang Zhu's face. Did that dog offend you too? I just did some background research. You wouldn't believe how disgusting that person is. He used to bully others, physically assault them, and steal money from kids. Moreover, he particularly relished insulting girls. And he has an incessant obsession with pursuing them, causing many to transfer schools. Gu Qinghan paused in surprise, casting a cold gaze at the figure below. Then, this hardly qualifies as a punishment. Indeed, the troubling part is that this scoundrel has decent grades. Sigh. A person with good academic performance is likely to receive higher education, thus causing harm to even more individuals. Gu Qinghan silently regarded Zhang Zhu, unsure of what to say in response. Below in the teaching building, Lin Lu and his friends observed Gu Qi on the ground, shouting, and couldn't help but wear amused expressions. Minutes swiftly passed, and Gu Qi eventually rose to his feet, his countenance dark and menacing as he glared at Lin Lu and the others before departing. Where did you upload it? I'm watching it. What about you? I posted on the forum and on Greenletter as well. I share it on the headline site. I uploaded it on a station. Lin Lu and his friends exchanged thoughts, nodding in satisfaction before leaving the scene. It wasn't that their conversation had concluded, but rather that the principal had received word and was on the hunt for troublemakers. Let us head out. I'll treat you to a meal, Zhang Zhu said, watching the crowd disperse before turning to Gu Qinghan. Where shall we dine? The cafeteria. Where else can we eat? I thought you might be suggesting a 5-star establishment with that tone. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the two found the food remarkably improved compared to usual. Today's meal seems much tastier, Zhang Zhu commented. It's no different from any other day, Gu Qinghan replied, delicately picking at the dishes before her. Meanwhile, nearby students animatedly discussed the day's sports events, their enthusiasm for topics beyond the classroom palpable. I saw a girl excel in the long jump today. You must be talking about Huan Yu from Class 7. She has won numerous medals in long jump competitions. And the boy from Class 4, a senior, who is also exceptional in the triple jump. Did you hear what transpired in Class 1 today? What happened? Indeed, a boy lost a bet and ended up kneeling in front of the teaching building, shouting, "I am a fool." It was quite the spectacle. Impressive. That guy must have a grudge against the one he bet with. You're unaware? The one who lost the bet is absolutely deserving of it. Allow me to explain in detail. Soon, through the narration of the informed, the grievances of the first-year students became clear to those in other grades. What a pity I didn't witness it. You can check on your phones. Someone recorded it and shared it online. It's likely on many platforms. Just search for our school's name. The individual who had intended to say more suddenly spotted the principal and swiftly vanished from the crowd's view. Indeed, it is only through gossip that tales are further spread. Observing this scene, Zhang Zhu chuckled and shook his head. Aren't you the same? Gu Qinghan remarked playfully at Zhang Zhu. I'm not. I simply enjoy gossip. It doesn't mean I'm perpetually interested in it. Zhang Zhu mused, contemplating the students around him. Are you trying to appear profound? Gu Qinghan teased, finding herself wanting to laugh at Zhang Zhu's expression. You've seen right through me again, Zhang Zhu replied, as if struck by inspiration, smiling at Gu Qinghan. Today's meal feels significantly more delicious. Zhang Zhu sampled the food once more, discovering it indeed tasted better than usual. That's the second time you've mentioned this. You needn't repeat it. Readers don't enjoy redundancy, Gu Qinghan remarked with a hint of disdain in her tone. Meanwhile, Gu Qi glowered at his underlings. Brother Qi, those people have uploaded videos of you on various major websites, a diminutive boy cautiously informed him. I don't need you to tell me that, Gu Qi barked, causing the boy to shrink back in fear. I summoned you here to resolve this issue, not to waste time with idle chatter. Is that understood? Gu Qi's dark demeanor cast a shadow over his lackluster subordinates. A scrawny boy raised his hand and suggested, we could corner Lin Lu from Class 3 and film him in return. Do you think I haven't considered that? Class 3 and Class 4 combined have far more people than us. If they surround us, what will you do then? Gu Qi adjusted his glasses and scolded the boy sharply. The others, witnessing Gu Qi's ire, dared not express disbelief, fearful of incurring his wrath. Silence can indeed resolve issues, can it? Yet, aren't you all quite loquacious when bullying others? Gu Qi glared at his cowering subordinate, his anger intensifying. Out of a sense of brotherhood, he had foolishly accepted Lin Li's wager, leaving him feeling utterly trapped and disheartened. With a deep sigh, Gu Qi attempted to calm himself, gazing into the distance at the school building. I shall remember this. Beneath a tree on campus, two figures sat together. Aren't you going to sleep? Zhang Zhu inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze as he observed Gu Qinghan. Not particularly tired, and this outfit is rather uncomfortable for sleeping, Gu Qinghan replied, having tested it that morning and found it constricting around the neck. Huh? Xiao Zhu. As Zhang Zhu pondered something, Gu Qinghan leaned in closer, mere centimeters away. The scent emanating from Gu Qinghan was faintly pleasant, prompting Zhang Zhu to gently push the other's head away. What's wrong? Don't get so close. It's a bit warm. At Zhang Zhu's words, Gu Qinghan regarded him with his cold, indifferent eyes. All right, then lean against me. In the past, young Gu Qinghan had disliked sleeping alone, preferring to rest his head on Zhang Zhu's shoulder while they chatted until drowsiness overcame him. However, as they grew older, Zhang Zhu felt a sense of embarrassment. Yet, Gu Qinghan offered no chance for refusal, and thus their arrangement persisted. Gu Qinghan rested his head softly on Zhang Zhu's shoulder and whispered, "Do you have any plans for the summer vacation?" Zhang Zhu gazed at the blazing sun and felt the gentle breeze. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I'd like to see the sea." "Then let us go together," Gu Qinghan suggested, and Zhang Zhu, taken aback, responded, "Could you repeat that?" Viewing the sea as just the two of us would require quite a bit of money. Such an endeavor was undeniably beyond the reach of high school students. "Didn't you say you liked the sea?" "I'll accompany you," Gu Qinghan's melodious voice chimed in. "But where would we find the funds?" Their families were merely of average means. They had never lacked material necessities, yet financial resources were always limited. "Do you remember our middle school days?" Gu Qinghan's words brought a slight pause to Zhang Zhu. "What does that have to do with anything?" "Back then, I topped the city in exams and received a reward of 5,000 yuan, which I've kept hidden for quite some time." A faint smile graced Gu Qinghan's lips as he reminisced about their middle school days. "You should keep your money for yourself. It's unnecessary." Zhang Zhu shook his head, unwilling to spend Gu Qinghan's money for a glimpse of the sea. "Then accompany me. Consider my treat," Gu Qinghan insisted with a smile. "Do you truly wish to see the sea?" Zhang Zhu turned to meet Gu Qinghan's captivating, azure eyes, sparkling with light. "I want to see it with you. I just like going alone." Gu Qinghan playfully tapped Zhang Zhu on the head and remarked, "The breeze is gentle, and the leaves are turning golden." The sentiments of youth surge within the heart of a boy. "Then let us go. Let us see the sea together." Later that afternoon, on the playground, Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan observed the high jump event from a distance. Curiosity piqued. "Who is participating today?" Zhang Zhu asked. "It's mostly upperclassmen," Gu Qinghan replied. Aware that high jump required practice, unlike other sports, many were unaware of how to use their waist to generate power, resulting in a lack of participation among first-year students. As time passed, numerous athletes clad in sports attire gathered on the grass, and several teachers arrived, checking the time before calling out. "Is Wu Shi from Class 9 of the second year present?" "I'm here, teacher." A girl of ordinary appearance raised her hand. "Let us begin. How high do you wish to jump? 13 meters? 15 meters, teacher. I believe I can do it." The teacher smiled at her enthusiasm. "Very well, let us start." The girl approached the high bar, taking a running start and gracefully arching through the air. She successfully cleared the bar, prompting applause from the onlookers. "Excellent, excellent. A second-year student, impressive," the teacher noted, acknowledging her effortless performance. Zhang Zhu watched, contemplating his own abilities. "Do you think I'd find it easy to jump?" Gu Qinghan regarded him coolly, choosing not to respond. "Why are you silent? Is it too easy for you to speak? You could try it now. But perhaps wear a mask. You might just fall flat on your face," he teased. "Are you serious?" Zhang Zhu reconsidered the idea of showcasing his skills. After all, social embarrassment could last a lifetime. In another scene, a teacher called out, "Is Su Ning from Class 2 of the third year present?" A tall girl stood up, her looks equally striking. "I'm here, teacher." The teacher nodded at her. "Su Ning, will you jump 13 meters? Or will you choose like the last student?" 1 meter 60, teacher." The teacher's surprise was palpable. Well, today a sports meet is truly beyond my expectations. Let us begin." Soon, the bar was set to 1 meter 60, and Su Ning began her run-up, executing a beautiful leap with a stable landing. Applause erupted from her classmates. "Impressive. It seems you have quite the expertise in high jump," the teacher remarked with a smile. "Indeed, teacher, I've been practicing since childhood, but I've yet to surpass 17 meters. I believe you can do it. Your talent is evident. You may step down now." Asu Ning glunded. No other competitor matched her dazzling performance. Many struggled, even hitting the bar and drawing laughter from their peers. "Su Ning looks incredible," Zhang Zhu thought, witnessing the elegance of the high jump for the first time through her performance. It was a beauty beyond words. The perfect arc and trajectory, truly a sight to behold. "This senior is remarkable. She is already at the level of a second-tier athlete," Gu Qinghan observed. She was inspired to exercise from a young age and has gradually developed a love for various sports. The female high jumper has reached a height of 1.6 meters, surpassing the national level 2 standard for women's high jump. Yet, she remains far from the elite level 1. A level 2 athlete, indeed quite impressive. Zhang Zhu, unaware of the athlete's background, was astonished to learn that the competitor, still in her third year of high school, had already attained such a rank. "You can do it too," Gu Qinghan remarked, casting a calm gaze at Zhang Zhu. "Me? I can do it too?" Zhang Zhu pointed at himself, incredulous. He was surprised that he had not realized his own talent. I was referring to your talent for gossip. You haven't even cleared the threshold for high jump. Finding humor in the situation, Gu Qinghan stifled a laugh with her hand. You're crazy. Zhang Zhu rolled his eyes at her, taken aback that she too could engage in jest. As the last senior leaped, the high jump event came to a close. Predictably, the top female jumper was Su Ning, while the top male was a moderately built sophomore. The next event was the triple jump, which saw a larger number of participants, resulting in a crowd gathering to watch. Zhang Zhu desired to view the spectacle, but quickly dismissed the idea, considering the heat and the multitude of sweaty bodies. Would you like to explore? He asked. Oh wait, have you ever wandered around the school? Gu Qinghan was seated quietly on a bench, sipping her drink, her attire resembling that of Violet Evergarden, lending her an ethereal quality that captivated passers-by. Upon hearing his question, she turned her head slightly and replied with serene composure, No, you never took me on a tour. All right then, let's go. Unlike many high schools, Taohua High boasts a small lake and a sprawling, dense sycamore grove by its shores. Legend has it that the founding principal created this grove in memory of a significant individual. Initially, he planted a few sycamore trees, and subsequent generations of students and teachers followed suit, leading to the creation of the current grove. Upon arriving beside the sycamore grove, with the teaching buildings in the distance and the small lake nearby, Zhang Zhu remarked, I've always been curious about the depth of this lake center. I've heard teachers warn us to stay away. He placed his hands behind his head, gazing contemplatively at the lake. Gu Qinghan, sipping the drink Zhang Zhu had bought her, paused slightly before responding. If I recall correctly, there's a sign detailing that. Indeed, Gu Qinghan had noticed a plaque indicating the lake's depth and name, having previously observed it and recalling that it was about 2 meters deep. For the safety of the students, the lake is merely for viewing. However, whether it harbors fish or shrimp remains a mystery to her. She had seen people attempt to catch something on several hurried occasions, but none had ever returned with a catch. Ah, really? Haha, just joking. Zhang Zhu suddenly remembered that there was indeed such a sign, but in his pursuit of conversation, he had overlooked it. The pair soon found themselves beneath the renowned sycamore grove, where sunlight danced above the trees, unable to penetrate the dense foliage. Golden leaves mingled with green, and the air was imbued with a fragrant aroma. As they walked, leaves fluttered down, perhaps a sign of fate or mere fondness. It's quite cool here, but there are no places to sit, Zhang Zhu mused, gazing at the sycamore trees. If there are benches or stone seats, I can't imagine the countless couples who would choose this as a romantic rendezvous. There's a wooden bench ahead, though I wonder if anyone's sitting on it. Gu Qinghan said, indicating a seat facing the center of the lake. Weren't you just saying you've never explored? Are you deceiving me? With her blue-eyed gaze fixed on him, she tilted her head, her expression cool. After a moment, she added, Can I have heard about it from others? Zhang Zhu sensed her exasperation. He too felt a peculiar sluggishness lately. Was it due to a need for more words? This wouldn't do. He resolved to reclaim his usual self. Soon, they arrived at the place Gu Qinghan had mentioned, a simple wooden bench, marked by the passage of time. Fortunately, it was unoccupied, likely due to the ongoing sports meet, leaving the sycamore grove nearly deserted. They settled onto the bench, gazing quietly at the distant center of the lake. Why have you stopped talking? Are you trying to seem profound? Zhang Zhu mirrored her silence, throwing her question back at her. You figured out, she replied. Chapter 57, The Philosopher. How do you imitate my speech? Aren't you doing the same? Seemingly struck by a thought, Zhang Zhu smiled at her without speaking further. What is on your mind? Gu Qinghan inquired, her curiosity piqued. I just think that while you're dressed as Violet Evergarden, you don't resemble her at all. Who do I resemble then? You resemble Gu Qinghan. Gu Qinghan rolled her eyes and retorted, So I don't look like myself? What I mean is, you are Gu Qinghan. You are yourself. No one else can compare. Oh, how cheesy. Haha, is it not pleasing? If not, I shan't say it again. Gu Qinghan flicked her hair and gazed quietly at Zhang Zhu, then said, It's nice. You should say it forever. In a corner of class 3, Lin Lu and a few others were watching a video, their faces adorned with smug expressions. Do you think Gu Qi will act out of desperation? Lan Lu, having enjoyed a moment of triumph, suddenly recalled that Gu Qi was indeed rather unpredictable. If he were to retaliate, he would find himself equally disgraced, regardless of whether he lost a bet fairly. It's fine. I've already spoken to Qian Ge. He will keep an eye on Gu Qi. If he dares to act, he'll be dealt with. A boy with a buzz cut remarked. Qian Ge was a reputed figure in Class 4, known for his integrity and academic prowess, unlike Gu Qi, who was notorious for his underhanded tactics, leading to mutual disdain between them. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Lin Lu expressed confidence in Qian Ji's reputation. If Gu Qi hadn't been so excessive, Lin Lu would not have taken it upon himself to confront him. Soon, they concluded that Gu Qi had grown fearful, especially since his subordinates were quite unimpressive, a mere ruffian, not to be feared. Well then, we're off. But tomorrow, our class has a 400-meter race. Care to join me for practice? Just as the boys were about to leave, one suddenly recalled something, directing the question at Lin Lu. Sure, I just signed up for the 1,000 meters. I haven't tried the 400 meters either. Lin Lu noticed that there were hardly any people in Class 3. Upon hearing the invitation from the others, he readily agreed. Soon, a few of them arrived at the playground, which was relatively deserted due to the ongoing sports meet. This will do. It's quite empty here, Lin Lu remarked to the students from Class 4. All right, let us warm up. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the Wutong forest, two still figures sat on a wooden bench. Why have you fallen silent again? Zhang Zhu turned to glance at Gu Qinghan. This line has appeared in the book for the third time. Readers must be tired of it by now. Oh, Gu Qinghan replied, her gaze fixed on the distant silhouette of the teaching building. She was merely curious. What if there were another version of me in the opposite teaching building? Sharing this moment of mutual gaze? It would be quite eerie. After all, this is a contemporary story, not a horror tale. Gu Qinghan paused, momentarily taken aback by Zhang Zhu's words, before breaking into a light smile and gently tapping his shoulder with her delicate hand. You're quite the jokester, aren't you? Zhang Zhu hadn't anticipated this reaction from her and burst into laughter. You're delightful when you're serious. I enjoy teasing you too. As he gazed into the distance, Zhang Zhu suddenly recalled that he had promised Lu Qing he would participate in the 400 meters tomorrow. It had been quite some time since he last ran. Perhaps he should practice a bit. What do you think? If you don't train, do you expect to secure the top spot tomorrow? Zhang Zhu inquired, tilting his head toward Gu Qinghan, understanding his intent. Gu Qinghan shot him a cold look and after a moment said, You want to make it. I know what you're getting at, but unfortunately, you lack the ability. Zhang Zhu grumbled under his breath. All right, so you think so little of me, do you? Initially, he hadn't intended to showcase his abilities. Yet the mockery compelled him to respond. I'm Michael Johnson, after all. Let us go. Aren't we supposed to practice? Gu Qinghan eyed Zhang Zhu with a bemused expression, feeling somewhat exasperated. Sometimes, she truly couldn't fathom his thoughts. Yet whenever he spoke, she felt she understood his intentions. Do I need to? 15 minutes later, Gu Qinghan observed that Zhang Zhu had taken nearly 80 seconds for a lap and was left speechless. She could complete it in under 60 seconds. Typically, boys should possess greater stamina and endurance than girls. Shouldn't they? Don't drink water, take a breather, she called out as she watched Zhang Zhu gasp for air, about to reach for his water bottle. You could easily collapse with that pace. It won't alleviate the discomfort of finishing your run. She curiously regarded him. How can you dare to compete in the 400 meters with that speed? I was coerced by the sports committee, Zhang Zhu admitted. Honestly, do you look like someone who could be coerced into running? Gu Qinghan saw through his words. And after a few coughs, he confessed the truth. 7 days of assignments for every subject. You're going to wear yourself out. In his previous life, although Zhang Zhu had gained admission to a 211 university, he had severely hindered Gu Qinghan's progress. Yet due to love, she never viewed this as a negative. Now that they had been reborn, she hoped Zhang Zhu could look further ahead, not just for her, but for himself. In her subsequent life, Gu Qinghan pursued a Master-S degree at a prestigious university, while Zhang Zhu, instead of continuing his studies, ventured into entrepreneurship. It's not that acquiring knowledge is inherently beneficial. Rather, Gu Qinghan wished for Zhang Zhu to evolve gradually. At present, he was still too immature. After 3 years of entrepreneurship, he hadn't even earned half of her scholarship. I've always said, one must learn to balance work and rest. Assignments are merely a concept. Does completing them guarantee improvement? That's a fallacious notion. And does not completing them equate to no progress? She sighed, observing Zhang Zhu, who appeared mature beyond his years, and for some reason, found herself wanting to laugh. In her previous life, he had also been like this, though by then, he had long since lost his youthful visage. Now, with his youthful looks and profound statements, he exuded a unique charm. May I pose a counter-question? You've spoken so much. Does not running imply you might not necessarily be slow? Running more doesn't guarantee you'll be faster than someone else? Coughing. Zhang Zhu recognized the sound reasoning in her words, yet he discerned the underlying sarcasm. He attempted to retort, but the words caught in his throat as he noticed Lin Lu sprinting past him. What's going on? Didn't they just finish the kilometer? Isn't that your desk mate? Are they participating in the 400 meters too? If so, you'd better prepare a helmet. Mosey once said that mocking someone is a lowly act. A philosopher also remarked that mockery brings joy to the mocker. Which philosopher would be so unkind? Me. Chapter 58. Accompanying the run, Zhang Zhu stood up and spotted Lin Lu and the others not far away, standing beside Lin Lu, who had been mocking Gucci earlier. He chose to ignore them, as he wasn't very familiar with Lin Lu and the others. How about I accompany you for a run? Gu Qinghan pondered for a moment, recalling that in certain training regimens, having someone lead the run could significantly enhance speed. What is your fastest time for the 400 meters? Zhang Zhu asked, feeling somewhat uneasy. With so many people on the track, he feared being humiliated. While it would be embarrassing, he was also concerned about his reputation. 58 seconds, Gu Qinghan replied matter-of-factly. Zhang Zhu looked at her with skepticism before pulling out his phone to check the women's 400-meter sprint records. To his astonishment, he discovered that Gu Qinghan had already reached the level of a second-tier athlete, and with just a second and a half more, she could qualify as a first-tier athlete. This revelation struck Zhang Zhu hard, considering that in his previous life, he had seldom encountered first-tier athletes in his university's track team. However, a threshold is merely a threshold, and perhaps Gu Qinghan was just recording her best time, which might not be accurate. Zhang Zhu consoled himself. Then you should slow down. I prefer to enjoy the rhythm of a leisurely pace. Don't worry, I'll make sure you maintain your dignity. Gu Qinghan was well aware of Zhang Zhu's thoughts, but once they began running, it was no longer up to him. Before long, they found a secluded spot and commenced their warm-up exercises. Make sure to warm up adequately. It'll unleash your strength later. Observing Zhang Zhu's warm-up routine, which resembled that of a dog, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but cover her face in disbelief. Yet, to encourage him to run faster later, she added otherwise. What if you cool down? Initially engrossed in his warm-up, Zhang Zhu stiffened at her words. He had put in considerable effort, even breaking a sweat. He had thought his hard work would earn him praise, only to realize that Gu Qinghan considered it insufficient warm-up. My goodness, how could someone warm up more than I do in the actual event? After another 10 minutes, seeing Zhang Zhu drenched in sweat, Gu Qinghan eyed him curiously. Didn't you just go warm up? Have you secretly run a lap? Upon hearing Gu Qinghan's words, Zhang Zhu felt a surge of frustration. It was quite embarrassing. He merely followed the rhythm of the other party to warm up, not expecting to feel this exhausted. You seem to be about ready. Let us begin. Gu Qinghan gazed at the horizon, where the scorching sun had disappeared, bringing a welcome coolness. Truly the perfect moment for a run. Or perhaps we should wait a bit. Zhang Zhu felt as if he had already exerted himself and was somewhat fatigued. Come on, feeling tired now is natural. You will soon exhibit a speed considerably faster than usual. The two then made their way to the track, and as Gu Qinghan began the countdown, they commenced their run. 3, 2, 1, go. The two figures darted forward like leopards. Students passing by halted in their tracks, witnessing the scene. Zhang Zhu gritted his teeth. Watching Gu Qinghan sprint ahead of him, despite putting forth all his effort, he found no signs of catching up. This evoked a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of a past encounter with Gu Qi. Summoning his last ounce of strength, Zhang Zhu accelerated, his spirits lifting as he saw Gu Qinghan within reach. However, a sudden burst of speed from her allowed her to pull ahead once more, maintaining a distance of one body length between them. Zhang Zhu's expression stiffened. This was infuriating. The subsequent wave of fatigue and weakness washed over him, accompanied by a profound discomfort in his chest that lingered persistently. This led to a precipitous decline in his speed. There's no need to listen to it. You must overcome this sensation. Gu Qinghan had already noticed Zhang Zhu's diminishing pace and turned to encourage him. Zhang Zhu, too exhausted to speak, merely gazed silently at her figure. Keep running. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line. Gu Qinghan called out before accelerating ahead. Fortunately, the finish line was only 100 meters away. With a deep breath, Zhang Zhu surged forward once more. The discomfort in his chest dissipated like mist, and a surge of strength filled his entire being. Not bad, 62 seconds. Gu Qinghan had been waiting for him at the finish line, phone in hand, observing his arrival. Zhang Zhu gasped for air, leaning against a tree to ease the pain in his chest. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure and looked up at Gu Qinghan. That didn't seem like 58 seconds. You were much faster than me. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Qinghan replied to Zhang Zhu's inquiry. That must have been during middle school. I'm not sure about now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhu realized that Gu Qinghan had long since reached the level of a first-class athlete. No wonder he couldn't even reach her tail despite his determined effort. And here he was, a boy, inherently endowed with physical advantages. You should take a break. I'll train with you some more. Your stamina isn't that weak. Gu Qinghan smiled at Zhang Zhu, whose face was flushed. She rarely saw him like this, as he was usually not fond of exercise. Or perhaps we should call it a day. Zhang Zhu, having experienced the discomfort in his chest, felt a twinge of reluctance to continue. But the exhilarating sensation of speeding just moments ago was rather delightful, wasn't it? Upon hearing her words, Zhang Zhu reflected on the experience. It was a feeling he couldn't fully comprehend at the time. The pain he felt then was overshadowed by the joy of recollection afterward. With this in mind, He acknowledged that the explosive sensation of power was indeed a remarkable experience. Shall we try a few more times? As many as you wish. Observing Zhang Zhu's demeanor, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but sigh for reasons unknown. It felt as though she was pressuring him to exercise, despite the fact that he had previously encouraged her to work out. Soon, they embarked on a 4-hour training session. After their sunset rendezvous, the blue sky gradually transitioned to the hues of dusk. Zhang Zhu, drenched in sweat, stood on the steps, contemplating the bustling crowd. For some reason, he felt a newfound sense of awareness. Gu Qinghan, holding a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap and took a sip while quietly watching him. Although his progress wasn't monumental, it was certainly a far cry from the 80 seconds he had initially clocked. "We are champions!" Suddenly inspired, Zhang Zhu shouted loudly across the playground. This left Gu Qinghan slightly perplexed and amused. Wasn't Zhang Zhu socially anxious? How is he now shouting? Chapter 59 revealed that he had quite a few acquaintances. After splashing some water on his face, Zhang Zhu walked alongside Gu Qinghan, observing their fellow students, feeling invigorated. Indeed, exercise brings joy. "Let us head home," Zhang Zhu suggested to Gu Qinghan. All right. They then made their way towards the school gate, where the sunset painted the horizon in warm tones. The next day marked the school sports meet. Zhang Zhu rose early, donning his favorite athletic attire, determined not to embarrass himself today. Quite professional. Gu Qinghan, also clad in sportswear, nodded approvingly at Zhang Zhu. Any normal person would wear this. "No, you didn't wear it before." Zhang Zhu quickly interrupted Gu Qinghan, who was about to delve into the past. No, let us go." As the sky brightened, Zhang Zhu stated his eagerness to practice, recalling the pleasure of his previous day's run. Upon arriving at school, he pulled Gu Qinghan towards the track. Since dawn had only just broken, the track was relatively empty. The refreshing breeze invited the pores to open in delight. "Just like yesterday, right?" "Yes, but I feel I can run considerably faster today. Give it a try." Gu Qinghan nodded lightly and began her warm-up. In the distance, Wu Li and others had just risen, preparing to grab breakfast, but upon catching sight of the figures on the track, they paused in surprise. "My goodness, it's Zhang Zhu," one of the girls exclaimed upon recognizing him. "What is he doing? Is he participating in the competition too?" Wu Li nodded in agreement, then elaborated on the situation. "No wonder. I thought he was quite reticent before, almost like a hermit." A nearby boy, overhearing this, felt somewhat uncomfortable. "What do you mean by hermit?" "He has a free spirit. You wouldn't understand. Want to take a look?" A cute girl expressed her curiosity, wanting to see more. After all, Zhang Zhu looked refreshingly handsome in his sportswear, catching her eye. Wu Li, initially reluctant due to hunger, was ultimately persuaded to join the others on the track. After completing 2 laps around the 400-meter track, Zhang Zhu felt a burning energy in his chest. Gu Qinghan, too, had sweated considerably, but her demeanor was entirely different from Zhang Zhu's. She remained calm, gently regulating her breathing. "Water," handing Zhang Zhu a bottle of mineral water. Gu Qinghan gazed at the brightening sky, unaware of how much time had passed. "How does today compare to yesterday?" Zhang Zhu asked while drinking. "Not much different," Gu Qinghan replied, shaking her head. "However, there's been some improvement. After all, the performance you exhibited yesterday was purely driven by adrenaline. Today, Zhang Zhu has fully demonstrated his own capabilities, yet he is merely comparable to some ordinary high school students." Wu Li and the others have also arrived nearby. Observing the two engaged in lively conversation, Wu Li feels somewhat shy about initiating contact. However, it is Gu Qinghan who notices this scene and, with a smile, remarks to Zhang Zhu, "Your classmate has come to find you again. How fortuitous." Upon seeing Gu Qinghan's smile, Zhang Zhu readily comprehends her insinuation. He dismisses the notion as entirely unfounded, firmly believing that Wu Li could not possibly harbor any feelings for him. It is merely a figment of his imagination. The evidence for his conviction lies in the fact that someone who does not seek your company, does not converse with you, nor engages in online chats, is unlikely to possess any emotional attachment. "Hey, Zhang Zhu, are you participating in the sports meet?" One of the girls beside Wu Li cheerfully inquires. Zhang Zhu recognizes her as a classmate from Class 3, though her name escapes him momentarily. Nevertheless, he responds with a smile. "The sports committee called for volunteers. I had no choice but to comply." Wu Li, overhearing, purses her lips. The sports committee nearly had to plead for help. They ended up offering extra incentives. "Really? Zhang Zhu, you are quite the team player." The girl's compliment makes Zhang Zhu feel a bit bashful. After all, he has received some benefit from his participation. Ahem, but I suppose it does reflect a sense of team spirit. "Let us hurry, or we'll miss breakfast." Wu Li, her eyes sparkling with interest at the girl, quickly adds. She notices Gu Qinghan's slightly altered expression, wondering why the others seem oblivious to it. with a stunning beauty standing nearby. How could they remain unaffected? All right then, we'll take our leave. Oh, by the way, Zhang Zhu, which event are you participating in? We can come cheer you on. Wu Li, spotting the girl, still conversing, discreetly gestures to another classmate and takes her hand. 400 meters, Zhang Zhu replies with a grin. As he watches the group depart, he feels a sense of relief wash over him. It seems I'm quite popular. Huh, Zhang handsome? Observing the girl's gaze, he realizes her fondness for him. Although Gu Qinghan does not seem overtly angry, a ripple of discontent stirs within her. After all, the disparity is evident. Stop teasing. It's not as you imagine, Zhang Zhu says, though he is reluctant to clarify. Yet, unable to resist the urge to explain in light of Gu Qinghan's smile, he adds, all right, shall we continue practicing? Noticing the sun has risen, the once refreshing air begins to grow hot. The track under the sunlight will become quite warm for running. No, I think I'll head back to the classroom to recuperate first, Zhang Zhu decides, feeling the fatigue settling in his chest. He recalls a past incident where he overexerted himself, leaving him drained for days. He certainly does not wish to exhaust himself before the afternoon run. All right then, I'll take my leave. It's my duty today, Gu Qinghan states, glancing at the time. Goodbye. Farewell. Watching Gu Qinghan depart, Zhang Zhu splashes the remaining water on his face, feeling a refreshing sensation. Upon returning to the classroom, Zhang Zhu finds his classmates dressed in formal attire, and he breathes a sigh of relief. He had feared he would have to don a costume. While it may look appealing, it always felt somewhat out of place. The physical education committee member, Lu Qing, who had been enjoying breakfast, brightens upon seeing Zhang Zhu enter the classroom and approaches him. Have you eaten, Zhang Zhu? Seeing Lu Qing's enthusiasm, Zhang Zhu is caught off guard but nods. I have. What is up, committee member? Just checking in. How is your preparation going? As Zhang Zhu anticipated, I practiced for several hours yesterday, so I should be fine, though winning the championship seems unlikely. That's all right. It's primarily about participation. Lu Qing responds with a satisfied nod. Ah, this committee member. Zhang Zhu shakes his head, watching Lu Qing return to his seat. Chapter 60. Feng Chong. Thankfully, I'm not acting pretentious. Otherwise, I'd end up on a meme compilation. Soon, the afternoon arrives, bringing with it splendid weather. The sky is devoid of harsh sunlight, presenting a pleasant, overcast day, with gentle breezes sweeping across the fields, refreshing and invigorating. Zhang Zhu arrives to warm up, experiencing an unprecedented comfort in his pores. His classmates cheer him on from the sidelines. Zhang Zhu smiles and nods in acknowledgement, though he feels a significant amount of pressure. Observing the other competitors, he notes that most appear quite formidable, particularly Feng Chong, who is tall and imposing, suggesting a high potential for explosive speed. What intrigued Zhang Zhu most, however, is one of the boys who had teamed up with Lin Lu to overpower Gucci yesterday. He too is participating in the 400 meters. Lin Lu seems to have known about Zhang Zhu's participation well in advance, displaying a keen curiosity, as he has never witnessed Zhang Zhu in any athletic endeavor. As Zhang Zhu stretches, he suddenly feels a shadow loom overhead. You must be Zhang Zhu, right? You don't seem all that impressive. A tall boy strides up to him, only to reveal that he is merely a few centimeters taller than Zhang Zhu. Is there something you need? Zhang Zhu inquires coolly, sensing the discomfort in Feng Chang's tone. Especially given Feng Chang's previous conflict with Gu Qinghan, Zhang Zhu feels no inclination to entertain him. I heard you and Gu Qinghan are an item, Feng Chang states, his demeanor unfriendly. He has long harbored feelings for Gu Qinghan, a girl who embodies excellence in both academics and beauty, and he has been fixated on her since the beginning of the school year. Yet he has never had the opportunity to approach her. What does that have to do with you? Zhang Zhu replies coldly, finding Feng Chang's condescending tone nauseating. And he is indifferent to his relationship with Gu Qinghan. I hope your speed on the track matches the bravado of your words, Feng Chang retorts icily, delivering a parting threat before walking away. Unlike Gu Qi, he is not foolish enough to make any bets. If Zhang Zhu possesses hidden talents, he would certainly find himself a subject of ridicule online. The time soon arrives for the race, and Zhang Zhu is placed in the middle of the track. Reciting a few motivational phrases in his mind, he prepares for the countdown from the teacher. On your marks, get set, go. He recalls Gu Qinghan's advice. If he wishes to surpass stronger competitors, he must explode from the starting line. Otherwise, he risks being left behind, especially considering some of the seniors possess remarkable acceleration. Feeling the surge of blood coursing through his veins, Zhang Zhu unleashes a powerful burst of energy, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. Simultaneously, the other competitors are equally determined, each exerting their utmost effort to sprint ahead. Go Class 5. Go Class 7. Class 3. Class 3. Class 3 is the best. As fatigue begins to set in, Zhang Zhu grits his teeth and pushes through, aware that there are still 2 or 3 runners ahead of him, one of whom is Feng Chang. As Zhang Zhu gazed upon the finish line, a mere 150 meters away, a wave of despair washed over him. Though he had been assigned to merely participate in the race, he yearned to secure a medal for his class. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed before him as Feng Chang collided with another boy. In his eagerness to overtake, Feng had failed to gauge the distance, resulting in a reckless impact that sent both of them tumbling away at great speed. The boy, slight of build and already exerting himself to the fullest, was no match for the formidable force of Feng Chang. They careened off the track in a wild roll. In short order, one boy broke through to claim first place, followed closely by another, while Zhang Zhu found himself in third. Standing at the finish line, he beamed at the throng of spectators gathered beyond. "Drink some water." A crisp, cool voice broke through from behind, and he turned to see Gu Qinghan approaching him. Her hair neatly tied back. After accepting the water she offered, Zhang Zhu hesitated for a moment before daring to take a sip. The exertion had left him feeling as if a weight were lodged in his chest, making it difficult to breathe normally. Not bad, securing third place. Gu Qinghan congratulated him, though she acknowledged the element of luck involved. Zhang Zhu, wearing a smile that belied his feigned modesty, replied, "I am reluctant to accept this third place." Gu Qinghan, bemused by his playful demeanor, found herself at a loss for words. "Then shall I say, what a show-off?" A teacher called out, beckoning for the top 3 students to come forward for a photo and to receive their medals. As Zhang Zhu jogged toward the teacher with an uncontainable grin, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but chuckle at his exuberance. "Let us hope the students maintain such spirit next year," the teacher encouraged before departing with the photographs. Zhang Zhu, now adorned with a bronze medal around his neck, approached Gu Qinghan with a lightness in his step. "Look at me flaunting this. Do you have one? Do you?" Observing his triumphant display, Gu Qinghan felt it was time to remind him of her prowess. "Just wait until you see the gold medal I'll earn later." Indeed, Gu Qinghan was set to compete in the afternoon's 1,000-meter race at 3 o'clock. Meanwhile, Feng Chang wore a grim expression, acutely aware of the disastrous consequences of their collision. The force of their impact had been formidable, and it was evident to teachers and classmates alike that Feng's miscalculation was to blame for the incident. The boy who had been struck, being slight and falling onto a patch of grass, had sustained only minor injuries, though his arms and legs bore several scratches and bruises. "All right, enough of the spectacle. Let us get those 2 to the medical room. We can't have them bleeding like this," a teacher murmured as he departed, grumbling about the frequency of such incidents occurring in the first-year class. This left Feng Chang feeling even worse. Relievant tea wagered with Zhang Zhu, for that would have been a recipe for utter disgrace. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Zhu smiled at Lu Qing. "I never imagined you had it in you." "Zhang Zhu," Lu Qing confessed, genuinely surprised that he had managed to bring home a medal for Class 3, which filled him with joy. "It was sheer luck." Physical committee member Lu Qing acknowledged, recognizing that, absent the collision, Zhang Zhu would likely have placed 5th. However, what was done, and having a medal represented their class was enough. "As a reward, I'll assign you 2 extra days of homework across all subjects." Zhang Zhu, taken aback by this announcement, exclaimed, "Is that for real? You can't be serious." "Thank you, you're my savior." Chapter 61. Gu Qinghan runs at a level above. Surrounded by a sea of long, slender legs, Zhang Zhu felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was now 2:30 in the afternoon at the site of the women's 1,000-meter race. Gu Qinghan was stretching in place, her expression unreadable as she surveyed the crowd. As time progressed, the event approached the scheduled start time of 2:55. "Is everyone from each class present?" A female teacher called out to the students. "We're here, teacher," came the response. The teacher nodded and signaled to the physical education instructor nearby. "If anyone hasn't warmed up yet, please do so. The 1,000 meters is a test of physical endurance. Let us not have a repeat of what happened with the boys next door, where it was either a fall or a collision." Laughter erupted among the students outside the track at the teacher's words. Coincidentally, Gucci had also come to watch, motivated by his admiration for a girl competing. However, upon hearing the teacher's remarks, his expression soured, particularly as those around him, whether acquaintances or strangers, began to form opinions about him based on viral videos. "All right, if everyone is ready, let us begin. On your marks, get set, go." Zhang Zhu watched as Gu Qinghan bolted from the starting line, her speed unmatched. While other girls from different classes displayed some talent, none could compare to her. A few lagged behind, seemingly unaware they were in a race, which elicited disapproving shouts from several teachers. Those students, stop dawdling and start running. Gu Qinghan felt her strength surging, her body moving with an enchanting lightness that was exhilarating. In no time at all, she had completed half the distance, while the second-place runner was still over 100 meters behind her. Good heavens! Which class does that girl belong to? She's incredible. Forget about her speed. She's stunning. I need to know everything about her in 3 minutes. Mom, I think I'm in love. Zhang Zhu marveled at how close he felt to his competitors. Yet Gu Qinghan seemed to be in a league of her own. By the time she reached the second lap, the second-place runner was still on the first lap, prompting cheers and shouts from the crowd. The physical education teachers at the finish line stared in disbelief. Could that possibly be the speed of a second-tier athlete? This is beyond fast. It seems she's accelerating even more. This girl has raw talent. She must train with me. Teaching someone at a third-tier level is already a stretch. As she spotted the finish line ahead, Gu Qinghan surged forward, propelled by the sight of Zhang Zhu waiting there. Crossing the finish line, the champion is Gu Qinghan from Class 1. A teacher shouted, his face flushed with excitement as his stopwatch recorded a time of 308 seconds, an impressive feat for a female athlete. Slowly, the second-place runner crossed the finish line, but with a time of 350 seconds, far behind. Others were still ambling along the track, leaving the teachers at a loss for words. This is truly remarkable. Observing the tranquil demeanor of Gu Qinghan before her, Zhang Zhu could not help but offer an exceedingly high commendation, especially considering that the latter had just completed a 1,000-meter run without a trace of perspiration on her face, and her complexion remained unflushed, which left Zhang Zhu pondering the mysteries of life. Though Gu Qinghan was not particularly fatigued after her run, she was parched, especially after the sprinting phase that marked the latter part of her run. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhu promptly handed over the bottle of mineral water she held and retrieved a pack of tissues, offering 2 to her. Help me wipe. I'm exhausted, Gu Qinghan requested. Zhang Zhu nodded and gently dabbed the sweat from her forehead and neck. So, you do have sweat after all. Nearby, several teachers eyed her enviously. After all, she was a first-class athlete, a fact they could scarcely believe. After all, Taohua High School was merely a school renowned for its academic prowess, not particularly distinguished in sports, with many athletic talents opting not to enroll there. Have you considered pursuing athletics? One teacher inquired. Classmate, I see great potential in you. Allow me to mentor you. Another chimed in. Choose me, and I can grant you the freedom to skip classes at will. Zhang Zhu observed the teachers before her, noting the stark contrast in their demeanor. The usually stern physical education teacher appeared almost obsequious now, a far cry from his usual cold disposition, as if everyone owed him a debt. No need, teacher, my academics are quite strong, Gu Qinghan replied, causing the teachers to panic slightly at her refusal. If you train for another 2 years, getting into Qingbei would be a cinch. One exclaimed. Indeed, classmate, there are many techniques you have yet to master. With proper training, you could be a champion by your senior year. Qingbei would be a guaranteed success. Gu Qinghan responded with calm assurance. My academic scores are more than sufficient for Qingbei. Only then did one teacher realize that she ranked second in her grade, confirming that she indeed had no trouble securing admission. Zhang Zhu found himself at a loss for words. It appeared that adulation transcended the student body. Can I collect my award now? Gu Qinghan recalled Zhang Zhu's earlier words. Oh, absolutely. We'll prepare you a deluxe medal, one of the teachers eagerly replied. Soon, under the diligent efforts of several teachers, a resplendent medal was crafted. As the teachers announced the results, Zhang Zhu learned who had placed second and third, a tall girl from Class 7 and another from Class 18. What do you think? Gu Qinghan approached Zhang Zhu with the ornate medal in hand. Speak. Zhang Zhu found himself at a loss for words, much like the author, unsure of how to respond. I have a bronze medal, you don't. That is 1 win for me. I have 1 win. You have none. That is 2 wins for me. I have 2 wins. You have none. That is 3 wins for me. So, I win, and you should treat me to a meal. Listening to Zhang Zhu's nonsensical banter, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Take it and go home, she said, tossing the medal to Zhang Zhu. So soon? Let us go eat. Didn't you say I should treat you, young Master Zhang? I was mistaken, Sister Qinghan. A mistake, 1 tea suffice. We're going to eat. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the 2 slender figures strolled leisurely out of the school gates, the golden afterglow draped over their shoulders, as though bestowing upon them a splendid cloak. Where shall we dine? A gentle voice inquired. Let us return to our usual spot, came the calm and resolute reply. It was none other than Gu Qinghan and Zhang Zhu. Upon hearing her suggestion, Zhang Zhu nodded slightly in agreement. After a brief silence, Zhang Zhu suddenly recalled something and remarked, How much of your strength did you exert today? I felt as though you still had some reserves. Gu Qinghan, without turning back, continued to gaze at the horizon, her hands resting naturally at her sides. After a moment of contemplation, she replied nonchalantly, perhaps about 90%, but that is already quite impressive. Her voice exuded confidence and pride, as if she were thoroughly pleased with her performance. Yet, beneath that seemingly indifferent facade? Could it truly be that she had only utilized 90% of her strength? Perhaps only she knew the answer. At that moment, Zhang Zhu finally grasped a clearer understanding of Gu Qinghan's capabilities. Until now, she had seldom revealed her true prowess, leading Zhang Zhu to mistakenly believe that her practice in martial arts was merely for the sake of fitness. Little did he know, not only was she highly skilled in martial arts, but her physical condition was also exceptional. Before long, the two arrived at the commercial street. Perhaps due to it not being the weekend, or perhaps due to the early hour with only a little past 4, the streets were not bustling with crowds. What would you like to eat? Gu Qinghan slightly turned, her gaze resting on Zhang Zhu as she asked softly. How about we try crab roe rice? Zhang Zhu suggested. At his words, Gu Qinghan's eyes deepened, staring at him intently, seemingly surprised that he knew her preferences. However, a subtle smile graced her lips as she nodded in agreement. The two then made their way to their destination, a time-honored establishment named Crab Friender Rice. The restaurant was somewhat desolate, with only 2 waitstaff and 1 front desk attendant bustling about. Hello, may I take your order? One of the waitstaff approached their table and inquired softly. We'll have 2 servings of crab roe rice, along with 2 drinks, Zhang Zhu replied. He then turned to Gu Qinghan and softly asked, would you like anything else? After a moment's thought, Gu Qinghan answered, let us add a fried crab as well. Zhang Zhu nodded slightly in agreement and informed the waitstaff, please add 1 fried crab. Given that this city was located by the sea, the seafood was not only fresh and delectable, but also reasonably priced, well within their budget. Before long, 2 steaming bowls of fragrant crab roe rice were placed before them, accompanied by 2 vibrant blue drinks. Just the sight of the enticing colors stirred their appetites. Though the flavors remained to be discovered, Gu Qinghan picked up her chopsticks, carefully lifting a small piece of crab roe to her lips. Instantly, a wave of delectable flavor blossomed on her palate, transporting her back to the blissful days of her childhood. This is truly delicious, she exclaimed, unable to contain her delight. Hearing this, Zhang Zhu nodded in agreement, acknowledging this restaurant as crab roe rice is indeed among the finest in Huaqing. As they enjoyed their meal, the conversation drifted to mundane matters. Eventually, they began discussing the recent sports meet. I noticed that during the girls' 1,000 meters today, several girls seemed to be walking. Even the teachers looked like they were about to lose their temper. Zhang Zhu chuckled, faced with such commentary. Gu Qinghan found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She understood well that differences in physical fitness among students were entirely normal. Therefore, she did not wish to make excessive disparaging remarks about others. However, having already signed up for the competition, she found herself unable even to complete the basic requirements, leaving her utterly speechless. While many might find it amusing, the essence of sportsmanship ought to be upheld. Nonetheless, each individual is unique, and she deemed it unnecessary to voice her thoughts, simply shaking her head in silence. Are there any coastal cities? In regard to Zhang Zhu's desire to see the sea, Gu Qinghan was quite in agreement. She recalled that long ago, her first impression of the ocean, seen on television, was one of refreshing coolness and delightful fun. Yet, as time passed, she had not ventured to the sea. She felt a certain anticipation. Perhaps places like Shaolian, Shihuang Island, or Qing Island. Which one do you wish to visit? Zhang Zhu expressed a yearning to see the ocean, yet he seemed uncertain about which location to choose, revealing that he had not researched any options. He then shook his head and stated, I don't know either. Let's wait until after the exams. I'll look into it in the coming days. All right. As time passed, Zhang Zhu's delighted expression emerged as he noticed the crab roe rice before him had vanished entirely. The flavor he remembered was indeed exquisite. Do you need more? Zhang Zhu inquired, glancing at the quietly gazing Gu Qinghan. No, let us go. As the two departed, a nearby waitress smiled and remarked to a girl beside her, Did you see that? That boy is quite handsome. I think that girl is particularly beautiful, she replied. Why are you focusing on the girl? Am I not allowed to be smitten like you? Oh, you're asking for it. The two were at a loss for what to do and wandered aimlessly through the commercial street. Suddenly, Zhang Zhu seemed to spot something. Look, their essay claw machine. Let's check it out. Noticing Gu Qinghan's reluctance, Zhang Zhu unceremoniously took her hand and led her forward. Before them stood a claw machine filled with an assortment of adorable plush toys. I'll go exchange for some coins. Wait for me. Soon, Zhang Zhu returned with 10 coins in hand. Allow me to demonstrate. Gu Qinghan remained silent, watching intently as he performed. Oh, what a surprise. After several attempts, Zhang Zhu finally succeeded in grabbing a rabbit plush toy after expending 8 coins. Here you go, what do you think? Gu Qinghan received the toy and remarked coolly. You could have bought 2 with that money. Ah, but you wouldn't understand. This holds significance. It seems you were just having fun on your own. Not at all. I thought you would like it. Well, since it was a thoughtful gift from you, I shall indeed cherish it. Hey, Don't you dare say another word. Chapter 63, The Eve of Farewell. Time flew by like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the final exams arrived. During this period, Zhang Zhu devoted himself wholeheartedly to his studies. Through relentless effort and perseverance, he gradually attained a deeper understanding and mastery of the knowledge from his high school years. Furthermore, with continuous exploration and contemplation, he garnered numerous new insights, an experience he had never encountered in his previous life. Oh no, I'm definitely doomed this time. The exam will be a disaster. If my parents find out, they will surely kill me. Lin Lu sat pale-faced at his desk, mumbling in a voice filled with dread and anxiety. Behind him, Wooly couldn't help but stifle a laugh upon witnessing his distress. You had so much fun before, but cramming at the last minute won't help you now. Do you still hope to become a gambling god? What do you know? This is called reasonable time management, understand? Although Lin Li's words were defiant, he was inwardly panicking. Observing his stubbornness, Wooly ceased to argue and merely smiled, choosing silence instead. After all, once school resumed, they might not even be in the same class. At that moment, Wooly turned her gaze towards Zhang Zhu at the front and curiously asked, "Hey, Zhang Zhu, are you planning to choose the arts or sciences in the second year?" Hearing Wu Li's question, though he already knew the answer in his heart, Zhang Zhu gently shook his head, replying, "I'll consider it after summer vacation." Oh, I see. Wu Li's expression of hope gradually dimmed, clearly disappointed. She understood that perhaps the separation in their second year would indeed become permanent. Zhang Zhu was well aware of Wu Li's unspoken thoughts. However, in life, the bonds between individuals are inherently limited. It is a rare gift to walk alongside someone for a portion of the journey, and the next phase may introduce new companions. At this moment, Zhang Zhu lifted his gaze to the blackboard, where the word farewell was inscribed prominently. As the chatter of classmates discussing their feelings about the upcoming division of classes filled his ears. Yet, he paid no heed and quietly retrieved 2 exam papers from his drawer, immersing himself in the questions. After all, achieving admission to a 211 university in his previous life was commendable, but in this life, he would not settle for anything less. It is essential to recognize that life is fleeting. To be granted a second chance is a rare opportunity, and how could one squander their time? Classmates, please put down your pens for a moment and listen to a few words from the teacher. Accompanied by the sound of gentle footsteps, Ms. Emily slowly entered the classroom. Holding a book in her hands, she stood at the podium with a smile, raising her hand to signal for silence. Tomorrow marks the day of the final exams, and I understand that you may be feeling restless at this moment. However, I hope you can channel this energy into tomorrow's examination. This exam is of great significance for your class division in the second year, so please refrain from discussing unrelated matters that might distract you. Ms. M.O. Lee continued earnestly concerning the issue of subject selection. It is crucial that you think carefully and make informed decisions. Choose subjects that align with your strengths and do not act impulsively or out of emotion. Once you reach university, you will have ample time and opportunities to pursue fields that genuinely interest you. Finally, Ms. Emoli took a deep breath and concluded, "Well, I want to say much more. Let us begin self-study. I wish you all outstanding results in tomorrow's final exams." With that, she clapped her hands and quietly exited the classroom. As Zhang Zhu set down his pen, he fell into contemplation, the echoes of Ms. M.O. Lee's words resonating in his mind. He could not deny the truth in her remarks. In his previous life, many classmates did not take subject selection seriously, which significantly increased the difficulty of the college entrance examination. Those who could have entered better institutions ultimately found themselves in schools far beneath their expectations. Some even found themselves entirely excluded from the gates of higher education due to poor performance. Reflecting on these thoughts, Zhang Zhu couldn't help but smile softly. Forget it. If I can't even take care of myself, why worry about others? After all, everyone has their own path to tread, and all he could do was strive to better himself. As for the choices and outcomes of others, they were beyond his control. The classroom was unusually quiet, with only 2 individuals engaged in hushed conversation. "Qinghan, you will undoubtedly secure the first place in this exam," Nangong Ling said with a smile, her eyes fixed on Gu Qinghan, sparkling with anticipation and trust. Gu Qinghan nodded slightly, expressing her gratitude. I will do my utmost." Her voice was as gentle as silk, yet it carried an undeniable firmness that commanded attention. However, Gu Qinghan did not continue the conversation with Nangong Ling. Instead, directing her gaze out the window, the sky today was overcast, with a gentle breeze bringing a hint of coolness. In the distance, clusters of withered yellow leaves gracefully floated down, as if they were adding a subtle hue to the otherwise dreary horizon. At that moment, Nangong Ling seemed to recall something significant, suddenly inquiring, "Oh dear, I almost forgot to ask you, Qinghan, which academic direction do you plan to choose in your second year? Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan momentarily hesitated in her actions, then gently brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen over her forehead and calmly replied, I haven't decided yet. I will make my choice during the summer break. Nangong Ling nodded eagerly and then asked with anticipation, Can I come to visit you during the summer? Her eyes sparkled with an urgent longing for an affirmative answer. Observing the hopeful expression on Nangong Ling's face, Gu Qinghan, for some reason, felt that it did not quite align with her usual persona. Initially, Nangong Ling had been rather aloof, but gradually, she had transformed into someone more talkative and playful, which left Gu Qinghan feeling somewhat unsettled, even a bit displeased. Nonetheless, Gu Qinghan maintained a neutral expression and simply shook her head in refusal. I will be traveling far during the summer. It may not be convenient. Nangong Ling's disappointment was palpable, yet she still nodded in understanding. Glancing at the clock nearing afternoon, Nangong Ling had a sudden thought and invited, Shall we have lunch together? It seemed that due to the impending final exams, the meals had improved significantly. However, recalling that she had already made plans to dine with Zhang Zhu, Gu Qinghan felt compelled to decline Nangong Ling's request. All right, I understand who you're going with, Nangong Ling remarked. Having deduced that Gu Qinghan was to have lunch with Zhang Zhu, given that she had seen them together daily for over a month. Chapter 64. The Heartache of Gu Qi. In the cafeteria, two figures occupied a table. Do you think I can rank in the top 100 this time? Zhang Zhu mumbled to himself, somewhat distracted as he ate. Suddenly, as if recalling something of great importance, he abruptly set down his chopsticks. His gaze fixated on Gu Qinghan across from him, revealing a flicker of anticipation and anxiety. For the past month, Zhang Zhu had been receiving tutoring from Gu Qinghan. It was undeniable that she was exceptionally skilled. Her grasp of knowledge surpassed that of ordinary individuals. When she elucidated those complex concepts, her explanations were coherent and easily comprehensible, leaving Zhang Zhu feeling immensely enlightened. As long as you perform normally, you should have no trouble securing a place in the top 100. After all, I have personally trained you. Gu Qinghan raised her eyes slightly, responding in a calm and measured tone, imbued with unwavering confidence in Zhang Zhu. However, her serene demeanor struck a peculiar note, suggesting she was not taken aback by Zhang Zhu's inquiry. Well, aren't we quite confident, our esteemed Miss Gu? Zhang Zhu teased. Yet inwardly he felt bolstered by her assurance. Before long, their lunch came to an end. At this moment, Zhang Zhu was preoccupied with the thought of returning to the classroom for a brief respite, recharging himself for the afternoon lessons. However, before departing, he casually inquired about Gu Qinghan's plans. I'm also planning to head back to the classroom for a bit of rest, Gu Qinghan replied with a gentle nod, offering a succinct response. After a day of studying, she too felt fatigued. Although she had mastered these subjects in her previous life, human energy is inherently limited. After bidding each other farewell, Zhang Zhu returned to the classroom. The empty classroom was exceptionally quiet. He retrieved a book to use as a pillow and lay down for a brief nap. Wake up, class is about to start. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Zhang Zhu's mind, rousing him from his slumber. He opened his eyes abruptly, sitting up straight. Why are you so sleepy today? Linla asked, regarding him with curiosity. I wrote 2 exams last night and went to bed a bit late. Zhang Zhu rubbed his eyes in response. Linla nodded slightly in understanding, having observed Zhang Zhu's diligence and effort over the past few days. However, Linla shifted the topic and continued. Do you know what has happened? Zhang Zhu looked perplexed, entirely unaware of the events, and casually asked, what happened? Based on his understanding of Lin Lu, he expected it to be yet another trivial matter. As anticipated, Lin Lu elaborated, oh my, just now a guy was down by the teaching building confessing with flowers. Zhang Zhu waved his hand impatiently, indicating he was already aware. As such mundane affairs hardly piqued his interest, all he wished for was to catch a few more minutes of sleep. Don't sleep just yet. Do you know who that guy is? Lin Lu teased, building suspense. Who? Zhang Zhu feigned interest. Gu Qi. Oh my goodness. The girl he confessed to is quite attractive. And when Gu Qi was rejected, he was mocked. His face turned nearly green. He is probably still standing there now. Lin Lu exclaimed, animatedly gesturing. Only then did a hint of curiosity flicker in Zhang Zhu's eyes, thinking that Lin Lu was truly something else for not sharing the key information sooner. Shall we go take a look? Zhang Zhu shook his head. He bore no grudge against the individual and did not wish to make the trek to Class 5. All right, you can nap for a while, Lin Lu said, and after a slight nod from Zhang Zhu, he began to ponder what he would write next. Since his rebirth back to high school, he had been striving to recall those matters that could lead to wealth, but the passage of time had rendered many details hazy. Now, only a few relatively significant events remained etched in his memory. Even more frustrating was the prospect of enduring yet another tedious high school experience. With this thought, Zhang Zhu let out a soft sigh and, feeling his body grow heavy, returned to his desk, succumbing to a deep slumber once more. Time passed, and a sudden commotion erupted in the classroom, jolting Zhang Zhu awake from his dreams. Damn it, he muttered under his breath, feeling quite irate. Yet upon seeing Lin Lu, who had burst into the room with an expression of excitement, he could not resist asking, "What is going on? Is there some major incident? Wow, this is truly something extraordinary. Absolutely a super big event," Lin Lu exclaimed, barely able to contain his enthusiasm. Zhang Zhu, used to Lin Li's penchant for trivial matters, had little expectation and replied sarcastically, "Oh, is it yet another failed confession?" As he spoke, he glanced at the clock on the wall, only to be astonished to realize that class had been in session for quite some time, yet no other students had returned. This struck him as odd. The girl that Gu Qi confessed to has a boyfriend, and when he found out, he confronted Gu Qi, and now they're fighting. Lin Lu continued, growing more animated. "You wouldn't believe it, the girl's boyfriend is huge. He beat Gu Qi so badly that he couldn't find his parents. Now, a whole crowd of teachers is trying to mediate, but it's no use, and a bunch of students are peeking in to watch." The thought of Gu Qi receiving a lesson brought Lin Lu immense joy. It was then that Zhang Zhu realized why Lin Lu had rushed back in such a flurry. Intrigued, Zhang Zhu decided that, since they had no classes, it would be worth his while to go and witness the unfolding drama. "Are they still there?" Lin Lu noticed Zhang Zhu's interest and simply replied with a smile, "They are indeed. Those two are fighting fiercely, and no one dares to intervene." Soon, following Lin Li's lead, the two arrived at the epicenter of the incident. Observing the tightly packed crowd, Zhang Zhu couldn't help but wonder why the teacher had not dispersed the students. "Goodness, it seems Gu Qi is about to be beaten to a pulp," he exclaimed. "If this continues, he might end up in the hospital. His face is covered in blood. Ha, serve him right. Who told him to confess to a girl? When she rejected him, he still tried to force himself on her. Now he knows the consequences of his actions." The crowd murmured, reveling in Gu Qi's misfortune, especially given his notorious reputation at Taohua High School. As Zhang Zhu squeezed through the throng, the scene before him made him gasp. Gu Qi was engaged in a brawl with a tall, muscular boy, and it was evident that Gu Qi was suffering significant punishment. Blood marred Gu Qi's face, while his opponent remained unscathed. "Gu Qi, you bastard! I'm going to make you regret this." Just then, a furious shout pierced through the chaos, drawing everyone's attention. A portly and enraged dean of discipline hurried toward them, his expression ominous and dark. "Enough! You two, come to my office immediately. Now disperse." Before his words had even settled, the dean ordered several teachers nearby to help clear the onlookers. "Ugh, how disappointing." It ended before it even began. Lin Lu muttered, his anticipation for a thrilling fight dashed. With a resigned pout, he turned to leave. Zhang Zhu mirrored his disappointment. He had hoped for a good spectacle, but now it seemed there would be none. Returning to the classroom, the students continued to buzz with chatter about the earlier events. The topic of Gu Qi, in particular, ignited lively discussions, as his already unattractive face became even more grotesque after the beating. Among the voices, Lin Li's was the loudest, and soon the commotion surrounding this minor uproar swiftly dissipated. People are always so eager for gossip, but it fades just as quickly. After all, the impending final exams loomed, followed by a 2-month vacation, a prospect far more enticing than idle rumors. Zhang Zhu gently picked up his pen, twirling it thoughtfully in his palm. His mind had already drifted far away, contemplating which coastal destination to savor this rare holiday. "Perhaps I should venture somewhere farther," he mused, but that thought was quickly dismissed. After all, airline tickets had not been inexpensive a decade ago. Even though the funds came from Gu Qinghan's purse, Zhang Zhu was not one to squander money frivolously. "Then, I suppose I'll choose somewhere within the province, either Guanghai or Zhanjiang," he deliberated internally. After a fierce mental tug-of-war, he finally resolved to visit Zhanjiang. Firstly, it was not a bustling metropolis, which meant lower expenses. Secondly, being a less popular tourist spot, it would likely be less crowded. After weighing all considerations, Zhanjiang undoubtedly emerged as an ideal vacation haven. As time passed swiftly, the school day drew to a close. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Zhang Zhu knew it was nearly time to leave. He stood up, hefting his heavy backpack from the floor and loading it with the towering stack of textbooks that had accumulated on his desk. With the important exam looming the next day, leaving the books in the classroom would serve no purpose. Before long, his once empty backpack brimmed with various textbooks, workbooks, and notebooks. Just then, a sharp and jarring bell rang out, shattering the tranquility of the classroom. Moments later, an announcement urged everyone to leave. "Class is over. Hurry, hurry. Let's go eat. The food today is sure to be delicious. Wait for me. Don't run so fast." As Zhang Zhu watched his classmates surge toward the door, He chose to remain unhurried. With so many people, and given the weight of his books, pushing through the crowd could result in a disastrous spill of his materials, inconveniencing others. What truly concerned him, however, was the embarrassment of having to bend down to retrieve his fallen items. Why haven't you left yet? From a short distance behind, Wu Li curiously observed Zhang Zhu, unable to suppress her inquiry. Are you waiting for someone? She asked, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she mentioned Gu Qinghan's name. Zhang Zhu smiled faintly in response, neither confirming nor denying her question. He simply regarded Wu Li, a subtle glimmer flashing in his eyes. Oh, don't look at me like that. All right, if you're going to keep waiting, I'll just go throw out the trash now. Bye. Wu Li, feeling slightly shy under Zhang Zhu's gaze, quickly grabbed a trash bin and headed toward the waste disposal area alongside a female classmate, waving goodbye to Zhang Zhu before departing. Zhang Zhu silently watched Wu Li's retreating figure until she disappeared from view, then shifted his gaze to the now empty hallway. At that moment, few students remained. Just as he prepared to step out, he suddenly caught sight of a striking figure approaching from a distance, one that could only belong to Gu Qinghan, known for her distinctive charm and grace. Are you waiting for me? Gu Qinghan inquired, lifting her long, fair neck, her captivating eyes locking onto Zhang Zhu's, a playful smile dancing at her lips. Yes, Zhang Zhu replied, raising an eyebrow with a teasing tone. I suppose so, Gu Qinghan replied coolly, choosing not to elaborate further. Then I must be correct. Let's go, Zhang Zhu softly stated, and together they walked side by side, their pace slow yet resolute as they made their way toward the school gate. Outside, observing the throng of students eagerly awaiting their rides home or heading out, Zhang Zhu realized that waiting for transportation would undoubtedly take time. Thus, he turned slightly toward Gu Qinghan and initiated a casual conversation. The final exams begin tomorrow. Do you think you can secure the top spot? He inquired with curiosity. Gu Qinghan nodded slightly, her tone flat as she replied, I should be able to, unless that person scores full marks in language. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhu couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Full marks in language? How is that even possible? Moreover, it is indeed high school literature, which poses quite a challenge. He felt that Gu Qinghan exhibited remarkable self-confidence, yet he was equally intrigued by the identity of the person who could evoke such trepidation in her. Setting that aside, have you made your decision? Once the exams are concluded, we shall set forth without delay. As for Gu Qinghan's thoughts, the answer was naturally the seaside. Zhang Zhu had also just finalized his choice. Thus he replied, let's go to Zhanjiang. Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's response, Gu Qinghan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. Chapter 66. Shopping for travel essentials. Time flies like a fleeting horse, and soon it was the first day after the exams. Sunlight streamed through the curtains and bathed the room, as Zhang Zhu lazily turned over and stretched. Today, he rose slightly later than usual. Since the conclusion of the examinations, he seemed unable to recapture that sense of ease and comfort. The root of this unease could be traced back to the previous day, after completing all subjects. At that time, he was held back by Gu Qinghan, engaged in discussions regarding their upcoming trip. Today, however, was designated for shopping for supplies. But since shopping did not necessitate an early start, Zhang Zhu indulged in a bit more sleep. After hastily completing his morning routine and donning his attire, Zhang Zhu slung his backpack over his shoulders, preparing to meet Gu Qinghan. Yet, just as he stepped outside his door, he encountered a rather amusing sight. Gu Qinghan was engrossed, wielding a sharp pair of scissors, meticulously tending to a pot of fresh flowers. At that moment, she was entirely absorbed in her horticultural world, oblivious to her surroundings. It was only upon hearing Zhang Zhu's voice that she emerged from her reverie, lifting her head with a start. Oh, you're here? I was just trimming my little yellow flowers. What do you think? Is it pretty? Zhang Zhu smiled and nodded in approval. He surveyed the vicinity and noticed that apart from the well-cared-for pot of yellow flowers, there was nothing else amiss. It seemed that Gu Qinghan was indeed prepared for their departure. With this thought in mind, Zhang Zhu patted his backpack and inquired, what shall we purchase? Sunscreen and swim trunks are definitely essential, right? The two exchanged knowing smiles, understanding each other's thoughts. After all, their destination was the seaside, and these items were indispensable. Within the bustling shopping mall, two figures wove through the dazzling array of merchandise, meticulously selecting their items. How about this one? Many celebrities are using it, one voice suggested. Not that one. Try this instead, the other responded. After a prolonged and careful selection process, they finally settled on a favored brand of sunscreen. These two were none other than Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan, out shopping. The mall was situated in the heart of the city, and with the summer holidays in full swing, the atmosphere was teeming with youthful students. Faced with the multitude of their peers, Zhang Zhu felt a twinge of shyness and discomfort. despite possessing memories from a past life. The striking presence of Gu Qinghan beside him drew the gaze of those around them. I've heard there are swim trunks available on the 4th floor, Gu Qinghan remarked, having just checked the mall's map to confirm the location of the swimwear section. Then let us go take a look, Zhang Zhu replied with a nod of agreement. Thus, the two made their way to the 4th floor. However, upon arrival, they were surprised to find the crowd here was more than double that of the 3rd floor, creating a rather grand spectacle. Let's head over there, Gu Qinghan said, her gaze scanning the area, quickly spotting the store selling swimwear, not due to any exceptional eyesight, but because of the prominently displayed sign. The two swiftly entered the store, where a dazzling array of swimsuits captivated their senses, resembling a visual feast. Before long, they split up to pursue their respective interests. The men's and women's sections were not in close proximity. Although Gu Qinghan had previously asserted that no one would care if a high school student wandered into the women's section, Zhang Zhu felt an internal barrier that he could not surmount. Especially when he noticed several attractive young women nearby, his discomfort intensified. Consequently, Zhang Zhu chose to focus his attention on the men's swim trunks not far away, walking decisively in that direction to examine them closely. This style is rather difficult to behold, he mused. This design is also lacking. It's quite hideous. If I were to wear such swim trunks in public, I might need to don a mask the entire time. Hey, this one looks pretty good, he exclaimed. But then he had a troubling realization. Wasn't this the adult swim trunk section? Why were all the styles suited for elementary school children? After sifting through the options for several minutes without finding a satisfactory pair of swim trunks, frustration began to set in, and he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Just then, he caught sight of a boy in the distance holding a rather appealing pair of swim trunks. Instantly, Zhang Zhu's spirits lifted. Compared to the bizarre and awkward styles he had previously seen, this one was leagues better, with excitement bubbling within him. Zhang Zhu hurried over to the boy, eager to inspect the design of the swim trunks. To his surprise, he discovered that the pair, which should have been in front of the boy, was entirely absent. Zhang Zhu rubbed his eyes and searched around, ultimately forced to concede the harsh reality. The boy he saw had likely been holding the last pair. However, Zhang Zhu was undeterred. He angled his gaze slightly, fixating intently on the boy, observing him for a while. It appeared that the boy had no intention of placing the swim trunks into a shopping bag. This ignited a flicker of hope in Zhang Zhu's heart. Perhaps the boy wasn't particularly fond of the swim trunks and was still contemplating whether to buy them. The boy, evidently aware of Zhang Zhu's bold demeanor, slowly turned his head towards him, their eyes meeting. A slight smile graced his lips as he asked, "Do you like these swim trunks?" His voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with an inexplicable allure. Zhang Zhu was taken aback by the boy's initiative to strike up a conversation, and his heart raced a little faster. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, a hint of bashfulness creeping onto his face as he softly replied, "Yes, handsome, your swim trunks are far more attractive than the others. They look very fashionable. Are you planning to buy them?" The boy seemed somewhat taken aback by Zhang Zhu's response. He paused momentarily before breaking into a light-hearted laugh, replying casually, "Actually, it's not that I must buy them. I was just thinking that if I had time off, I could relax at the seaside. Unfortunately, I've been too busy with work lately and have no vacation, so I just came to take a look. Since you like them so much, feel free to take them. Consider it a way for me to help you experience the ocean." As soon as he finished speaking, the boy unhesitatingly handed the swim trunks to Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu was instantly left in a state of bewilderment, his eyes wide with astonishment as he stammered, "Wait, how can I accept this? Don't be coy. Just take them. After all, you're the one who liked them the most, so no need to be polite with me. Hurry along. I have matters to attend to," the boy said, noticing Zhang Zhu's embarrassment. He simply pressed the swim trunks into Zhang Zhu's hands and turned to leave, disappearing from Zhang Zhu's sight in no time. Chapter 67. Tidying Up. As she gazed at the receding figure of the young man, Zhang Zhu silently uttered a word of gratitude. Though he had not rendered any tangible assistance, she held a profound admiration for his character. Subsequently, Zhang Zhu realized that she had seemingly completed her shopping, and thus, she casually picked up a nearby shopping bag, carefully placing the swim trunks inside. Not having walked far, a tall and slender silhouette appeared ahead, quietly observing her. "Have you made your selection?" Gu Qinghan's frosty voice cut through the air as she approached, a bag in her hand. Clearly having chosen her swimwear with greater expediency than Zhang Zhu, Zhang Zhu nodded lightly and succinctly recounted the events that had just transpired. After listening, Gu Qinghan paused momentarily, a faint smile gracing her lips. "It seems fortune is in your favor today." With that, she extended her hand to take the swim trunks Zhang Zhu had selected, scrutinizing them for a moment before nodding in subtle approval, softly commenting, "Not bad. Your taste is commendable." Her words conveyed an imperceptible warmth and affirmation. Zhang Zhu was genuinely curious about how Gu Qinghan would appear in swimwear. Yet, upon meeting her cold, starlight gaze, a shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to awkwardly clear his throat to mask his embarrassment. "Give it to me." Gu Qinghan's hand reached out, her expression laced with confusion. "Give you what?" Zhang Zhu, momentarily bewildered, instinctively retorted. "The swim trunks, what else?" Gu Qinghan's brows furrowed slightly, her tone tinged with mild annoyance. Only then did Zhang Zhu realize she was referring to the swim trunks in his possession. Feeling somewhat sheepish, he glanced at Gu Qinghan before handing them over. Once Gu Qinghan received the swim trunks, she began to examine them closely, while Zhang Zhu stood awkwardly to the side, feeling increasingly out of place. "I think I'll wait for you outside," he announced, unable to endure the atmosphere any longer. "Remember to stand a bit in the middle. Don't hide in a corner like before," Gu Qinghan admonished without lifting her gaze. She had always been quite averse to Zhang Zhu's tendency to sequester himself away in a corner while waiting for others, although her vision was excellent. Allowing her to spot him even in the farthest recesses, she found it profoundly uncomfortable. In her previous life, she had repeatedly reminded him, yet he seemed unable to shake the habit. I know. Rest assured, I won't do that again," Zhang Zhu replied while muttering to himself. Gu Qinghan cast him a fleeting glance, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned to queue for checkout. Left alone, Zhang Zhu silently prayed that the entrance would not be crowded. Perhaps fate favored him, as only a handful of people stood at the entrance. Zhang Zhu's gaze swept around before settling on a chair not far away. He walked over and sat down, pulling out his phone to check his QQ messages. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the group chat of Class 3 of the first year, displaying a staggering 99 unread messages. It was evident that the holiday had left everyone so bored they could not help but chatter incessantly. Zhang Zhu perused the messages, only to find them to be trivial and devoid of substance. He continued scrolling until his interest waned. "What are you so engrossed in?" At that moment, Gu Qinghan emerged from the store, carrying 2 shopping bags. Noticing Zhang Zhu's rapt attention on his phone, her curiosity piqued, and she leaned in to see. "Just looking at the messages in this group. These people are incredibly dull," Zhang Zhu remarked as he handed his phone to the inquisitive Gu Qinghan. After a brief glance, Gu Qinghan quickly discerned that the conversation was meandering aimlessly, flitting from topics like insects to musings about space. Just moments ago, someone had suggested going shopping. Yet an entire hour had passed without anyone making a move to actually leave. "It is indeed rather tiresome. Let us go." Gu Qinghan shook her head and returned the phone to Zhang Zhu, proposing they depart. "Sure, but should we head straight to buy tickets this afternoon? Or wait a bit longer?" Zhang Zhu still harbored doubts about the timing of their departure. In truth, both Gu Qinghan and Zhang Zhu had only experienced the allure of the sea together during their university days. That vast and boundless ocean had gifted them endless joy and tranquility, making those moments particularly beautiful and unforgettable. However, as Gu Qinghan reminisced about that time, she could not help but feel a wave of sentimentality. Perhaps it was only during high school that one could truly experience the essence of youth. After all, everything encountered at that naive and innocent age was so pure and precious. "Agreed," Zhang Zhu concurred, realizing that expecting him to queue for tickets early the next morning was indeed a tall order. As time ticked by, approximately an hour later, they finally returned to the doorstep of Zhang Zhu's home. "Hurry up. Don't dawdle," Gu Qinghan said coolly. Given Zhang Zhu's chronic procrastination, she felt it necessary to remind him. Otherwise, knowing his tendencies, he might well dawdle for 2 entire hours. With the sun rapidly descending, if they continued at such a slow pace, how would they ever manage to buy tickets? At that moment, the sun had only just risen, and Gu Qinghan mentally calculated that if they bought their tickets and then rushed to catch a ride, it would likely be dark by the time they arrived. "You're not unfamiliar with me. I detest procrastinators," Gu Qinghan replied with a flat expression, her tone betraying a hint of exasperation. In response to Zhang Zhu's eloquent words, she merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I understand," Zhang Zhu replied casually. Once he finished speaking, Gu Qinghan turned without looking back, striding resolutely in the direction of her home. Meanwhile, back at his home, Zhang Zhu stood before his wardrobe, his gaze fixed on the array of clothing within. After careful consideration, he concluded that their outing would last no more than a week, so he casually selected 2 pairs of long pants and 2 pairs of shorts for contingencies. He then rummaged through the cabinet for 2 short-sleeve t-shirts and tossed the swim trunks into his backpack as well. This gear should suffice for the upcoming journey, Zhang Zhu mused to himself. Next, he scanned the room and suddenly noticed the facial cleanser resting on the table. "I should bring this along. It will keep my face clean." Additionally, with the sun so intense, a pair of sunglasses will be necessary to shield his eyes from the glaring light. With this thought, A satisfied smile crept onto Zhang Zhu's lips. Finally, he double-checked his luggage, confirming everything was in order before nodding slightly, indicating he was ready. Chapter 68. Boarding the train. Let us go, Gu Qinghan softly suggested, her blue backpack slung over her shoulder, her gaze steady as she looked at Zhang Zhu. Zhang Zhu stared at the scene before him, filled with curiosity, his eyes fixed on her as if trying to uncover some hidden secret within her. What are you staring at? Gu Qinghan felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze, her brows slightly furrowing as she asked, filled with curiosity, is there something wrong? Zhang Zhu scratched his head in confusion, inquiring, I saw online that girls usually carry a lot of things when they go out. But why do you only have a backpack? Gu Qinghan shot him a cold glare and retorted irritably. Then why don't you go learn from those who die at birth? Coughing, Zhang Zhu was taken aback by her words, instinctively retracting his neck. He thought to himself, why has Gu Qinghan's way of speaking turned so harsh? It's completely different from my memories. Suddenly, Zhang Zhu seemed to recall something significant. Hastily asking, all right, did you bring your ID and student card? He vaguely remembered that minors were required to carry these two documents. But since they had already reached adulthood in their previous life, they were not well versed in the specific regulations regarding minors. Of course, Gu Qinghan was well aware of this. At the Huaqing train station, at the ticket counter, she greeted a beautiful woman who was engrossed in her phone, only to notice Zhang Zhu approaching. Upon hearing his request, the woman put down her phone and scrutinized him closely. Student, you're a minor, right? Did you come with a parent? Zhang Zhu would never venture out to play with a parent. That would defeat the purpose. Sister, I'm here with my friend to find my parents. So I don't have one with me. The woman was taken aback by Zhang Zhu's direct address of sister, particularly given his handsome appearance, causing her to smile softly, her brows curving in surprise. I see, that's fine. Do you have your ID? After a brief assessment of Gu Qinghan, she could hardly believe her eyes. Standing before her was a girl of unparalleled beauty, like a delicate cloud veiling the moon, or like the gentle wind caressing falling snow. She seemed like a celestial being descended to earth. However, she quickly regained her composure and steadied herself. Zhang Zhu slightly turned and said, Qinghan. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it was sufficient for Gu Qinghan to hear. Upon hearing his words, Gu Qinghan handed over her ID and student card as well. Gu Qinghan also overheard their conversation. But the way the stranger's gaze kept roving up and down her figure left her feeling quite displeased. Based on her 20-plus years of life experience, she was certain this woman was infatuated. The woman took both of their IDs, glanced at them, and then at the ID Zhang Zhu had just presented, quickly grasping the nature of their relationship. Thus, she efficiently processed their tickets, smiling as she said, all right, here are your tickets, totaling 110 yuan. Zhang Zhu nodded in agreement and retrieved a 100 yuan bill along with a 20 yuan note, handing them over. After accepting the money, the woman returned 10 yuan in change and kindly advised, here's your change. Make sure to keep it safe. In response to her considerate reminder, Zhang Zhu's lips curved into a faint smile. He glanced at the ticket in his hand, noting that their departure time was set for 2:30 in the afternoon. He pondered whether they should buy something to eat, considering the long journey ahead. It would be uncomfortable to travel on an empty stomach. With this thought, he turned to Gu Qinghan, seemingly seeking her opinion. Shall we get something to eat? He asked. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghan slightly furrowed her brows, deep in contemplation. The distance from Huaqing to Zhangjiang was approximately 300 kilometers. If all went smoothly, they would arrive in about 6 hours. However, accounting for potential transfers and other uncertainties, the journey could become rather complex and troublesome. After careful consideration, Gu Qinghan ultimately nodded and said, yes, let us buy something. With her affirmative response, Zhang Zhu immediately dashed toward a nearby convenience store, soon returning with a plethora of snacks. The assortment was vast, featuring sweet and delectable raisins, chewy sweet potato chips, and of course, instant noodles and spicy strips, alongside rich flavored sausages. What pleased Gu Qinghan the most was that Zhang Zhu had even thoughtfully selected some fresh fruits, including translucent green grapes, vibrant red apples, and refreshing sweet jujubes. Had he returned with nothing but junk food, Gu Qinghan might have truly lost her temper. Time passed steadily, and at last, it was 2:20. The once quiet announcement system suddenly crackled to life. A clear voice announced, attention, passengers, the train to Zhangjiang is about to depart. Please prepare your tickets and identification for inspection. Boarding will commence now. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhu's face lit up with excitement as he turned to Gu Qinghan, exclaiming, let us go, let us go. Before he finished speaking, he quickly slung his backpack over his shoulders, clutching various items, and eagerly made his way forward. Watching his cheerful figure, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but smile faintly. She could sense Zhang Zhu's joy and chose not to say much, quickening her pace to follow closely behind. Having smoothly passed through the ticket checkpoint, a well-meaning inspector, noticing they were both minors, kindly approached to guide them to their seats. Upon reaching a row of vacant seats by the window, the inspector cheerfully said, "All right, you two can sit here." Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan chorused their thanks. "Thank you." "Annie," the inspector waved her hand, responding gently, "You're welcome. Feel free to call me if you need any assistance." With that, she turned and disappeared from their view. "Would you prefer the inside seat or the window seat?" Zhang Zhu's gaze landed on a window seat, evident delight shining in his eyes. "What do you think?" Gu Qinghan coldly replied, her stunning yet slightly teasing visage turned toward Zhang Zhu. In response to her question, Zhang Zhu displayed no hint of fear or hesitation. "I think the inside seat is quite nice." He seemed completely unfazed by Gu Qinghan's implied threat. "Very well." A flicker of surprise crossed Gu Qinghan's eyes, quickly replaced by indifference. She returned his gaze with an equally frigid look, as if to convey that he should not underestimate her. At that moment, Zhang Zhu waved his hand lightly, playfully stating, "All right, on to the next chapter. Stop staring at me." Chapter 69, Misremembered. Time flew by, and before they knew it, 2:30 had quietly arrived, accompanied by the rumble of engines. A train destined for Zhangjiang steadily made its way forward. Beside the window, Zhang Zhu gazed out at the ever-changing scenery, a glimmer of joy reflecting in his eyes, a joy that belonged solely to youth. In the past, the naive youth often regarded studying as the entirety of life. Yet, as time passed, and he looked back, he found that those so-called youthful days held little worth reminiscing. Perhaps only the memory of that unattainable girl with a high ponytail, buried deep within his heart, could evoke some semblance of beautiful recollections. If only we could have such a journey every summer, how wonderful that would be, Zhang Zhu remarked with a smile. For every adult, freedom is often the most elusive and precious treasure, yet in the tender days of youth, it is so effortlessly attainable. This freedom, though not costly, indeed, one might even deem it exceedingly inexpensive, can bestow boundless joy upon one's spirit. Zhang Zhu gazed intently out the window, where the trees raced by like lightning, transforming in the blink of an eye into a marvelous tapestry of scenery. He could not help but nod slightly in satisfaction, expressing his contentment with the journey. It truly was a delightful excursion. Gu Qinghan, too, was lost in thought, quietly observing the world outside. Occasionally, she would reach for 2 raisins from the table, savoring each bite as she relished their flavor. However, upon hearing Zhang Zhu's words, she gently turned her body, her gaze falling upon his handsome face, and slowly replied, "Then let us embark on another journey together next year." "Haha, I was merely jesting, just venting a bit." Zhang Zhu quickly waved his hands in explanation. After all, traveling incurs considerable expenses. Although most of the costs for this trip were covered by Gu Qinghan, Zhang Zhu had already given his all. He felt quite guilty continuously relying on her generosity. Despite having experienced rebirth, he had not particularly noticed any opportunities for wealth this year. "Next year, it is a must," Gu Qinghan coldly responded, completely disregarding Zhang Zhu's explanation, her tone resolutely concluding the conversation. Outside, the picturesque landscape unfolded like a scroll, swiftly passing over vast grasslands, where few leisurely cows and sheep could be seen dotting the horizon. Zhang Zhu's attention drifted back from the window, as a rumble from his stomach reminded him of his hunger. "Shall we grab a bite?" Gu Qinghan suddenly inquired from her seat. She had been engrossed in her phone, having just received a message from Ling, inviting her to join in some leisure activities. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Qinghan declined the invitation. Not only was she currently on a trip, but even at home, she was not particularly inclined to spend time with Ling. Faced with this friend acquired through the butterfly effect, Gu Qinghan was uncertain how to approach the relationship. "Well then, have fun, Qinghan," a forlorn girl typed in a distant city of flowers. However, Gu Qinghan did not respond further. Instead, she turned to Zhang Zhu, smiling gently and nodding, saying, "Then I shall trouble you to buy something to eat." Zhang Zhu regarded her with a look of suspicion, pondering, "What should I buy? I recall there being some on the train." Gu Qinghan frowned, a hint of perplexity in her eyes, as she fixed her gaze intently on him. When Zhang Zhu noticed her unwavering stare, he could no longer hold back and said, "Aren't we supposed to eat instant noodles?" He glanced down at the 2 familiar bowls of instant noodles in his hands, one of pickled vegetable flavor and the other of braised beef flavor, feeling a surge of pride for his earlier decision. He thought himself quite clever. Yet, Gu Qinghan misunderstood Zhang Zhu's intention. She initially believed he had purchased only 1 bowl of noodles for her, but upon seeing him holding 2, she was taken aback. Nevertheless, Gu Qinghan was not a picky eater. However, she felt a twinge of concern in her heart. She was aware that such foods were usually greasy and could easily cause inflammation, which she dreaded most, acne. The prospect of unsightly blemishes on her face was utterly disheartening. Throughout her life, Gu Qinghan had been vigilant about her dietary health, striving to avoid spicy and fried foods. She firmly believed that such a lifestyle would help her maintain clear skin and keep troubles at bay. Thus, faced with the instant noodles before her, she found herself in a dilemma. The food here is truly unpalatable. It's even worse than our usual cafeteria fare, Zhang Zhu remarked, observing Gu Qinghan's indecision. In his previous life, he distinctly remembered that Gu Qinghan rarely opted for train travel during outings with him. Even when food was provided on the train, she would never so much as touch it. Not to mention, she was still just a high school student. Worse than the usual cafeteria meals? Gu Qinghan's expression darkened upon hearing Zhang Zhu's words. Moreover, each meal costs 30 to 40 yuan. Wouldn't it be better to give me that money? Upon realizing this, Gu Qinghan finally dismissed the idea of eating the train meals. After all, her scholarship was already limited, and if she could allocate her funds to more necessary items, such as study materials or other essentials, she wouldn't feel too remorseful. However, to squander money on something as distasteful and expensive as this would surely infuriate her. Then I shall take the one in your right hand, Gu Qinghan declared, pointing at the pickled vegetable beef noodles Zhang Zhu was holding. Weren't you fondest of the braised flavor when you were little? Zhang Zhu said, surprised that she chose his pickled vegetable option instead. He subtly signaled that she should have chosen the braised flavor instead. However, Gu Qinghan coldly replied, that was in second grade. How could you possibly remember something so far back? Moreover, she added, I only had instant noodles once, and since then, I haven't touched them again. Gu Qinghan glared at Zhang Zhu, internally musing. She simply could not fathom why he was so fixated on her childhood preferences. She herself could hardly recall whether she had ever liked the braised flavor, let alone why it would remain a point of remembrance for him. Perhaps Zhang Zhu had remembered incorrectly, but that only left Gu Qinghan feeling bewildered. Oh, did I? Ha ha ha. I must have just vaguely remembered, Zhang Zhu replied, a bit taken aback. To the bar, young Master Zhang. Oh, an ideal I might a bit hot, please. Thank you. Chapter 70. This is my sister. 10 minutes later, Zhang Zhu cautiously approached, carrying 2 bowls of instant noodles from the rear of the carriage. He frowned, his eyes fixated on the noodles, as if any misstep would cause the broth to spill. How heavy, he exclaimed, panting. Carrying these 2 bowls has significantly strengthened my arm muscles. After gently placing the noodles before Gu Qinghan, he leaned back in his chair, visibly relieved. Gu Qinghan regarded him coolly and remarked, you really are rather weak, aren't you? After saying this, she paid him no further heed and casually picked up the bowl of pickled vegetable beef noodles, retrieving a fork from beside Zhang Zhu. Just as he was about to retort, Zhang Zhu suddenly realized that she had a point. Humph, I suppose I shall let this slide just this once. He thought to himself, finding solace in his own reasoning. With that, he contentedly picked up his fork, preparing to indulge. As the train traversed picturesque landscapes, passing vibrant towns brimming with life, time slowly slipped away until it finally arrived at its destination, Zhanjiang. Dear passengers, the train bound for Zhanjiang has arrived. Please gather your belongings and disembark in an orderly fashion. A sweet voice resonated over the intercom. Having just indulged in a brief respite, Zhang Zhu was stirred from his slumber by a sudden cacophony. Slowly, he opened his eyes and stretched languidly. Awake now? Quickly gather your belongings and prepare to disembark, remarked Gu Qinghan, observing the drowsy expression on Zhang Zhu's face with a hint of indifference. Oh, right, Zhang Zhu replied, rubbing his eyes, and began to meticulously check for any forgotten items. His identification card, student card, and money. Yes, all accounted for. After rummaging through his bag and confirming everything was in order, he felt a sense of relief. Have you ensured your belongings are intact? Do not let any essential items slip away. Zhang Zhu turned to the ever-quiet Gu Qinghan, offering a considerate reminder. Rest assured, I have checked thoroughly. There are no issues. Since we are all packed, let us be off. Time is of the essence. Gu Qinghan replied coolly. Navigating through the bustling throngs of the vibrant train station, the 2 figures, with their bags slung over their shoulders, gazed silently ahead at the road stretching out before them, their thoughts drifting far away, as if pulled by an invisible force into profound contemplation. Where are we headed? Zhang Zhu murmured, his voice barely audible, like a gentle breeze brushing past. As they stepped beyond the train station's threshold, they were immediately met with the dazzling spectacle of a bustling urban landscape, overwhelming their senses and leaving them momentarily at a loss as to where to proceed. Zhang Zhu lifted his gaze towards the heavens, where the sun was descending, casting a warm red hue across the sky. Time seemed to fly, the sun hastening homeward, gradually sinking behind the mountains. With a soft sigh, Gu Qinghan broke the silence. Let us find a hotel to settle in first. Understanding Zhang Zhu's bewilderment, she felt a pang of empathy, aware that he was oblivious to her experiences of rebirth. Yet, she could not help but reflect on the irony of her, now assuming the role of the guide. Shaking her head in resignation, she retrieved her phone to consult the navigation. Before long, she discovered a moderately sized hotel just a kilometer away, perfectly suited for their needs. After a brief observation, she nodded in approval, then turned her attention to Zhang Zhu, who was squatting on the ground, drawing circles. "Hey, you there, let us proceed to that hotel ahead," she called softly. "Come on, follow me." The two meandered through this enchanting coastal city, their eyes alight with wonder and unfamiliarity. The city exuded a unique charm. Its architectural styles, street layouts, and the lifestyles of its inhabitants starkly contrasted with their hometown. Although they had briefly visited this place in a previous life due to work commitments, that hurried trip had left them with little opportunity to truly immerse themselves in the local culture. Now, returning to this familiar yet foreign land, they felt a surge of anticipation, eager to genuinely experience the exotic allure the city had to offer. The air was infused with a rich maritime essence, the sea breeze caressing their faces with a refreshing coolness. Quaint and ancient buildings stood gracefully along the streets, as if narrating the tales of time's passage. The bustling commercial district was alive with a constant flow of people, showcasing the city's vibrant vitality. Everything felt remarkably fresh and intriguing. Before long, they traversed the urban expanse and arrived near their intended hotel. Though modest in size, it appeared tidy and well-kept, its sign reading Jasmine Hotel. Upon entering the lobby, they approached the front desk, where a weary young woman stood, her eyes dull and occasionally interrupted by yawns. "Hello," Zhang Zhu greeted her first. The young woman, jolted by his voice, suddenly appeared more alert, her once drowsy eyes now sparkling with interest. "Hello, how may I assist you?" she responded promptly. Zhang Zhu nodded slightly before inquiring. "We would like to reserve 2 single rooms for approximately 7 days. The young woman nodded in understanding and quickly began typing on the keyboard. Once she completed the process, she looked up at Zhang Zhu and his companion, softly requesting, "May I see your identification, please?" Zhang Zhu produced his ID from his pocket, carefully handing it over. However, upon glancing at the birth date on his identification, the young woman paused, her expression shifting to one of concern. "You are not of age yet. This complicates matters," she remarked, her face reflecting her unease, as accommodating underage guests required special care. Zhang Zhu hastily explained, "Please do not worry, we are still students, and we will return home in a few days." He spoke earnestly, hoping to elicit understanding and leniency from the front desk attendant. "We currently have nowhere to stay. This is my sister," he added, pulling Gu Qinghan forward and bestowing upon her the title of sister. Gu Qinghan, taken aback by his words, merely nodded coldly. The young woman, seeing this, also nodded in acknowledgement. It was not uncommon for students on holiday to stay here for a few days. After a few moments of typing, she said, "All set. Here are your room cards, 302 and 303. After inputting the necessary information, she gently handed 2 black cards to Zhang Zhu. "How much is it?" he inquired. The young woman quickly checked the keyboard and cheerfully replied, "Currently, we have a promotional offer. Guests checking in these days can enjoy a 10% discount. Let me calculate. For 2 people staying 7 days, it totals 491 yuan. Upon hearing the price, Gu Qinghan stepped forward from behind, retrieved 500 yuan notes from her bag, and handed them to the young woman. Evidently, Zhang Zhu's earlier words had convinced her, and she indeed regarded them as siblings. The young woman promptly returned with the change. Gu Qinghan accepted the change with a polite thank you and ascended the stairs with her backpack. "Take care now, both of you. If you have any questions, feel free to come down to the front desk," the young woman called out warmly. With light steps, they reached the 3rd floor, where rooms 302 and 303 stood prominently before them. "Which room are you staying in?" Gu Qinghan inquired, her eyes revealing curiosity as she turned to Zhang Zhu. 302. "I find that number rather auspicious," he replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Well, one must still believe in science," Gu Qinghan remarked with a gentle shake of her head, tossing the key for room 302 to him before turning towards room 303. Zhang Zhu caught the key, watching Gu Qinghan's retreating figure with a contemplative expression. Moments later, he stepped into his room. Upon opening the door, the first sight that met his gaze was a pristine, snow-white bed, immaculate and unblemished, alongside a minimalist wardrobe positioned at the foot. Adjacent to the bed was a table for placing belongings, with a window conveniently situated beside it. Moreover, the restroom is adjacent to the wardrobe, and upon entering, One can observe the essential amenities: a toilet, a wash basin, and a transparent shower door. The condition of this hotel leaves much to be desired. Zhang Zhu couldn't help but think as he surveyed his surroundings. Everything before him evoked memories of the rudimentary inns from his previous life, revealing little distinction. He inhaled the air, his brow furrowing slightly, seemingly displeased with the odor permeating the room. Consequently, he hastened to the window and forcefully pushed it open. That feels much better. I hope there are no harmful substances like formaldehyde here, Zhang Zhu mused to himself. Gazing into the distance through the window, a vast expanse of azure sea came into view, leaving Zhang Zhu momentarily stunned. He could scarcely believe that he was able to secure a room with an ocean view at such a price. What incredible luck! It's almost moving enough to bring tears to his eyes. With his heart brimming with joy, Zhang Zhu eagerly unpacked his belongings from his backpack, meticulously hanging each piece of clothing in the wardrobe. He swiftly slipped into his charming cartoon slippers, replacing his previous cloth shoes. Before long, he had arranged all his items with care. Glancing down at his phone, he noticed the battery was already below 30%, which caused a slight discontent to stir within him. The charging speed had always been exasperatingly slow. It would likely take more than an hour to reach full capacity. Thus, he casually placed his phone in the room to charge before stepping out of the door. Noticing the door number of the adjacent room 303, he gently knocked on it. In a short while, the door opened to reveal Gu Qinghan, who regarded him coolly. "What do you want?" she inquired with an icy tone, her eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. Her hair was damp, still dripping with water, indicating she had just washed it. Zhang Zhu then realized her state and inwardly thought, that explains her scowling gaze directed at me. She must not have finished her grooming yet. "Would you like some help with your hair?" he asked cautiously, unable to suppress a gulp. After all, such a proposition was not something one could casually suggest without risking the other's ire. Furthermore, the topic of the ocean was strictly off limits. Mentioning it would surely lead to trouble. "Come in," Gu Qinghan replied, her voice still frosty but seemingly laced with an indescribable anticipation. Perhaps the hassle of washing long hair had piqued her interest in his offer, or perhaps for some other reason. The irritation she had felt from his knock dissipated the moment she heard his words. Upon entering room 303, Zhang Zhu noticed a similar modest decor to his own, equally unadorned. In the bathroom, the faucet flowed with fresh water, as if performing a cheerful melody. Gu Qinghan cast Zhang Zhu a fleeting glance before turning back to continue washing her hair. Zhang Zhu, of course, would not stand idly by. He knew that doing so might lead to repercussions from Gu Qinghan. He followed her into the bathroom, immediately sensing the cramped space, which felt somewhat tight for two people, yet manageable. Gu Qinghan, holding the shower head, wordlessly handed it to Zhang Zhu upon seeing him enter. She then bent down, allowing her hair to cascade down. "Do you need more shampoo?" Zhang Zhu inquired, observing that her hair seemed devoid of much lather. "Yes, just a bit from that blue bottle on the sink," she replied. As expected, Zhang Zhu turned to find a bottle of shampoo. He squeezed some into his palm and gently worked it into her hair, feeling the warmth of his hands. Gu Qinghan experienced a slight tingling sensation in her scalp, an unusual but pleasant feeling that stirred a ripple within her. After a while, sensing it was sufficient, Zhang Zhu picked up the shower head and carefully rinsed the suds from her hair, though the length presented some challenges, causing him to tug at her strand a few times, which made her uncomfortable. Yet, witnessing her pained expression elicited a subtle smile from Zhang Zhu. Was this not a minor form of retribution? Before long, he had rinsed away all the soap and, without hesitation, picked up a towel that Gu Qinghan had brought, gently drying her hair. "Next time, I won't wash your hair again. It hurts too much." Gu Qinghan glared at him, her expression dark. Internally, she grumbled, this guy is definitely doing it on purpose. He was too rough, lacking any delicacy. Particularly when he had grabbed her hair, he showed no restraint. Contemplating this, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but shoot Zhang Zhu another glare, yet he appeared unfazed, diligently continuing to dry her hair. "There's a hairdryer over there. You don't need to rub so hard. It's quite uncomfortable," Gu Qinghan remarked, slightly turning her head and furrowing her brow at him. She wondered why he seemed to take pleasure in incessantly drying her hair. Was he intentionally trying to provoke her? It was only then that Zhang Zhu noticed a black hairdryer resting on the table. He had initially thought such a device was absent here. In truth, what intrigued him was not the act of using the hairdryer itself, but the opportunity to continue to play with her hair. After plugging in the hairdryer, Zhang Zhu delicately tousled her hair, carefully directing the warm air over her scalp, which felt like a gentle breeze, soothing and pleasant. Just then, Gu Qinghan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. "Earlier, when I opened the window in my room, I could see a vast ocean in the distance." Upon hearing this, A smile crept onto Zhang Zhu's face, and he eagerly shared his own recent observation with her. I can't believe you saw it too. I was just about to come tell you. Shall we go take a look together later? His tone was imbued with excitement and anticipation. Sure, but could you be a bit gentler while drying? It hurts, she replied softly. At that moment, on the boundless shores of the ocean, two figures were gracefully strolling along the golden sands. Indeed, it was Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan. Perhaps it was the allure of the seaside that prompted Zhang Zhu to don his beloved beach shorts. He slowly crouched down, gently pinching the sand between his fingers, savoring its moist texture, while a faint scent of brine wafted into his nostrils. This beach is rather unimpressive. No wonder it's dubbed a sea view room. Zhang Zhu muttered to himself, frowning as he detected an unpleasant odor emanating from the sand beneath his feet. In stark contrast to his idealized vision of a beautiful beach, this was a far cry from that. Others aren't foolish, Gu Qinghan scoffed coldly, shaking her head in disdain at Zhang Zhu's thoughts. Nevertheless, the coastal breeze remained refreshingly pleasant, tousling Gu Qinghan's silky black hair as it fluttered gently. Let us go. Gu Qinghan turned her gaze towards Zhang Zhu, who was still fixated on the pile of sand beside her, and softly spoke. At the sound of her voice, Zhang Zhu appeared to awaken from a reverie, gently clapping his hands as he gradually rose to his feet. Yet, his eyes lingered longingly on the distant sea, as if something there held an irresistible allure for him. Along the roadside, several azure shared bicycles stood neatly aligned, seemingly awaiting eager riders. Should we mount a bike and explore the surrounding area? A sudden impulse surged within Zhang Zhu as he gazed at the bicycles before him. He yearned to ride, to feel the caress of the sea breeze, and to revel in the splendid beauty that surrounded them. To Zhang Zhu's suggestion, Gu Qinghan expressed no strong objections, for this outing was meant to be spontaneous and liberating. Thus, the two of them made their way towards the bicycles, their eyes fixed on the refreshing azure hue. Approaching the bicycles, Zhang Zhu couldn't resist the urge to gently caress the frame, then deftly retrieved his phone, opened a relevant app, and scanned the QR code on the bicycle. With a crisp chime, the lock of the shared bicycle clicked open. Observing Zhang Zhu's seamless operation, a flicker of confusion and curiosity crossed Gu Qinghan's face. She pondered privately. How did Zhang Zhu come to know of this unlocking method? Logically, one would assume that shared bicycles were a novelty they would only discover after entering university. Perhaps sensing the question in Gu Qinghan's eyes, Zhang Zhu turned to her with a smile and explained, I had previously come across an introduction to shared bicycles online, so I'm quite familiar with how to use them. What do you say? Shall we set off together? With that, he mounted the bicycle and pedaled forward. Gu Qinghan, upon hearing this, suddenly understood and quickly hopped onto a bicycle, riding alongside Zhang Zhu. Embracing the gentle breeze, they weaved through the city's streets, fully savoring this delightful and carefree moment. At the end of a street imbued with an antique charm, a few slightly yellowed bricks came into view, clearly inscribed with the prominent words, Architecture from the Republic of China. Soon thereafter, two figures approached slowly, curiously walking closer to examine and gently touch the inscriptions. Is this truly the legendary ancient wall? Zhang Zhu's face was a canvas of astonishment, hardly able to believe his eyes. Had he not inquired with local residents prior, he might have dismissed it as merely an ordinary wall. Beside him, Gu Qinghan nibbled on a piece of sugarcane, taking small bites as her gaze also fell upon the wall. She nodded in agreement, remarking, Yes, it seems correct, though it appears somewhat rudimentary. In that moment, they found themselves in a rather secluded area, with few pedestrians on the road. Were there any passers-by, they would undoubtedly cast curious glances at the two individuals. The reason was simple. The duo was crouched down, each holding a piece of sugar cane, indulging heartily, occasionally spitting the remnants into a nearby red bag. What made the scene even more amusing was that not only were their actions unique, but their appearances were also striking, creating a visually impactful tableau. Just as they were engrossed in their sugarcane feast, a light and swift sound of footsteps drew nearer. They lifted their heads, following the sound, and beheld a small boy racing from a distant corner towards Zhang Zhu and the other person. Upon reaching their side, the boy seemed oblivious to the presence of the two adults, instead gazing silently at the wall. Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan glanced around, noticing no other adults nearby. They scrutinized the small boy, who appeared to be no more than 5 or 6 years old, exchanging bewildered looks. Eventually, Zhang Zhu could no longer contain his curiosity, not because he wished to ask, but because Gu Qinghan persistently gestured for him to speak. Thus, he softly inquired, Little one, what brings you here all alone? The boy, hearing someone call out, abruptly turned his head and met Zhang Zhu's gaze. However, his initial reaction was to instinctively step back, and in a flash, he darted away like lightning, leaving Zhang Zhu momentarily taken aback. "It seems you're not very popular with children," Gu Qinghan remarked, as she spat the crushed sugarcane remnants into the bag. She watched the unfolding scene with great interest, a playful smile dancing in her eyes as she teased him. "If you had seen me as a child, you would likely have run away in fright. What does popularity have to do with it?" Zhang Zhu would not easily concede to the fact that he was not favored by children. Deep down, he muttered to himself. Clearly, it was the adults who possessed an intrinsic fear of children. Although at this moment, Zhang Zhu was merely 16 years of age. In response to Zhang Zhu's retort, Gu Qinghan simply shook her head lightly, not taking it to heart. On the contrary, a gentle smile remained on her lips. Before long, the sky began to be enveloped by the night, and the yellowish streetlights along the roadside flickered to life as if by prior agreement. "Shall we go grab a bite to eat?" Zhang Zhu suggested, patting his belly which had been grumbling for some time. After all, since noon, aside from a bowl of instant noodles, he had not consumed anything else, and he was now acutely aware of his hunger. In truth, Gu Qinghan felt the same. Although she was a girl, her appetite was no less substantial, rivaling Zhang Zhu's without question. A mere bowl of instant noodles could hardly satiate her, and her stomach began to voice its discontent. Thus, Gu Qinghan readily nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, the two figures pedaled away from the ancient buildings steeped in the charm of the Republic of China, vanishing in the blink of an eye. They rode along, eventually arriving at a bustling street filled with food stalls. This street was markedly different from the Flower City. Although equally vibrant, it featured far fewer barbecue stalls, replaced instead with countless oyster vendors. Gazing at the scene before him, Zhang Zhu couldn't help but murmur to himself, if only they sold barbecued dishes alongside oysters. They would surely rake in a fortune. Standing before the dazzling array of stalls, Zhang Zhu suddenly found himself at a loss, unsure of what to choose. After all, he held no particular fondness or aversion towards any specific food. Just as he hesitated, a voice broke through the air. "What shall we eat?" It was Gu Qinghan, who too had fallen into the same predicament. "Since we are here, we must certainly try the oysters." Zhang Zhu recalled the delectable flavors they had savored during their previous business trip to this place years ago. The taste lingered in his memory, impossible to forget. The oysters from that time were not only delicious and succulent, but also remarkably affordable. The experience was one that evoked a sense of nostalgia that was hard to shake off. Unfortunately, after that visit, they had parted ways and never returned to this locale. Nor had they set foot in the Flower City again, let alone the distant Zhangjiang. "All right," Gu Qinghan nodded, acknowledging that although she was not particularly fond of oysters, in her past life, they represented the first meal she shared with Zhang Zhu here. To her surprise, upon returning to this life and arriving once more at Zhangjiang, the meal was again oysters. Of course, oysters cannot strictly be classified as a meal. However, their quantity surpassed that of rice. Approaching a modest stall, the owner, a middle-aged man, was diligently grilling oysters. Zhang Zhu gazed at the oysters before him, noting their pristine, pearly appearance, especially with a generous drizzle of garlic sauce atop them. This garlic sauce was concocted by the locals, and while many variations existed, they all shared the delightful quality of being delectable. The owner, noticing the youthful pair, treated them with utmost respect and enthusiasm, cheerfully inquiring, "What would you like to eat? We have a menu." With that, he handed over the menu. Zhang Zhu accepted it, and, upon glancing at the prices, was taken aback. Contrary to expectations, the prices were quite reasonable, especially in comparison to those in Huaqing. Oysters were priced at 8 yuan each, chives at 1 yuan per bunch, and vegetables similarly at 1 yuan. Moreover, a pot of seafood porridge was only 28 yuan. This left Zhang Zhu astounded, realizing that such prices would easily double in Huaqing. However, to avoid any awkwardness arising from receiving meager portions, Zhang Zhu decided to clarify with the owner, "Are these oysters priced at 8 yuan the same size as those in your hand? They won't be as small as a pinky finger, will they?" Zhang Zhu was wary of exaggeration, having encountered such deceit before. The owner, evidently experienced, took no offense at Zhang Zhu's question and smiled as he explained, "Young man, you must not be from around here. Zhangjiang is right by the sea, and we pride ourselves on our oysters. Rest assured, they will be just as large as those in my hand. If they aren't, feel free to overturn my stall." With that, he playfully patted his shoulder. Seeing the owner's sincerity and confidence eased Zhang Zhu's worries. Nonetheless, he continued to inquire, "And what about the seafood porridge?" The owner reassured him, "You needn't worry, it's substantial. Even if you two young ones add 2 more, there will be more than enough to fill you up." As a coastal city renowned for its seafood, the locals would never compromise their city's reputation for a meager profit. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhu's eyes widened in astonishment. If the owner spoke the truth, it would indeed be quite a bargain. He then returned to his seat, procuring a pen and a piece of paper from the owner. "What would you like to order?" he asked, glancing at the quietly contemplative Gu Qinghan. She regarded him with a calm demeanor, neither picky nor particularly fond of anything, thus leaving the choice to him. "You decide. I'm fine with anything." With her affirmation, Zhang Zhu felt relieved and swiftly jotted down his preferred items: a pot of seafood porridge, 60 oysters, a plate of stir-fried vegetables, and a dish of stir-fried meat. "Would you like rice?" Zhang Zhu inquired, concerned that Gu Qinghan might not be accustomed to porridge. She shook her head, indicating that she was not so particular as to require rice. "That'll be all, boss. If it's insufficient, I'll order more later." Zhang Zhu approached the owner and handed over the order. The owner received it with a smile, saying, "It'll be ready shortly. Handsome. There aren't too many customers right now, so it won't take long." It was just past 7 o'clock, and many young people preferred not to venture out, resulting in fewer patrons at the food street, which allowed Zhang Zhu to observe his surroundings more freely. He noticed that many women favored wearing shorts, displaying long, alluring legs. "Do you find it appealing?" Gu Qinghan inquired, her cool gaze fixed on him as she noticed his rapt attention. It's chilly in the evening. These girls don't seem to know to dress warmer," Zhang Zhu replied, nodding thoughtfully. Chapter 74. Truly Delicious. Before long, the owner approached, carrying a pot resembling earthenware, steaming with fragrant seafood porridge that filled the air with its rich aroma. "You too should try this. The fresh oysters will be ready shortly." He beamed at Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan before returning to the kitchen to continue his work, since the owner had already provided bowls and chopsticks. They simply needed to serve the porridge to enjoy the delightful meal. Zhang Zhu quickly rose, taking the bowl in front of Gu Qinghan, and scooped the porridge from the pot with a ladle. The seafood was plentiful. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the pot contained not only octopus and large shrimp, but also crabs and glistening tiny shrimp. The enticing fragrance wafted up with the steam, tickling his nostrils. "Here you go," Zhang Zhu said, carefully filling a bowl with porridge, worrying not to spill a drop. He cradled the bowl in both hands, treating it as if it were a priceless treasure, and slowly presented it to Gu Qinghan. This was not an affectation. The porridge was scalding hot, and careless handling could easily result in burns, given the porridge's high temperature. "Thank you," Gu Qinghan replied softly, her voice as gentle as the first breeze of dawn. She then gracefully extended her hand to take a pristine white ceramic spoon from the side of the table, carefully dipping it into the bowl to scoop a small mouthful of porridge. As the warm porridge touched her tongue, an explosion of exquisite flavor unfurled in her mouth. The delightful taste intertwined with the firm texture, filling her entire palate, while the subtle sweetness resembled a melodious tune, captivating her senses. "Delicious." Gu Qinghan couldn't help but murmur in appreciation. She had not anticipated that this unassuming little eatery could produce such delectable dishes at such affordable prices. Perhaps her good fortune had not dwelled upon the sea, but was waiting for her right here. Observing her delight, Zhang Zhu curiously sampled a small spoonful. The moment it touched his tongue, he was immediately enchanted by the remarkable flavor. He never imagined that such a humble establishment could conceal such extraordinary culinary treasures. "This is truly delicious," he exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the translucent grains of porridge, resembling pearls, and he offered his heartfelt praise without hesitation. "Here are 20 oysters, and the rest are still grilling, along with this plate of stir-fried greens. Please enjoy," the owner cheerfully announced. Shortly thereafter, he returned with a large platter brimming with plump, pearly oysters, generously topped with a thick layer of garlic sauce that exuded an enticing aroma. The sight of these oysters was utterly tantalizing. The accompanying plate of greens was vibrantly fresh, adorned with a few bright chili peppers, creating a perfect visual harmony that stirred the appetite. Zhang Zhu eagerly picked up an oyster and took a gentle bite. Instantly, a firm and tender texture burst upon his palate, followed by an explosion of rich flavor. Especially when the oyster meat harmonized with the garlic sauce, the exquisite taste was utterly intoxicating, as if even the divine would be enchanted by it. He then sampled some of the greens, savoring their delightful freshness. Upon the initial tasting, one is struck by the delightful crispness and tenderness, while the perfectly balanced spiciness enhances the flavor, rendering the experience utterly delectable. "These two dishes are truly exquisite," Zhang Zhu exclaimed. Gu Qinghan tasted a bite and echoed Zhang Zhu's sentiments, bestowing high praise upon the culinary delights. The two savored their meal leisurely, indulging in conversation while relishing the satisfaction that each bite brought. "Shall we take a stroll later?" Zhang Zhu inquired, glancing out the window at the still early hour. Around 7 o'clock, estimating they would finish dinner by 8. He turned to Gu Qinghan for her thoughts. Upon hearing the question, Gu Qinghan slowly set down her chopsticks, propped her chin on one hand, and pondered for a moment before gently shaking her head. "Perhaps not. I feel a bit fatigued today. However, you could work on the travel itinerary tonight, and we shall set off early tomorrow. Initially relieved by Gu Qinghan's refusal to go out, Zhang Zhu found himself slightly dismayed by her suggestion to prepare the itinerary, his expression shifting. I believe that travel should be spontaneous, allowing oneself to wander freely. Creating an itinerary diminishes that sense of liberation, Zhang Zhu asserted, feigning calmness while avoiding Gu Qinghan's gaze. Observing Zhang Zhu's forced demeanor, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but chuckle softly, yet she wholeheartedly agreed with his perspective. She nodded slightly in affirmation. A journey ought to be filled with joy and unrestrained exploration, accompanied by eager anticipation and curiosity for the unknown. However, an over-reliance on travel guides and harboring excessively high expectation from the onset may lead to profound disappointment when reality fails to align with one's imaginings. In contrast, embracing the allure of the unknown and wandering freely allows one to appreciate breathtaking vistas previously unseen, an experience undeniably more enchanting. I wholeheartedly concur with your sentiments. Then tomorrow, you shall lead the way, and I will follow closely behind. At this declaration, Gu Qinghan felt no resentment, yet as she contemplated leading the way, a sudden sense of uncertainty washed over her, as if she were momentarily at a loss for direction. All right, Zhang Zhu, too, felt hesitant about taking the lead. Were he with ordinary friends, he would certainly hesitate to accept such a request, as he was unwilling to disappoint expectations. However, since it was Gu Qinghan who proposed this, he felt at ease. After all, no matter which direction he chose, she would hardly resort to violence, would she? Gu Qinghan, I might just do that. Just as they were conversing, the proprietor brought over the remaining oysters. Here you are, young folks. If there are any issues, just let me know. Zhang Zhu replied with a thank you, disregarding the proprietor's departure. Thankfully, their chosen table was spacious enough. Otherwise, 60 oysters would have been quite a challenge to accommodate. Can you possibly eat all of that? Gu Qinghan asked, glancing curiously at the oysters nearly covering the table. It was not about the money. Rather, she was genuinely curious if he could consume it all. Isn't it a matter of just diving in? If I can't finish, I'll face the consequences. But don't stack them up too high. So easy. A rather clumsy attempt at English. Chapter 75. The hot water malfunctioned. After indulging in a satisfying meal, Gu Qinghan noticed that Zhang Zhu seemed somewhat unfulfilled, but she chose not to dwell on it. She approached the proprietor to settle the bill before returning. At that moment, Zhang Zhu was lost in his thoughts, as though he were floating in the clouds. Gu Qinghan gently coughed a couple of times to rouse him. Oh, what is the matter? Zhang Zhu responded, as if awakening from a dream, his face a mask of confusion. Observing the bewildered expression on Zhang Zhu's face, Gu Qinghan couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. So young, yet you carry an air of weariness. Time to head home, young master, Gu Qinghan teased. With her words, Zhang Zhu suddenly realized, offering an awkward smile. He looked up at the sky, which was a deep, inky black, the streetlights casting a bright, enchanting glow. Retrieving his gaze, he slowly stood up, stretching his limbs and letting out a contented sigh. All right, let us go home. Before he finished speaking, they hopped onto their vehicle, and the wheels began to turn swiftly. In the blink of an eye, their figures melded into the warm glow of the streetlights, gradually fading from sight. Inside the elegantly adorned Jasmine Flower Hotel, the lights shone brightly, and the lobby buzzed with activity. In the spacious and well-lit hall, two figures stood quietly at the reception desk. Is the shower water adjustable? It doesn't feel very warm, Miss, Gu Qinghan remarked, her brow furrowed. A hint of dissatisfaction evident in her tone as she addressed the receptionist. As she spoke, she recounted her recent experience in the bathroom. Upon starting to wash her hair, she immediately noticed that the water's temperature was merely lukewarm, far from the hot water she had anticipated. This temperature was quite uncomfortable for her, as she preferred to bathe with steaming water to soothe her weary body and mind. Although Zhang Zhu had never used a shower head himself, he too had sensed that the water temperature was insufficiently hot while washing Gu Qinghan's hair. At the time, he hadn't thought much of it, mistakenly assuming that Gu Qinghan simply preferred cooler water. Now, reflecting upon it, he considered that perhaps there was an issue with the shower system. The receptionist, clearly taken aback by the situation regarding the hotel as hot water, displayed genuine remorse on her face and promptly explained, I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. It seems our water control system encountered some issues today. Please bear with me for a moment while I make a call to inquire about the specifics. After saying this, the receptionist swiftly picked up the nearby landline and skillfully dialed a series of numbers, the call connecting quickly. However, since she spoke in a local dialect, Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan struggled to understand her words. After a short while, the receptionist hung up the phone and turned back to them with a smile. All right, dear guests, please wait a moment longer. The hot water system is currently undergoing repairs. We truly apologize for the inconvenience. Despite their youth, the receptionist showed no signs of negligence, instead expressing her apologies with sincerity. Gu Qinghan had no intention of causing trouble, since the issue was being addressed. She felt no further need to comment. Thus, she turned to leave. At that moment, Zhang Zhu thanked the receptionist. Thank you, miss. Before following Gu Qinghan out of the hotel lobby. Watching the two depart, the receptionist felt a sense of relief, hoping that this minor incident would not leave a negative impression on the guests. Simultaneously, she anticipated that the hot water system would be repaired swiftly, preventing any further disruption to other patrons' experiences. Soon after, the two quietly turned and returned to their respective rooms. Zhang Zhu lay silently on the soft, pristine mattress, his gaze vacant as he stared at the white ceiling above. His thoughts drifted further away, as if he had entered an ethereal realm. After an indeterminate amount of time, his eyelids grew heavier, ultimately closing gently as he succumbed to slumber. In the realm of slumber, he found himself enveloped in a breathtaking sea of blossoms. The air suffused with a delicate floral fragrance that invigorated the spirit. Time slipped away quietly, and when Zhang Zhu opened his eyes once more, he beheld a faint glimmer upon the distant horizon of the ocean. Groggily, he extended his hand to grasp the mobile phone resting beside his bed. Forcing his bleary eyes to focus, he glanced at the screen, which clearly displayed 6 o'clock and 2 minutes. This numeral jolted Zhang Zhu awake, startling him with the realization. Had he truly slumbered through the entire night? His once drowsy mind suddenly awakened with unparalleled clarity. He murmured softly to himself as he rose from the bed, sauntering into the bathroom for a brief wash to rid himself of the morning's lingering taste. Then, he approached the window, pushing it open with vigor, allowing a refreshing sea breeze to envelop him, carrying a hint of coolness. He gazed upward, witnessing the ocean's surface reflecting a resplendent sun, golden rays cascading upon the shimmering waters, a sight of exquisite beauty. Zhang Zhu stepped lightly from his room, his footsteps buoyant and resolute. He arrived at the door of room 303, gently tapping upon the closed panel. Shortly thereafter, he heard the soft patter of footsteps within, followed by the door slowly creaking open. His gaze fell upon Gu Qinghan, who bore a serene expression, yet her lips were adorned with a frothy, white substance. A sight that elicited a chuckle from Zhang Zhu. Is there something you need? Gu Qinghan inquired coldly, her eyes revealing a hint of displeasure. Zhang Zhu quickly shook his head, explaining, nothing of particular importance. I merely wished to see if you were awake. Gu Qinghan rolled her eyes in response, curtly stating, how absurd. Wait for me for 10 minutes. With that, she forcefully shut the door, leaving Zhang Zhu outside. Observing the closed door, Zhang Zhu couldn't help but chuckle softly. He felt no anger at Gu Qinghan's frosty demeanor. To the contrary, he found her rather endearing. He then turned back to his own room, plugged in his phone to charge, and sat quietly on the edge of the bed, awaiting the precious 10 minutes to elapse. Before long, a melodious voice, akin to a lark-esque song, floated through the door. Let us go. Who else could possess such a delightful voice but Gu Qinghan? The two of them stepped outside, looking up to find the sky tinged with the pale light of dawn, prompting them to seek a place to satiate their hunger. Thus, they walked side by side for a few minutes until a small eatery selling rice rolls appeared ahead. Shall we have this? Zhang Zhu halted, turning to Gu Qinghan to softly inquire her opinion. Yes, sounds good, she replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. Chapter 76. Through the unexpected forest, encountering the dreamlike sea. Sunlight poured over the streets and alleys, the morning air suffusing the entire city. After relishing a delectable breakfast, Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan began their quest for transportation to their destination. They arrived at a nearby bus stop, opting for this economical yet scenic mode of travel. The platform was deserted, as if it had been prepared solely for them. Gu Qinghan gestured for Zhang Zhu to wait there for the bus, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for their journey. Before long, a vibrant green bus emerged from the distance, gliding down the street like a verdant dragon. Zhang Zhu, quick-witted, raised his arm in a wave as the vehicle approached, fearing he might miss it. The bus driver seemed to notice them as well, coming to a steady halt. The doors swung open, and Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan hurriedly boarded. Inside, they found the bus to be quite similar to those in Huaqing, clean and orderly. With passengers sitting quietly, they dropped in a few coins and found a window seat. Through the window, the scenery unfolded like a picturesque scroll, towering skyscrapers, bustling crowds, and lush greenery, also familiar yet strangely novel. As the wheels rolled forward, the clamor of the city began to fade, replaced by an array of unfamiliar yet refreshing sounds: car horns, the murmur of the crowd, and the cheerful chirping of birds. The exterior landscape transformed like a slideshow, with high-rise buildings giving way to lowly cottages, and wide thoroughfares morphing into quaint country lanes. This spectacle filled Zhang Zhu and Gu Qinghan with a sense of wonder. In silence, they continued to admire the scenery outside the bus window. After an indeterminate span of time, the bus gradually came to a stop, bringing them to a shaded area brimming with trees. Zhang Zhu peered curiously out, his eyes widening in surprise at the sight before him. The highway was flanked by a dense array of towering trees, their lush canopies resembling vast green parasols. Although Zhang Zhu could not name these trees, he found them breathtaking, each leaf shimmering with the vitality of life. Even more delightful was the refreshing breeze that greeted them as they strolled along the forested path, akin to stepping into a natural air-conditioned room. The air was pristine, devoid of the smoke and heat of the city. Only the tranquility and beauty of nature remained. Is this still the city? It feels almost excessively tranquil, Zhang Zhu murmured, unable to restrain his thoughts as he gazed at the scene before him. Indeed, it is quite exceptional. This place is truly suited for tourism, Gu Qinghan agreed, nodding. Unlike the renowned scenic spots, she preferred these lesser-known locales, which harbored an ambience unmatched by more famous destinations. Walking side by side, their steps light upon the seemingly hidden path, they noticed an occasional car was passed. Yet not a single pedestrian was in sight. How can there be a bus stop here when it's so desolate? Zhang Zhu pondered, his curiosity piqued by the incongruity before him. What purpose does a bus stop serve in such an isolated place? He mused aloud. Gu Qinghan, equally perplexed, shook her head lightly, her hands resting casually at her sides. She then resumed her light-hearted singing, keeping pace alongside Zhang Zhu. Before long, they successfully traversed the small grove, and in the distance, the road ahead shimmered with a brilliant light. As they approached, they were astonished to discover an incredible sight: the vast, boundless ocean, a resplendent expanse of waves rolling majestically. The immense blue sea flowed gently, its surging tides commanding respect. Upon stepping off the road, Zhang Zhu inadvertently caught sight of a narrow, concealed staircase. This staircase wound downwards, appearing to lead to a mysterious passageway to the ocean, arousing their curiosity. Exchanging a knowing smile, they seemed to understand the anticipation reflected in each other's eyes, and without hesitation, they descended the staircase. As they drew nearer to the sandy beach, a refreshing sea breeze rushed toward them, carrying a hint of saltiness. They inhaled deeply, savoring the essence of the sea. Their spirits lifted in joy. In the distance, they noticed a throng of visitors reveling in the beauty of the beach. So that's the meaning of the bus stop, Zhang Zhu exclaimed, dawning realization illuminating his face. This place serves not merely as a transit hub for travelers, but rather as a vital link between nature and the urban landscape, allowing individuals to escape the cacophony of modern life and embrace the allure and might of the natural world. Perhaps this is the very essence of the bus station's existence. It serves as a gentle reminder to people amidst their bustling lives to pause and appreciate the splendid scenery that surrounds them. The golden sands stretch endlessly, soft and delicate, akin to walking on cotton. As one gazes out, the beach is pristine and immaculate, devoid of any trace of oceanic debris, harmoniously complementing the azure waters that shimmer like precious gemstones, a sight to behold. Not far away, a conspicuous sign stands tall, clearly stating, "Please play in the shallow waters. Do not approach the marked area." Upon reading this, Zhang Zhu suddenly realized that this might indeed be a recreational area akin to a tourist attraction. As expected, a lofty watchtower came into view, where a man stood vigilantly observing the activities on the beach. "How about we go down and have some fun?" Zhang Zhu proposed. Both were clad in shorts today. Although they could not afford to get their clothes wet, frolicking in the shallow waters would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. "Sure, sound good," came the enthusiastic reply from his companion, and together they joyfully strolled towards the sandy shore. Upon approaching, they discovered a throng of visitors, the atmosphere alive with excitement. Many were clad in swimsuits and shorts, wielding an array of water toys, indulging in merriment by the seaside. As Zhang Zhu cautiously dipped his foot into the sea, a jolt of icy coldness penetrated his skin, surging through him like an electric current. The sensation was both invigorating and refreshing, as if it could wash away all worries and fatigue, leaving one utterly revitalized. "Wow, this is absolutely delightful," Zhang Zhu exclaimed, unable to contain his exhilaration. However, this display caught the attention of Gu Qinghan, who cast a disapproving glance his way, her brows knitted in distaste, seemingly displeased by his lack of composure. Yet, despite her irritation, Gu Qinghan found herself irresistibly drawn to the breathtaking scenery. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and stepped into the water. In that instant, the marvelous sensation washed over her once more, prompting a soft gasp of delight. Indeed, it feels wonderful. The sea breeze caressed her cheeks, while the waves lapped against her body, delivering waves of coolness and relaxation. Chapter 77. Kick those two bastards. Observing the frown on Gu Qinghan's delicate face, Zhang Zhu felt an unusual warmth swell within him. He could not quite comprehend why, but at that moment, Gu Qinghan appeared particularly endearing. "What are you staring at?" Gu Qinghan inquired coldly, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction and vigilance. After a period of acclimatization, she had finally begun to sense the shift in her surroundings. Initially, the water had indeed felt frigid, but gradually, that chill transformed into a refreshing comfort. "Just admiring the sea," Zhang Zhu replied casually, oblivious to the fact that his gaze had provoked Gu Qinghan's ire. "You're insane. Are you staring at my face while looking at the sea?" Gu Qinghan shot back, visibly annoyed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhu was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. He found her irritated demeanor so amusing that he couldn't resist teasing her further. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the shoreline to investigate the various objects washed ashore by the waves. Meanwhile, not far from them, several boys on the distant beach were fixated on Gu Qinghan, captivated by her beauty, a sight they had never encountered before. Given their own handsome appearances, they felt confident in their ability to charm this stunning lady. Yet, they were quite mistaken in their self-assessment. Sharing a knowing smile, they nodded at one another and approached Gu Qinghan with mischievous grins. "Hey there, gorgeous, are you alone?" One of the boys initiated, his eyes betraying unabashed desire. He flicked his hair back as he approached Gu Qinghan, a faint smile gracing his lips. Gu Qinghan had initially intended to splash water at Zhang Zhu, but upon regaining her focus, she was taken aback by the sudden appearance of two figures beside her. Ignoring their advances, she turned to leave. However, one of the short-haired boys was not about to let her walk away so easily. He swiftly stepped in front of her path, a mocking grin plastered on his face. "Hey, don't rush off, beautiful. How about we be friends?" he said with a smirk, even going so far as to whistle in a self-satisfied manner. Faced with these two imbeciles, Gu Qinghan felt a wave of frustration and disdain wash over her. She could hardly fathom how such utter fools existed in the world. "Get lost," she coldly retorted, fixing her gaze on them. The two boys were clearly taken aback by her audacity, their expressions faltering as they struggled to maintain their composure. "Don't be so cocky," one of them seethed, glaring at Gu Qinghan, his anger flaring as he recalled her earlier demeanor. Without a second thought, he reached out to grab her arm. In a flash, Gu Qinghan deftly intercepted his outstretched hand and retaliated with a swift punch. The sound of impact echoed sharply as his arm dropped limply, akin to a kite severed from its string. "Ah, my arm," he cried out, his face contorted in agony and disbelief. He had never anticipated that this seemingly delicate woman could unleash such ferocity. It felt as though his arm had been struck by a hammer, leaving him in excruciating pain. His expression twisted in torment. Beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "You filthy bitch, don't push your luck." The other boy, witnessing his companion's injury, was consumed by rage. Rolling up his sleeves and preparing to attack Gu Qinghan. With steely resolve, Gu Qinghan fixed her icy gaze on the advancing boy, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. Realizing that words were futile, she refrained from speaking further and swiftly delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. The strike was forceful and lightning fast. The boy had no time to react, feeling an overwhelming force propel him backward, as if he had transformed into a cannonball hurtling towards the sea. Meanwhile, the other boy stood frozen in fear, his mind racing as he witnessed the chaos unfolding before him, especially as the pain radiated from his arm. A wave of terror and helplessness washed over him. The acute pain was nearly unbearable, compelling him to flee this frightening place. Yet, his legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering him immobile despite his desperate attempts to escape. Fear consumed his mind, stripping him of reason and courage. At that moment, his only thought was to run, to distance himself from the perilous woman and preserve his life. On the opposite side, Zhang Zhu had evidently noticed the unfolding drama. He sprinted from the water towards Gu Qinghan, a look of fierce concern etched across his features. "What is going on?" he asked, his fiery gaze locked onto hers. Not far away, a man's arm hung limply at his side, while a little further off, another man lay groaning. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Zhu immediately grasped the situation, and a surge of indignation ignited within him. He glared at the man before him, hesitating not a moment to step forward and deliver a powerful kick. The man was sent flying, just as the previous one had been. The tourists frolicking by the seaside had already witnessed the spectacle and erupted into applause. Ogre! These two men, bullying a young girl. What sort of prowess is that? It's high time they face consequences. They can't even best a girl. How utterly disgraceful. Marvelous display. If they dare escalate this matter, we stand ready to testify, young man. A true gentleman must protect his girlfriend with such valor. As Zhang Zhu observed, Gu Qinghan's expression gradually returning to normal, no longer as frigid, a ripple of emotion stirred within him, as if something had been gently touched. Instinctively, he stepped forward and cautiously enveloped Gu Qinghan in his arms. Are you all right? Are you hurt? I sincerely apologize. I completely overlooked your well-being, Zhang Zhu inquired softly, his eyes brimming with concern. The fiery anger that had consumed Gu Qinghan dissipated in an instant, leaving her utterly drained. She had initially intended to rush forward and kick the two men again, but Zhang Zhu's unexpected embrace disrupted her thoughts. Feeling the warmth of Zhang Zhu's embrace, Gu Qinghan's body involuntarily softened. Simultaneously, she noticed other tourists around them watching, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her earlobes turning crimson. Quickly, she pushed Zhang Zhu away and lowered her head, murmuring, "There are others around, but I'm fine. As for those two, they are bound to regret their actions." Her tone shifted abruptly as she uttered the last sentence, her eyes glinting with fury. Chapter 78, Compensation. Zhang Zhu slowly turned to face the two men before him. He then took a steady step forward, walking directly up to them. "Don't come any closer." The man lying on the surface of the sea exclaimed in terror, attempting to shuffle backward. Zhang Zhu, however, did not halt his advance. Instead, he approached the man, crouched down, and fixed him with a piercing gaze that seemed to penetrate his very fears and insecurities. "You preyed on the weak, and now you tremble in fear." Zhang Zhu's voice was cold, laced with mockery. The questioned man visibly panicked, but soon found a counterargument. "Your girlfriend inflicted this injury on me." Yet, Zhang Zhu remained unfazed by his words, sneering. "Oh, there are so many witnesses here. Shall we call the police to sort this out?" At the mention of the police, the man's countenance darkened considerably, as if struck by lightning. He internally lamented, fully aware that once the authorities became involved, it would be they who would face the dire consequences. "What do you want?" The man's voice quivered with anxiety and resignation. "Very simple. Monetary compensation. And it must be a sincere apology in front of everyone. Otherwise, I will dial the police right now," Zhang Zhu responded resolutely. No sooner had he finished speaking than he swiftly retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket, displaying a readiness to dial. "No, please. Don't call the police. We are willing to pay. Just name your price." The man, panicking, begged for mercy. He understood all too well that should Zhang Zhu make that call, trouble would undoubtedly befall them. The man had anticipated a confrontation, yet he never imagined Zhang Zhu would demand a princely sum, 2,000 yuan, not a penny less. Upon hearing this astronomical figure, the man's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. Staring blankly at Zhang Zhu, his mouth agape, he was at a loss for words. Clearly, this amount far exceeded his expectations. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We simply don't have that much money," he exclaimed, his eyes bulging, veins throbbing on his forehead. Although he could scrape together 2,000 yuan, surrendering such an amount would leave them living on the edge of destitution. "Not to worry if you can't. After all, we are merely impoverished students, still minors. We could always tell the police that you harassed us," Zhang Zhu threatened, smiling mischievously. Upon hearing this, the man panicked. If word of this incident got out, they could very well find themselves facing incarceration, or worse. All right, we will pay." He reluctantly acquiesced to this unreasonable demand, weighing the importance of their safety against the monetary sum. The other man, standing nearby, had evidently overheard their exchange, and his expression soured considerably. 2,000 yuan was no trivial amount for them, yet considering their predicament, it seemed they had no other choice. As he witnessed the concession from his companion, a glimmer of malice flickered in Zhang Zhu's gaze. Were it not for their status as minors, his past self would never have been satisfied with mere monetary compensation, even if it meant a protracted legal battle. He would ensure they experienced the full extent of their folly. Anyone who dared to lay a finger on Gu Qinghan would be courting their own demise. Regardless of who they were, Zhang Zhu would never allow them to escape unscathed. However, addressing this situation through legal channels would be excessively convoluted, necessitating the involvement of their parents, both of whom were abroad and unavailable. "We don't want cash. Just transfer the money through online payment platforms," Zhang Zhu suddenly realized. Cash, while not entirely obsolete a decade ago, was rarely handed over in such significant amounts. Thus, if they were to depart without securing the funds, Any potential for the other party to renege on their agreement would prove troublesome. Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's proposition, the man's expression darkened even further, for he had indeed considered that possibility. Fine. Shortly thereafter, the man scanned and transferred 2,000 yuan to Zhang Zhu's social payment app. Upon confirming the funds had successfully entered his account, Zhang Zhu's expression finally relaxed slightly. In truth, had the other party genuinely harmed Gu Qinghan, the situation would not have remained merely a verbal threat. Were it not for their lack of physical contact, it would have been a different story entirely. As the two men stood up, Zhang Zhu swiftly delivered several more kicks to them. With a pair of anguished cries, they were sent sprawling once more. Only at this moment did the tension within Zhang Zhu dissipate entirely. Returning to Gu Qinghan's side, he grasped her hand tightly, speaking in a light-hearted tone, "Rest assured, everything is all right now." Gu Qinghan, however, continued to gaze at the two men struggling to rise from the sea, her eyes sharp as she declared, "Fortunately, they didn't have the chance to touch me. I knocked them down before they could." Reflecting on the moment they had attempted to approach her, she realized her quick reflexes had sent them flying before they could even lay a finger on her. After this incident, the two found their spirits dampened, and they tidied up before making their way down the nearby staircase. Qinghan, as the two individuals traversed the familiar road, they soon beheld a breathtaking expanse of verdant trees in the distance. Upon hearing Zhang Zhu's words, Gu Qinghan paused momentarily. I assure you, next time I will be by your side at the earliest opportunity." Listening to Zhang Zhu's words laden with remorse, Gu Qinghan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light, and a subtle smile graced her lips before she replied, "Your presence suffices. Everything else is inconsequential." Observing the leaves swaying gently in the breeze, a refreshing spring zephyr caressed their faces, and they exchanged knowing smiles. "Is it a sapling of a phoenix tree?" As they walked along the roadside, Zhang Zhu noticed a robust young tree dancing in the wind beside the pavement. This sapling bore a striking resemblance to those they had seen in the grove of phoenix trees. "It must be," Gu Qinghan remarked, her gaze fixed intently. Indeed, it was identical to the saplings within the grove. "Should we take it with us?" Zhang Zhu proposed, to which Gu Qinghan shook her head. "This is its home. We ought to leave it be. Perhaps it has family and friends here. Leaving is a painful ordeal. And what if I were to leave someday?" Zhang Zhu inquired. "I will not be pained. You are so hypocritical. I misjudged you," Gu Qinghan retorted. "I will always follow you. We shall never part ways or be separated." "How sentimental." "Qinghan, you have changed. Do you like it?" "I adore it.